Assuming aren't you the top of the grade? From now on you're not even worthy of tying my shoes. Zhao Kuo stood on the awakening platform, a dark red pillar of flame erupting from beneath his feet, the edges of his school uniform singed by the blaze. He looked down at the indifferent face below his smile, filled with 3 years of pent-up resentment. Rank elemental talent, lava, earth, fire. The mentor stared at the evaluation on the light screen, his voice trembling. The whole venue erupted. Rank. How many years has it been since Jiangxing No? One high school produced in Rank. Zhao Kuo is amazing. He's on track to enter the top 3 federal universities. He's the young master of the Zhao family, backed by resources. Awakening rank was only natural. In this high martial world, once you turn 18 you get the chance to awaken a talent. But not everyone succeeds. Talents are divided into 5 categories: elemental, enhancement, support, life, and the mysterious special category. Each category is further ranked from F to SSS based on power. Rank is universally recognized as useless. Awakening, it makes no difference. SS rank is the stuff of legends appearing once in a century, capable of reshaping an era. Below that, a rank guarantees admission to the top 10 national academies, let alone rank. Such talents are destined to become regional powerhouses, rare in any decade. Zhao Kuo stepped down, deliberately walking past Su Ming and slamming his shoulder into him. The fire ability grazed Su Ming's right arm, leaving a scorch mark. 3 years. Zhao Kuo was everything at Jiangxing No. One high school, class monitor, rich kid, sole heir of the Zhao Corporation. Yet there was this poor orphan who outscored him by a mile, was better looking, and acted impossibly aloof. What galled him most was the woman beside Su Ming. The universally acknowledged school beauty of Jiangxing No. One high school, skin fair as curdled cream, almond eyes like autumn pools, a smile that sweetened the very air. Boys from the whole grade who secretly adored her could line up from the teaching building to the school gate, and Zhao Kuo was the most infatuated among them. He had everything he could want, but the one woman he desired was devoted to a poor boy who couldn't even afford a house. The sting of rejection hurt worse than a slap. After you awaken, well, see who's the real trash. Zhao Kuo laughed coldly, his gaze deliberately flicking toward the slender figure in the crowd. When the time comes, some things won't be worthy of you either. Su Ming frowned, glanced at the burn on his arm, and said nothing. Inside, however, a torrent of curses erupted. Damn it. The flames nearly got my hair. Rank is no big deal. When I awaken, I'll beat you black and blue. Let you taste the wrath of a top student. He was a transmigrator, his soul originally from Blue Star, a pitiful wage slave sent off by the 996 grind. Fortunately, the body he inherited had decent looks and a sharp mind. For 3 years, he carefully cultivated the persona of a genius prodigy and a cold academic elite. He lived in the shabbiest room, but played the most pretentious game. As long as he got first place this time, the scholarship and the admiring glances from female classmates would give this poor loser immense spiritual satisfaction. Life was tough, but he couldn't complain. After all, had anyone ever seen a gray topper acting like a goofball? 3 years of this act had been exhausting. Zhao Kuo's hostility was his immediate karma. Still putting on a facade had become a habit. Su Ming. Lu Rian beside him gripped his sleeve tightly. Su Ming turned to look at her. Lu Rian was truly beautiful, the kind of ethereal, cool beauty. What's wrong? It's almost my turn. Her voice quivered, her eyes red. If I awaken a really bad talent, will you leave me? Su Ming ruffled her hair. Don't be silly. Of course not. Lu Rian bit her lower lip. Her family situation wasn't much better than Su Ming's, and her grades were consistently at the bottom. She had nothing but a pretty face. Su Ming was the only light in her gray life. He explained problems, bought her meals, carried her to the infirmary when she had a fever. Whenever she held Su Ming's hand, she felt at peace, her mind clearer, and that life was still worth hoping for. Su Ming, after we both awaken, let's get into the best university together, okay? Su Ming nodded and tightened his grip on her small hand. In 3 years of dating, the most intimate they'd been was holding hands. Several times he wanted to push her down and go all the way, but she insisted on waiting until university. His comingafage ceremony wasn't far off anyway. Lu Rian. The mentor called her name. She let go of Su Ming's hand and walked up the awakening platform on trembling legs. Her shaking palm touched the stone tablet, and she closed her eyes. Then a pink, ethereal light burst from the stone without warning, a color so rare that even Zhao Kuo's dark red pillar seemed dull by comparison. The mentor stared wide-eyed at the light screen, his voice trembling with excitement. Lu Rian awakens a rank special talent, Fortune Companion. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Then came a roar of astonishment, several times more frenzied than when the Shrank had awakened. Special category talents. The entire federation saw only a handful awaken each year. And a rank Fortune Companion was hailed by high officials as the perfect partner talent. As long as she became the Tao companion of a powerhouse, the two would form a flawless, closed loop of fortune. She could not only share her partner's cultivation progress, but her talent would also convert into high-purity source energy, doubling the other's cultivation speed and even breaking through realm barriers. She was essentially a walking human breakthrough elixir. Such a talent would make her the most sought-after marriage candidate among the great families of the Federation. The crowd below had gone mad. Holy SHD in a rank special talent. Lu Ruyan. The Lu Ruyan who's always at the bottom of the class. Fortune companion man. That talent paired with the right person is stronger than strength. A real case of a sparrow turning into a phoenix. Lu Ruyan stood on the platform nearly crying from excitement. Her constitution had always been special. Even before awakening, she could absorb the fortune of those near her. It was Su Ming's fortune that had pushed her from mediocrity to the threshold of a rank awakening. Lu Ruyan stood on the high stage, her gaze crossing the crowd. Looking at the boy in the worn school uniform who was giving her a thumbs up and smiling, she felt no guilt in her heart. Only a bone-chilling sense of entitlement. Holy cow! Special category. And fortune companion. That's the legendary top-tier dual cultivation furnace. Su Ming was dumbfounded below the stage. If not for the crowd, he would have done an impromptu martial arts routine right there. My girlfriend awakened a dual cultivation talent. They said transmigrators always have cheats. Wasn't this the cheat heaven had opened for me? This start is unbeatable even for a deity. He almost burst out laughing, then quickly schooled his expression, wearing his Koldamon mask. After a dozen more people, the most anticipated name was finally called. Su Ming. Finally his turn. The mentor's tone carried obvious expectation when he called that name. Top in theory mental strength twice that of his peers, analytical abilities in mock battles that bordered on monstrous. A student like that surely had to start at a rank right. The entire school's attention focused on him. Su Ming Sr., go for it. You must be Shrank. A few lower-grade girls stared dreamily at his lean, upright figure, blushes creeping onto their cheeks. Whoa, he looks so handsome standing there even just in an old uniform. I don't care, I just want to see him shine. Everyone was waiting for him to drop a bombshell. Su Ming straightened his collar. I may be poor, but am the protagonist. He strode onto the awakening platform and pressed his hand against the stone tablet. Tablet, give me some face, shine like crazy. A hum resonated. The stone did shine. Awakening successful. But wait, the color, something's wrong. Why of all colors gray? It was a turbid, lifeless gray. Then the text on the detection screen began to glow. Like a resounding slap, Su Ming awakened class enhancement type talent, increasingly heavy. Before Su Ming could recover from the shock of class, the line of small text below completely broke him. Side effect osteoporosis. The whole place fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then waves of roaring laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Class. The top theorist awakened in class. Increasingly heavy. How is that even a talent? It's pure slow suicide. I just checked the Federation data. This talent increases body weight by 0.1 every day, but the human bonus limit is too pathetic. And the key is it has side effects. Another enhancement type, the class weight of 1,000 June, makes the enemy bear 1,000-fold force. That's truly devastating. The instructor looked as if he had swallowed a fly, shaking his head with helplessness and regret. Even for class, the probability of side effects is only 1%. Yet it fell precisely on Su Ming. Moreover, in this era where elemental and special classes reigned supreme, the bottom-tier physical enhancement class had long been proven a dead end with no future. No matter how strong your strength, could it shatter the space barrier of the mystic class? No matter how tough your defense, could it withstand a class Earth-type psions instantly summoned Earth spikes? The answer is absolutely impossible, unless your genetic potential breaks through the watershed of a class. But that requires an extremely low mutation probability and a massive accumulation of resources. The students who were full of expectation moments ago were now doubled over with laughter. A fallen genius is worse than a dog. After all, a dog can at least awaken a sense of smell enhancement. Su Ming stood on the awakening platform staring at the glaring class, his mind a blank. Is this right? Stone tablet, are you out of ink giving me a gray? My guaranteed admission. My scholarship. And most importantly, my fortune lady. How am I supposed to dual cultivate with Ruyan with this talent? Crush her with my weight. And class chronic terminal talent. It not only has no combat boost whatsoever, it even forces him to scrape together money from his monthly $800 allowance to buy calcium tablets for the elderly, just to stay alive. Su Ming looked at his classmates below the stage who usually copied his homework, but were now laughing louder than anyone. Even though he was usually a joker, he could not even fake a smile now. His legs were weak as he walked down the stage. Not from fear, it was a physical sense of weightlessness after being slapped by fate. Zhao Kuo was already waiting at the bottom of the stage. Behind him were 4 or 5 lackeys, all grinning at Su Ming as if watching a monkey show. Scholar Su, big man. Zhao Kuo blocked his way, tilting his head as he looked him up and down. Class increasingly heavy osteoporosis. TSK tisk, when you get too fat to walk, go to the scrapyard and be a counterweight. The boss will say you're steady. A scholar is nothing after all, not even as good as my class talent. The lackeys roared with laughter. Su Ming said nothing, trying to sidestep him. Zhao Kuo reached out and blocked him, then turned his gaze towards Lu Rian, approaching from behind, his eyes burning with desire. Ruyan, you're a class fortune companion paired with my class lava earth fire will be a match made in heaven. He strode forward, his voice loud enough for half the square to hear, as if staking a claim. Staying with a cripple with osteoporosis will ruin your talent. Lu Rian stopped in her tracks. She looked at Su Ming. Su Ming looked back at her. That was the prettiest girl on campus he had protected for 3 years, about to open the box. He still struggled, inwardly wanting to pull her aside if no one else was around. Rian baby, what's wrong with a class paired with class? Give me a break. I'm heavy, but I'm stable. My bones are loose, but my skills are great. He saw hesitation in Lu Rian's eyes, but the hesitation faded with a speed that chilled him. She looked at Su Ming's pale, handsome face, his worn uniform, and the scorch mark on his right arm from Zhao Kuo's burn. Without a trace of reluctance, she walked over to Zhao Kuo and turned to face Su Ming. Her gaze was as cold as if she had become a different person. Su Ming, let's break up. Her voice was calm, without the slightest trace of guilt or gratitude. My talent dictates that I must be with a true, strong one. We are no longer from the same world. Su Ming felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart, a barbed one. Damn, your hometown is Sichuan, isn't it? What about the promises of a sweet university life? What about saying you'd obey me in everything? A woman's mouth is a liar. You aren't a fortune companion. You're a power chaser companion. The surrounding onlookers fell quiet. Zhao Kuo casually wrapped his arm around Lu Rian's slender waist. She stiffened for a moment, then compliantly leaned into him. He lifted his chin high. Scholar Su, haven't you always wanted to get into a top 10 university? Don't worry, you'll take Rian with me to pass the entrance exam. He deliberately raised his voice to ensure everyone around could hear clearly. When the time comes, just take good care of your osteoporosis at home. Once I become a gold-level powerhouse, maybe you'll come back to see you. After all, you're my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. The laughter surged around like a tide. Getting his girl stolen right in front of him, that's too pathetic. Pathetic? How can Class compete with Class? Can't even keep his own woman, a useless boyfriend. The head teacher Wang Zhangwo, who was far away, saw the crowd and squeezed in. Why aren't you all back in your homeroom after the awakening? What's everyone gathered here for? When he pushed through the crowd and saw the situation, he froze for a moment. As the homeroom teacher, he knew very well how Su Ming and Lu Rian had gotten through these 3 years. After a brief moment of stupefaction, his face blossomed into a fawning smile. Zhao Kuo, Rian, you two have done a great service for our Jiangxing First High School for Class 2 today. Wang Zhangwo rubbed his hands together, utterly lacking the demeanor of a teacher, and praised them loudly in front of the whole class. Class paired with a class. This is a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. I could tell from the audience earlier. In this whole school, only you two are the most compatible couple. Hearing the homeroom teacher's blatant flattery and seeing Lu Rian not only without resistance, but docilely obedient, Zhao Kuo felt as if he had stepped onto cloud 9. Su Ming stood there watching this ridiculous and nauseating scene. Since old Wang says, so I wish you two a happy marriage and many children. Everyone make way, don't block me from going home to eat my calcium tablets. With that, without another glance at the crowd, he turned and prepared to leave. Having lived 2 lives, now was not the time to act impulsively. However, this unexpected calmness was like an invisible slap, harshly striking Zhao Kuo's face. What Zhao Kuo had expected to see was the top student who always looked down on everyone, crying hysterically, helplessly raging, or even begging pathetically. He had held back for 3 years for this moment. But Su Ming's attitude of "I lost, but you didn't really win" either still struck him as unbearably piercing. Stop. Did I give you permission to leave? Zhao Kuo took a sideways step and firmly blocked Su Ming's path, his eyes dark and murderous. A cripple who can barely walk, and you still dare to put on your pretentious scholar air in front of me. Zhao Kuo pointed at the bluestone slab beneath his feet from a height, malice dripping from his eyes. Now kneel down and count out to me loudly. Wish Rian and me happiness. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, he'll spare you a few $1,000 to buy calcium pills. Whispers began among the onlookers. Everyone could see that Zhao Kuo intended to crush Su Ming's dignity completely. Su Ming stopped in his tracks, slowly raised his head, and silently cursed every female relative of Zhao Kuo 100 times in his heart. Facing the terrifying heat waves radiating from the Class Awakener, his eyes showed no sign of retreat, only his own stubbornness. And Class talent indeed lets you swagger through Jiangxing. Su Ming's words were clear, neither humble nor arrogant. but federal law hasn't given you the privilege to make a citizen kneel. Get out of my way. This fearless, cold refusal ignited Zhao Kuo's arrogance. You're using federal law against me. Do you even know who I am? Zhao Kuo's face contorted viciously. Wong, a dark red sticky flame suddenly burst from his right hand. The violent heat of this glass lava earth fire made the surrounding air warp. Die cripple. Zhao Kuo showed no mercy, driving a fiery fist with the heat of magma straight towards Su Ming's chest. Su Ming showed shock for the first time. He hadn't expected Zhao Kuo to actually strike. At that moment, only one line echoed in his mind. Save me. System. Cheat. Old man. Even a brick would do. If you don't show up now, it'll really become carbon-grilled counterweight. Su Ming's pupils dilated in shock. He couldn't escape. The side effects of the ever-increasing weight had already begun to manifest. The heaviness in his body was accompanied by signs of osteoporosis. His nerves completely failed to keep up with the explosive power of its glass awakener. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his arms tightly in front of him. Bang! The fiery fist struck hard against Su Ming's arm. The burning sensation tore through the skin of his forearm, accompanied by a sickening crack from deep within the marrow. Ugh! Su Ming let out a muffled groan, his entire body being sent staggering back 5 or 6 steps by the immense force. The sleeves of his worn school uniform instantly turned to ashes, the skin on his forearms reddening and blistering. The excruciating pain from the fractured ulna caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to let out a single scream. Zhao Kuo flicked the flames off his hands with a cruel smile. Did your bones crack? With the next punch, let's see how you block it. As he spoke, a basketball-sized fireball began to coalesce in the palm of his hand, clearly harboring murderous intent. Stop it. At that moment, the homeroom teacher Wang Zhengwo finally stepped in, pretending to intervene. He wasn't there to protect Su Ming, but rather to appease Zhao Kuo as he pressed down on his hand. Zhao Xiao, calm down. Using lethal abilities on school grounds violates school rules. The college entrance exam is approaching. It's not worth it to get a reprimand for someone like him. Having finished, he suddenly turned and pointed a finger at Su Ming, berating him furiously. Su Ming, you are truly an ungrateful wretch. The school has allowed you to study for free for 3 years because you are an orphan. Is this how you repay us? Insulting your classmates and provoking a martial arts genius. At that moment, Su Ming also felt a surge of anger. Clenching his fractured arm, he coldly stared at Wang Zhengwo. Who did I insult? He attacked me first. Are you blind? Nonsense. You were the one who spoke first. Wang Zhengwo insisted, distorting the truth. I officially declare that Su Ming has poor character and extremely low talent. Effective immediately, you are expelled from Class 2 of your senior year. You're not even qualified to participate in the college entrance exam. And I. Wang Zhengwo's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he added, I will apply to the Federation to cancel your monthly orphan poverty subsidy of 800 yuan. For Su Ming, those 800 yuan were not just meal money. They were crucial for buying calcium supplements to extend his life. Killing didn't require a knife, just a sharp tongue. Su Ming fixed his gaze on Wang Zhengwo, speaking each word deliberately. Article 17 of the federal law states that no one has the right to deprive an eligible awakener of their college entrance exam qualifications. As long as I pass both the written and practical tests, I can obtain a ticket to the martial arts university. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhengwo was initially taken aback, then let out a cold laugh inwardly. Good for you, bookworm. You seem quite familiar with the law. But you must have forgotten, even first-level mutated beasts vary in strength. If they assign you a rampaging iron-armored pig for the practical exam, you might not even leave its remains behind. He was still waiting for his plan to unfold when Zhao Kuo scoffed and stepped forward. Su Ming, you understand the law, so you must know that the practical exam allows for students to challenge each other in arena matches, right? He lowered his voice, teasing like a cat playing with a mouse. I formally challenge you to the arena for the practical exam in 7 days. Once on the stage, your life or death will be left to fate. I will shatter every remaining bone in your body in front of the entire school. Su Ming knew that in the face of absolute strength and status disparity, making threats was meaningless except for providing the other party with a sense of mockery. Those with power flaunted it, while those without were mere fools. He gazed deeply at Zhao Kuo, Lu Ruyan, and that condescending Wang Zhengwo. He engraved those 3 vile faces into his memory. All right, I'll see you at the college entrance exam in 7 days. With that, Su Ming turned and walked out of the awakening hall with heavy steps that betrayed his increased weight. Once outside, Su Ming felt as if his flesh were infused with lead. The side effects of ever-increasing weight had come on far too swiftly. Su Ming looked up at the dull gray sky and let out a long breath. From this day forward, Su Ming would no longer pretend. What aloofness, what a scholar, what indifference. All of it was complete nonsense. He was just a poor loser, a jester, a hapless soul who had crossed over only to be crushed by fate. But so what? A hint of a smile crossed his face, one filled with self-mockery, relief, and a touch of madness. If he truly was a worthless life, then he could just get beaten to death by Zhao Kuo in 7 days at the arena and simply create a new account. But what if he had a chance to turn things around? What if he had the means to grow stronger? Then all the words he had buried deep within would come spilling out word for word to be delivered to them. He staggered back to his cramped low-rent apartment. The moment he pushed the door open, his body could no longer hold up. His kneecaps let out a dull thud as Su Ming crashed onto the concrete floor, his forehead striking with a bruise. He attempted to prop himself up to rise. The piercing pain in his arms made him grimace. He could feel his body becoming heavier with each passing second. This was his innate talent. It wasn't about getting stronger, it was about being crushed by his own weight. 3 years of crossing over diligently being a good student, he had been quite content with the mundane script. Yet on awakening day, fate had decided to grind him into the ground. His girlfriend left, the whole school mocked him, and he ended up with the talent for chronic self-destruction. If web novels were written like this, readers would surely curse. Those who curse must help me write a bad review for the Crossing Association. At this moment, he had no mind to fantasize about those 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West type of revenge stories. He lay quietly on the rough ground, his gaze fixed on the cracks in the ceiling. A low laugh echoed from his throat. Ha ha ha, is it heavy? Let it be heavier. Osteoporosis. It had better become even worse. As long as I don't die today, this world will tremble because of my weight. This kind of madness on the verge of collapse seemed to touch upon some forbidden edge. At that moment, a cold mechanical prompt echoed in the depths of his mind. Detected that the host's bone density is severely lacking. The body is facing a quality collapse crisis, meeting activation conditions. Beginning analysis of host talent, grade, ever-increasing weight. Analysis complete. Matching with the source sequence library of the Myriad Realms. Match successful. Sequence compatibility 100. Beginning evolution and enhancement. 10, 20, 100. Congratulations, host, your talent has received the ultimate enhancement. Grade ever-increasing weight has been promoted to SS grade infinite quality evolution unique. What? A system? The near-unconscious Su Ming's mind exploded with noise. He suddenly jolted awake forcefully, pulling himself back from the brink of darkness. Indeed, the heavens do not let the blind sparrow starve. He knew that the system would not treat any transmigrated person from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom unfairly. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming used the last bit of strength in his arms to turn over, leaning his back against the edge of the bed. System, come out. Let me see what you look like. No response came from his mind. Hey, system, don't act aloof. We are family now, at least respond to me. The host is requested to check the status panel directly. This system does not possess casual chat functions. Su Ming's eyes lit up. View panel. In the next moment, a blue translucent panel visible only to him slowly unfolded in his line of sight. Host Su Ming, realm first stage, black iron life, form first life, form carbon-based, mortal, true quality, 76 kilograms, quality points 0, promotion progress 7. 6 needs to devour 924 kilograms of pure quality to advance to the next stage. Below the talent section were 3 grids emanating a dark golden glow. Sequence 1, quality amplification, evolutionary form of the original grade talent, increasing heaviness, your true quality increases daily by 1 of the current value with no upper limit. Sequence 2, quality reconstruction, repair form of the side effect osteoporosis, the bonus load-bearing capacity increases synchronously with quality, and when the life form transitions, the body will automatically reconstruct. It can also actively consume quality points for emergency repairs on damaged bodies. Sequence 3, quality, devouring, your body transforms into a microscopic black hole capable of devouring all solid materials containing quality and energy through direct contact, converting them into quality points for storage. Active devouring will allow you to break through faster. Su Ming stared at these words for a full 10 seconds, confirming that he wasn't fainting and dreaming. Then he squinted his eyes, beginning to understand and digest these 3 god-level cheats. Sequence 1, quality amplification, increasing the current value by 1 daily. The previous grade talent only increased by 0.1 daily, and now it has directly multiplied by 10. As a top student who consistently ranked first in theoretical classes, he was extremely sensitive to numbers. The power of compound interest is a terrifying existence that 99% of people in this world underestimate. His current weight is 76 kilograms. Increasing by 0.1 daily after 1 year of 365 days, he would only weigh around 110 kilograms. Coupled with the side effect, his ultimate fate would be that of a nearly 200 kilogram weak fat man who would fracture even while walking. What about that 1 daily increase? He closed his eyes, rapidly running through the calculations in his mind. Today 76 kilograms, tomorrow 76. 76 kilograms, the day after tomorrow 77. 53 kilograms. 101 raised to the power of 365. Su Ming silently calculated for a few seconds, arriving at a number that sent chills down his spine. After 1 year, his weight would soar to 2,872 kilograms, close to 3 tons. Su Ming gasped. One was 110 kilograms, the other 2,872 kilograms. Both increasing just a little daily, yet the results differed by 26 times. An adult first-stage armored pig would weigh only about 2 tons at most. And Su Ming, even if he did nothing, just lay around watching dramas and playing games, a year later would turn into a tudinate humanoid monster. This number would continue to snowball. By the second year, it would reach 108 tons. A third-stage beast would weigh about that much, right? As for the fourth stage, he had never seen one. Moreover, the panel also displayed 3 words: no upper limit. Einstein said that compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world, and he was not wrong. He no longer dared to calculate what his weight would be in the 5th year or the 10th year. That number would be so large that it would have no physical meaning. Or rather, at that point, he would be the embodiment of physical meaning. However, he also knew that relying solely on passive growth was too slow. Reaching over 2 tons in a year wasn't enough to fill the gaps left by Zhao Kuo's grade. He needed to be faster. Su Ming swallowed hard, shifting his gaze to the second sequence. Sequence 2: Quality Reconstruction. The moment he finished reading the explanation, he instinctively moved his limbs. Then he froze. His body indeed felt lighter. During the return from the awakening hall, his bones felt as if they were filled with mercury, and with every step his knees protested. But now that sense of pressure had completely vanished. He tried bending his legs, standing up and squatting down. His knee joints made no noise at all. He even felt that his bones were sturdier than before awakening. The load-bearing capacity of bones increases synchronously with quality. Su Ming read the words on the panel quietly, his eyes growing brighter. This meant that regardless of how high sequence 1 pushed his quality, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 100,000 kilograms, his bones would automatically adapt and would never be crushed by their own weight. It turned out that the despairing side effect of osteoporosis was not eliminated, but was directly transformed into compatible infrastructure. It was like creating an engine that would never blow a gasket. Wait, something is off. Su Ming's mind raced, suddenly realizing a more terrifying physical blind spot. What about the volume? He looked down at his body. There was no change in size. He was still that 185-meter tall, slightly thin youth. So here's the question. Quality is increasing while volume remains unchanged. What is changing? Density. Su Ming straightened up, suddenly a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. With his 185-meter tall and slightly thin figure, his volume is about 0.075 cubic meters, with a density similar to water, around 1,050 kilograms per cubic meter. But what if his weight soared to 2,872 kilograms a year later? Volume unchanged, mass exploding to nearly 3 tons. 2872 divided by 0.075. The density would reach 38,000 kilograms per cubic meter. The density of steel is only 7,800 and tungsten is merely 19,300. This means that a year later his BOTUS average density would be 5 times that of steel, twice that of tungsten. His bones, muscle fibers, blood, skin, and every single cell would be reconstructed into a super high-density form. This implies that ordinary bullets would not even break the surface of his skin. Alloy swords would shatter upon contact. The defensive type awakeners in the academy. Some rely on earth escape techniques to cover their bodies with rocky armor. Others use metallization talents to harden their skin into iron shells. And what about him? He doesn't need to add anything. With just the density of his flesh, he has already reached the ceiling of carbon-based life. Moreover, this density is increasing at a compound rate. What if it reaches 108 tons? Su Ming clenched his fists, his breath becoming heavier. My muscles, blood, internal organs, and even the molecular structure of a single hair will be infinitely compressed and densified. Extreme quality equates to absolute defense. He glanced at his right arm, where burn marks and faint bone cracks from Zhao Kuo's fireball still lingered. Now this little injury still caused him pain, but the corners of Su Ming's mouth slightly curled up, his eyes brimming with uncontainable anticipation. Once his density increases several times, Zhao Kuo's proud sprayed fireball would probably feel like trying to heat an iron door with a lighter. At that moment, a line of small text popped up on the panel. Detected: right arm ulna, fracture, moderate muscle burn, 18 muscle tissue damage. Repair requires quality points 20 points. Damn Zhao Kuo. He cursed under his breath, glancing at the quality points which were at 0. Broke. Su Ming sighed. A crafty worker cannot make bricks without straw. No matter how strong the repair function is, it's pointless if the account balance is 0. But it's okay, because he still has the third sequence. The most important sequence. Sequence 3: Quality Devouring. Microscopic black hole. Through direct contact, devour all solid materials containing quality and energy, converting them into quality points for storage. Su Ming read this passage over and over again. Everything. Solid. Material. He slowly looked around his lower-end apartment. Theoretically, everything in this room could be consumed. Su Ming suppressed the urge to try and began to rethink. The real horror of this sequence 3 does not lie in itself. The description of devouring all solid materials is already monstrous. But what would happen when it combines with sequence 1's passive growth? Su Ming became even more excited. The most crucial part of the compound interest formula is not the interest rate, but the principle. This is not addition. This is like giving an external boost to the base of an exponential function. This is amazing. Unable to contain his joy any longer, he eagerly pressed the palm of his left hand against a thick theoretical textbook on the bedside. He silently chanted in his mind, "Devour! Devour!" Su Ming felt a sudden warmth in his palm. A minuscule jet-black vortex emerged from the center of his palm's lines. The pages began to gradually yellow and age. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full minute passed. The half-kilogram book crumbled into a fine grayish-white powder, as if it had endured thousands of years of weathering slipping through his fingers. A system notification chimed. Ding. Devouring printed books purification and refining complete quality. 0.001 minimum guarantee. 0.01. Su Ming's eyelids twitched wildly. System, are you cutting me a deal here? Can't you at least give me a guaranteed 0.1? Complaints aside, it was still an attempt. Moreover, paper is made from plant fibers which have a low density, so it's understandable. He turned his gaze to the broken wooden chair beside him with a leg tied with iron wire. Let's try it again, maybe it's stronger than paper. He placed his left hand on it. Devour. Another long minute of waiting. The chair withered and shattered inch by inch under his palm, ultimately turning into a pile of wood shavings and ashes. Ding. Devouring wooden chair purification and refining complete quality. 0.001 minimum guarantee. Su Ming's mouth twitched. The same minimum guarantee. He surveyed the cramped room, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. No need to test water, its density is similar to that of the human body. Su Ming's eyes finally rested on the red brick under the table in the corner. Weighing around 5 kilograms, sintered clay, it likely contains some iron and silicate. He pressed his palm against it. Devour. A minute later, the hard red brick instantly turned into a pile of dry yellow earth in his hand. The table leg supporting the brick lost its support, crashing down with a loud bang, causing the enamel jar to roll off the table and hit the ground with a piercing sound. Ding. Devouring construction bricks purification and refining complete quality. 0.1. 5 kilograms of bricks turned to dust, and I only got 1 point out of it. Su Ming brushed off the remaining yellow dust from his fingers. To effectively refine quality points, he needed to go for something more substantial. He crouched down and pulled something out from under the bed. A 20-kilogram cast iron dumbbell. Its surface was covered with a layer of reddish-brown rust, feeling rough to the touch, and the rubber grip had long since cracked. He had bought this from a second-hand market thinking it would help strengthen his body. This was also the hardest asset in the entire house. Su Ming pressed his left palm against it. Devour. This time the sensation was different. The miniature black hole in his palm seemed to have caught a whiff of blood, its suction suddenly intensifying. The 20-kilogram iron block visibly dimmed and turned gray under his hands. The rust fell off first, followed by the oxidation layer and metal crystals. A minute later, the heavy dumbbell completely vanished, leaving only a small pile of foul-smelling rust and a few rubber scraps on the ground. Ding. Devouring low-quality dumbbell purification and refining complete quality. 0.14. Su Ming scratched his head while looking at the pile of debris on the ground. 14 points. Was this a 6-kilogram tax? System, are you robbing me? 20 kilograms only netted me 14 points. Su Ming was furious, frantically questioning the system in his mind. Can you at least purify only the useful parts? Can you leave the remaining impurities? This constant turning things to ashes, how am I supposed to live? This sequence involves microscopic black hole collapse and separation. Once devoured, the mass returns to the singularity and the conventional material form cannot be restored. Hearing the system's reply, Su Ming rolled his eyes. The laws of physics are indeed cold and ruthless. Su Ming looked at his quality point balance of 15.02, still nearly 5 points short. His gaze slowly shifted behind him. That rusty iron single bed stood quietly in the corner. The iron pipe-welded bed frame weighed at least 10 kilograms. Even with the severe rust, squeezing out 7 or 8 points shouldn't be a problem. Su Ming's hand had already lifted, but the action froze midair. If I devour the bed, where will I sleep tonight? Moreover, the rent is due this month, and the landlord wanted to deduct $50 last year for peeling walls. If they discover the entire bed is gone, The $300 deposit would be directly deducted. His entire fortune now was only about $1,000. Su Ming's hand hovered in midair, lingering without descending. System, is there any way to just absorb a little? I only need the surface layer of metal elements. Leaving me a frame would suffice for sleeping. Silence. A full 5 seconds of silence. Well, that's that. It seems the system has never been bound to such a destitute host before. Current host is in the first life form state with only the basic devouring sequence open. This sequence operates in full collapse mode, unable to perform localized separation. Upon advancing to the second tier, the system mall will unlock, allowing the exchange of high-level functions for rapid devouring in the siphoning sequence once the second life form is reached. Su Ming's eyes brightened. What will the second life form be like? But he first needed to gather 20 quality points. Let's do it. Tonight he'll sleep on the floor, and tomorrow he'll become the boss. Su Ming bent down to roll up the pitifully thin mattress from the bed and tossed it into the corner. He then pulled out the wooden planks laid on the iron frame one by one and stacked them against the wall. At least he could use them as bedding for one night. After doing this, he pressed his left palm against the rusty leg of the iron bed. Devour. A warmth surged from his palm as the black hole activated again. 1 second, 2 seconds. The bed leg visibly thinned with the welding points breaking first. When the last segment of the beam silently crumbled into powder beneath his palm. Exactly 1 minute. The iron frame bed that had occupied half the room completely vanished, making the room feel much more spacious. Ding. Devouring low-quality iron bed purification and refining complete quality point 22. It worked. He opened the panel and the quality point balance fluctuated to settle at 37.02. The system notification followed suit. Quality points meet the repair conditions. Repairing all damaged bones and tissues will consume 20 quality points. Do you wish to repair? Repair. In the next moment, a scalding flow surged from his chest into his right arm. A soft cracking sound came from the fracture. The burned skin on his forearms began to visibly peel and regenerate at an astounding speed. The repair process was completed in just over 10 seconds. His arms were as good as new with not a single scar left behind. Moreover, he felt that the reconstructed ulna seemed even harder than before. He stood up, moved his arms a bit, and turned to look outside. Su Ming licked his lips. The arena competition in 7 days. It should be quite interesting. After the excitement, Su Ming faced a very real problem. He was too poor. So poor that he couldn't even take the first step towards changing his fate. Quality point balance 17.02. Federal currency account, less than $1,000. To stand out in the arena competition for the college entrance exam, he would need to devour at least a ton of metal. Even the cheapest scrap iron has a market recycling price of 20 cents per kilogram. A few tons would amount to several $1,000s. Selling himself wouldn't even cover it. Then there's only to ponder on zero-cost purchasing. Now the question becomes where to find so much free scrap metal. Going out to pry municipal manhole covers would get him arrested by the federal guard. Suddenly, Su Ming recalled someone mocking him during his awakening today. Go work at the dump as a weight. Right. The dump. The High Marshal Waste Factory. That place is piled high with fragments of weapons destroyed during the training of Awakeners, scrap alloy armor, and broken mecha parts. A complete mountain of metal waste. Moreover, it said that they are always hiring temporary workers to sort through the waste. Although the pay is pitifully low, but who said I'm going there to earn a wage? I've always loved having a bit of hard food since I was young. At 6 in the morning, Su Ming stepped out the door. The floor he slept on last night was icy cold, but thanks to the strong heating, he woke up feeling surprisingly good. His body after quality reconstruction was stronger than it had ever been. Although the changes brought about by the increased density were not yet apparent, the solid feeling emanating from his bones was undeniably real. He took out his phone to check the route. Xinghe Waste Treatment Plant. It was the largest armed waste recycling point in Jiang City, specifically handling the discarded equipment eliminated by the Southern Military District. The job postings online were clear, continuously recruiting temporary porters. They required awakened individuals of D rank or above, offering a daily wage of 150. It wasn't about the money. What he valued was the discarded military equipment. Tank, armor, mecha wreckage, alloy weapon fragments, all high-purity metals. Swallowing a small piece could be equivalent to digesting 100 textbooks. In the outskirts of Jiang City, the bus rattled and finally came to a stop. Su Ming got off and walked for 10 minutes, eventually spotting a vast factory area surrounded by barbed wire. Behind the barbed wire were towering mountains of metal waste higher than 3-story buildings. Broken alloy blades were stuck in the piles of scrap iron, and shattered mecha wreckage was strewn about. Rusty tank tracks lay coiled in circles, gleaming with a dark red metallic sheen under the morning light. Su Ming swallowed hard. It felt like a mouse falling into a rice vat. No, this wasn't a rice vat. It was a granary. A metal sign was nailed to the barbed wire. Designated Recycling Unit of the Southern Military District. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and walked towards the main entrance. There was a long line at the factory gate, at least 30 to 40 people. All were burly men, broad-shouldered and round-waisted, with arms thicker than Su Ming's thighs. They were clearly awakened individuals applying for the temporary porter job, most of them E or D rank. Su Ming quietly stood at the end of the line. A bald, muscular man in front turned to glance at him several times. The look in his eyes was unmistakable. What was a little kid doing here? The line slowly moved forward. At the entrance, a metal table was set up, behind which sat a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh and a knife scar on his left cheek, surrounded by several large sandbags. This man was known as Scarly, the recruitment foreman of the factory, an awakened individual of D rank. The rules were simple: step up, lift a sandbag, and walk 2 laps. A burly A-rank man stepped forward, grasped a 200-pound sandbag with both hands, and shouted as he hoisted it onto his shoulder. He walked 2 laps, steadily earning applause from those around. Scarly waved his hand, tossing a temporary pass to the man. Next, D rank. Lift a 500-pound sandbag without turning red or panting. Scarly nodded in satisfaction and issued another pass. The recipient walked in with his head held high, basking in the envious gazes of those still waiting in line. Su Ming observed from behind, his mind racing. Last night, his actual weight had increased from 76 kilograms to 76. 76 kilograms. The 1% daily increase had already begun, but this increment felt no different from before. Essentially, he still possessed the strength of an ordinary person. It shouldn't be too embarrassing, right? He felt uncertain. The line moved forward one by one, and soon it was Su Ming's turn. Scarly looked up at him, his gaze pausing on Su Ming's young and slender face. Student. Yes, Jiang City, no. 1 high school, grade 12. Awakened. Su Ming produced his student ID and handed it over. Scarly picked up the scanner on the table and swiped it. The moment the light screen popped up, his expression changed. F rank strengthening system, increasingly heavy. He read aloud, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those around to hear. Side effects. Osteoporosis. Q members immediately began whispering among themselves. Scarly slammed the student ID down on the table, letting out a snort of laughter. F rank. Side effects. What kind of sickly person are you? Get lost, don't come here to cause trouble. Su Ming remained still. Uncle Lee. Don't call me uncle, we're not familiar. Scarly crossed his arms. The factory deals with scrap weighing hundreds or thousands of pounds. With your little frame, if something falls on you, you'll be crushed. Will that be counted as a workplace injury or suicide? Someone behind laughed out loud. A top student from No. 1 high school is here to take away our jobs. With arms and legs like that, can you even lift a piece of scrap metal? F rank talent, truly worthless. Oh, what's the use of studying? Su Ming stood quietly, his expression calm. He had already heard such remarks all day yesterday at school. Zhao Kuo had said it, Lu Ruyin had said it, Wang Jiangua had said it, and his classmates had said it. Now even the laborers at the waste plant were saying it. But what he found absurd was that these people like him were all at the bottom of society. E and D rank awakened individuals held no essential difference from F rank in the eyes of true powerhouses. They were all cattle and horses, just some could carry an extra 200 pounds. The lower classes trampled on the lower classes, the pressure increasing. Su Ming's peripheral vision remained fixed on the mountains of metal waste behind the barbed wire. That was not scrap metal. That was his bargaining chip to stand in this cannibalistic world. As long as he could get in, he wouldn't mind a little scorn, and he could even call them grandfather. Su Ming pressed down the corners of his mouth, replacing it with a sincere expression. He pulled out a pack of inexpensive cigarettes he had bought for 8 yuan at the convenience store downstairs before coming. He took one out and handed it over. Uncle Lee, could you make an exception? I know my strength isn't great, but my mental power is decent. I can do meticulous sorting of waste. Just consider it a great mercy. You just feed me 3 meals a day, and I won't ask for any salary. Scarly glanced at the pack of cigarettes. 8 yuan worth. He pushed Su Ming's hand away in one swift motion, shaking his flabby body. Even if you don't want money, I won't support a useless person. If you break yourself after 2 days, do I have to pay for your medical bills? Hurry up, Virum. He hadn't finished speaking. A low rumble of an engine descended from above, causing everyone to instinctively look up. A silver-gray hovering aircraft swooped in from the direction of the urban area. Its lines were cold and streamlined, unmistakably military-grade. The aircraft landed steadily on the dedicated landing pad at the factory entrance. The laborers in line fell silent in an instant. The cabin door opened. A long straight leg stepped out first. Black combat boots hit the concrete ground, making a crisp sound. The newcomer was dressed in a sleek black nano-combat suit. It tightly wrapped around her breathtaking body contour. The extreme curves stripped away all lowly hints of sexual desire. Instead, it was filled with a wild, explosive power. The shoulder insignia was embroidered with a silver battle blade emblem, and her long hair was tied back. Her forehead was smooth and her jawline sharp. She appeared to be around 178 centimeters tall, with a perfect 9-head proportion. Her features were exquisitely beautiful. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like cold stars, her nose high, and her lips slightly pursed. There was a heroic aura in her countenance, the kind that suggested she had experienced real combat. Lu Ruyan's beauty was that of deliberate softness meant to please. When she smiled, you knew she was laughing at you for falling for her charms. This woman was different. When she stood there, she resembled a newly tempered tang, sword poised at your throat. All you wanted to do was stand at attention. The laborers who had just been laughing heartily fell silent in an instant. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. He had seen beautiful women before. The internet celebrities from his past life, he often watched them late at night, but they were easily forgotten after a glance. This woman was different. Miss? Scar Lee's fleshy face instantly transformed, grinning like a blooming flower as he jogged towards her. Su Ming watched Scar Lee's two-faced demeanor with astonishment. In his heart, he awarded him the best face change award of the day. The woman glanced at the scene at the factory entrance, and her lips slightly moved. Where's my dad? 2 words spoken in a cold voice. Pleasant to hear, captivating. The boss is waiting for you in the gravity training room on the 3rd underground floor. Scar Lee nodded and bowed. Miss, you've returned from the capital. It's been a long journey. Enough. The woman interrupted him, preparing to step inside. Her gaze swept over the crowd, suddenly pausing. To be precise, it stopped at Su Ming's faded school uniform. She paused. Jiang City, no. 1 high school. Su Ming nodded. Grade 12. Uncle Lee. She turned her head to look at Scar Lee, her tone casual. Since he's also a student from Jiang City, please take care of him. Yes, absolutely. Scar Lee nodded repeatedly, then turned to Su Ming with a changed expression. Hey, aren't you going to thank the young lady? Thank you. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Su Ming mentally slapped himself. Su Ming, you're almost out of food, and yet you still have the heart to admire beautiful women. Do you deserve the tissues by your bed? Yet he couldn't help but glance again. Tsk tisk, what a quality. Exquisite. Then he silently rated her in his mind. Beauty score 9. 5. Charisma score 9. 8. The woman didn't linger, walking directly into the depths of the factory. Scar Lee watched the young lattice silhouette disappear around the corner of the factory, then turned back to size up Su Ming with a grunt. Consider yourself lucky. Come to work tomorrow. You're only allowed in the sorting area. Don't wander into the heavy materials zone. If anything happens, I won't take responsibility. Next. Su Ming stepped aside, his gaze drifting past Scar Lee beyond the barbed wire, landing on the endless mountains of metal waste. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Miss, you've really let Sun Wukong into the peach garden. In the Starfire waste treatment plant on the 3rd underground level within the gravity training room, Shun Hanyuan sat on an iron chair, spinning 2 super golden walnuts in his hands. The walnuts were not large, their surfaces glistening with a faint golden sheen, each weighing 50 kilograms. In the hands of an ordinary person, they would be impossible to lift, but in his palm, they felt like toys spinning rapidly between 2 fingers with a whirring sound. Standing at 1.90 meters with shoulders as wide as a wall, Shun Hanyuan had retired for many years, yet the aura of a soldier had not diminished in the slightest. However, today this military big shot, whom the circles of the imperial capital referred to as Lord Shun, could not suppress the corners of his mouth. His daughter was coming back. She had been admitted to the Federal Central Military University last year, and he had not seen her face for a whole year. Although they had made numerous video calls, that girl talked incessantly about training and interbeast encounters. Their conversations often turned into tactical seminars. Even though he was accustomed to the storms of life, just thinking about his little cotton jacket, not having returned home for a year, filled him with excitement. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Not too fast, not too slow, the rhythm stable, each step solid. It was a standard military march. The door opened. Shen Qingzi stood at the entrance, still clad in her black combat uniform. Yet at the moment she saw Shun Hongyuan, all the coldness vanished from her face. Dad! As she called out, she leapt over. The 1.78 meters tall girl clung directly onto Shun Hanyuan. Shen Hanyuan caught her and patted her back, feigning annoyance. You're already grown up. Shen Qingzi nestled against him. I missed you. Shen Hanyuan felt a lump in his throat and quickly looked up at the ceiling. Fortunately, there were no cameras in the training room. If those roughnecks from the plant saw this, his dignity would be lost forever. All right, sit down and talk. He pressed his daughter into a chair and looked her over from head to toe. Her cheekbones were more defined than last year, and her chin had sharpened. But she looked vibrant and energetic, her eyes shining brightly. You've clearly lost weight. Is the food at school bad? Not at all, it's just that the training is intense. Shen Qingzi took a big gulp of water. Our instructor is a madman. We have at least 2 outdoor combat drills every week, and the farthest one was to the gray zone on the outskirts of a Class B city. Shen Hongyuan's brow twitched slightly, but he didn't respond. There was a significant difference in training intensity between military martial arts universities and ordinary martial arts universities. Only the best of the best could be admitted, and only those who graduated alive could be considered to have truly passed the test. After a moment of silence, Shen Hongyuan suddenly changed the topic, trying to sound as casual as possible. At school, are you dating anyone? After saying this, he subconsciously sat up straighter. This was the dilemma every father faced. If his daughter said no, he would feel relieved. His daughter was ambitious and wouldn't be led astray by those rotten boys. But he also had a lingering worry. Was she really planning to remain single for life? But if his daughter said yes, that would be even worse. Shen Hongyuan's hand, spinning the walnuts, unconsciously sped up. Shen Qingxi looked at her father's face, which pretended to be calm, but was actually on high alert, feeling a bit helpless. She truly couldn't understand what her old man meant. Every time they had a video call, he would ask if anyone was pursuing her. Were all the boys blind? But the last time she casually mentioned that a male classmate helped her block an attack from an interbeast, Shen Hongyuan's face turned dark immediately. He had grilled her for a full 20 minutes about that boy's name, student ID, hometown, and family relations within 3 generations. Did he hope for her to date someone, or did he not? Shen Qingxi decided to tell the truth. No. Shen Hongyuan's walnut paused for a moment. I came back this time to team up with my teammates for a mission and stopped by home to take a look. She leaned back against the chair, her gaze calm, but resolute. Right now I have no thoughts of those things. My goal is the peak of martial arts. Shen Hongyuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Good. She truly was his daughter. He then caught on to another keyword. Teammates. Yes, a duo mission. Shen Hongyuan casually spun the walnut. Is it a male or female? Male. Did he come to Jiangxing with you? Shen Hongyuan put down the walnut and leaned forward suddenly. His expression shifted from that of a caring father to an interrogative one. What is your relationship with him? Shen Qingxi rolled her eyes. We're just classmates. The instructor arranged for me to do a training task at the Southern Abyss entrance, and he has an inter-beast task, so we're just accompanying each other. Accompanying each other. Shen Hongyuan snorted coldly. The imperial capital is to the north and Jiangxing is to the south. How is that accompanying each other? Dad, don't worry, Shen Qingxi reassured him again. It's just going to the Abyss entrance for a training task. I don't have time for romance. Shen Hongyuan stared at his daughter for several seconds. He knew his daughter's personality well. Since childhood, she had been obsessed with martial arts, spending her childhood years practicing with knives while other girls played with dolls. Her mind was filled with training and combat. But her striking beauty and devilish figure were also incredibly tempting. He feared not just thieves, but also the attention of those with ill intentions. He needed to check on that boy's background one day. Frowning, he leaned back in the chair, looking at his spirited daughter before him. 19 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Shen Qingxi had shown exceptional talent in martial arts since she was young, her temperament resembling that of her mother, fierce, decisive, and tougher than steel. It was precisely this disposition that had awakened her S-level metallic talent, Gongjin Daogu. But the stronger she became, the more he felt heartache. Who would take his flower-away pot and all in the future? Whoever dared to become her husband would first have to endure a beating from him. Let's not talk about this anymore. He stood up, changing his expression. I prepared a gift for you. What? Shen Qingxi's eyes lit up. Shen Hongyuan walked to the corner of the training room and lifted a heavy blackout cloth. Beneath it stood a humanoid robot. At 1.85 m, it had the standard build of an adult male. Its entire body was clad in dark silver high-density alloy armor with precision hydraulic structures at the joints. Its face bore no features, only a smooth sensor panel. The latest heavy combat robot from the Federal Research Center, codenamed Bedrock, Shen Hongyuan said, patting its shoulder. The metal collision produced a dull thud. Forged from high-density alloy throughout, its actual mass is 2.4 tons. Its reaction speed matches a Brank Awakener, and its defensive strength can withstand a full-force charge from a third-tier aberrant beast. Shen Qingxi's eyes curved into crescents. Wow. Thanks, Dad. Did you get it through internal channels again? Your old man spent 20 years serving the military district. One phone call was all it took. Shen Hongyuan spoke lightly, but his heart was bleeding. 8 million federal credits, half a year's profit from the factory, had all been sunk into it. Still, after comparing the specs and testing it with a few moves, he deemed it worth it. His daughter was about to train at the Abyss Gate, where even third-tier awakeners had been lost. Having Bedrock as a sparring partner and bodyguard would set his mind at ease. Your name on the capital's rising star list made me proud, Shen Hongyuan said, a rare warmth in his voice laced with undisguised pride. Shen Qingxi glanced at Bedrock, then at her father, and suddenly tilted her head. Is it really just about being happy for me? Shen Hongyuan froze. Or is it because it boosts your ego? Shen Qingxi crossed her arms and eyed him suspiciously. Last video call, your grin nearly reached your ears. You must have been showing off to your old war buddies, right? Nonsense. Shen Hongyuan put on a stern face. Do you take me for such a superficial man? Your achievements are your own, what do they have to do with me? The bet with old Wang must never reach his daughter's ears. He quickly changed the subject, patting Bedrock's armor. Come on, let me introduce you. Your Uncle Wang would have to queue just to get one. Before he could finish, Shin Qingzi kicked Bedrock's shin. A low hum resonated as the sensor panel flashed red, instantly activating the robot's combat mode. Shin Hanyuan was speechless. At least let me finish the manual. But Shin Qingzi had already assumed a fighting stance, her right hand loosely gripping the air. A silvery metallic sheen emanated from between her knuckles. Her S-rank talent Gungjin bone blades began to circulate. Her very bones were the most lethal weapons. A manual is never as fast as a fight, she said with a smirk, charging at Bedrock. Shin Hanyuan's side sank back into his chair and picked up his walnuts again. This girl was perfect in every way, except for her lack of femininity. Whether she'd ever marry was anyone's guess. Soon the training room echoed with the dull thuds of metal collisions. The ground trembled slightly. At the same time, Su Ming was in high spirits. Scarface Lee had told him to start work tomorrow, so he went home to rest for the day. He planned to skip school for the next few days. After all, Wang Zhengwo had expelled him from Class 3 of Senior 2. Federal law guaranteed his right to take the college entrance exam, but not his attendance. He welcomed the peace. Su Ming strolled along a path by the factory district toward the suburban market. He hadn't eaten breakfast, so an early lunch was in order. Jiangxing was a class satellite city pressed against the barbarian border. The upside was low prices, the downside was the occasional aberrant beast breaching the defenses. After 3 years since his transmigration, Su Ming had grown accustomed to it. And thanks to the low cost of living, he had barely scraped by on his 800 credit relief fund. As he walked, a smoky, savory aroma caught his attention. Following the scent, he spotted a street stall with a long queue. As a descendant of the dragon, he was powerless against a long line. No matter what they sold, he had to join. After squeezing to the front over a dozen minutes, he saw a burly, shirtless man tossing a giant iron wok. Swift-legged fried rice. The rice in the wok danced through flames with egg and diced meat arcing through the air before landing perfectly back in the pan. The aroma could lure the very soul from the entire street. A handwritten sign on the stall read in crooked letters, "Notice to diners. If the city inspectors come, ill run. If I run, you run with me. If you can't keep up, stay put, and ill deliver in 5 minutes. Running with me is way more thrilling." Su Ming smiled to himself. This guy had a sense of humor. It felt like he was chasing the thrill. But what if I held him back and didn't let him run? Would that be even more thrilling? Brother, 1 egg fried rice, please. 5 credits. Add ham for 2 more. Su Ming hesitated for half a second. Then he decided to go for it. He deserved a treat. After all, starting tomorrow, he could get free meals at the scrapyard. After paying 7 credits via scan, the burly man fired up the stove and began cooking. The spatula flew with vigor, the wok hay intense. Eggs wrapped around grains of rice flipping through the flames, making Su Ming's mouth water. Just then a piercing siren wailed, approaching fast. Su Ming turned to see a city inspection vehicle rounding the corner at the end of the street, its blue and red lights flashing alternately. A recording blared from the loudspeaker, "Illegal street vending, evacuate immediately." The crowd in the line scattered like startled birds. Su Ming stood frozen. How the hell did the inspectors actually show up? He instinctively looked at the burly man, worried that his 7-credit fried rice was lost. But the man wasn't flustered at all. He even flipped the last spatula of rice in a perfect toss. Then unhurriedly he looked up at the approaching vehicle, turned to Su Ming with a grin, and said, "Brother, wait for me here. 5 minutes." His tone was as calm as if he were commenting on the fine weather. With that he killed the flame, tossed the wok into the cart, and without even untying his apron leaped onto a tricycle beside him and pedaled away. Su Ming stared. Damn, it was a pedal-powered tricycle. Not an energy vehicle. Pure manpower. Before he could register his surprise, the burly man's thick legs pumped like motors. The tricycle clattered wildly down the path, shooting 50 meters away in an instant. As the inspector's energy vehicle accelerated in pursuit, the man made a sharp turn into a narrow alley. The alley was just wide enough for the tricycle, but the inspection vehicle couldn't fit. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Su Ming stood there, mouth slightly agape, staring at the empty street and the still steaming stove marks on the ground. Only then did he finally understand why the stall was called Swift-Legged Inferno Fried Rice. The guy's talent was literally swift legs. Su Ming gazed at the alley entrance with a mix of awe and resignation. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Right on the 5th minute, the burly man burst back out of the narrow alley on his tricycle, chains rattling. The tricycle executed a perfect drift stop its rear while leaving a gray-white skid mark on the ground. The man dismounted, steadily lifted the lid of an insulated metal box in the cart, and pulled out a steaming portion of egg fried rice along with a pair of disposable chopsticks. Brother, 5 minutes on the dot. Thrilling, huh? The man grinned, flashing a set of white teeth, and wiped the sweat from his face with his apron. Su Ming took the container and looked down. The grains were golden, the egg evenly distributed, the ham cubes neatly cut, and the steam carried the rich aroma of wok hei. He couldn't help but laugh. Thrilling enough. Leaning against a lamppost, he tore open the chopsticks and wolfed down the rice. Delicious. Every cent of those 7 credits was worth it. As he ate, he watched the burly man swiftly set up the stove and relight the fire. Soon scattered customers emerged from all directions, as if long accustomed to this routine. Su Ming gazed at the bustling street stall. Interesting. Everyone had their own way of living. He finished the last bite, tossed the container into a nearby bin, and gave the burly man a thumbs up. The man still tossing the wok nodded back with a hearty smile. Su Ming turned and continued toward his low-rent apartment. There was something important he needed to do. He had to try. Su Ming pushed open the door of the low-rent apartment. The mattress still laid on the floor. The iron bed was gone, leaving only a faint imprint on the cement ground. He sat cross-legged, skillfully summoning the interface. A blue light screen unfolded before him. Host Su Ming. Realm First Stage Black Iron. Life Form First Life Form Carbon-Based Mortal. Real weight 76 kilograms. Quality points 17.02. Promotion progress 7.676. His gaze fell on the section labeled real weight, specifically on the small. Su Ming stared at it for 2 seconds, holding a try-a-tansy attitude, and lightly tapped it with his mind. Consume 1 quality point to increase real weight by 1 kilogram. Indeed. A glimmer of joy flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he immediately confirmed. A faint warm current spread from his abdomen. It didn't feel strong, but his body indeed felt a bit more solid. The interface refreshed. Real weight 76 kilograms. Quality point 16.02. A 1-10 exchange rate. If he added all the remaining 16.02 points, his total weight would reach 93.78 kilograms. With a base of 93.78 kilograms, the passive growth of 1% each day would be 0.94 kilograms. Yet yesterday's passive growth was only 0.76 kilograms. The compounding snowball effect, once it started rolling, would become increasingly terrifying. Su Ming did not hesitate, but at all. With a thought, he plunged all the remaining 16.02 points into it. A warm sensation flooded his body again, and this time it lasted noticeably longer. A faint creaking sound came from deep within his bones. It wasn't painful. It felt more like his bones were stretching after a satisfying meal. The interface refreshed once more. Quality points 0. Real weight 93.78 kilograms. Su Ming stood up and moved his limbs. There was no change in his physique. He still appeared as a lean figure standing at 1.85 meters. However, the feeling of his feet on the floor was entirely different. Each step felt heavier and more stable. He clenched his fists. The feedback from his knuckles was strikingly clear, harder than before. It wasn't the calluses formed from long-term training, but rather the density of his bones changing. 93.78 kilograms. For a male of similar height and build, the normal weight would be just over 70 kilograms. He was now nearly 20 kilograms heavier than others. Moreover, this 20 kilograms was all solid effective mass. It wasn't fat, nor was it puffiness. It was tougher skin, firmer muscles, and harder bones. Even though these changes weren't visible from the outside, the direction was already correct. Su Ming contentedly shut down the interface and lay back on the mattress on the floor. It didn't matter that his quality points were at 0. Tomorrow, when he entered the scrap yard, that would be the real start of his feast. With this thought, he fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps due to his daytime thoughts, he had a ridiculous dream that night. In the dream, he was carrying flying leg fried rice, chasing after that young lady in the scrap yard, determined to treat her to a meal in gratitude. He chased her around the entire factory 3 times, finally cornering her against a wall. Mimicking the domineering dramas from his past life, he attempted a suave wall slam. However, when he leaned forward, tons of real weight pressed down solidly. That spirited young lady was pressed against the wall, spitting foam. Su Ming was startled awake by this scene. It was dawn. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat up, deeply reflecting on his actions for 3 seconds in front of his younger brother. What a loser. Is that how you repay her? Just trying to press down on her like that. After his reflection, he quickly got up, washed his face, and went out. At 7 in the morning at Xingho Scrap Processing Plant, Scar Li was already waiting at the door. Of course, he wasn't waiting specifically for him. This foreman stood at the entrance every day like a human barrier. You're here. Scar Li saw him and tossed over a thin temporary pass. Come with me, we'll go through security checks first. Su Ming followed behind, passing through the main entrance of the scrap yard for the first time. The security check was much stricter than he had imagined. A 2-meter-tall metal arch stood in the middle of the passage, densely embedded with sensors on both sides, while a small screen above the door displayed data streams in real time. This setup was akin to the high-tech electronics factories in his past life, even more severe. Go through, stand still inside. Su Ming complied and stepped into the archway. Buzz, A low-frequency vibration surged from his feet, and a pale blue scanning beam swept over him from head to toe twice. The screen displayed a line of green text: "No prohibited items or spatial equipment detected." Scarly signaled that he could move forward while casually warning him. "Factory rules require everyone to go through this door when entering or exiting. Anything you are carrying, whether hidden in your pockets or if you have spatial rings or backpacks, will be scanned." He raised a thick finger. "Military items, not even a screw, can be taken out." Last month, some fool stuffed a piece of crate alloy scrap down his pants and was immediately apprehended and sent to military court. Su Ming nodded repeatedly, wearing an honest expression. However, a thought crossed his mind: "It's fine if I can't take it out. I'm not trying to take it outside. I'll be consuming it right here." After passing through 2 heavy iron doors and turning a corner, the view suddenly opened up. He arrived at the sorting area. In the open-air central space, several small mountains of parts were piled up. Broken alloy blades, shattered armor fragments, bent mech joints, scattered bolts, and nuts. All were metals. Su Ming's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. "This is your workstation." Scarly pointed to a row of iron tables at the edge of the area. Behind the table stood 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, all immersed in their work. A short, stout, bald man was using his bare hands to forcefully straighten a bent iron pipe similar to bending sugarcane, clearly a grade strength type, quite strong. Next to him, a tall, thin person wearing thick gloves was quickly tossing parts into different bins, their movements extremely nimble, clearly an old hand. The third man was a middle-aged man in his 40s, quietly working without a word. Among the 2 women, one was in her 30s with short hair, her voice loud enough to be heard throughout the sorting area, cursing about the fragments assigned to her. The other was a young girl in her early 20s with a ponytail, quietly sorting while looking down. Scarly patted Su Ming on the shoulder. "The work isn't hard. Sort by material: iron with iron, copper with copper, alloy with alloy. After sorting, push it to the display area. Military transport trucks come every 2 days to take it back for remelting and remaking." He then pointed to the relatively fragmented pile of parts in front of Su Ming and added, "Don't try to lift heavy items. Your build can't handle it. Just sort these scraps, work diligently, and your wages will be guaranteed." Su Ming nodded vigorously, his attitude exceptionally good. Scarly saw how obedient he was, grunted, and turned to leave. Su Ming watched the foreman depart, then slowly turned around, facing the pile of parts that belonged solely to him. He took a deep breath. This tremendous fortune finally belonged to Su Ming. Let the feast begin. He casually picked up the most inconspicuous, ordinary steel screw from the pile, about the size of a thumb, weighing just a few grams. Pretending to inspect the screw's quality, he subtly pressed his left palm against it. "Devour." His palm warmed slightly, and that familiar suction power activated once more. The countdown began. He remained expressionless, continuing to sort other parts with his right hand, while his left hand naturally hung by his side, gripping the screw. 1 minute. The screw in his palm quietly transformed into a fine dust of iron, silently scattering through his fingers. Ding. Devoured a small amount of low-carbon steel product. Skin becomes tougher, quality 0.001 minimum. The minimum was expected. Getting anything from a few grams was already quite good. The key point was, he could devour, and without anyone noticing. Su Ming was determined and began to speed up his sorting. His eyes scanned the pile of parts like a scanner, while his hands weighed every fragment he handled. A copper terminal about the size of a thumb, weighing around half a tael. He pressed his left hand against it. 1 minute later. Ding. Devoured copper-based conductive material, quality 0.01. A broken piece of alloy framework about the size of a palm, felt heavy in hand, estimating to weigh around 1 kilogram. He turned it over, pretending to identify the material imprint on it, while his left hand was already pressed tightly against it. 1 minute later. Ding. Devoured medium carbon alloy component, quality 0.05. Su Ming didn't even blink, continuing to sort. Next piece. A solid bearing seat about the size of a fist, pure steel part, with only a slight layer of oxidation on the surface, weighing approximately 1.5 kilograms. He held it firmly with his left hand. 1 minute later. Ding. Devoured high-carbon bearing steel. Gained quality 0.07. The corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. He quickly lowered his head, using the motion of sorting parts to hide his nearly grinning face. He was bubbling with joy inside. 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 5, 0, 7. This was just the beginning. He glanced at the mountain of parts piled before him. Just the pile at his workstation alone weighed several hundred kilograms at the very least. And this was just a small portion of the daily processing volume in the sorting area. The entire scrap yard's daily throughput was calculated in tons. Su Ming forcibly suppressed his inner excitement, burying himself deeper into work. His left hand had been busy the whole time, sorting a batch, casually devouring a piece, then sorting another batch and devouring another piece. His movements were as natural and smooth as if he were an old employee. There was a bit of thrill in stealing, but it didn't matter. He had already struck it rich. The short-haired woman next to him turned and glanced at him. "Hey, young man, you're working quite efficiently." Su Ming looked up and smiled, showing a harmless expression. "I'm used to it. I often move things at school." The woman responded with an oath, thinking this student seemed thin, but was quite capable, and didn't ask more. Su Ming continued to immerse himself in work. No, he was burying himself in consumption. Half an hour passed. Taking advantage of his bent posture, he secretly summoned the interface for a glance. Quality points 382. In half an hour, nearly 4 points. And all of these were just small fragments the size of palms or fists. He hadn't even dared to touch the real big pieces. At this rate, working a full 8 hours in a day, conservatively, he could earn 50 to 60 points. If luck was on his side, and he stumbled upon a few high-purity large pieces, breaking 100 in a day was possible. Su Ming raised his head, his eyes shining as he looked at the heavy materials area where the discarded armor plates and mech wrecks piled up like real mountains. He swallowed hard. Over there was the real feast. But not now. Scarly said not to go to the heavy materials area. It was his first day, and he couldn't stand out. Be patient and develop quietly. Su Ming lowered his head again, gripping a piece of steel pipe scrap about the length of a forearm. His palm heated up and the countdown began. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the periphery of the sorting area. Su Ming's peripheral vision caught a glimpse. A middle-aged man dressed in military uniform approached. A silver inspection badge was pinned to his chest, and his gaze was sharp as an eagle. Behind the man followed 2 assistants carrying precision scanning equipment. The short-haired woman paused her actions and quietly muttered, "Damn, the random inspection team is here." The inspection team consists of 3 members. The leader, a middle-aged man named Lu Feng, is in his 40s and is known for his stern and impartial character. Behind him, 2 assistants are carrying portable scanning devices, the black metal cases marked with the Southern Military District's identification number. The atmosphere in the sorting area instantly changed. The short-haired woman who had been swearing earlier fell silent and focused on her work. The bald, muscular man lightened his grip on the iron pipe. The quiet girl with a ponytail didn't even dare to lift her head. He nonchalantly released his grip and tossed the steel pipe into the sorting bin. Most of the parts in the scrap yard were standard equipment discarded by the military. They were all made of high-grade military steel with a purity that was exceptionally high. The system prompt was not like before, where it had to process that piece of scrap metal by refining and separating impurities. High purity meant there was almost no waste residue remaining. Occasionally, he would encounter parts with surface oxidation and rust. After consuming them, his palm would be dusted with a fine rust-colored powder. He casually swept it into the pile of debris at the bottom of the scrap heap. The inspector scanned the workstations, his gaze lingering on each person for 2 seconds. Then he nodded to his assistants. "Power on routine scan." The assistant turned on the device and a handheld scanning rod extended. It was similar to airport security checks from his previous life, but larger in size, with the scanning head emitting a soft blue light. The scan began with the bald, muscular man. The rod circled around his body, and the device emitted a steady beep. Green light. Passed. Short-haired woman. Green light. Tall, thin guy. Green light. The middle-aged man and the ponytail girl also received green lights. It was Su Ming's turn. He stood up straight, letting his arms hang naturally at his sides, wearing a classic, innocent student expression. The scanning rod began to descend from the top of his head. It passed his shoulders. Green light. It reached his chest. Beep, beep, beep. The red light flashed wildly. Before the scanning rod could continue downward, the device's buzzer blared the piercing alarm, echoing throughout the sorting area. All eyes suddenly turned towards him. The assistant was startled, thinking the device had malfunctioned, and scanned again. Waist. Beep, beep, beep. Arm. Beep, beep, beep. Thigh. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm grew increasingly urgent, the red light flashing like it was New Year's. Lu Feng's expression darkened instantly. Stop. He raised his hand, and the 2 assistants immediately took half a step back, their hands resting on their waists. The sorting area became so quiet that the sound of the wind could be heard. The short-haired woman gaped, her eyes darting between Su Ming and the inspector. The bald, muscular man instinctively stepped aside, creating distance from Su Ming. Scar-faced, Li had somehow run over. He stared at Su Ming, his face ashen. "Kid, what did you bring with you?" Su Ming looked bewildered. I didn't bring anything. Didn't bring anything. You were the only one in the entire sorting area setting off the alarm." Lu Feng stared intensely at the scanner's screen, waiting for the data to finish processing. Beep. The screen suddenly displayed a line of text: detected unusually high-density material, suspected core material of a micro-armor-piercing explosive. Don't move. Did you bring a micro-armor-piercing shell in here? The 2 assistants behind Lu Feng reacted swiftly, drawing electric guns, pointing them at Su Ming. Damn it. Have I let a spy in? Scar-faced Li's face turned pale, feeling as though he had been struck. He yelled angrily, drawing a short-handled stun gun from his waist, the barrel crackling with blue electricity, aimed squarely at Su Ming's head. "Kid, do you want to die?" It was the thought in everyone's mind. Being caught with contraband in a military-backed scrap yard would mean serious consequences. However, at this tense moment, Su Ming's reaction surprised everyone. He remained calm, offering no defense, merely raising his hands slowly with a bewildered expression. His gesture appeared innocent, like a young country boy entering the city for the first time. The acting skills of a 3-year academic overachiever reached their peak in that moment. Su Ming was also at a loss. Armor-piercing shell. Do I look like someone with such prospects? I'm just consuming those scrap screws from your workstation, my brother. He assumed the standard pose he had seen in police films, hands raised above his head, his gaze sweeping across everyone, finally landing on the furious Scarface Lee, his tone filled with grievance. "Brothers, what's going on? Uncle Liam just a loser who has awakened the increasing heaviness ability. Didn't you see my file yesterday?" This one sentence froze Scarface Lee's finger, which was poised to pull the trigger. Indeed, he recalled. Grade increasing heaviness, side effect osteoporosis. A guy who is constantly becoming heavier and whose bones are getting more brittle. What can he do? Be a spy. What kind of spy would have such a self-destructive talent? Scarface Lee couldn't help but feel embarrassed, realizing he had almost been scared into firing at grade loser. Lu Feng furrowed his brows. He wasn't unreasonable, but the instrument does not lie. The instrument detected high-density material in your body. Lu Feng's voice was cold. High density. Su Ming seemed to have heard a huge joke, then forced a bitter smile, feeling utterly defeated. He pointed at his leg, an expression of deep sorrow on his face, his acting flawless. "Big brother, my talent is just increasing my own mass, which means I keep getting heavier. I originally weighed over 70 kilograms, and just a few days after awakening am nearing 100 kilograms. In a few years I'll crush myself to death. 200 pounds. The short-haired woman blurted out, "With your small frame. Sister, this is the advantage of my talent." Su Ming chuckled sadly. "Weight increases, but size doesn't change. My bones keep getting heavier. It's only a matter of time before." His display of raw emotion drew sympathetic looks from the surrounding workers. "Alas, this young man looks decent. Why is his life so hard? Awakening is a gamble. Oh, luckily, I didn't awaken." Seeing the atmosphere shift in his favor, Su Ming seized the opportunity and said to Lu Feng, "Big brother, if you don't believe me, you can take me for a test. I can strip down for the test. My body is just a burden. There's no way I could hide anything precious." He proactively requested a more precise scan. This calmness diminished Lu Feng's suspicions somewhat. "Follow me." Lu Feng waved his hand, leading Su Ming into a small room marked Precision Testing Room. In the center of the room was a larger military medical scanner. "Lie down." Su Ming complied without hesitation, lying down obediently. As the device powered on, a virtual light screen unfolded before Lu Feng, displaying real-time images of Su Ming's body. The military medical device activated, scanning from Su Ming's chest down to his ankles. The skeletal imaging on the screen refreshed frame by frame. A few minutes later, Lu Feng's gaze darted back and forth between the screen and Su Ming's somewhat slender frame. Today's imaging left him stunned. Su Ming felt a jolt in his heart and hurried over to take a look. It was indeed outrageous. A normal person's skeleton appears gray and translucent under the medical device. One can see the dark shadow of the bone marrow cavity like a hollow brick. Su Ming's bones were not like that. The skeleton displayed on the screen was an extremely well-proportioned deep white. There were no gaps, no shadows of the bone marrow cavity. Everything fit snugly. What could it resemble? It looked somewhat like the most standard solid load-bearing components in a factory. Having added so many quality points, the change in density was undetectable to the naked eye, but under the military scanner nothing could be hidden. "Big brother, don't mention it." Su Ming instantly adjusted his unfortunate but proud expression, his face filled with pain. "My talent. Sigh. It's only been a few days since awakening, and I've already gained nearly 20 pounds. The size remains unchanged, and all the weight has been added to my bones." He patted his calf, producing a dull thud. Lu Feng ignored him and directly retrieved Su Ming's personal academic file. The testing room system was connected to the Federal Wuxi network. Su Ming's grade increasing heaviness. Lu Feng stared at the records on the file, his brow furrowing. Side effect osteoporosis. He suddenly turned his head, taking 2 steps toward the scanner to magnify the skeletal imaging 3 times. The solid iron-cast skeleton displayed on the screen looked absurd next to the words osteoporosis. "Kid, your file and the test results don't match." Lu Feng's voice lowered, carrying an even stronger sense of pressure than before. "People with osteoporosis have bones that look like this. Give me an explanation." Su Ming's heart raced, realizing he was in trouble, having forgotten about this detail. He maintained a look of confusion on his face. "Huh, no way. How about we test again?" Lu Feng scanned him once more. The result was the same. Abnormal bone density, the reference level given by the device, cast iron grade. Su Ming scratched his head, looking innocent. I don't know either. On the day I awakened, I was indeed 5th grade. Many teachers and students can attest to that. Moreover, I felt my bones were a bit soft that day. But these past few days I feel like my bones have become harder. At this, Lu Feng was also puzzled. He had been doing inspections for over a decade and had never encountered such a situation. The file stated 5th grade loser talent with a side effect of osteoporosis. Yet the instrument displayed a bone density higher than that of grade enhancers. Suddenly a term flashed through his mind: secondary mutation. What? No way. Lu Feng suddenly looked up, gazing again at the somewhat dazed young man. This time there was no longer an interrogative intent in his eyes. Instead, there was deep self-doubt and a sense of absurdity. Secondary mutation. Lu Feng had only seen this term in rare case compilations within the military. Indeed, the federal database recorded unknown evolution of talent after awakening. But without exception, these occurrences happened to geniuses above Class A. Couldn't class also mutate? From osteoporosis to osteophyte. What kind of mutation is this? Jumping from one pit to another. Lu Feng rubbed his temples. He looked at Su Ming's sincere yet pitiful face. Then he glanced at the outrageous data on the screen showing bone density, cast iron level. A ridiculous yet logically coherent thought sprang to mind. This kid's 5th class talent might have truly undergone an unknown secondary evolution. Su Ming felt a shiver under Lu Feng's gaze. Lu Ge, what? What's wrong? Did you discover something? Lu Feng's tone carried a hint of hesitation, as if he himself didn't believe it in your case. It might be a secondary mutation. Su Ming looked confused and cautiously asked, what? What is a secondary mutation? I don't know much either. Lu Feng looked at him like he was some rare animal. But if I'm not mistaken, you stumbled upon some terrible luck. No, you have suffered a lifetime of bad luck. You've encountered an extremely rare case of secondary mutation. What is that? Mutation. Su Ming's eyes widened. His innocent expression was impeccable. Lu Feng pointed at the file and then at the screen. You definitely have the side effects of osteoporosis. But your weight has increased too rapidly, causing your body to instinctively trigger a compensatory mechanism to prevent bone collapse. Lu Feng looked at him as if examining a medical specimen. To put it simply, your bones are desperately absorbing calcium and undergoing high-density proliferation. This guy actually managed to make it sound reasonable. Su Ming's heart stirred, but he feigned more guilt by scratching his head. I don't quite understand, but it feels like a good thing. Lu Feng's gaze contained a mix of pity and mockery. Sounds impressive, right? If you keep gaining weight at this rate, when your weight reaches a ton, how will your heart pump blood? Can your blood vessels withstand it? By then you might have trouble even lifting a finger. Su Ming opened his mouth, gasping then. Does that mean well, it's just a different way to die? Lu Feng concluded. Previously you were crushed by your own weight, and now you'll suffocate to death under this mass of bones, ultimately becoming a motionless human statue. What the hell? Isn't this just a slow suicide talent? Su Ming's face instantly turned pale, feeling utterly drained of strength. Forget it. Lu Feng saw his soul-crushed expression and felt it was inappropriate to provoke him further. Since the source of the alarm was his own bones, it made logical sense, and he didn't want to make things harder for a dying person. He quickly searched Su Ming's body, confirming he carried nothing, then typed a note in the remarks section of the test report. This employee's constitution is questionable, talent suspected of undergoing secondary petrification mutation, continuous observation recommended. Then he patted Su Ming's shoulder, his eyes filled with sympathy. All right, you can go back now. While you can still move, eat whatever you want, just don't cause trouble. Okay, sure. Su Ming nodded, dazed, and as he passed by, he deliberately glanced at Lu Feng's badge, forcing out a gratitude-laden smile that was more painful than crying. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He turned around, eyes filled with hope, looking at Lu Feng. Lu Ge, you've seen a lot. Is there any hope for my talent? Or is there a way for my body to forcibly adapt to this weight gain? Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. You ask me if there's hope? No. Su Ming hurriedly waved his hands, somewhat incoherent. Let me rephrase. Is there any way to make this seem a bit more normal? Even if my body is undergoing drastic changes, can others not notice? Or is there a way to explain this that doesn't make me seem like a monster? I really don't want to be looked at like that anymore. By the end, Su Ming's voice was tinged with a sob. Lu Feng understood. This wasn't a plea for help, it was a request for a way to live like a normal person. Are you afraid that if people find out they'll treat you like a lab rat for dissection? Su Ming neither nodded nor shook his head, only managing a bitter smile. I just want to live a bit more normally. Lu Feng fell silent. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep breath. It's not impossible unless your life is tough enough to defy the heavens. What? Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, his desperation reaching its peak. Secondary mutation can also be called continuous mutation. Lu Feng articulated carefully. The secondary mutation has already occurred, no one knows if there will be a third or fourth. If you're lucky enough, the next evolution could completely fix the side effects, and then you can live. By then you won't even need to explain to anyone. Just standing there would be the best explanation. As long as the speed of your physical evolution can keep up with your weight gain, you won't actually die, and you could even gain terrifying power. But this is merely a theoretical assumption by mad scholars. In reality, whose genes can withstand such unlimited mutation? Su Ming's expression dimmed again, turning into a bitter smile. Secondary evolution. Lugu, isn't that just like saying nothing? Immense class waste. If I could mutate once, it would be a miracle, let alone expecting a second time. Lu Feng patted Su Ming's shoulder, his tone akin to a final farewell. Alright, stop comforting yourself with those vague theories. If you really want to find a way to survive, unless you can join the Federal Top Gene Research Institute, those mad professors might provide you with some special medicine to delay petrification. Thank you, Lu Gu. When I get my paycheck, if I'm still able to move, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Alright, hurry and go. While you can still move, go home and eat and drink properly. Su Ming turned and exited the testing room. The flattery and gratitude on his face vanished. The corners of his mouth curved higher and higher. Secondary mutation. Continuous mutation. There really is a theory that makes sense. Lu Gu, you're my benefactor. Not only did you provide me with a way out, but you also helped me dress up my cover story. If anyone asks why I'm so stiff, I'll just say I mutated again. If you ask me why I can mutate, immense class waste, how would I know why? To survive, I'm just as desperate. He glanced back at the testing room door. This meal I must treat. As Su Ming returned to the sorting area, everyone looked at him differently. No longer disdain or mockery, but pity and sympathy. A boy who knows he won't live long, yet still works hard to earn money for calcium tablets. How inspiring. The short-haired sister's eyes turned red. What a pitiful child, looking so presentable. The bald, burly man fell silent, eventually uttering a line. Awakening is a gamble with your life. Luckily, I didn't succeed back then, otherwise if I ended up with such talent. The ponytailed girl discreetly wiped her eyes. Su Ming stood there, absorbing the sympathetic gazes from all directions. He suddenly understood the joy of those contestants in talent shows who sold their hardships. So refreshing. As Scardley watched Su Ming being consoled by a group of workers, his expression was complex. He was a class enhancer, a pure power type, and understood the importance of the body better than anyone. If he hadn't encountered the boss, he would still be collecting protection fees on the east side of the city. No one knows the lives of the lower class better than him. Watching Su Ming's optimistic demeanor of living towards death touched something deep within him. Little Su, he rarely refrained from cursing. From now on, go sort in that corner over there. It's a short distance, and you won't have to carry things back and forth, saving some strength. Lunch is on us. Eat as much as you want, on hold back. Scardley pointed to a corner in the sorting area. It was not only quiet and undisturbed, but most importantly, right next to it was a 3-meter-high mountain of waste piled high with discarded armored vehicle shells and chassis parts. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Not just acting, he was genuinely stunned. This scarred face actually has such warmth. Su Ming's nose tinged with a hint of acidity. He was genuinely moved. In 3 years of traveling, he faced nothing but ridicule and exploitation in school. His only girlfriend immediately followed Zhao Qua. Yet this heavily scarred, foul-mouthed foreman offered him a pure act of kindness. Thank you, Uncle Li. Scardley sighed deeply and turned to leave. Su Ming watched his back disappear at the end of the sorting area, then slowly turned back to face the 3-meter-high mountain of waste. Armored vehicle shells, chassis stamping parts, military-grade alloy scrap plates, all piled up like a small mine. Su Ming's formerly moved expression began to warp. A self-service buffet VIP room. Hockey Li, you good person. He didn't act coy, nodding as he walked over. Thus, Su Ming, under the sympathetic gazes of everyone, acquired his own exclusive canteen. In the following time, he completely let himself go. Broken alloy frames, rusty armored bolts, bent mech connectors. All hard food. Devour. His palm heated up. 1 minute. Ding. Devoured high-strength bearing steel remnants. Quality 0.08. Without changing his expression, he shook off the fine iron powder left in his palm into the pile of waste at his feet and casually picked up the next piece. Ding. Devoured tungsten steel alloy cutting waste. Quality 0.21. The warmth in his palm became even more pronounced. His left hand had already touched a twisted drive shaft. Ding. Devoured Heitensile alloy transmission component. Quality 0.88. Next piece. A thick armor fragment, heavy in hand, still bore the grooves of beastly claw marks. Ding. Devoured special steel armor fragment. Gained quality 0.12. Thus his right hand slowly sorted screws ahead. His left hand was frantically dining behind him. The efficiency was absurdly high. Su Ming's smile turned higher and higher. Finally, he simply stopped pressing down. After all, no one was watching in this corner. Even if someone saw, they would only think this near-death young man was smiling in the face of destiny. When it was time to finish work in the afternoon, Scardley came over to settle the accounts. Seeing that he had only sorted a pitiful 2 small baskets of parts, he shook his head, but still paid him the full daily rate of 150 yuan. Take it. We'll continue tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Su Ming took the money gratefully, leaving the scrapyard. Upon returning to his rented room, he immediately locked the door and eagerly summoned the interface. Host Su Ming Realm First Stage Black Iron Life, Form First Life, Form Carbon-Based Mortal True Quality 94. 72 kilograms Quality Points 198. 65 Promotion Progress 9. 472. Looking at the nearly 200 quality points balance, Su Ming's breath turned heated. One day, just one day, if these quality points were converted into pure iron, it would be nearly 200 kilograms. Without hesitation, Su Ming made a mental command. Allocate all points. Su Ming focused his thoughts. 198. 65 quality points were poured in all at once. Boom. A surge of heat far more powerful than last time erupted from the depths of his body, instantly washing over his limbs and bones. Bones, muscles, fascia. Every cell in his body trembled, compressed, and reorganized wildly under this influx of heat. No longer was there the faint creak from deep within the bones. Instead, it sounded like steel being forcibly twisted, becoming heavy and dense inch by inch. The numbers on the panel danced wildly. Real quality 94. 72 kilograms. 150 kilograms. 220 kilograms. 293. 37 kilograms. Promotion progress 29. 337. Ultimately, when everything calmed down, Su Ming's real quality firmly settled at 293. 37 kilograms. Almost 300 kilograms. Su Ming slowly stood up, and the concrete floor beneath his feet let out a slight groan under the burden. He moved his neck, and a dull cracking sound came from his joints. His physique was still that of a slender youth standing at 185 centimeters. But upon closer inspection, the previously thin shoulders were now supported by a layer of muscle. There were some solid lines that freed him from the past impression of being fragile. He tried to clench his fist, and his knuckles felt as hard as if he were holding 2 iron lumps. He casually threw a punch forward, and the punch cut through the air, producing a dull, explosive sound. Who? A gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes. With the physical limits of an ordinary level enhancer, the force of a single punch could at least reach the mid-tier of level. And this was purely a matter of quality crushing, not counting any combat techniques. His quality was still increasing at a rate of 1% every day. What does 293 kilograms mean? The weight of an adult brown bear. Under equal volume, the density of an average person is about a little over 1,000. His current density was already approaching 4,000, somewhere between aluminum and titanium alloy. It felt like a value that carbon-based life forms should not have. A level enhancer's punch probably couldn't even break his skin. Su Ming rolled up his pants leg and scraped his calf with his nail. The surface of his skin left no red mark. He then pinched the inner thigh, one of the softest parts of the human body. A slight sting, but with this strength, he could easily twist a steel bar with his bare hands. If he were in his past life, he would be a real-life Superman. Zhao Kuo, you better wait for me. Su Ming glanced at the rolled-up mattress in the corner and simply sat cross-legged on the cold concrete floor. With a weight of 300 kilograms, that old broken bed wouldn't stand a chance. Enough. Su Ming clapped his hands and closed his eyes to sleep. Bang, bang, bang. The next morning, Su Ming was awakened by a series of rude knocking sounds at the door. Su Ming, you little brat. Get out here. A woman's shrill scream came from outside the landlord of the building, a hefty woman weighing 200 pounds. Su Ming lay on the ground and blinked. The landlord's rent-collecting speed was always quicker than an ambulance. He got up and walked to the door to open it. Standing outside was a short and plump middle-aged woman with curled hair, holding a set of keys tightly and wearing a mean expression. Behind her were 2 rough-looking young men. One was a skinny guy with dyed yellow hair, smoking a cigarette, looking frivolous. The other had a stocky, square face, clearly not an ordinary person. Su Ming glanced at them. The yellow-haired one was an ordinary person. The square-faced one seemed interesting, with a heavy aura, likely a low-tier enhancer. So what if you awakened? Serving people like them is no different from before awakening. It's still selling the cheapest labor. Fortunately, he had the system now. This commotion attracted many neighbors peeking out from their doors. They hid behind the cracks, whispering, their eyes filled with sympathy for Su Ming. The plump woman shouted sharply and barged into the room. I heard your orphan subsidy has been completely stopped. Not a single cent of the 800. Huh. Her voice echoed through the entire corridor. If you don't have money to pay rent today, get your things and get out. Before she finished her sentence, she froze. The room was empty. A mattress, a few clothes, a basin. The iron bed was gone. Where's my bed? The fat woman's voice soared an octave, and she turned sharply to glare at Su Ming. Did you sell my bed? Su Ming's mouth twitched, unsure how to explain. Should he say he ate it? The 300 deposit is non-refundable. And pay me 500 more. That bed weighed only 10 kilograms, but it was passed down in my family. The fat woman stood with her hands on her hips, spitting out words. Living in my house, selling my bed, and your subsidy has been stopped. Are you trying to skip out on my rent? Su Ming wiped the spit off his face. Auntie Al, don't give me that end-of-month talk. The fat woman waved her hand, signaling to the two men outside. If the money is not in my hands today, you can get lost. Several heads poked out in the corridor. Hey, I heard that kid awakened a useless talent. Offended a rich second generation, even the subsidy is stopped. Isn't that asking for trouble? You know how the fat aunt is, she doesn't recognize her relatives. The whispers were full of sympathy, but no one dared to step forward. Kid, did you hear? Wang Jie wants you to get out, so hurry up and pack. The yellow-haired thug sneered as he stepped into the room, reaching for Su Ming's collar. The neighbors sighed as if they had already foreseen the miserable fate of the youth being kicked out. However, Su Ming did not dodge or flinch, his gaze cold, allowing the greasy hand to grab his collar. The yellow-haired thug suddenly exerted force, trying to pull down the slender youth. The next second, the sneer on his face froze. He didn't budge. A normal person trying to pull nearly 600 pounds of weight. Anyone who doubts this can try to pull a refrigerator. The smile on the yellow-haired thug's face completely froze. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders slightly. A heavy recoil surged, causing the yellow-haired thug's right hand to shake violently, his wrist feeling as if it had been hit by an iron door, producing a crisp sound. Oh! The yellow-haired thug screamed and staggered back several steps, clutching his wrist, his face turning pale from the pain. The neighbors outside widened their eyes in shock. What just happened? This yellow-haired thug looked arrogant, but in reality, he was a paper tiger. You useless thing, do you dare to fight back? The square-faced thug entered the room. Though he didn't understand how the yellow-haired thug got hurt. But he and the yellow-haired thug were not on the same level. He was a bona fide black iron-level warrior. He had awakened the arm's strength amplification talent, which made him capable of fighting in this area. He pulled out a pair of steel knuckles from his pocket, deftly putting them on his right fist, his gaze fierce. Kid, are you taking my kindness for granted? Before he finished speaking, he lowered his center of gravity, and his right arm muscles bulged suddenly. The steel knuckles, accompanied by a dull whoosh, surged directly towards Su Ming's chest. This punch was enough to smash through a brick wall. He intended to incapacitate this ungrateful kid in one blow. Facing the punch from this black iron-level warrior, Su Ming still did not dodge. He didn't even change his posture. Bang! The fist landed squarely on Su Ming's sternum. The sound was dull. The anticipated scene of shattered bones and spitting blood did not occur. The expression on the square-faced thug underwent 3 stages in an instant. Ferocity, bewilderment, and then fear. The feedback from his wrist felt wrong, it was too hard. This was not the sensation that flesh and blood should have. Was he really fighting a human? His entire right arm went numb. Su Ming remained completely still. He merely glanced down at his school uniform, relieved that it wasn't torn. Then his gaze fell on the square-faced thug's face, which had begun to turn pale. Is that all? Su Ming raised his right hand. Casually, as if swatting a fly, he slapped down. Not much force was used. But with nearly 300 kilograms of real quality, even just a casual swing, the acceleration multiplied by the mass. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. The 180-pound bald man was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, flying sideways. He crashed heavily against the wall across the corridor, producing a loud bang, causing the wall to shed some plaster. Then he slid down the wall, his left cheek, swelling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The entire scene fell silent. The neighbors outside gaped, their eyes nearly popping out. The yellow-haired thug's legs turned to jelly, and he slumped against the doorframe. Su Ming shook his hand and turned to look at the already terrified fat landlord. The fat landlord was trembling all over, watching Su Ming approach. Step by step, her legs gave way, and she slumped down to the ground. What do you want? Murder? Help! Su Ming stopped in front of her, looking down at her. According to the contract, I should stay until the end of the month. If you dare to kick my door again in 7 days. He paused, revealing a smile that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Then you can only go to the underworld to be a landlord and see if the king of hell gives you the deposit back. A warm sensation spread down her pants leg, forming a small dark stain on the concrete floor. A foul smell wafted through the corridor. Su Ming expressionlessly closed the door with a bang. It was quiet outside for 3 seconds, followed by the sound of the fat landlord scrambling down the stairs and the yellow-haired thug dragging the half-conscious square-faced thug to escape. In the corridor, the onlooking neighbors all stepped back in unison, looking at the tightly shut door. Their eyes no longer held a shred of sympathy, only awe. Su Ming leaned against the door panel, shaking his right hand. That slap earlier had indeed not used full strength, otherwise that thug's cervical vertebra would have been broken on the spot. In this world, he finally had the ability to protect himself. Su Ming was very happy. He summoned the panel again to check today's passive increase. Real quality 296. 3 kilograms. After allocating points last night, and sleeping, the 1% daily increase had taken effect, rising nearly 3 kilograms overnight. Tomorrow he would break 300. Su Ming turned off the panel, shook the dust off the mattress, and set it up again. He left for work. As he went downstairs, the entire building was unusually quiet. Usually the elderly in the hallway would be chatting, but today not a single figure was seen. Su Ming smirked, slightly not caring. He stepped toward the Xinghe waste disposal plant. Today it was time for the second big meal. Jiang City No. 1 courtyard. The most expensive villa area under the Zhao Group, with a starting price of 10 million federal coins per building. Zhao Kuo was sitting on the genuine leather sofa in the main bedroom on the second floor, gripping the communicator tightly, his expression dark. What did you say? He was slapped away. On the other end of the communicator, a voice with a cry from a blonde man came through. Bro, Kwa, it's not that we're incapable. That kid must have taken some kind of drug. Old Hu threw a punch, and it was like hitting an iron plate, and then he just slapped him away. A slap. Old Hu flew out, lost 3 teeth, and is still lying in the hospital. Zhao Kwa hung up the communicator and slammed it onto the coffee table. Grade waste with osteoporotic qualities slapped away his subordinate, a black iron level martial artist. After awakening, Su Ming hadn't returned to school for 2 days. He originally intended to cut off this waste's place of residence, forcing him to kneel on the street begging. Unexpectedly, the people he sent ended up being disabled. Something's off. Zhao Kuo furrowed his brows and paced back and forth. Su Ming's talent was such that he struggled to even walk, let alone fight. But the blonde man said he was heavy. Very heavy. Is it possible that this waste's weight gain is faster than what's on file? Zhao Kuo muttered to himself, then sneered. So what if he was heavy? A meatball that only gains weight. My grade lava earth fire can easily turn him into a pile of ash with just one burn. Just as he was thinking, the bedroom door behind him opened. Lu Ruyan emerged wrapped in a silk robe, her long hair slightly damp from just having washed. The robe hung loosely on her shoulders with the curve below her collarbones faintly visible. She had moved into No. 1 courtyard for the past 2 days under the pretext of dual cultivation residence. Zhao Kuo's gaze immediately stuck to her, and his irritation towards Su Ming faded slightly. He reached out his hand unabashedly, pulling Lu Ruyan's waist closer. His palm landed on the smooth curve that the robe couldn't fully conceal, giving it a firm squeeze. The sensation was astonishing, slippery, yet full of elasticity, like a piece of fine mutton fat jade. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened, and she shot him a playful glare, her eyes shimmering. What are you doing? I just finished washing. Her voice was sweet, almost sticky. Zhao Kuo's heart stirred. You vixen, you almost took my life last night. Lu Ruyan lowered her eyelashes, fluttering them lightly, appearing shy. Her grade talent fortune accompaniment was even more powerful than she had anticipated. Having moved into No. 1 courtyard for just 2 days, she had already noticeably felt her sensitivity to energy rapidly increasing. Eating well, living well, ample cultivation resources, plus the passive absorption of fortune. She could almost see the bronze realm beckoning her. In half a year. At most half a year. As for repaying Zhao Kuo, she had figured out a bit, but how could she really give back? This fool was merely a stepping stone for her to reach greater heights. There were plenty of ways to toy with him. Even now, Zhao Kuo had not felt any substantial acceleration in his cultivation. He knew very well that the initial stage of talent was just opening a door. The subsequent stages required a large amount of comprehension potions and exotic beast crystals to feed. He wasn't in a hurry, because Lu Ruyan had told him that the fortune accompaniment needed time to stabilize. In the beginning, it was all about accumulation, and only later would it erupt. Zhao Kuo believed it. Why wouldn't he? This woman was indeed extraordinary, and he felt he had struck gold. Although he had never tried the legendary charm system, Lu Ruyan had already made him unable to resist. And grade genius paired with an grade partner talent. A match made in heaven. The entire Jiang City said so. Lu Ruyan nestled in Zhao Kuo's arms and casually asked, who was on the phone just now? Your face doesn't look good. That wastes Su Ming. Zhao Kuo recounted the events, finishing with a cold snort. I don't know what he ate. His weight has shot up absurdly, and he actually had the strength to slap old Hu away. Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with surprise. That waist has such strength. She could be said to understand Su Ming better than anyone else in the world. 3 years as classmates, she knew everything about that man. He was calm, patient, and never did anything without certainty. Doesn't he have the side effect of osteoporosis? Lu Ruyan leaned against Zhao Kuo, subtly guiding the topic deeper. Who knows what kind of luck he stumbled upon? Zhao Kuo snorted. But it doesn't matter in the arena. What good is strength? My lava earth fire won't even let him touch it. But what if? There is no what if. Zhao Kuo interrupted her, his gaze turning fierce. However, just to be safe, he picked up the communicator and dialed another number. Dad, can you help me get a couple of things? A set of Crave fire armor and a few fire-type beast crystals. On the other end of the line, there was a 2-second silence before Zhao's father's voice came through. You kid are spending money like it's burning. What do you need it for? For the college entrance examination arena. Also, Dad, listen to me, I have a girlfriend. All right, no doubt you're my good son. I'll have someone make a trip to the black market in South City right away. By the way, I'll transfer you another 100,000 by some supplements. Our Zhao family is. You know. After hanging up, Zhao Qua turned to Lu Ruyin, his eyes filled with determination. In 5 days, I want Su Ming to kneel in front of the whole school. No matter how tough his bones or they can't withstand lava. Lu Ruyin leaned against his shoulder, submissively responding with a no. She suddenly recalled the 3 years spent with Su Ming. That man never spoke harshly and never lost his temper. He was gentle, unlike anyone from the martial arts world. Whatever, it didn't matter. She had already chosen Zhao Qua. Winners take all, losers are eliminated. The rules of this world have always been so simple. Meanwhile, in the early morning, Su Ming arrived again at the Xingho waste disposal plant. As soon as he stepped into the sorting area, he keenly felt that the atmosphere today was somewhat off. All the workers looked at him with eyes filled with a sense of end-of-life care pity. Little Su has arrived. A short-haired woman saw him and immediately had red eyes as she hurried over. Without further ado, she forcefully stuffed 2 still warm boiled eggs into his hands. Take these and eat them while they're hot. They're from the old hen at home. They're good for calcium. This child, son. Su Ming held the 2 eggs somewhat bemused. The bald and robust man nodded at him from a distance, his eyes carrying a tragic farewell. Great. Su Ming's mouth twitched. The rumor of him being twice mutated with a short life spread faster than he had imagined. It seemed he had quite a talent for building up a persona. The foreman scar-facedly walked over and patted his shoulder. All right, don't just stand here. Today, just go back to your area and rest more. That tone was like allowing a late-stage patient to take a paid break. The small touch of gratitude in Su Ming's heart was quickly overshadowed by a sense of absurdity. What else could he say? Thank you, Uncle Lee, thank you, big sister. Su Ming felt touched, but didn't hold back his hands. Under the sympathetic gazes of everyone, he clutched the 2 eggs and dove into his own exclusive VIP booth. The 3-meter-high mountain of waste in the corner quietly awaited his attention. Su Ming peeled the eggshell and took a bite. His gaze swept over the piles of wrecked armored vehicle chassis, twisted cannon tubes, and broken track plates. All hard dishes. He swallowed the egg white and his left hand stealthily pressed against a broken track connector. Time to feast. His palm heated up as the countdown began. 1 minute later. Ding. Devouring high manganese steel track components. Quality points 6. 7. Su Ming remained unfazed, slowly peeling the second egg from his pocket with his right hand while his left hand had already switched to the next piece of scrap. Ding. Devouring high-strength alloy wheel hub. Obtained quality points 9. 5. Ding. Devouring military-grade drive shaft wreckage. Obtained quality points 21. 8. Ding. Devouring. The system's clear notification sound resonated in his mind, playing the most beautiful melody. Su Ming no longer looked at the specific numbers, his mind only focused on one thought. Eat until dead. He symbolically rummaged through the sorting box with his right hand, while his left hand frantically outputted one piece after another without pause. A thought suddenly sprang to mind. With a weight of 300 kilograms, how could he not feel hungry at all? A person is iron and food is steel. Could it be that he had truly become an Iron Man in the literal sense, surviving solely by swallowing metal? He shook his head, too lazy to think deeply. Anyway, since his body felt fine, there was no need to go against his stomach. His hands kept moving, and yet another palm-thick armor plate came into his hands, the edges still bearing claw marks from exotic beasts. Ding. Devouring special steel armor fragments. Obtained quality points 12. 5. Su Ming finished peeling the second egg and glanced toward the heavy object area. That was the real feast. An intact tank turret, a mech thigh taller than a person, dozens of tons of scrap ship steel. He swallowed again, then withdrew his gaze. There were dedicated personnel watching over that area along with surveillance. It wasn't the right time, he had to develop stealthily. Midway, he took advantage of a break to pull up the panel and glance. Host Su Ming, Realm First Stage, Black Iron True, weight 296. 3 kilograms, quality points 437. 25. Half a day, 400 points. At this rate, he would break 500 in quality points before the end of the day, all thrown into true weight, and his weight would shoot up to 800 kilograms. Only 200 more to reach the threshold for the second stage bronze promotion line. If he worked hard again this afternoon, at the latest tomorrow, he would be able to touch the barrier of the second life form. Su Ming suppressed the curve of his mouth and continued to bury himself in work. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Ming had just devoured a drive shaft the size of a fist when the system popped up with the day's largest income. Ding. Devouring tungsten-based heavy alloy counterweight. Quality points 22. 4. Delightful. Just then a low rumble of engines came from the outskirts of the sorting area. Su Ming looked up. A silver-gray military hover vehicle slowly descended onto the factory's helipad. The door opened, and a tall, spirited figure stepped out first. Wearing a black nano-combat suit standing at about 178 centimeters with a silver battle knife emblem on her shoulder. Shen Qingzi. But Su Ming's gaze only lingered on her for a second before being drawn to another person. Coming out from the other side of the vehicle was a man he had never seen before. In his early 20s, standing around 183 centimeters tall, dressed in a customized high-end combat suit with handsome features. With a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth, he emanated a sense of superiority that had obviously been carefully maintained. He stood alongside Shen Qingzi, exuding an outstanding presence, clearly someone of wealth or status. On the second floor of the main building of the Xinghe Waste Disposal Plant, the reception room. Although it's called a reception room, it's actually just where Shen Hanyuan usually drinks tea and reads the news. A metal table, a few folding chairs, and in the corner 2 50-kilogram super walnuts are tossed aside. The decor style emphasizes a roughness. Liu Beichen walked in, his eyebrows twitching slightly, but he quickly resumed the warm and gentle smile. He proactively pulled out what appeared to be the sturdiest folding chair, elegantly gesturing for Shen Qingzi to sit first. Ignoring him, Shen Qingzi found a chair for herself, stretched her long legs, and leaned back to sit down. At the main seat, Shen Hanyuan had already brewed the tea, leisurely skimming off the froth with the lid of the cup. He noticed the spirited young man who followed his daughter in, and his gaze instantly changed. "Sit down," Shen Hanyuan said, while holding the teacup, casting a nonchalant glance at Liu Beichen. "You are Qingzi's teammate." "Hello, Uncle Shen." Liu Beichen slightly inclined his body, his demeanor proper. "My name is Liu Beichen from the Liu family in the imperial capital, a second-year student at the military university. This time, I am executing a training mission at the entrance of the southern abyss with Qingzi." "Qingzi." Shen Hanyuan tightened his grip on the teacup. "Oh, you seem quite familiar. The Liu family from the imperial capital." Shen Hanyuan put down the teacup, tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers. "Which Liu family?" "My father is Liu Zhenbong, a senior researcher at the Federal Research Institute. My older brother Liu Beiyuan is currently also working at the Research Institute." When Liu Beichen spoke these words, his speed was neither fast nor slow, but each word carried the weight of careful polishing. This is the standard introduction method of the children from aristocratic families in the imperial capital. I don't say directly how impressive my family is, but every word I say tells you that my family is impressive. Shen Hanyuan sneered inwardly. "From the Research Institute. A technical background, no wonder I haven't heard of it. What's your talent?" Shen Hanyuan asked directly. Liu Beichen seemed to have been waiting for this question, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. "S-Class Special System Heart of Magnetic Origin." These 6 words were not loud, but the restrained pride in his tone was hard to conceal. S-Class is already the starting point at the top of the pyramid in the entire Federation. Currently at the silver rank, I've already developed 2 talent sequences. Liu Beichen looked at Shen Qingzi and smiled. Just like Qingzi, while understanding the talent sequence is important, the progress of cultivation is the real hard work. I'm a year older than Qingzi, and my rank is just 1 tier higher. This statement sounded polite, but its meaning was anything but. What if you are SS class? I as S class can still suppress you. Shen Qingzi leaned back against the chair, too lazy to respond to this remark. This person. Her understanding of Liu Beichen was limited to the teammate arranged by the mentor and someone from the imperial capital. He had always been quite low-key at school. Why was he suddenly so talkative in her home? Shen Hanyuan nodded, his tone plain. S-Class is good. Liu Beichen waited for 2 seconds, but not receiving the expected further amazement or inquiry surprised him. This retired soldier running a waste recycling station had quite the composure. The danger level of this trip to the entrance of the abyss is not low. Liu Beichen shifted the topic, looking gently at Shen Qingzi. Although the mentor arranged a duo task, to be honest, I took the initiative to apply to team up with Qingzi out of concern for her safety. Hearing this, Shen Qingzi finally spoke. Initiative application. The teacher didn't say it this way. Her tone was flat. Aren't you on a task to hunt a beast coming this way coincidentally? Liu Beichen's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. There is a task, but it's just a 4th-tier beast. He smiled. Besides, how can a task be more important than your safety? Shen Hanyuan put down the teacup, making a light sound. Good lad, not shallow and scheming. Calling a 4th-tier beast just. For someone at the silver rank, facing a 4th-tier beast would be a full effort. He spoke as if going to the market to buy groceries, wanting to show off in front of my daughter. No need. Shen Hanyuan interrupted directly. I've already prepared for Qingzi. The latest heavy combat robot from the Federal Research Center can handle threats below the 3rd tier with ease. Liu Beichen was taken aback. Robot. As a scrap station owner, what good items can you get? It's probably some low-end model from the civilian market just to fool your daughter. Uncle Shen is quite considerate. Liu Beichen flattered him with a tone laced with skepticism. However, although AI brains have developed significantly over the years in adaptability and battlefield judgment, they still cannot be compared to humans. The battlefield is ever-changing. What if an unexpected situation arises? I know about the robots. Shen Hongyuan raised his hand to interrupt him, then changed the subject. But what about you coming all the way from the imperial capital? You wouldn't come empty-handed, would you? This question was quite straightforward. Liu Beichen felt amused. Sure enough, people from small places love to take advantage. He had already inquired. Shen Qingxi came to the military university from Jiangxing. Her family background was average, and her father was a retired soldier who obtained waste recycling qualifications through military connections. He knew all the prominent figures in the second-generation circle of the imperial capital and had inquired about Shen Hongyuan's name. No one had heard of it. As for this trip, he naturally had prepared a bargaining chip. Liu Beichen took out a delicate alloy box from his nano storage ring, placed it on the table with both hands, and opened it. The interior of the box was lined with shock-absorbing velvet. The moment the box opened, a strong and heavy energy fluctuation surged out from within, causing the teacups in the reception room to hum. In the center lay a crystal the size of a thumb. It was dark purple with energy seemingly flowing slowly inside. A first-tier source beast crystal. Liu Beichen's tone was calm. He deliberately emphasized the words source beast. Source beasts and alien beasts are worlds apart. Alien beasts are products of local animals on Blue Star being mutated by chaotic energy from the source realm with thin and complex energy within. In contrast, source beasts come from the source realm on the other side of the void, fissure wrapped in dark purple energy currents, bloodthirsty and violent, with energy density far superior to that of alien beasts. Even a first-tier source beast crystal is priced above 1 million Federation coins in the market. This crystal is of the metal attribute, which will greatly assist Qingxi in her cultivation of Gung metal blade bone. Liu Beichen looked at Shen Qingxi, smiling warmly. Just a small token of goodwill. Shen Qingxi glanced at the crystal, her expression unchanging. However, Shen Hongyuan's reaction was more pronounced. Oh, the old man leaned in as if he had discovered a treasure and took a look. Source beast crystal. This thing isn't cheap, young Liu. It must be worth at least 1 million, right? Though Liu Beichen felt a slight pain in his wallet, seeing Shen Hongyuan's just right surprise made him feel it was worth it. He humbly waved his hand. Uncle Shen, you flatter me. Compared to Qingxi's future, this little thing is nothing. Shen Hongyuan found it amusing. 1 million. Enough for an ordinary family in Jiangxing for 10 years. For a typical family, it could indeed knock someone out. But he bought that panshur for his daughter, which was worth 8 million. This kid offering 1 million worth of goods immediately lost its charm. However, what's interesting is this kid's gaze. After noticing that his daughter didn't react the first person, he looked at wasn't her, but rather his country bumpkin old dad. What does this indicate? It indicates that this kid's goal was never to please his daughter, but to use his country bumpkin old dad to break the ice. Shen Hongyuan, having also come from a background of wealth in his youth, found this kid's money-spending strategies to pursue women too childish in front of him. However, why not take advantage of a good deal? Oh dear, this is too precious. Shen Hongyuan stood up with a look of horror on his face. He quickly closed the box and in a flash stuffed it into his pocket. The action was completed in one go. Liu Beichen. Shen Hongyuan, with a face full of gratitude, patted Liu Beichen on the shoulder. Young Liu, you have a good heart. I will accept this on behalf of Qingxi. Xiaoli, you are thoughtful. I will accept this on behalf of Qingxi. Just then the communicator on his wrist rang. Shen Hongyuan glanced at the caller ID, his expression slightly tightening. You all chat, I'll take a call first. As he passed by Liu Beichen, he couldn't help but wink at his daughter. That look clearly conveyed, I've accepted the gift, now let's see your performance. Shen Qingxi rubbed her forehead, lamenting how her father's penchant for playing tricks hadn't changed after all these years. Once Shen Hongyuan left, the weight in Liu Beichen's heart completely lifted. It seemed that this father had already been won over by the gift offensive. He turned to Shen Qingxi with an even warmer smile. Qingxi, you see, uncle has agreed. This time we will work together. I've decided to go alone. Shen Qingxi directly interrupted him. As for that source beast crystal, it was collected by my dad, not me. Liu Beichen's smile froze. Qingxi, do you know how significant a first-tier source beast crystal is for enhancing metal affinity talents? It can shorten your arduous training by at least a month. Don't call me Qingxi. Shen Qingxi crossed her arms, looking at him as if he were a fool. Although she didn't know that source beast crystals were actually so expensive, she had been cultivating since she was 6. The total number of source beast crystals she had used was at least in the dozens. Liu Beichen was left speechless. What was wrong with this family? Each one was more unpredictable than the last. He quickly thought it through and decided to retreat to advance. How about this? Liu Beichen suppressed his displeasure and changed his strategy. I'll go check out the robot uncle prepared for you. If it really has the capability to protect you, I'll turn around and head back to school without a second thought. He wanted to see what kind of impressive item a scrap dealer could produce. Shin Qingzi thought for a moment and nodded. She had practiced with Pancher yesterday and had a good idea of its strength. Her dad also mentioned that the robot had a berserk mode. It would automatically activate in the face of deadly danger and should not be used unless absolutely necessary. It would be just right to intimidate this arrogant guy. Follow me. The two walked one after the other into the gravity training room on the third underground level. V-room. The heavy alloy door slowly opened. When Liu Beichen saw the dark silver humanoid robot in the center of the training room, his steps paused. The smooth lines of the armor, the precise hydraulic joints, the sleek sensory panels. Every aspect exuded a cold and refined aura that was not typical of civilian products. The handiwork of the federal military industry. He was somewhat surprised. His brother worked at the Federal Research Center and had mentioned it to him. The development of military combat robots had made significant breakthroughs which he had initially doubted. A scrap dealer could actually acquire such cutting-edge equipment. It seemed this old man was not an ordinary connection. Of course, it could also be a piece of second-hand equipment that the military had eliminated. He walked up to Pancher, knocked on its chest armor, and produced a dull metallic sound. Come on, Shin Qingzi had already readied herself. Let me see how strong your talent really is. Liu Beichen's eyes flashed with arrogance. Against a hunk of metal, talent isn't necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward like a leopard, delivering a punch straight to the chest of the Pancher robot. Bang! A dull metallic sound echoed. The Pancher robot remained unmoved while Liu Beichen felt the shock reverberate through his arm. What the heck? How can it be so hard? Before he could react, his mechanical arm turned into a blur and swept towards him. Liu Beichen quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding it. In the training room, only the dull sounds of metal collisions and the rush of wind could be heard. 10 minutes later, Liu Beichen retreated to the corner, his chest slightly heaving, and his expression looked rather grim. He finally understood why Shen Hongyuan was so at ease. The robot's reaction speed, strength, and defense were nearly at the level of a third-tier silver warrior. In a purely physical fight, he wouldn't gain any advantage. How was that? Shin Qingzi crossed her arms and looked at him leisurely. It's indeed strong, Liu Beichen panted, shaking his head with a smile. Uncle Shen is quite considerate. Although the smile remained on his face, the light in his eyes had already dimmed. Strong it may be, but it's only within the limits of not using talent skills. His Yuan magnetic heart. The first sequence skill is a small area gravity enhancement. The second sequence skill is to create a Yuan magnetic field. Although he was not yet proficient with the second skill, using it to interfere with the internal circuits of a robot was more than sufficient. A malicious thought quietly took shape in his mind. If he could make Pancher's recognition system crash, causing it to enter a mode of indiscriminate attack, such precision machinery, once the core program went haywire, would take at least 5 days to be sent back to the factory for repairs. By that time, Shin Qingzi's assessment task would have long since passed. He glanced outside, recalling the lower-level workers sorting through waste materials like ants in the factory area. If he could let this out-of-control killing machine charge into the crowd and create chaos. After a few lives were lost, he could step in as the savior and suppress it with full force. Not only would it leave Shin Qingzi in debt to him, but it would also allow him to perfectly showcase his strength and responsibility in front of her. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Who said rich second generations have no brains? Liu Beichen wiped the sweat from his forehead and put on that gentle smile again. I recognize that this robot is indeed qualified. He approached Pancher, extended his right hand, and patted its shoulder armor in a gesture of friendly acknowledgement. But beneath his palm, a faint wave of Yuan magnetism silently seeped into the seams of the dark silver armor. Liu Beichen withdrew his right hand with a natural motion. A ripple of primordial magnetic force, finer than a strand of hair and lighter than a breath, seeped into the gaps of the stone armor, quietly spreading out. Liu Beichen turned around, still wearing that gentle smile. It's a bit stuffy here, I'll go up for some fresh air. Please inform uncle for me later. Shin Qingzi didn't look at him at all, crossing her arms with her gaze fixed on the stone. Liu Beichen slightly inclined his body and turned to leave. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, his breathing steady as usual. The moment he stepped out of the alloy door, a smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. 3 to 5 minutes. The more advanced the military AI became, the weaker its underlying logical chains were. He needed a vantage point with a broad view. The second-floor balcony would do nicely. Liu Beichen walked up the corridor with a leisurely pace. Timing was more important than strength in the act of a hero saving a beauty. The third basement. In the empty training room, only Shin Qingzi and the silently standing stone remained. She took out a dedicated remote control from her spatial wristband, aimed it at the stone, and prepared to put it into sleep mode. The moment her thumb pressed down, buzz, the smooth sensory panel of the stone suddenly jolted. The originally stable deep blue light band flickered twice, without warning. Then it was replaced by blinding crimson. Warning, warning, core program logic is chaotic, triggering unknown command conflict. The mechanical synthesized voice was sharp and piercing, echoing back and forth in the enclosed training room. What's happening? Shen Qingxi's expression changed. She pressed the emergency stop key repeatedly. There was no response. The stone's crimson electronic eyes fixedly stared ahead, and the sound of grinding gears echoed from within. Suddenly, its head swung violently, the crimson beam sweeping from above Shen Qingxi's head to her feet. Shen Qingxi tensed, her body, silver light flickering between her fingers, the metal blade ready to unleash its power. Identity recognition. Permission confirmed, Supreme Owner. Logic conflict attack on the owner is prohibited. Backup protocol initiated. Eliminating potential threats around the owner. The stone's electronic eyes lingered on her for less than a second before abruptly turning towards the heavy alloy door. It completely ignored her. Roar. A deep mechanical roar erupted, causing the walls of the training room to hum and vibrate. The stone's right arm swung out fiercely. Weighing 2.5 tons combined with full power hydraulic output, a fist struck the special alloy door. Bang! The entire door bulged outward, the rivets on the door frame flying off and embedding into the opposite wall. Its legs slightly bent, the heavy hydraulic feet shattered the floor tiles. It charged at full speed towards the inclined corridor leading down. The floor cracked beneath its feet, spiderweb-like fissures spreading out, and the entire corridor trembled. There are people above. Shen Qingxi's face changed dramatically as she immediately chased after. On the ground in the sorting area's west side. Inside Su Ming's exclusive VIP box, the atmosphere was incredibly tranquil. His left hand pressed against a twisted piece of high manganese steel track debris. Familiar warmth flowed from his palm into his body, making him almost hum in comfort. Ding! Devouring high manganese steel track component. Quality points 6. 7. Su Ming let out a satisfied breath and summoned the panel for a glance. Real quality 296. 3 kilograms. Quality points 548. 15-inch, just over 100 more. At this rate, he would definitely gather enough before finishing work. Then, boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the main building. Su Ming's hand trembled. He looked up and saw a large hole blown in the outer wall of the main building. Chunks of bricks and twisted rebar shot out in all directions, smoke billowing up into the sky. A massive dark silver figure shot out from the haze. Thud. That thing crashed heavily onto the ground of the open sorting area, causing the ground to shake violently, and the debris pile beneath Su Ming's feet slid away. Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. The short-haired big sister stretched her neck in shock and looked over. What's going on? Are they conducting a fire drill? The bald, strong man also stopped his work and peered curiously. The stone robot's crimson electronic eyes flickered wildly, and its hydraulic legs suddenly pushed off the ground, its massive body leaping up. Its right arm swept across. A sorting workbench made of thick steel plates weighing several hundred pounds was sent flying as if it were made of paper. The bald, strong man and a few nearby workers were thrown to the ground by the rush of air created by the rolling steel table tumbling far away. Run! Run fast! Monster! It's killing people! The sorting area erupted in chaos. The short-haired big sister fell into a pile of scrap metal, losing one shoe, scrambling to crawl out with her hands and feet. Li, with the scar on his face, turned pale, shouting hoarsely, "Scatter! Everyone get the hell out of here!" The cries and the sounds of metal colliding blended into one. On the second-floor balcony, Liu Beichen stood by the railing. He looked down at the fleeing workers below, calculating the time. Just a little longer. Wait for the despair to ferment a bit longer. His gaze swept over the figures screaming and fleeing, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mere ants. It wouldn't matter if a few died. Inside the sorting area, the stone's crimson electronic eyes scanned frantically, quickly locking onto the area with the most concentrated thermal and life signals. The corner where Li with the scar and the short-haired big sister retreated. Warning. Multiple hostile targets detected. Initiating elimination sequence. The engines roared with deafening noise. The 2.5-ton steel body leaned forward, legs launching. It charged towards the group of workers huddled together in a death charge. Li with the scar pushed the short-haired big sister behind him, shielding her. His legs trembled, but he did not retreat a single step. The crimson electronic eyes were already closing in the 2.5-ton steel body, stirring up a whirlwind, the shadow of death looming overhead. However, just at this critical moment, a slender figure seemed to tear through space. In a flash of electric light, she appeared firmly in front of them. Shen Qingxi. She did not turn around, her legs slightly bent, her center of gravity sinking. The long arms wrapped in a black nano battle suit trembled violently. Silver light surged between her joints. A long knife, entirely matte silver gray, was forged from her palm bones. The blade's lines were straight and elegant, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Yet the edge was as thin as a cicada's wing, reflecting a glimmer of cold light. Tang hung down cold edge. The moment the blade was drawn, it was as if the air had been sliced open. Shen Qingzi held the knife with both hands, the blade pointing at the rushing iron beast. The wind whipped her hair wildly, but her figure remained as steadfast as stone, unmoving. The next second would be a collision that shook the heavens and earth. Just as the boulder was about to strike with a mighty punch, it recognized Shen Qingzi. Beep. Highest authority owner confirmed. The blaring alarm echoed wildly within the robotic body. Although the indiscriminate attack logic of the lower tier was disrupted the moment the optical radar scanned Shen Qingzi, the AI still forcibly triggered the highest level of emergency protocol. The furious boulder robot forcibly retracted its right fist, capable of smashing a tank. The hydraulic joints of its legs erupted with a piercing screech of braking friction, attempting to halt abruptly. However, the terrifying inertia generated by its 2.4-ton steel body during high-speed sprinting could not defy the laws of physics and stop immediately. The unbalanced mechanical giant, carrying overwhelming kinetic energy, charged straight towards Shen Qingzi with its broad and hard alloy chest. Shen Qingzi had long anticipated this. Faced with such mountain-like mass inertia, she could not take it heed and could only rely on extreme force dissipation. She gripped the cold blade of the Tang knife, tightly positioning it horizontally in front of her. In that moment, the elegant matte surface of the blade transformed into the most resilient barrier against death. Thud! The muffled sound of impact made one's heart constrict. Even though the boulder had retracted its attack, the sheer quality of the impact that slammed against the cold blade still unleashed a terrifying force. The immense force surged into Shen Qingzi's arms through the blade. She let out a grunt, and a wave of metallic sweetness surged in her throat. An abnormal flush appeared on her pale face. The wind whipped up the hem of her combat suit, making it flap in the storm. To avoid being thrown off her intercepting formation, the Gungjin Dao bone within her body quivered violently. It emitted visible high-frequency resonance, forcefully maintaining the integrity of the Tang knife structure. Rather than being knocked away, she was pushed back, sliding wildly under the force of the steel giant. Stop! Now! Shen Qingzi's feet pressed firmly against the ground as she violently flipped the Tang knife downward. The blade's tip struck deeply into the solid anti-explosion concrete. Sparks flew. Amidst the excruciating sound of metal scraping, the Tang knife cleaved through the ground, carving out a terrifying trench half a foot deep in the hard earth. Sliding for a full 20 meters, Shen Qingzi's entire skeleton ached as her 60-kilogram flesh and blood body, relying on the force dissipation of the blade, the sturdiness of the blade bones, and the tremendous friction of the ground, forcibly exhausted the last bit of inertia from the boulder robot, intercepting it firmly in the sorting area, diverting it completely from the crowd. Screech, screech. The boulder robot, forced to a halt, had its electronic red eyes flashing wildly, emitting a piercing sound of electrical garbled noise. Warning. Target identity confirmed. Highest authority. Action execution extermination. Error. Lower logic paradox. Mainboard overload. Unknown lethal threat detected. Initiating final contingency plan. Codename Jade Incineration. Limiter release. Boom. Accompanied by the mechanical voice, the hydraulic pipes of the boulder robot suddenly burst open, the heat exhaust valve. A plume of high-pressure white steam shot into the sky. Its originally gray-black armored seams glowed with an extremely dangerous crimson light. Its size even increased by 10 centimeters due to the expansion of the armor. Rampage mode. Shen Qingzi's pupils constricted, and the veins on the back of her hand bulged. Seeing this scene, Liu Beichen, hiding on the second floor, not only did not panic, but instead revealed a triumphant grin. It seems the magnetic field has taken effect, and this scrap of junk is completely out of control. Shen Qingzi is injured. Now is the time for me to descend like a deity and turn the tide. Liu Beichen immediately took a step forward, shouting loudly, "Qingzi, be careful. It's out of control, let me." Before he could finish, the boulder robot, now in rampage mode, was attracted by his shout. It suddenly turned its head and unleashed a terrifying thrust, a punch accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air, smashing fiercely towards Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen had initially intended to feign nonchalance, but in a rush he could only raise his arm to block. The result was a muffled bang as the pure high-density mass of 2.4 tons combined with extreme kinetic energy directly sent this glass genius off his feet, crashing heavily against the alloy wall behind him. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Beichen's heart sank. Damn it. How can there be such a terrifying model in this scrapyard? He clumsily got up, pouring 2 tubes of precious healing potions into his mouth, raising his hands as his glass talent erupted with full force. A pile of scrap metal dares to act wild before its glass. Kneel before me. Gravitational lock. An immense, invisible gravitational field instantly enveloped the boulder robot. He began to imagine that this machine would be crushed into scrap in the next second, and he would earn Shin Qingxi's admiring gaze. He unleashed his killing move 5 times gravity, sufficient to rupture the internal organs of an ordinary third-tier martial artist, making them kneel on the spot. However, the boulder weighed 2.4 tons, and 5 times gravity amounted to bearing 12 tons of weight. It sounded heavy, but let's not forget this was a military-grade high-strength alloy armored robot. Its chassis was extremely stable, and at this moment, it was in rampage mode. Its power engine had already reached 105% overclocked state. Creak, bang. The boulder robot paused for less than half a second. The gravitational field, powerful enough to crush an ordinary third-tier martial artist, was forcefully torn apart by its overclocked mechanical strength. Those crimson electronic eyes coldly locked onto Liu Beichen, who was posing dramatically. There was no build-up. The mechanical giant arm swung violently, producing a terrifying explosion that broke the sound barrier. A mighty slap aimed directly at him. What a... Liu Beichen's pupils constricted as his carefully maintained composure instantly turned to panic. He didn't even have time to assume a defensive posture. Thud, poof, a sound that made one's teeth ache. The illustrious young master of the Liu family in the capital, a genius with class talent, was slapped away like a ragged sack by this rampaging steel giant. He spewed a mouthful of blood midair as his valuable custom-made combat suit instantly ripped apart. He crashed through 2 rusted iron pillars and finally landed in a pile of scrap metal like a dead dog. He fainted on the spot, his life unknown. Instant kill. The entire scene fell silent. The workers who had just cheered for the arrival of the savior gaped, and even Shin Qingxi was frozen in place. The high-flying class genius was actually taken down in one slap. The short-haired woman's legs went weak. The bald, strong man supporting himself against the pile of scrap was trembling. No one dared to make a sound. The boulder robot scanned again, its mechanical red eyes once more locking onto the direction where scarred Li and the others were. In a sudden burst, it charged forward with a thunderous roar. Oh no! The previous interception had caused Shin Qingxi to slide too far. She could not reach in time now. Scarred Li watched the boulder bearing down on them, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted to his fellow workers behind him, "Run!" Then he activated his meager class talent giant power. His muscles bulged as he lifted a large steel beam, attempting to shield the short-haired woman behind him. However, the boulder casually collided with him, sending both him and the steel beam flying 5 or 6 meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood and also fainted. The boulder's steps did not pause for a moment, its crimson gaze turning towards the now terrified short-haired woman. The short-haired woman could only crawl on the ground in secret. She felt the deathly gaze and glanced back. Terrified by that cold red light, she fell to the ground in despair, closing her eyes. In the distance, Shin Qingxi's eyes widened as the S-class Gungjin Dao Bone erupted once more. She dashed towards the corner in a frenzy, trying to rescue, but 30 meters felt like a chasm. It's over. There's no time left. Everyone present was filled with despair. Who can stop this completely rampaging steel monster now? The shadow of death loomed above. A steel behemoth weighing 2 tons with a blood-red electronic eye void of emotion. Its mechanical fist, capable of crushing tanks, was aimed directly at the short-haired woman sitting on the ground, her face ashen. It was over. In the distance, Shin Qingxi's eyes were about to burst with despair as she sprinted with all her might. Yet at this moment, the 30-meter distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. Rescue was utterly impossible. In that fleeting moment of despair, a figure emerged from behind a 3-meter-high mountain of scrap to the west of the sorting area. "Tisk, so troublesome." Su Ming spat out the grass root in his mouth, squinting against the gusts of wind. He had finally found a place where he could scavenge metal for free, hoping to survive indefinitely. But this hunk of junk insisted on causing trouble. Just that morning, the woman had handed him 2 eggs. If he turned a blind eye now, how could he ever manage in the factory again? He had to save her. He pressed down hard on the system panel. Real weight 296. 3 kilograms, weight points 548. 2. All in. Boom. The weight points were instantly cleared. A tremendous surge of heat erupted from within him, fiercer than ever before. Su Ming's real weight skyrocketed from under 300 kilograms. Real weight 400 kilograms. 600 kilograms. 844. 5 kilograms. Almost 850 kilograms. Su Ming felt his body burning, his bone density and muscle strength undergoing a terrifying compression and transformation once again. Compared to the previous 300 kilograms, his legs felt a bit heavier now. This robot must weigh at least 2 tons. Su Ming was aware enough not to add this extra weight. 300 kilograms against 2 tons meant he'd be sent flying. Su Ming moved his ankles, slightly bent his legs, and steadied himself at the edge of the mountain of scrap. In the next second, he suddenly exerted force with his legs. The cement ground cracked with a sharp sound, spiderweb-like fissures spreading instantly. With a real weight of nearly 850 kilograms and the density of solid tungsten steel in his bones, he was like a solid iron bullet flying close to the ground, bursting forth with a dull, piercing sound. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but the terrifying momentum was unstoppable. He forcefully cleared a path through the air. At the critical moment, just as the rock-solid fist was about to crash down, Su Ming's slender figure slammed and standing firmly in front of the short-haired woman. He didn't even have time to assume any fighting stance against that world-destroying punch. He could only take a deep breath, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, gritting his teeth. He braced himself. Boom! The metallic thud was absurdly loud, causing the entire metal roof of the scrap processing plant to vibrate. A visible wave of white air exploded around the two, expanding in a circular motion and sending every piece of scrap metal and screw within 10 meters flying. The workers, who were still crouched on the ground, unable to escape, felt their eardrums pierce with pain from the deafening sound, instinctively closing their eyes in agony. They dared not look. No one dared to witness the gruesome scene of the reckless boy being smashed into a puddle of flesh. However, amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the anticipated carnage did not occur. Instead, there was a sharp sound of fabric tearing. As the dust began to settle, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The thin boy's cheap school uniform sleeve had been completely shredded, revealing two arms that were not particularly strong but possessed incredibly tight lines. His feet had crushed the thick explosion-proof cement beneath him, creating two deep grooves over half a meter long. Yet he was still standing. He remained firmly planted in place, his seemingly fragile body unyielding, his arms firmly braced against the mechanical fist that was larger than his head. Holy shit! A nearby uncle crouched behind a pile of scrap metal rubbed his eyes, forgetting to breathe. Is this that sickly boy with osteoporosis? Silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The intelligent system of the rock-solid robot seemed to fall into a brief state of confusion, detecting extremely high-density physical obstruction. Threat level assessment in progress. Its overclocked hydraulic engine roared madly, and its massive body lurched forward, pushing Su Ming to slide backward even more. The grooves beneath his feet grew deeper. At the same time, its left arm swung violently, the 5 alloy fingers coming together to form a sharp blade. With an ear-splitting sonic boom, it aimed straight for Su Ming's unguarded head. The crisis recurred. Damn it, if you're going to act, you might as well go all out. Feeling the menacing wind above his head, Su Ming's mind raced with calculations. He abruptly lifted his head, showing no semblance of a skilled fighter. Instead, he contorted his face into a twisted and pained expression, letting out a shrill, desperate scream. Aw, I can't control my weight anymore. It's so heavy. My body feels like it's about to split open. This scream, filled with despair and madness, resonated in everyone's ears, perfectly confirming the rumor about his talent's second mutation going out of control. Before his shout faded, Su Ming not only did not retreat, but rather pushed off with his left leg against the ground, charging forward instead. He abandoned all defense, relying purely on his beast-like physical instincts. With a headbutt that had no technique whatsoever, he violently and savagely smashed into the broad chest armor of the rock-solid robot. Crack, boom. His iron-like skull collided with the high-strength alloy armor capable of withstanding a third-tier exotic beast's full impact. A primal and brutal physical clash occurred. Sparks flew. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the seemingly indestructible armor on the chest of the rock-solid robot was actually dented by Su Ming's head, creating a shocking crater. Warning: chest armor damaged 17. Core energy module shaken. The mechanical beast's center of gravity instantly destabilized, causing the blade aimed at Su Ming's head to veer off. It stumbled back 3 large steps, each step leaving deep cracks in the ground. At the moment, the robot staggered backward. A silver flash finally arrived. Shen Qingzi suddenly appeared beside the rock-solid robot, her eyes filled with astonishment. At this moment, only one thought remained in her mind. This boy, is he even human? Which of you is the monster? Forget about that for now. Without hesitation, she moved her hands. Gung Jin Dao Bone, a silver light flashed, and the cold blade in her hand let out a clear, melodious sound. Following the edge of the crater made by the head, she aimed for the perfect moment to stab fiercely. Target: core engine. However, just as the tip of the blade was about to touch the armor, a hum reverberated. An invisible ripple spread through the air. Immediately after, a calm, yet undeniably authoritative voice erupted in everyone's ears like a divine decree. Seal. Seal. A single word. Though soft-spoken, it was as if the world had pressed pause, centered on the rampaging boulder-class robot. A ripple of azure water-like waves suddenly bloomed into space within a 3-meter radius. The next instant, the ripples instantly solidified. A perfect translucent cube materialized out of thin air, encasing the Twonderhaften steel behemoth. Along with the dust and violent air currents it had stirred up, all sealed within. A prehistoric giant insect frozen in amber would look much the same. The entire waste processing plant fell into dead silence. Workers gaped, forgetting to breathe. Shin Qingzi, still gripping her blade, was frozen in place as well. Midair, a figure stood suspended with nothing beneath his feet. It was Shun Hongyuan. He stood at the edge of the gaping hole in the main building, clad in a dusty old pair of military trousers and a faded, washed-out vest. In his hand, he still clutched half a superalloy walnut he hadn't finished cracking. Without even glancing at the chaos below, he raised his right hand, and with an air of nonchalance, snapped his fingers toward the massive azure amber. Snap! The sound was crisp and clear. Inside the space cube at the core energy compartment of the sealed boulder robot's chest, space underwent a bizarre dislocated cut. As if an invisible hand had reached into the folds of space, precisely severing the energy conduits. The piercing alarm abruptly ceased. The scarlet electronic eyes dimmed. The azure cube slowly dissipated, and the 4-ton steel beast, deprived of all power support, crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crisis was over. Just as the crowd, still shaken, was immersed in this miraculous display of power, from a pile of scrap in the corner came a highly discordant groan. Cough! Cough! Liu Beichen struggled to climb out from a heap of rusty parts. His expensive combat suit was tattered, covered in oil and blood, his left arm clearly dislocated. He was utterly disheveled. The first thing he did upon standing was not to check his injuries. Instead, he quickly adjusted his expression. On that blood-streaked face, he forced a look of tragic valor, as if honored in defeat. Uncle Shun, he said, clutching his chest, his voice weak yet earnest. I tried to stop that robot just now, but its power far exceeded my estimates. Luckily, the workers are unharmed. My injuries are nothing. He instinctively looked toward Shin Qingzi, waiting for her concern. Shin Qingzi didn't even glance at him. Her gaze had never left Su Ming from start to finish. To be precise, it was fixed on Su Ming's forehead and the perfectly shaped dent on the boulder's chest armor. The curve of that dent matched the contour of Su Ming's forehead perfectly. Shin Qingzi sheathed her tang blade, the silver light between her knuckles slowly fading. She stared at that dent, her beautiful eyes swirling with disbelief and something indescribable. Curiosity. Pure warrior-born curiosity about power. Over there, Liu Beichen was still performing his solo act. The workers nearby exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Because they had all seen it. How had this strength prodigy stepped up? He had actively gone over to pat the robot's shoulder, only to be taken down with a single slap. Protecting the workers. Brother, the direction you were sent flying was completely opposite. But no one dared to say it. Shun Hongyuan descended lightly from midair, his feet landing almost soundlessly. A moment ago, he was a peerless powerhouse whose words became reality. But as he strode toward the boulder robot still trapped in the fading azure amber, the inscrutable look on his face instantly crumbled. Oh, my precious! Shun Hongyuan crouched over the boulder, examining it from every angle, slapping his thigh in panic. This is a top-tier model. 8 million. Do you know what 8 million means? If this anti-magnetic armor gets even a scratch, repainting it costs 100,000. Which cursed bastard did this? The entire workforce stood petrified. Weren't you just radiating the aura of a descending god? How did you turn into this at the mention of money? Shin Qingzi massaged her forehead. Dad. Enough with the dad. Shun Hongyuan squatted beside the boulder, wincing in pain as he pointed at the dent on the chest armor. Look at this dent. Who did this? Who dared to do this to me? Following the curve of the dent, his gaze passed his daughter and landed on the figure not far away. Su Ming. Still maintaining the forward-leaning posture from his head, but his legs deeply plowed into the cracked concrete floor, stuck there like a nail. The focus of the entire scene shifted instantly. Shun Hongyuan stood up, the pain on his face quickly replaced by vigilance. He had come out a bit late today, but from the moment of that earth-shattering metallic clash, he had been watching from the gap in the main building for a while. A first-rank black iron. Frank talent. Taking a full-force charge from a 2-4-ton third-rank mecha Hedon, and denting the armor with his skull. In all his years, he absolutely refused to believe it. Whether this kid was Frank or Shrank, this was not something a first rank could do. Unless he was sent by an enemy. Shun Hongyuan's face darkened. He strode towards Su Ming and asked coldly, "So you're the one who damaged my robot?" As he spoke, his spiritual pressure was released silently. Not heavy, just enough to make a true black iron kneel and a silver rank's heart tremble. But for a first rank, that was more than enough. Enough to force him to reveal his true energy fluctuations under pressure. The moment Su Ming felt that pressure, a buzz went through the back of his skull. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand it. Rather, he keenly sensed a murderous intent within this oppressive force. This old man was testing him. if he stood up now with an unperturbed expression showing a composure unfitting for a first rank. Then what awaited him would certainly not be praise. He had to act, and act more convincingly than before. Su Ming didn't waste a second on unnecessary thought. His eyes rolled back, and his 850-kilogram body toppled straight backward. Thud. The already cracked concrete floor was dented once more, sending dust exploding into the air. Su Ming rolled on the ground, clutching his head, letting out a miserable wail. Ow, ow, ow. So heavy. My head is splitting. So heavy. I can't stop. His voice cracked from the scream. His performance was dialed to the max. Shen Qingxi's expression shifted, and she quickly stepped in front of Su Ming. Dad, it has nothing to do with him. He saved Big Sister, saved everyone. Her voice was more urgent than usual. Shen Qingxi herself didn't notice this. The short-haired older sister was the first to react. She scrambled over, shielding Su Ming with her body. Boss, it wasn't him. This kid took the blow for me. If not for him, I'd have been crushed into a meat patty. Scarface Li, dragging his half-crippled body, also crawled over and positioned himself beside Su Ming. Shen Hanyuan paused. He withdrew his pressure, took 2 steps closer, and crouched down. Su Ming was still on the ground, crying in pain, snot running down his face. Just then Lu Feng ran over, panting. Seeing the scene, he first called out, "Boss," then leaned close to Shen Hongyuan's ear and whispered a few hurried words. Secondary mutation. Bone density at pig iron level. File says side effect is osteoporosis, but actual test data is completely opposite. Talent is consuming its own life force for petrification and hyperplasia. Shen Hongyuan's brow furrowed tightly. He reached out and directly pressed his hand on Su Ming's shoulder. The moment he made contact, Shen Hongyuan's expression changed. On the surface, it still felt like human skin. Soft, warm elastic. But the toughness and density. No, completely wrong. What he was pressing down on was not the flesh and bone of an 18-year-old. It was solid tungsten steel. Shen Hanyuan slowly stood up, looking at Su Ming, who was still whimpering on the ground. His gaze shifted from shock to an extremely complex look of regret. He had seen cases like this. It was indeed documented in military archives. Certain low-rank enhancement-type talents under extreme conditions undergo irreversible petrification mutations. Their physical density skyrockets, granting them terrifying power far beyond their rank in the short term. The cost is that their flesh gradually loses elasticity and vitality, eventually turning into a true stone statue. They don't live past 30. Most don't even make it to 25. Everyone disperse, Shen Hanyuan said after a moment of silence, waving his hand at the workers, his voice dropping low. The whole plant gets the day off, full pay. He turned around, looked at Su Ming on the ground, seemed about to say something, but ultimately just sighed. What a pity. Such hard bones, but destined for a dying man. The news of human bomb, Su Ming, spread through the entire plant within half an hour. Su Ming lay on the ground, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Shen Hanyuan walked over to the wreckage of the boulder robot, crouched down, and gently traced his fingertip along the armor gaps on the shoulder guard. He paused for a second or two. His fingertip sensed something. An extremely faint energy residue that didn't belong to this robot. Yuan magnetic waves. Shen Hanyuan slowly stood up, dusted off his hands. He let out a soft sigh like an elder watching a mischievous child cause trouble. Young Master Lu. The disheveled figure by the scrap pile who had been trying to sneak away froze. Shen Hanyuan didn't release any pressure, nor did he press forward aggressively. He just stood there and casually snapped his fingers. Whooshed. Lu Beichen's eyes widened in terror as he found the space around his limbs instantly solidified. He was pinned to the spot like a specimen. Shen Hanyuan pulled over a broken folding chair and sat down in a dominating posture. He lit a cheap cigarette. Why the rush to leave? Don't you think we need to settle this score properly? The junkyard lay in complete silence. The wind rustled over the metal roof, producing a soft sound. Shen Hanyuan sat on a broken folding chair, his left leg draped over his right. Not far away, Lu Beichen was immobilized by an invisible spatial binding, cold sweat soaking through the tattered fabric of his precious combat suit. The excruciating pain from his dislocated left arm rendered his face pale as paper, yet his body remained utterly still. At the other end of the junk pit, Su Ming was no longer content to just lie there. He quietly crawled up half of his body, peeking out from the pile of debris, maintaining a painful expression that suggested petrification syndrome. To enjoy the big melon, one must sit in the front row to savor its sweetness. However, while indulging in gossip, one must not cease eating. He subtly adjusted his position for more comfort, his left hand casually resting on a tungsten-based weight nearby. Ding. Consumed high-purity tungsten-based weight, quality points 4. 2. Delightful. Uncle Shun. Lu Beichen forced out a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, attempting to shatter the suffocating silence. This is a misunderstanding. I swear I never tampered with your robot. It must be that its AI's underlying logic is too faulty, causing it to malfunction suddenly. I merely intended to intervene, but unexpectedly, I was accidentally injured by this piece of junk. He raised his dislocated left arm, wincing in pain, but deliberately exaggerating his movement. You see, I am also a victim here. He spoke sincerely, yet his gaze kept darting toward Shen Qingzi, hoping for a hint of sympathy. Su Ming silently gave Liu Beichen a thumbs up in his heart. Goodness, this guy crawled out from a pile of scrap metal, and the first thing he did was throw the blame back. When it comes to thickness of skin, it seems he can't compare to his own. Ding. Consumed alloy drive shaft remnants quality points 3. 6. Silence spread in the air. Shen Honyuan remained quiet, merely flicking the ash from his cigarette with his fingers. Seeing Shen Honyuan not respond, Liu Beichen felt a surge of confidence. What's the big deal? In essence, he is just a junk collector. Liu Beichen straightened his back. His tone suddenly became more assertive. Uncle Shen, to put it bluntly. His voice shifted from the victim's grievance to one of condescension. The safety measures in your factory are far too outdated. A military robot can go out of control just like that. What if today it wasn't me who got hurt, but someone more important? My father is a senior researcher at the Federal Research Institute Liu Zhenbong. Our Liu family in the capital has connections in the military too. I can choose not to pursue today's incident, but you must give me an explanation. Medical expenses and compensation for mental distress, that's the least you can do. He tilted his neck, the joints cracking audibly. Otherwise, tomorrow, I'll make a call back to the capital, and the Liu family has ways to have the military reevaluate your junkyard's operational qualifications. I wonder if your shabby factory can still operate after this. His inverted threat provoked visible trembling among the recently recovered scarred Li and a short-haired woman. Because this brat had almost caused a death just moments ago. Now he was demanding compensation. They clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with fury, yet they dared not speak out due to his status. The Liu family in the capital. The Federal Research Institute. These two terms struck down heavier than a fist of stone. Shen Qingzi's beautiful eyes widened, veins bulging on the back of her hand, gripping the cold blade. The blade emitted a faint hum. The thing she hated most in her life was this kind of despicable person who turned right and wrong upside down, treating human lives as trifles. Shen Honyuan flicked the ash from his cigarette, remaining calm and unhurried. Are you finished? The two words were not loud, yet Liu Beichen instinctively closed his mouth. Shen Honyuan raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, gently pinching. Above his fingertips, a faintly flickering dark purple energy wave appeared, dancing like a ghost fire. Seeing that familiar dark purple wave, Liu Beichen's face turned deathly pale. This, Shen Honyuan spoke casually, is energy I extracted from the cracks of the stone armor. Yuan magnetic wave, very pure. The energy signature of Sklas' special talent, Heart of Yuan Magnetic. He tilted his head and glanced at Liu Beichen. Little Liu, do you want to guess how many people within a 500-kilometer radius of Jiangcheng have ever used this kind of energy? Shen Hongyuan's tone was flat, yet it struck Liu Beichen's heart like a heavy hammer. But he stubbornly retorted, raising his neck, that was just the residual energy wave from my defense when I was fighting it. It doesn't mean anything. Shut up. When you were hitting the stone armor, I was right beside you. Do you think I didn't notice? Shen Qingzi could no longer hold back, pointing the tip of her knife directly at Liu Beichen's brow. You know how long you stood on the second floor, don't you? When the stone armor charged out, you were standing by the railing watching. When it went out of control and rushed into the crowd, causing casualties, then you jumped out to play the savior. Your so-called script of heroes saving the beauty is truly disgusting. As these words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. All the workers' gazes shifted from rage to extreme disdain and hatred, firmly fixated on Liu Beichen. The pretense was publicly torn to shreds, and Liu Beichen's handsome face could no longer maintain the mask of hypocrisy, twisting into a complete distortion. The pride of his class genius led him to choose the most foolish way. So what if I did it? He howled madly, his voice piercing and shrill. A few lives of lowly commoners along with your pile of scrap metal. It's a privilege for you peasants to exchange for my chance to be a hero. Shen Honyuan, if you dare to touch a single hair on me, the Liu family will ensure you can't survive in Jiangxing. My brother is at the Research Institute, and my father holds the core technology approval rights for 3 military projects. You a junk collector. He glanced at the workers around him who were glaring at him, his eyes filled with contempt, as if they were mere ants. Shen Hongyuan's gaze suddenly turned icy. He was now in a retired state. In the past, he would incapacitate such spoiled brats who treated human lives like playthings. A terrifying killing intent descended upon the entire junkyard like a tangible presence. He didn't even stand up, merely pressing down into the void. Suddenly, with a crack, the spatial binding abruptly tightened. Liu Beichen's words were cut off mid-sentence, as if an invisible giant hand pressed down on him from above. His knees crashed against the concrete ground with a loud thud, a clear, cracking sound resonating from his kneecap. Oh, A scream echoed throughout the factory. Shen Hongyuan stood up, crushing the cigarette, but underfoot. He took out his phone and dialed a number. It only took a second to connect. "Old Joe, it's me." His tone was as casual as chatting about everyday life. "Help me check on the Liu family in the capital Lujianbang. No rush, just let me know when you're done." After speaking, he hung up directly. After finishing all this, he disdainfully glanced at Liu Beichen, who was kneeling on the ground, twitching from pain and fear. It dirted his hands to kill such a junior. "The purchase price of the stone armor is 8 million federal coins. Oh, let's make it a round number." He flicked the cigarette, but away, standing up. "Returning to the factory for repairs will cost an additional 2 million for the work delay. My daughter was disgusted by your little play, so 100,000 for youth loss. And the family members in the factory were frightened by you, so the same amount for mental distress. A total of 12 million, not a penny less." Shen Hongyuan waved to Liu Feng. "Take him to the isolation room on the 5th underground floor. Whenever the money arrives, he will be released. If you can't come up with the money, then let him rot to death here." "Yes, boss." Liu Feng had long been displeased with this kid. With a sinister grin, he grabbed Liu Beichen by the hair, as if lifting a little chick. He directly pulled him up from the ground and dragged him away like a dead dog towards the main building. As for the Liu family in the capital, Shen Hongyuan didn't take it to heart at all. No matter what tiger or dragon you are once you reach Jiangxing, just stay obediently on the ground. As Liu Beichen was being dragged away, he passed by the pile of scrap where Su Ming was lying. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Liu Beichen's glance at Su Ming was filled with resentment. It was a look that conveyed "I'll remember you." Su Ming felt a wave of frustration. "Why are you glaring at me? What does it have to do with me?" Once he dealt with everything, Shen Hongyuan's gaze swept across the disheveled factory and his brow furrowed again. His gaze crossed over the pile of scrap and happened to meet Su Ming, who was squatting on a metal stack. The boy who had just been on the verge of death and groaning in pain was now propping his chin with one hand, gazing at the direction Liu Beichen was dragged away with a look of unfulfilled desire. That expression held not a hint of the despair of a petrified person on the brink of death. It was clearly that of a spectator who found the finale unsatisfactory. Then, their eyes met. The air suddenly fell silent. Su Ming evidently realized he had been exposed. The corner of his mouth began to twitch, his brows furrowed tightly as he pondered for half a second. "Oh dear. Shen Hongyuan, is this guy some kind of old actor? Ow, my head hurts so much my body feels like it's splitting apart." "Stop." Shen Hongyuan cut in with a dark expression. "Can't you put on a more convincing act?" Su Ming's mask of agony froze on his face, caught between continuing and stopping. Awkward. Too awkward. He had been caught red-handed. He slid nimbly down from the scrap heap and dusted off his pants. Shen Hongyuan shot him an exasperated glare, then turned to the bewildered workers around them. "No one speaks a word of today's events outside. Take an early leave and rest. Everyone's been through a shock. This month all salaries are doubled. Now pack up and head home." The entire sorting area fell silent for a moment. Then a burst of exclamations erupted. "Long live the boss. Mr. Shen is the man." Scarface Lee, clutching his two broken ribs, forced himself upright on the stretcher to give a thumbs up. The short-haired woman, her eyes red, wiped her tears and joined the cheers. A crowd of grimy laborers surged out with roars, afraid Shen Hongyuan might change his mind. In less than a minute, the vast sorting area was completely empty. Only Shen Hongyuan, Shen Qingzi, and Su Ming remained. Shen Qingzi sheathed her cold tang blade, the last silver glint fading between her knuckles. Without the slightest arrogance of a lofty genius or the airs of an S-rank talent, this top student from the military university stood with legs together, back straight, and bowed deeply to Su Ming with utmost solemnity. "Thank you for earlier. If you hadn't taken that hit, many would have died today." She lifted her head, her eyes bright. "My name is Shen Qingzi." With that, she extended her right hand. Shen Qingzi was famously cold at the military university. Not Su Ming's feigned coldness, truly cold. Apart from her blade and training, her attitude toward anyone and anything was 3 words not needed. Though she willingly extended a hand, it could be counted on one hand. Su Ming looked closely at the face before him. Her delicate features glowed under the sunlight with a fine fuzz of youth and the martial spirit from years of training. Now for the first time it was tinged with the youthful vitality and girlishness of a peer. Su Ming muttered to himself, "She's truly beautiful, but I wonder if one punch from her would make me cry for a long time." He cleared his throat and rubbed his hands vigorously on his faded school uniform pants. Then he extended his right hand gently and gracefully, touched the tips of Shen Qingzi's fingers, and withdrew it. His sense of propriety was impeccable. The aloof, scholarly persona came online at just the right moment. "No need to thank me." Su Ming lifted his chin slightly, his gaze indifferent, yet carrying a hint of poised composure. "Any capable man would do the same. How could I watch my fellow workers die before me? That would go against my Tao heart." Shin Qingxi's hand hovered in midair, the tips of her fingers still tingling from the brief contact. Strange. Earlier during her father's conversation with Lu Feng, she had caught whispers about this youth. Frank Talent apparently suffering from a petrification mutation with only a few years to live. Yet facing a fate of imminent death, facing a mechanical beast that could crush a tank, he dared to risk his life. When he said any capable man, there was no trace of a dying man's sorrow in his tone. Shin Qingxi lowered her gaze, clenched the hand they had just shaken, her knuckles tightening slightly. Shen Hanyuan suddenly strode over, his expression grim. Kid, stop showing off first. He raised a finger and tapped Su Ming's forehead. The military's highest-grade hydraulic anti-explosion body. You dented at 17 with your head. You're a carbon-based human. Where did you get that kind of kinetic energy? Explain yourself. The old man wasn't easy to fool. Su Ming scratched his head and stammered, well, maybe I evolved again. Evolved? Maybe. Yeah. Su Ming spouted nonsense with a straight face. I feel like I've gotten several times heavier and my bones are getting harder. But I'm always starving. Now when I see high-density metal, I feel a special connection. Hint. A blatant hint. I want to eat iron. Shen Hanyuan raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced by such absurd nonsense. Without warning, Shen Hanyuan suddenly raised his right hand and delivered a knife hand strike, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, slamming into Su Ming's left collarbone. The strike was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, with enough force to shatter crate alloy armor barehanded. Clang! The collision echoed like a tolling bell through the empty factory. Su Ming felt a tremendous force smash into his shoulder and neck. He staggered back 2 steps. It didn't hurt, but it left him a bit numb. Shen Hanyuan stood still, his gaze fixed on Su Ming's collarbone. Not even a white mark. Instead, the edge of his own palm was tingling. Abnormal. This kid was a pure freak. Now he truly believed. No disguise of talent, no external boost. This boy's physical density was simply monstrous. Since he confirmed Su Ming wasn't an assassin sent by enemies, Shen Hanyuan didn't press further. In this high martial world, everyone had their secrets. The talent system had been developed for less than 200 years with too many inexplicable anomalies. But looking at this youth whose hardness rivaled superalloy, and knowing he might be crushed by his own weight in the near future, Shen Hanyuan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Such tough bones, yet on a countdown. He sighed. Reaching into thin air, he pulled out a syringe glowing with emerald light and tossed it to Su Ming. Su Ming caught it with both hands and looked down. The tube bore the red serial number of the Southern Military District. Military-grade high-level life nutrient. Shen Hanyuan's tone was flat. It's for improving constitution. Not sure if it'll help you, but give it a try. Su Ming tucked it into his pocket. Thanks, boss. Also, you saved everyone. You've earned a reward. Shen Hanyuan clasped his hands behind his back. Any request? Speak up. A reward too. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Why not take what's offered? Since the boss brought it up, he had to aim high. His gaze unconsciously drifted. Shin Qingxi stood 3 meters away, looking at him too. Their eyes met. Shin Qingxi blinked. From this angle, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the tin roof, landing on her shoulder, and the silver war blade emblem on her combat suit gleamed. Su Ming noticed that this girl actually had quite long eyelashes. Shin Qingxi, feeling a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, blinked her big eyes back at him. She hadn't looked closely before, but now she realized that despite his thinness, his facial features were unusually deep, carrying a sickly handsomeness. Quite attractive. Miss Shin, the way you swung your blade just now was even more beautiful than the Valkyrie in the Federation's promotional videos. Su Ming's tone was sincere, his eyes clear. It is my utmost honor to fight alongside Miss Shin. The sudden direct compliment made Shin Qingxi, who only knew training, blush deeply. She shot him a shy glare, her earlobes burning hot. But Su Ming pivoted. When an elder gives, one dare not refuse. Not accepting would be disrespectful to you. Hey. Shen Hanyuan's old face darkened. This kid was not only flirting with his daughter in front of him, but also trying to take advantage of the situation. The old man quickly stepped half a pace in front of Su Ming, blocking his view completely. Talk if you're going to talk, but where are your eyes wandering? I treat you like an employee and you want to be my son-in-law. Dream on. Su Ming, unfazed by the blocked view, looked at Shen Hanyuan calmly and respectfully. Boss, I've thought it over. What I want is Miss Shin. Shin Qingxi's mind went blank. Her face burned from her ears down to her neck. How could he say such a brazen thing in front of her father? They had only met today. She instinctively stepped back, flustered, even sneaking a glance at her father's profile. Her father's face had turned pitch black, veins bulging on his temples. His fists clenched with audible cracks. Just as the father-daughter duo's blood pressure peaked and they were about to act. Su Ming unhurriedly finished his sentence. S-Robot. That one. He pointed at the deactivated steel beast lying on the ground. Can you give it to me? A breeze rolled a plastic bag across the awkward space between the three. Shin Qingxi choked on her breath, almost fainting. Her expression went through a triple jump in 0.3 seconds, from blushing to irritated to wanting to draw her blade and kill. She rolled her eyes at Su Ming and turned to leave. Shen Hongyuan's fists also hardened. He gritted his back teeth, speaking each word slowly. You like dragging things out, don't you? Su Ming blinked innocently. Huh, what's wrong? I just felt this robot, and I have a connection. It's my first battle, so I wanted a souvenir. Shen Hongyuan wanted to punch him. 8 million. This kid casually asked for 8 million. Just as he was about to refuse, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, and his expression shifted dramatically. On the mobile screen, a bold red combat readiness message appeared, completely wiping the smirk off Shen Hongyuan's face. It was the pinned message from the Southern Military District's Combat Readiness Group. Level A alert: anomalies detected at the Southern Abyss entrance. The expansion rate of the Source Rift has increased by 3.7 compared to last month. The border defense troops have entered a Level 2 combat readiness state. Though he was retired, his military status remained, and he hadn't left this group. Every 1% expansion of the Abyss Rift means an increase in both the number and intensity of Source Beasts that seep through. Especially the Source Beasts, which are more terrifying and bizarre than the aberrations. He instinctively glanced in the direction Shin Qingxi had left. His daughter's training mission was at the Southern Abyss entrance. Pancher was supposed to be her bodyguard, but that bastard surnamed Liu had ruined it. Shen Hongyuan's teeth itched with anger, wishing he could go down 5 levels underground and kick Liu Beichen a few times. He put away his phone and turned his gaze to Su Ming. The kid stood there with an innocent look. Shen Hongyuan's mind raced, and a bold idea suddenly emerged. Su Ming felt a chill as he was scrutinized. The old man's gaze seemed off, or was he planning to dissect him for research? You heard that just now, Shen Hongyuan said, standing with his hands behind his back, his tone suddenly becoming official. Puncher, 8 million federal coins. Limited edition from the Federal Research Center, no more than 20 units nationwide. Do you think what you did today is worth 8 million? Su Ming knew the truth, not to mention 8 million, even 800,000 wasn't worth it. He had no intention of actually taking that robot. What he wanted was to firmly anchor the price at this ludicrous height, and then negotiate down slowly. Even if it was just to exchange for a job in the sorting area, it would be a huge profit for him. He was contemplating how to gracefully lower the price when Shen Hongyuan spoke first. It's not impossible to give it to you. Su Ming was taken aback, his prepared statement stuck in his throat. Oh, but there's a condition. Shen Hongyuan stared at him, speaking slowly, each word carrying an uncompromising weight. The day after tomorrow, my daughter will go to the Southern Source Abyss entrance to carry out her training mission. Pancher was supposed to be her escort, but now it's ruined. You will go with her to ensure her safety. The Source Abyss entrance. He had only seen that place in textbooks. Ordinary people only know it as the Abyss, while the older generation of Awakened refers to it as the Source Abyss. What it's called doesn't matter. What matters is that every Abyss entrance is a gray meat grinder where aberrations and Source Beasts dance together. As a Black Iron rank going to such a place. But then again, he thought, isn't the actual combat assessment of the college entrance examination about practical experience? No matter how much he had chewed on metal sheets in the scrapyard, it wouldn't make up for the lack of practical combat experience. A trip to the Abyss might just fill that gap. Moreover, he was very curious, if he killed an aberration, could the system absorb it? Would the efficiency of absorption be higher than gnawing on scrap metal? As for Shin Qingxi's long and straight S-grade legs, that was definitely not the point. Su Ming, a proud 7-foot man, would not be swayed by mere beauty. He mainly wanted to conduct a close, comprehensive, and preferably low-angle academic observation of the high-tier Valkyrie's extreme force techniques in the Abyss combat: legs, buttocks, waist, chest, and other parts, purely for the sake of martial arts. Su Ming wiped away the drool that had embarrassingly flowed to the corner of his mouth. Boss Shin, it's not that I don't want to go, but as you can see, my body. While it's tough to be honest, I don't even know how long I can hold out. He looked around, lowered his voice as if sharing an embarrassing secret. And I'm not lying, I truly have a fondness for heavy metals. Shen Hongyuan raised an eyebrow. Su Ming gritted his teeth as if making a huge decision. Give me a day? Let me stay at the factory for another day. I'm confident I can advance to the bronze rank. By then I'll have a better grasp when going to the Abyss. Shen Hongyuan almost laughed. A day to advance to bronze. It usually took a year to break through from black iron to bronze, even for a genius. But he remembered the sensation of touch when he had pressed down on this kid's shoulder. The density of solid tungsten steel. And the report from Lu Feng mentioning that bone density has reached the level of cast iron and is still rapidly increasing. The speed of this talent mutation indeed defied logic. One day, Su Ming raised a finger, and I have a small request. Speak. I want to stay in the heavy object area on the outskirts of the sorting area. To work. Here it comes. Shen Hongyuan sneered inwardly. After so many twists and turns, what this kid really wanted was this. The heavy object area was piled with scrap armor plates, mecha wreckage, and military-grade alloy components. Any single piece weighed dozens to hundreds of kilograms of high-purity metal. If this kid's second mutation truly required absorption of high-density metals to sustain life, then the heavy object area was like a pharmacy for him to prolong his life. The two exchanged glances for 3 seconds. An old fox and a young fox, both knowing what the other was plotting. Shen Hongyuan blinked first. Qingxi's talent focused on attack. He indeed needed a sufficiently tough and abnormal shield to protect his daughter. Let's take a gamble. Fine. Shen Hongyuan nodded. I agree. Tomorrow for one day you have free access to the scrapyard, including the heavy object area. He watched as Su Ming's eyes instantly lit up. This robot is also yours. Additionally, Shen Hongyuan added, if you perform well on this mission, when you return I'll allow you to enter the dark warehouse and choose any item you want. Dark warehouse? What is that? Su Ming instinctively asked. You'll know when you return alive. Shen Hongyuan smiled mysteriously, leaving it unexplained. Departure the day after tomorrow, mission duration of 3 days, returning just in time for the college entrance examination. Su Ming decisively extended his right hand. Deal. Shen Hongyuan shook it, feeling that familiar sensation. The sensation of normal skin, yet underneath was an alarming high density. He released his hand and gestured at the Panshir wreckage lying on the ground. The 2.4-ton steel beast slowly floated up, suspended in midair. How do I carry it? Su Ming walked over and wrapped his arms around Pan's waist. With his waist and legs united, he suddenly exerted force. In Shen Hongyuan's rapidly contracting pupils, that 2.5-ton robot was forcibly lifted by Su Ming. Though his steps were somewhat unsteady, he indeed lifted it. It's not that heavy. Su Ming's face turned red, still unwilling to admit defeat. Shen Hongyuan, truly a freak. Today, giving away 8 million wouldn't make a difference, even if he gave away another million. He irritably pulled out a dark silver space ring from thin air and tossed it to Su Ming. 10 cubic meters of space ring military supplies, just record your biological iris on it. As a top-tier space type awakened, creating an independent storage space was just a matter of a simple gesture for him. Su Ming was so delighted that he couldn't close his mouth. Fortunately, military supplies were advanced and didn't require the blood oath recognition. Otherwise, with his current physique, it would indeed be difficult to draw blood. He hurriedly brought his eyes close to complete the genetic recording. As he stored the robot in the space ring, he instantly felt like he had reached the pinnacle of life. Shen Hongyuan watched as he stuffed Panshir into the space ring, suddenly feeling a pang in his heart. 9 million. In one day, 9 million was gone. Su Ming put on the ring and flashed a sincere smile at Shen Hongyuan. Thank you, boss. I'll come to work early tomorrow. He then turned and slipped away, afraid that the old man would go back on his word. Su Ming exited the scrapyard humming a tune off key. His steps were light as he headed toward the suburban market. Today he had to treat himself. As usual, there was a long line at the Fei Maotue fried rice stall. The shirtless big brother was tossing the iron wok, beads of sweat flying off with the heat. After waiting a few minutes, it was his turn. Little brother back again. The big brother recognized him at a glance. Same as usual. Add an egg, add ham, and add a portion of meat. I'm in a good mood today. The big brother's hands were busy as he chatted casually. Is the college entrance examination coming up? Yeah. Sai, after your college entrance examination, I'll probably have to close my stall. Are you also going to college, big brother? As soon as the question was out, he felt it was off. With that sturdy build and cooking skills, he didn't look like it at all. The big brother grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I'm not. I've been held back for 3 years and stopped studying long ago. He scooped the fried rice into a box, drizzling it with a scoop of homemade spicy sauce. My sister is taking the college entrance examination this year. After the exam, I'll take her to the imperial capital. I've saved up tuition for 2 years by running this stall. Su Ming took the box and silently ate a few bites. Today's fried rice tasted especially delicious. Big brother, what level of talent does your sister have? The big brother wiped his sweat, smiling mysteriously, his face full of pride. SS grade support type. Rank. Support type. Cough. Cough. Su Ming barely managed to swallow a huge mouthful of fried rice, nearly spitting it out entirely. He pounded his chest fiercely, his eyes wide with disbelief. Bro, with a sister who hasn't shrank talent, the municipal subsidies alone could buy you a villa, and you're still here flipping walks. And shrank talent was as rare as phoenix feathers across the entire Federation. Every such individual was cradled like a precious gem by the major powers. If this guy's little sister was truly shrank, then him running a street stall was akin to Jack Ma's younger brother sticking phone screen protectors under a bridge. Utterly absurd. Ridiculous. Oh, just a habit, said the speedy legs brother as he set the wok on the stove. I've always loved keeping busy, though I feel restless when idle. My sister's at school, so I come out to run the stall. Keeps me fulfilled. Su Ming silently picked at his rice. This guy's mindset was truly ahead of its time. Out of curiosity, he casually asked, "What's her talent?" The words had barely left his mouth when he regretted them. Asking about someone's specific talent was akin to inquiring about their bank card PIN, a social minefield of the highest order. But the big brother didn't mind. He chuckled, lowered his voice, and leaned in, as if sharing a monumental secret. Something related to luck. Su Ming's chewing motion paused. Luck-related. A figure instantly surfaced in his mind. Lu Rian. Her talent was connected to luck. But Lu Rian's talent was merely a rank. Yet this brother's sister shrank. Su Ming couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Luck-based talents were the most enigmatic and troublesome systems of all. Any ability tied to the word fate within the Federation's known sequences was enough to make one's scalp crawl with dread. He stuffed the last bite of rice into his mouth and mumbled, "Bro, what's your sister's name?" Lin Weiner. When the big brother said that name, the pride in his voice was impossible to conceal, his expression even brighter than when he talked about his own talent. Su Ming silently committed the name to memory. He scanned the payment code, stood up, and brushed off his pants. "I'm off, bro." "Sure thing. They'll treat you to fried rice when you're in the capital." The big brother waved his spatula at him, the wax aroma mingling with the scent of smoke drifting far away. Su Ming turned and walked toward his rented room. There were important matters to attend to tonight. Back in the rented room, he locked the door behind him. Su Ming eagerly sat cross-legged on the mattress and summoned the system panel. Host Su Ming. Realm Tier 1 Black Iron. Life form First Life form carbon-based mortal body. True mass 844. 5 kilograms. Mass points 32. 7. Advancement progress 84. 45. He was still 155. 5 kilograms short of advancing to Tier 2 Bronze. Su Ming glanced down at the spatial storage bracelet on his wrist. Inside lay a fortress combat robot worth 8 million Federation credits. Net weight 2.4 tons. A premium piece crafted from high-density military-grade alloy. If converted into mass points, Su Ming swallowed hard. To be honest, the moment he stuffed the fortress into the spatial bracelet, he had already made up his mind. Whether as a keepsake for factory repair or to sell secondhand online. He wasn't a collector. This thing was meant for upgrading. With a thought, the wreckage of the fortress emerged from the spatial bracelet. Boom! The Twonda Hafton steel beast crashed onto the cement floor, shaking the entire rented room 3 times over. All the neighbors downstairs would surely be cursing again. Su Ming stood up, walked over to the fortress, and pressed his left palm firmly against the icy chest armor, right at the spot where he had rammed his head into a dent. Devour. A black hole-like suction force erupted from his palm. This time the sensation was entirely different. Scrap iron and alloy fragments had crunched like crackers, crisp with little chewiness. But the fortress felt like biting into a whole steak. Thick, dense, and supremely satisfying. The dark silver armor visibly disintegrated from the point of contact outward. It didn't crumble into dust, nor did it produce any grating sounds. More like a silent collapse. The high-density alloy frame was devoured first, losing its structural support. The hydraulic transmission system followed, collapsing, disintegrating, and vanishing. The core energy module precision chips, every rivet and weld point, were stripped layer by layer, compressed, and surged into his palm. Every structure was utterly defenseless before the microscopic black hole. A minute later, the floor before Su Ming was empty. No debris. No residue. Not even a speck of dust remained. Ding. Devoured high-density alloy robot wreckage. Mass points 2,400. Su Ming stared at the numbers flickering on the panel. His heart pounded against his chest. 2,400 points. This haul was an absolute bonanza. Sorry, boss Shun. Not a single credit of your 8 million will go to waste. Mass points balanced 2,432. 7. He needed only 155. 5 points to advance to bronze. Su Ming didn't hesitate. Add points. Advance to Tier 2 first. 155. 5 mass points poured in. His true mass broke through the 1,000 kilograms mark. The remaining balance was 2,277. 2 points. Head save that for now, not rush to spend it all at once. Ding. Advancement progress 100. 00. Detected that the host meets the conditions for Tier 2 bronze advancement. Advance immediately. Yes. The transformation came fiercer than he had anticipated. A scalding hot current erupted from the depths of his marrow. His body, previously like a dense lump of raw iron, was now thrown into a furnace. His bones roared. Their density leaped an entire order of magnitude within a single breath. Muscle fibers tore, rearranged, and reknitted. Every cell beneath his skin was violently overwritten. After advancing to Tier 2, his senses grew sharper as well. Dust particles in the air were clearly countable, and the muttering of an old woman from the next room drilled into his ears. Crack. The cement floor beneath his feet groaned under the strain. Cracks spiderwebbed from his soles. Ding. Advancement complete. Host realm Tier 2 bronze. Life form first life form carbon-based mortal body. True mass 1,000 kilograms. Mass points 2277. 2. The word bronze on the panel shimmered with a faint metallic luster. Su Ming clenched his fists. He was now a human weighing 1 ton. An SS-strength talent awakened at Tier 2 bronze. His physique remained that of a slender youth still 185 centimeters tall, but his density had surpassed 130 kilograms per cubic meter. Nearly twice that of steel. Yet when he looked at the life form column on the panel, it still read first life form carbon-based mortal body. System. Come out quickly. Is it a bug? I'm clearly Tier 2 bronze, so why am I still in the first life form? System, is there a bug? I'm already at 2nd grade bronze, so why am I still in the first form? System notification. The classification of life forms is based on the fundamental laws of the universe and has no relation to this world's awakener ranking system. Second life form activation condition. Real mass reaches 100 tons. 100 tons. He currently weighed 1 ton. He was still 99 tons short. Calculating based on a daily compound growth rate of 1% without devouring anything. Never mind. He wouldn't calculate it. Calculating too much would dampen his spirits. Just 3 days ago, Su Ming weighed a little over 70 kilograms. From a little over 70 kilograms to 1 ton had only taken 3 days. If 100 tons had seemed an astronomical figure to him the day before yesterday, now standing at the 1 ton mark and looking back, it no longer appeared so unattainable. Though the road is long, the journey is made by walking. Though the mass is great, it is achieved by devouring. He fed himself this bit of self-consolation, and his mood improved ever so slightly. System shop is now open. Accompanied by a mechanical sound within his mind, 3 skill icons radiating a cold metallic luster were arranged side by side before Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming tapped on it. The shop interface was extremely simple. 3 skill icons lay side by side with no flashy special effects, no limited time discount pop-ups, and not even a first purchase discount for new users. Cold, ruthless, and refusing to haggle. Below each icon, a line of large characters was clearly marked. Exchange price, 2,000 mass points. Su Ming glanced at the first icon. Mass dominion. Completely control the laws of one's own mass and density. Each exertion of force generates a terrifying kinetic energy equal to 1.5 times one's own mass, with a 30 chance to trigger full true damage. He then opened the second one. Mass containment. Perfectly suppress one's true weight to the level of an ordinary person. This state only alters external terrain feedback and weight perception without affecting any kinetic energy conversion or explosive output. Finally, there was the third icon, exuding a sense of explosive power. Mass engine. Instantaneous compression and release of muscle fibers, converting immense mass into extreme directional thrust. Peak speed from the start, full velocity in an instant. System, don't you think your prices are a bit out of touch with the common folk? Su Ming's mouth twitched violently. He glanced at his pitifully low mass point balance, and his heart sank. 2,000 each. 3 makes 6,000. When will I ever save up enough? I'm an adult now, I don't want to have to make choices. Mass points 2277. 2 points. A choice of 1 out of 3, leaving only 277 points after purchase. This damn system was definitely doing this on purpose. Just as he had become rich overnight, it presented 3 exorbitantly priced items to harvest his points precisely. This was no coincidence. This was blatant scheming. He looked down at the concrete floor beneath his feet, which had already cracked like a spider web. Mass containment was a must-buy. Right now he was a walking demolition crew. If he didn't buy it, he would shatter everything he stepped on. If I went to the mall for a stroll, 1 step would cost me thousands. Before I even take the college entrance exam, I'd spend the rest of my life working as a security guard for the property management. Most importantly, this concerned his future happiness as a man. The image of Shen Qing's glass long legs, which were practically a work of art, floated into his mind. If any sparks were to fly, it wouldn't be a sweet romance, it would be damn murder. No, absolutely not. Shen Qing's legs are for admiring, and other things, definitely not for testing the hardness of my body. Su Ming shook his head violently, casting those horrifying images from his mind. He felt a pang of bitterness. Just thinking about it, this skill had way too many side effects. Su Ming stared at the description of mass dominion, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. He was tough now, but his attack methods were too singular. A 1.5 times kinetic energy boost. What did that mean? A normal attack was a special move. Every punch was like a fully loaded heavy SUV hitting at full speed. And that 30 chance for true damage. Incredibly satisfying. But seeing the third icon caused a wild glint to gradually appear in Su Ming's eyes. The third one. Mass engine. Instantaneous compression and release of muscle fibers, converting immense mass into extreme directional thrust. Peak speed from the start, full velocity in an instant. A high burst. Godly skill. A man could be unattractive, but he absolutely could not be slow. And what was even more terrifying than speed was a multi-ton lump of iron activating a catapult booster. This thing seemed to defy the physics textbook. A heavy tank driving a supercar. The heavier I am, the faster I go. Defying it was fine. It wasn't his problem, even if Newton's coffin couldn't hold him down anymore. The more Su Ming thought about it, the more pleased he became. He was already mentally rehearsing the cool one-liners for after the battle. Smoke inhaled into the lungs, and then exhaled. Why is the newly paved road flat? 10 lotus blossoms, 9 remain. Looking at these 3 godly skills, Su Ming's mood was like a roller coaster. It was truly exhilarating, but he was also truly broke. He crouched on the spot, hands on his knees, his gaze darting back and forth between the 3 icons. His left eye watched Dominion, his right eye eyed the engine, and his peripheral vision reluctantly lingered on containment. He looked exactly like a housewife standing in front of a shelf in a supermarket, agonizing over which bottle of laundry detergent to buy. Su Ming found a pen and paper. He tore off 3 slips of paper and wrote on them respectively stronger, better, faster. He held the 3 paper balls in his palm, weighing their heft. 3 directions, each representing a completely different fighting style. Mass dominion. Overwhelming power trumps all techniques. Mass containment. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. Mass engine. Catching the enemy off guard, winning with speed. What did he need for entering the abyss gate? Su Ming closed his eyes, tossed the paper balls into the air, and reached out to grab one. He exerted force with his foot. Boom! Half of the floor collapsed. He fell into the crevice, his body suspended from the waist down, nearly smashing a hole straight through the ceiling of the floor below. The blast wave sent 2 of the paper balls flying away. Only one remained, spinning unhurriedly before landing on his face. Su Ming, stuck in the crevice, looked up with effort and strained to see the single character on it. Su Ming was half stuck in a hole in the floor, hanging in midair below the waist, as bits of plaster from the ceiling fell down with a soft thud. That crumpled piece of paper lay quietly on his face. He lifted his hand to reveal it, staring at that single character for a full 5 seconds. Quick, quality engine. His brain crashed for a whole 3 seconds. He had envisioned countless outcomes. Drawing the quality domination would be brilliant. 1.5 times kinetic energy, 30% true damage, and he could head to the Source Abyss entrance tomorrow. A direct hit to the Source Beast's forehead with a great strike would bypass any defense, pulverizing it with a single punch. Scrade Zhaokuo was nothing. He would demonstrate a disappearing health bar right on the arena. Drawing quality convergence would also be fine. 1 ton of weight disguised as about 100 pounds, trailing behind Shin Qingxi as a harmless little follower, then smashing the ground to save the beauty at a critical moment. He had even scripted it all out. But it was precisely quality engine. A pure explosive sprinting skill. He wasn't preparing for the Olympic 100-meter dash. Su Ming forcefully pressed that piece of paper into the gap in the floor. I shouldn't have trusted metaphysics. Frustrated as he was, he gripped the edges of the floor gap, intending to pull himself out. He exerted force suddenly. Crack. The gap opened another 2 inches. His whole body sank down a notch. All right. Very good. Su Ming froze there. The elderly woman downstairs had already begun her first round of cursing. It took him a whole 3 minutes to pull himself out from the floor gap, just like pulling a radish. In the process, he crushed 2 more floorboards, and the elderly woman downstairs cursed 3 times, but he treated it as the wind by his ears. Pop. Finally, he pulled both himself and his pants out. He looked down at the crumpled remnants of the paper with the word "quick" written on it, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Forget it. Balance 2,277. 2 points, just enough for 1 draw. The poor have no second chance. Though he complained, his mind was already racing. Quality engine starting at the peak, full speed at a moment's notice. Reversing his understanding. F equals ma. 1 ton of mass, maximum acceleration, the impact force from the first step taken. Su Ming was stunned. Today 1 ton would send him flying like a cannonball. What about 10 tons? 100 tons? The greater the mass, the more powerful the engine. This wasn't a tractor with a rocket booster, it was equipping a constantly expanding meteor with a catapult. The catapult itself hadn't changed, but the meteor was growing larger and the energy was becoming more terrifying. Su Ming clenched his fist, a slow smile spreading across his lips. All right. It wasn't the optimal solution, but it wasn't a loss either. What was it called? I am a bullet, albeit momentarily with a small caliber. He opened the system shop, his gaze fixated on the icon of quality engine. It felt less like exchanging for a divine skill and more like signing a contract for his life. A heroic act. He pressed the exchange button. Ding. Do you wish to consume 2,000 quality points to exchange for sequence quality engine? Yes. The numbers on the panel instantly plummeted. 2,277. 2,277. 2,000 points gone. Su Ming felt a sharp pang in his chest. 2,000 quality points, 1 point per kilogram, a full 2 tons. The hard-earned money he had saved from a scrapyard for 2 days plus that 8 million stone evaporated in one breath. This feeling was even more exhilarating than when the elderly woman downstairs pierced the ceiling with a broom handle. But the next second, a cold stream of information flooded into his brain like an avalanche. It wasn't words or images. It was a complete set of force application pathways directly engraved into muscle memory. Each muscle fiber completed extreme compression in mere milliseconds. Every joint locked at precise angles. Force transmitted from the soles of his feet to his waist through the spine to his shoulders, converging at the contact point, all within a single breath. It wasn't acceleration. It was detonation. The internal combustion engine ignited, compressing, exploding, and functioning in one seamless motion. The body was the cylinder and quality was the fuel. The heavier it was, the more violent the explosion. The frustration in Su Ming's gaze faded completely. He tightened and then relaxed his fist, his entire body instinctively tensing and releasing. It felt as if he had been forcibly stuffed into a re-deidifier engine, with just a thought the engine would ignite. Worth it. 2 words squeezed out between his teeth. Being poor was one thing, but the potential of this skill was far greater than he had imagined. He pulled out the luminescent green cylindrical container from his pocket. The container bore a red number from the Southern Military District, a military-grade high-level life nutrient solution, the one given by Shun Hanyuan. Originally meant for emergencies, but having just been promoted to bronze, his foundation was unstable and his cells hadn't fully adapted to the new density level. Entering the source abyss in 2 days, there was no time to take it slow. He pulled the stopper and tilted his head to gulp it down. The moment it hit his throat, he realized he had underestimated this substance. It wasn't a nutrient solution, it was magma. Scalding hot currents exploded from his esophagus, spreading through his veins to his limbs. His bones creaked, his joints popped, and even his teeth trembled. Su Ming bent his entire body like a shrimp, the veins on his forehead bulging like little snakes twisting beneath his skin. His bone marrow was boiling. Thick black impurities were forcibly squeezed out from deep within his bones, incinerated instantly by the frenzied potency of the medicine. Cells shattered, then were wrapped and reorganized by purer energy. A viscous dark liquid oozed from the surface of his skin. The metabolic waste accumulated over 18 years in his carbon-based body was forcibly stripped away by the drug's power. The entire process lasted nearly 10 minutes. Su Ming lay on the ground covered in dark grime, looking as if he had just crawled out of a sewer. He bit down hard on his jaw, managing to suppress any sound. The pain gradually faded. He slowly stood up. Still 1 ton. But unlike before when he walked under the weight of 1 ton, now he was navigating 1 ton. The difference was like moving from carrying an anvil over mountains to sitting in a cockpit. Su Ming walked towards the bathroom, turned on the tap, and the cold water washed away the layer of disgusting dark grime. He lifted his head and looked into the mirror. The cracked, broken mirror above the sink. It felt unfamiliar for a second. His skin had changed. His face, once pale and sad from long-term malnutrition, now bore an even healthy hue, neither deep nor shallow, tough and glossy. His jawline was sharper. His features remained the same, yet his aura had completely transformed. He was no longer a craft displayed on a shelf for appreciation, but a blade that had been sharpened. His eyes had changed too. The previous chill was a performance that required maintenance and management. Now the chill grew from within. Deep, bright, carrying an indescribable sharpness, as if seeing through everything, but too lazy to expose it. Su Ming stared silently at the mirror for 3 seconds. Damn. He turned 30 degrees to the left. Handsome. He turned 30 degrees to the right. Still handsome. Looking up 45 degrees. No, that angle is a foul. For the first time, he felt a sense of crisis regarding his appearance. It wasn't that he wasn't handsome, he was too handsome. So handsome that he might get secretly photographed while walking down the street. The previous persona of cool, studious genius was a pretty but pale face. Now, the first reaction would likely be, this person is so handsome, I want to commit a crime. Su Ming turned off the tap and clenched his fist. No movement beneath him. The floor was intact. He could clearly sense the precise position of every muscle and every bone. It was as if he had regained control of a precision instrument. This instrument weighed 1 ton, but he could handle it. He still left imprints on the floor as he walked. But at least he wouldn't be making holes with every step. Probably. Su Ming stepped out of the bathroom and glanced at the dilapidated rental apartment. The floor was cracked, the bed was gone, and a piece of plaster dangled perilously from the corner of the ceiling. The entire room looked as if it had been visited by a demolition crew. He spread a mattress at the bathroom door and sat cross-legged. 277. 2 points of savings. With a whole day of heavy consumption in the heavy object zone tomorrow, plus the daily 1% compound interest continuously in effect, how much real quality would he have by the time he set off for the source abyss the day after tomorrow? Su Ming roughly calculated in his mind, a slight smile curling his lips. Enough. Enough to be a worthy shield for Sun Qingzi. He lay down on the floor, and the floor beneath the mattress let out a horrific creak. Instinctively freezing, he minimized his movements, maintaining an awkward posture without budging. He was terrified that if he moved even slightly, the elderly woman downstairs would climb up through the hole in the ceiling to settle the score with him. Thus frozen, he gradually fell asleep. At 5:17 in the morning, just as dawn broke, the alarm clock didn't ring. Su Ming had already opened his eyes. Second tier bronze, 3 hours to fully recover. He got up, changed into the only coat that hadn't been torn, and opened the door. The cold morning wind rushed in, carrying the unique grass smell and dew of the outskirts of Jiang City. Su Ming stepped towards the wasteland outside the city. A footprint shattered the concrete steps beneath his feet. The troubles of the strong often lay in such simplicity. Previously, he feared being stepped on by others. Now he feared accidentally crushing the road beneath someone else's feet. What a sin. From the shabby rental house on the outskirts to the true no man's land, a mere 3 kilometers stretched before him. Su Ming felt as though he had traversed the epic length of the long march. Every step required him to first probe with his toes, then slowly press down his one weight. He was terrified of leaving any supernatural footprints on the municipal road, which would land him on the front page of Jiangxing headlines by the next day. Not until the last building vanished from the horizon did he finally relax. The asphalt beneath his feet had given way to a rugged potholed dirt path. Su Ming let out a long, relieved breath. The place he had chosen was an abandoned quarry outside Jiangxing, untouched for years. For miles around there wasn't a single soul in sight. The ground was covered in massive rock layers left over from the mining days, unyielding and hard. It perfectly suited the needs of his upcoming test. Su Ming found a relatively flat spot, stood still, summoned the system panel, and felt the unprecedented power surging within him. His real mass of 1 ton kept his muscles and bones in a state of high tension, like a cylinder packed to the brim with volatile fuel. And the mass engine he had exchanged for yesterday was the igniter. Right now he was a human cannonball on the verge of losing control. Su Ming twisted his neck, his gaze sweeping past the piles of rubble dozens of meters away, finally locking onto a target about 1 kilometer straight ahead. There stood a solitary giant granite boulder as tall as a 5-story building. It loomed there, gray and dusty, like a half-built city wall thrust into the earth. "You're the one," he decided. Just as he was about to get a feel for it, several shadows stirred at the edges of the quarry. A few pairs of eyes glowing with a faint green light flickered to life. Stinking saliva dripped from sharp, jagged fangs. They were first-tier mutant wild dogs that had made this place their den. They caught the scent of a living human and silently encircled him from 3 directions, taking the thin, young-looking boy for an easy breakfast. At that moment, all of Su Ming's focus was concentrated on the muscles in his thighs. It was a strange sensation. He could clearly see how each muscle fiber was arranged and how it contracted. No rune-up, no charging needed. Just a single thought. Ignite. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a faint whispered command. Boom. The hard rock layer beneath Su Ming's feet didn't even have a moment to cushion the impact. It collapsed 1/2 meter downward instantly. A perfect circular crater materialized out of thin air, with shattered rocks of all sizes blasting outward in a ring, their speed rivaling that of bullets. The few mutant wild dogs which had just bared their fangs and were about to pounce didn't even have time to yelp before being torn apart by the sudden barrage of flying gravel. Whimpering, they collapsed to the ground, trembling like leaves in a storm, utterly terrified. But this was far from over. The moment he started was the peak. Su Ming's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a ring of pale, visible sonic boom clouds. A terrifying blast wave swept outward from his center, flinging the unfortunate paralyzed wild dogs like torn sacks dozens of meters away. Within the first 0.01 seconds of his charge, Su Ming's vision was completely blurred. The entire world before him was stretched into elongated high-speed streaks of color. He couldn't tell where the sky ended and the earth began. Holy crap, this speed. My eyes are turning into kaleidoscopes. His mind went blank, with only one thought frantically scrolling through his consciousness. Too fast. So fast that his neural reaction speed was left far behind. He simply couldn't process the torrent of information caused by this terrifying acceleration. The piercing sonic boom arrived belatedly, echoing back and forth across the quarry, sending gravel tumbling down. The air friction heated by his 1-ton body hurtling through it gave off a sharp, acrid smell of burning. He couldn't even feel his limbs anymore. His entire being felt as if it had been stuffed into a cannon barrel and fired. A human-shaped, dark, solid cannonball. Target straight ahead, 1 kilometer away, that 5-story-high, giant granite boulder. Stop! Stop! How do I stop? Su Ming screamed frantically in his mind, but his body was completely unresponsive. Damn it! This damn mass engine. It didn't come with brakes. In the less than a second his brain was frozen, the colossal object was rapidly magnifying in his field of vision. It was over. He was going to hit it. The next second, boom, a thunderous roar exploded over the quarry, its echoes rolling out layer upon layer. That giant granite boulder capable of withstanding over 100 tons of pressure was as brittle as a cracker before Su Ming. There was no pause. He directly pierced through it. Su Ming forced his way into the lower middle section of the massive rock and burst out the other side, leaving behind a perfectly circular hole about 2 meters in diameter with edges as smooth as glass. The terrifying kinetic energy was still not exhausted. Like a bullet that had punched through a target and kept flying, he plunged headfirst into the pile of rubble behind it, plowing a horrific trench nearly 100 meters long and several meters deep. Finally, amidst a storm of flying sand and rocks, he expended all his inertia and came to a shaky halt. The entire quarry fell into a deathly silence. Only the edge of the hole in the granite, glowing a vitrified, scorching red from the instantaneous high temperature and pressure, emitted wisps of blue smoke. A few seconds later, a hand trembling emerged from the pile of rubble. Su Ming crawled out covered in dust and grime and plopped down on the ground, gasping for air. His cheap coat had been reduced to ash by the high-speed friction, leaving only a few tatters clinging to his body. He looked up at the tunnel he had blasted through the distant boulder, then down at his own perfectly unharmed body. A chill ran down the back of his neck. This is beyond ridiculous. The destructive power was sufficient. It was absurdly strong. But the problem was equally fatal. Once he ignited, he became a cannonball that could only travel in a straight line. He couldn't change direction mid-flight, couldn't dodge, and couldn't even see clearly. If he were fighting someone, the enemy would only need to sidestep half a meter from his path. He would become a sitting duck, crashing headfirst into a wall. This skill has a pretty big flaw. Su Ming frowned, sinking into deep thought. On the other side of the quarry, which he hadn't noticed, the few mutant wild dogs that had miraculously survived, their bodies half broken and tails between their legs, were scattering in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. As Su Ming crawled out of the pit, a single thought lingered in his mind. To do it again. He stood up, brushed off the dust and debris from his body, and turned to look at the granite that had been pierced 100 meters away. The morning light streamed in through the round hole, its edges tinged with a dark red glaze with wisps of blue smoke curling up. That was granite with a pressure resistance of 100 tons. He had crashed through it headfirst. Su Ming clenched his fists, feeling something burning within his veins. It wasn't pain, it was excitement. The destructive power was unquestionable. The problem lay in control. That last strike was a pure straight line from the start to piercing the granite, and then plowing out a 100-meter trench, the entire process akin to a bullet being fired with a fixed direction that couldn't be deviated, unable to stop midway. But what if? He could slightly adjust his trajectory during the sprint. No need for a large angle, even 5 or 10 degrees would suffice to evade a pillar or navigate around an obstacle in battle. A one-ton body moving at high speed indeed generated terrifying inertia. But now he was a second-tier bronze with muscle fibers reconstructed in quality far stronger than an ordinary person. Theoretically, as long as he exerted force through his waist and hips at the moment of sprinting, tilting his center of gravity like a sprinter rounding a bend, he should be able to achieve fine adjustments. Su Ming surveyed the quarry. His gaze swept over the scattered piles of rubble, locking onto a perfect testing route. 200 meters ahead, a 3-meter-wide abandoned stone pillar stood alone, a remnant of the supporting structures left from the quarry's heyday. About 500 meters behind the pillar was the natural mountainside on the northern side of the quarry, its gray-white rock face steep and sheer. The plan was simple. Ignite charge towards the pillar, and at the moment of approach use his waist to exert force for maximum evasion, bypassing the pillar and continuing towards the mountainside. If successful, it would indicate that this skill still had potential. Su Ming moved his neck, the joints cracking. His feet firmly planted, he slightly crouched, his waist and legs pressing his center of gravity down. The entire weight of 1 ton sank into the contact point between his feet and the rock layer. In his mind, the force route of the mass engine automatically emerged, muscle fibers compressing to their limit, joints locking, the force transmitting from his feet to his waist and hips through his spine to his shoulders, all in one seamless motion. This time he added an additional command for himself. When nearing the pillar, his right foot would pivot outward by 15 degrees, twisting his hips to the left, forcibly creating a lateral force. Theoretically feasible. Su Ming gritted his teeth. Ignite. The rock beneath his feet exploded. This was not an exaggeration, it was a physical explosion. A half-meter-deep circular pit reappeared, debris shot out, and the sound wave burst into a white cloud behind him. Su Ming's figure vanished from the spot. The air in the quarry was torn, leaving a visible vacuum trail. His vision transformed again into rapidly flowing color blocks. But this time he was mentally prepared, forcibly suppressing the swirling dizziness, focusing all his attention on the rapidly enlarging pillar directly ahead. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. The pillar grew closer and larger, the 3-meter-wide gray-white column occupying most of his view. Now, Su Ming's brain issued the command to turn. Right foot outward. Hips twist left. Center of gravity shift. The command was precisely conveyed to every muscle fiber. Then, nothing happened. No, that's not right. Something happened. His right foot did indeed attempt to pivot outward. His hips did indeed try to twist left. But a mass of 1,000 kilograms multiplied by a speed approaching the speed of sound generated inertia that was astronomical. His muscles were desperately trying to change direction, while inertia governed by the physical laws of the universe told him it was impossible. Sorry, Newton won't allow it. Su Ming's body assumed an extremely bizarre posture. His upper body indeed displayed a slight leftward tendency, perhaps 3 degrees off. However, his lower body was completely locked in its original straight trajectory, his feet seemingly welded to the tracks. His entire form twisted into a slightly deformed spiral. In this distorted, almost comical posture, he crashed straight into the pillar. Bang! The 3-meter-wide pillar didn't even withstand half a second. It shattered from the middle, debris exploding outward, raising a cloud of gray-white dust that blotted out the sky. Su Ming emerged from the cloud of debris. His speed was unabated. The mountainside 500 meters away loomed in his vision at a despairing speed. There was no time. Not nearly enough time. He didn't even have time to curse in his mind before, boom. The entire quarry shook. This was not a figure of speech. It truly shook. Su Ming crashed into the mountainside in a nearly tie posture. 1,000 kilograms of mass combined with kinetic energy approaching the speed of sound smashed into the hard granite cliff, creating a human-shaped pit over 2 meters deep. Cracks spread from the center of the pit outwards, densely covering the surrounding rock face like a spider web. A large amount of debris fell from above, crashing to the ground with a cacophony. As the dust settled, a perfect tie-shaped human pit appeared on the cliff face. Su Ming was embedded within, his chest pressed against the rock, limbs spread out, head tilted, the left side of his face firmly against the cold stone. He remained motionless. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Cough. He tried to move his left hand. Not a twitch. He was embedded too deeply. The rock was pinching his shoulder and elbow joints as if filled with cement. Damn. Su Ming gritted his teeth and exerted force. Crack. His left arm pulled free from the rock face, bringing a large chunk of debris with it. Next was his right arm. Then his left leg. Right leg. Finally, he popped out of the rock face with a pop, landing but first on the pile of rubble. Dust rose around him. Su Ming sat there looking down at himself. Clothes. Gone. Shredded. Only his belt remained. His body. Intact. The true weight of 1 ton combined with the bone density of second-tier bronze left not even a red mark. He looked up at the tie-shaped pit on the cliff face, silently contemplating for 3 seconds. Then he began to curse. System. This mass engine you sold me. Can't turn. The host's description is not accurate enough. The mass engine provides extreme directional thrust with the direction determined by the force vector at the moment of initiation. Once issued, it cannot be changed. So it can't turn. Yes. You knew all along. Su Ming nearly slammed his fist into the ground, but reconsidered, worried he might create a pit in the quarry that would make the news tomorrow. 2,000 mass points. 2,000. 2 tons of pure mass. I scrimped and saved, putting 8 million into the rock golem, only to exchange it for a suicidal skill that can only go straight. You tell me if in a fight my opponent sidesteps half a step, will I just crash into the wall and kill myself? Suggestion for the host. Suggestion, my ass. I want to return it. I want to return it. Do you know about the Consumer Rights Protection Law? The product is severely inconsistent with the description 7 days Norisen return policy. The system marketplace does not support returns. Su Ming felt a blockage in his chest. All right. Very good. He stood up, brushed off the rubble from his backside, his lips twitching. 2,000 points of assets gone just like that. Is this it? This detected excessive emotional fluctuations in the host. Additional note, the mass engine is a basic version designed for linear extreme bursts. The host's current stage is second-tier bronze level, and the muscle fiber strength is insufficient to counteract inertia locking at high speed. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Once the host advances to third-tier silver level, the system marketplace will automatically unlock the accompanying skills for the mass engine. A dark golden icon appeared on the panel with silver-white light patterns flowing along its edges. Name: inertial drift. The description contained only 1 line. During high-speed motion, reconstruct the inertial vector using mass as an anchor point to achieve directional deviation and rapid trajectory shifts. Su Ming stared at that line, his pupils slightly constricting. Inertial drift. Not a brake, not a slowdown for turning, but directly changing the direction of inertia while in full-speed sprint. If the mass engine turned him into a bullet, then the inertial drift was like giving that bullet a guidance system. A straight projectile transformed into a guided missile. Su Ming's lips twitched. What the hell is inertial drift? Am I also going to get an AE-86 paint job next? Or a theme song for catching shrimp? The system remained silent. Su Ming rubbed his face, trying to suppress the rising irritation. Cursing aside, he couldn't let his mind stop. He sat down again, crossed his legs, and began to review. Mass engine basic version linear directional explosion. Starting at peak instant full speed, a one-ton body, charging out piercing through granite. The destructive power was unquestionably outstanding, even absurdly so. The drawbacks were obvious: it couldn't turn, couldn't brake, and couldn't change direction. Once ignited, it was an uncontrollable projectile. But its tactical value was not zero. In narrow terrains, corridors, tunnels, gorges, urban alleys, there's no place to run, only to take the hit. A one-ton solid body crashing at the speed of sound would turn its glass full body armor into scrap. Plus, there was the element of surprise. Before the enemy could react, a straight charge up close so fast that their nervous signals wouldn't even have time to transmit. Su Ming's lips slowly curled up. A one-hit kill type skill, not meant for protracted battles, but to wipe the opponent off the board right from the start. Coupled with the future inertial drift, Su Ming dared not fantasize further. Thinking further would be dangerous. He stood up and glanced at the devastation around the quarry. Two circular explosion pits, a giant granite block pierced through a shattered stone pillar, and a cliff face with a human-shaped dent. Plus 200-meter-long deep trenches. The scene resembled something of tactical nuclear bomb level. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then looked again at the tie-shaped dent on the cliff. Before a fight, you have to check if the venue is worth anything, he muttered. If this happened in the city, he wouldn't be able to afford the damages. Forget it, that wasn't the priority. Unlocking inertial drift at silver level. From bronze to silver, a real mass of 10,000 kilograms was needed. He was just over 1,000 kilograms now, with a mass point balance of 277. Still far from it. But Shun Hanyuan had promised to grant access to the heavy object zone today. Heavy object zone. Scrap armor plates, mech wreckage, military-grade alloy components. These were not the small parts and screws in the sorting area, they were tons of high-purity military-grade metals. Just swallowing one piece would be equivalent to a whole day in the sorting area. Su Ming turned and walked towards the quarry exit. The rising sun had just crossed the horizon, casting a long shadow behind him. In the distance, the towering smokestacks and mountains of steel waste from the Starfire waste treatment plant gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the morning light. Su Ming licked his lips. Today he was determined to scour the heavy object zone clean. As Su Ming donned his new school uniform and stepped through the factory gates once more, the entire sorting area fell silent for a moment. The foreman Scarly, who was distributing tasks, froze, his words of "hurry up for me" caught in his throat, his eyes wide as saucers. Where was that pale, sickly-looking boy from yesterday? Who was this before him? Still standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, he retained the slender build of a handsome youth, but the aura around him was drastically different. His skin glowed with health, resembling fine jade, and his facial features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted anew. Every detail was just right, especially those deep, bright eyes that held an air of calmness and sharpness, as if they could see through everything. He had gone from an ornament on a display case to a blade freshly honed. Holy shit. Little Su. A burly man who had spoken with Su Ming yesterday dropped his wrench with a clang. Is it really Little Su? Did he take a beauty pill or something? Wasn't it said that his second mutation would spell his doom? How come he looks even more spirited than us? The short-haired woman scrutinized Su Ming up and down, clicking her tongue in surprise. Little Su, with your looks, if you wandered around the red light district, those rich ladies would go crazy. Su Ming maintained his usual aloof and indifferent expression, as if he were oblivious to the astonishment around him. Yet inside he was already overjoyed. Arrogant, very arrogant. Worth it, that nutrient solution was well spent. This upgrade was a dual leap in both looks and strength. He couldn't help but recall Lu Rian's cold face. If she saw him now, he wondered what expression she would wear. Regret. Most likely. But so what? Even if she crawled back one day, he wouldn't bother to look at her again. His good days had only just begun. Ahem. Scarly regained his composure, feeling a bit embarrassed, and cleared his throat to mask his earlier lapse. What are you staring at? Is there no work to do? Little Su, come with me. He led Su Ming towards the entrance of the heavy goods area. There stood a much heavier metal security gate with armed guards nearby, their expressions solemn. The boss said you can enter the heavy goods area freely today. However, one thing, all spatial equipment must be removed and placed in the storage locker over there. This was a strict military regulation to prevent any insider theft. Su Ming nodded and promptly removed the dark silver spatial wristband from his arm, placing it in the designated lead storage locker. Anyway, he didn't need to take anything out. His stomach was the best storage space. After passing through the security check, the scene before him opened up dramatically. The heavy goods area was more than 10 times larger than the sorting area, resembling a vast steel canyon. Mountains of scrap armor plates, tank tracks, and mech wreckage glimmered coldly under the morning light. Giant cranes dozens of meters high were slowly moving, hoisting several tons of alloy armor from one mountain to another, producing deafening sounds of metal scraping. Many workers in similar uniforms were busy cutting, disassembling, transporting. The entire area was filled with the clamor and power of heavy industry. "Why are there so many people today?" Su Ming casually asked. Scarly lit a cigarette, lowered his voice, and wore a look of indignation. "It's all because of the troubles on the front lines." He gestured towards the southern direction. "I heard from the grapevine that things have been unstable near the southern source abyss. The skirmishes with those damn source beasts have become more frequent. It's not just small skirmishes anymore. Just yesterday I heard that several high-ranking military officials were seriously injured and multiple trucks full of scrap equipment were sent down." Scarly took a deep drag from his cigarette, crushing the butt underfoot. "Damn those beasts. If I had the strength, I would head to the front lines and take down one of them for myself." Su Ming looked at Scarly's reddening face, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this usually timid and opportunistic foreman to have such a passionate side. In his past life, he had been born in a time of peace where war and sacrifice only existed in history books and news reports. He thought of Shen Xingzi, that S-tier genius dedicated to reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. She would likely end up on this very path at the military academy. He also recalled the rock robot he had absorbed. In its rampaging state, even the steer genius Liu Beichen had been like paper. Yet faced with actual battle losses, the military's technological creations also appeared fragile. Su Ming pulled his thoughts back and asked Scarly about some precautions. "All right, you can find a place to stay, just don't get in the way of the crane." Scarly waved his hand. "The boss said that even if you sleep all day, you'll still get paid." After the confrontation with the robot yesterday, the factory workers had tacitly accepted him as a respected but doomed madman, showing him much more tolerance. Su Ming nodded, said nothing more, and turned to sneak behind a relatively secluded pile of scrap iron. He began his secretive feast like a rat in a grain store. With his left palm pressed against a half-man-high tank side skirt armor, he murmured, "Devour." Ding. Devoured grade high manganese steel armor purification completed, quality points 32. An influx of pure energy surged into his body. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Awesome. This was far more invigorating than the fragmented items from the sorting area. He reached for a broken, complexly geared mech leg transmission shaft nearby. Ding. Devoured grade titanium tungsten alloy transmission shaft purification completed, quality points 45. Keep up the good work. He found a piece of wreckage that looked like a wingtip from some aircraft still bearing scorch marks from energy weapons. Ding. Devoured grade memory alloy component purification completed, quality points 110. Woohoo. Su Ming felt ecstatic. This was what they called a feast. In just a few minutes his quality points had increased by over 200. At this rate, by the end of the day, he would not only fill the progress bar for silver grade, but also push it forward significantly. While maintaining the facade of sorting the scrap, he frantically devoured with his left hand behind his back. His quality points balance skyrocketed. 453. 688. 974. Just as he devoured a rusted robot chest plate, his finger suddenly brushed against something unusual. In the center of that chest plate was a massive claw mark indentation with the edges of the armor torn like paper. In the deepest part of the indentation, something the size of a thumb was stuck. Su Ming pried it out. It was a dull, unremarkable crystal rough on the surface and dim in luster, looking no different from an ordinary stone. But the moment Su Ming held it in his palm, he felt a difference. A faint yet extremely pure energy fluctuation emanated from the crystal, resonating with the quality core within him. This is, a term flashed through his mind. Beast crystal. The one Liu Beichen had offered to Shun Hongyuan yesterday, though dark purple, had a somewhat similar energy quality. However, this piece in his hand was thousands of times weaker and incredibly mixed. No matter what it was, he decided to consume it first. Devour. Ding. Devoured a first-tier inferior beast crystal, quality points 100. The gray crystal in his palm instantly vaporized, leaving not even dust behind. A wave of energy purer than all the scrap iron he had just devoured combined surged through his arm and into his veins. Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. Holy shit, 100 points. He looked down at his hand, and then at the pile of scrap iron beneath his feet, which he had to work tirelessly to exchange for a mere few dozen points. Those delicacies radiating a charming metallic sheen instantly lost their appeal. I've been gnawing on rusty pipes for half a day, and this single candy bean is worth more than all of that. Su Ming felt as if he had discovered a new world. No wonder the Federation was willing to spend such a great cost to send Awakeners to hunt beasts. This thing was essentially a mobile energy block. This piece, clearly the lowest grade and nearly depleted of energy, could still yield 100 points. What if it were fresh and mightier? Su Ming's eyes began to shine with a light of greed and desire. Whether he could live better than in his past life depended on this. Su Ming forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart and continued to rummage through the pile of scrap. But his eyes were no longer fixed on the scrap iron. He focused on those scrap robots bearing claw marks and burn scars. Unfortunately, after searching for half an hour, he found nothing else. That made sense. Such things were unexpected finds, and finding one was already a stroke of luck. Just as he pondered whether to change areas to try his luck, footsteps approached from behind. They were not the heavy, clunky steps of workers, but rather light and rhythmic. Su Ming turned around. In the backlight, a tall figure was walking toward him. She wore neither the black nano-combat suit nor training attire, just a simple white t-shirt tucked into high-waisted jeans, revealing a slender, resilient waist. Her long hair fell freely over her shoulders, accentuating the lines of her collarbone and neck. She wore a pair of white canvas shoes that stepped onto the rusted iron plates. Shen Qingzi. Her gaze, usually calm and tranquil, landed on Su Ming's face, momentarily stunned. You are Su Ming. Now even faces can evolve. Shen Qingzi stared at him for a full 3 seconds. You are Su Ming. Can the face evolve now? Su Ming remained unfazed. Internally, she was overjoyed, her lips curling slightly. High-grade life nutrient solution. The one Uncle Shun gave me yesterday. She paused. It burns vitality to purify the body along with cleaning the waste and the skin. The byproduct of returning light is nothing to be surprised about. Very well, this nutrient solution is quite powerful. The shock of the upgrade in looks sometimes feels more direct than an upgrade in strength. Shen Qingzi's gaze suddenly sharpened. To others it sounded tragic, but to her it meant something deeper. Overdrawing life to exchange for power. As a pure martial enthusiast, nothing concerned her more. The place she intended to go was the Southern Abyss. A slaughterhouse where even high-ranking military practitioners frequently fell. The source beasts were far more bizarre and terrifying than those in textbooks. She needed a shield tough enough to withstand a deadly blow. The Su Ming before her was the one chosen by her father, who bet 8 million federal coins and a spatial ring. But she only trusted her own judgment. The trial in the abyss tomorrow will be more dangerous than you can imagine. She shifted her tone, her voice returning to its usual coldness. Her right hand slightly raised, fingers together, silver radiance flowed between her knuckles. The energy of metal condensed, transforming into a blade as thin as a cicada's wing known as the Tang, hung down cold edge. The blade pointed directly at Su Ming's throat. Prove it to me. Prove that you are qualified to be my shield. A buzzing sound. The sharp blade energy spread out. The metal sheet stacked a dozen meters away emitted a faint resonance. The workers in the distance held their breath, while Scarly clenched his fists tightly. S-level talent, even a casual finger movement. The sharpness was enough to make one dare not look straight at it. It's over, this kid is going to embarrass himself. Facing a thrust that could frighten any black iron-level awakened being to their core, Su Ming didn't even blink. The trajectory of the cold edge was crystal clear in his eyes. Not fast, but extremely oppressive, locking onto the position with no way to evade. But under the real weight of a ton and the perception of second-tier bronze level. This speed was slow, like a close-up shot in a movie. He didn't dodge. He didn't even adopt any defensive posture. Just as the silver blade tip was a mere inch from his throat. Su Ming raised his right hand, pinching with his index and middle fingers. He lightly clamped down on the swiftly thrusting blade. Clanged. The piercing metal explosion suddenly erupted in the empty heavy goods area. The cold edge Tang Dao, exuding a chilling aura, was firmly pinched between two long fair fingers. The blade tip hovered just an inch from Su Ming's Adam's apple, unable to advance further. In the distance, Scar Li's hand shook the cigarette in his mouth, burning his hand. Unaware, his eyes widened in shock. Several burly men rubbed their eyes vigorously, their jaws dropping. That's the young lady of the Shen family. S-level talent with a metal blade bone. Her knife was clamped by a useless flevel with just 2 fingers. Catching a blade barehanded was already absurd enough, but this was with 2 fingers. Genuine shock appeared in Shen Qingzi's beautiful eyes. Her competitive spirit was ignited instantly. With a fierce twist of her wrist, her slender arm exerted force, trying to draw the blade for another strike. However, Su Ming's 2 fingers remained motionless, firmly locking the blade. She couldn't draw it out. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight arc, his tone casually provoking. Miss Shin, put in a bit more effort. Haven't you eaten? Shen Qingzi snorted coldly, her gaze sharp. In that case, her slender wrist suddenly twisted. The energy of metal injected into the blade underwent a qualitative change in that moment. The silver blade became almost transparent. Its edge pulled out an extremely fine silver thread. Even the light was refracted and distorted. The temperature of the blade dropped sharply. Scarlee's expression changed drastically. Having spent most of his life in the Shun family factory, he had seen many martial artists in action, but the aura emitted by this silver thread was on an entirely different level from what he had seen before. Extreme Edge Atomic Line. Shen Qingzi shouted softly, her wrist exploding with enough torque to cut through heavy military vehicles. This move had once allowed her to sever the alloy claws of a third-tier exotic beast during a test. The energy of metal was compressed to the extreme, the blade entering a single-atom alignment state. Ignoring physical thickness, it had an extremely strong penetrating cutting force directed at high-density defenses. Her ultimate armor-piercing technique. All things are illusory, only the edge is eternal. She sought not to injure, but only to reclaim the dignity of her weapon from those two peculiar fingers. Break for me. Screech. The piercing metallic friction sound exploded at their fingertips. The atomic edge sliced through Su Ming's fingertip at high speed. Silver light and sparks erupted wildly at the contact point. The air was torn apart with a series of tearing sounds. Su Ming's upper body was as steady as a mountain, not even shaking slightly. But the ground beneath his feet let out a mournful cry under the unbearable load. Crack screech. The sound of metal twisting exploded. Centered around Su Ming's feet, the high-strength explosion-proof steel plate that could withstand heavy tanks was forced down to create two deep footprints. Around the footprints, the resilient steel twisted upwards, forming a shocking depression. A ton of real weight, receiving the full impact transmitted by Shen Qingzi, perfectly poured onto the ground. Yet those two fingers remained unmoved. 1,000 kilograms of real weight gathered at his fingertips. The atomic arrangement reached a physical deadlock. Each atom was squeezed to its maximum spacing. Seamlessly tight, airtight. The atomic line was sharp to the limit of material level, yet there was no gap to slide into. It wasn't that it wasn't sharp. It was that there was nowhere to strike. A strong backlash flowed back along the blade. Shen Qingzi's tiger mouth went numb, and she uncontrollably retreated half a step before stabilizing her form. Hiss! She withdrew the blade and leaped back, landing steadily 3 meters away with a slight bend in her knee. Her gaze fixed intensely on Su Ming's fingers. On that slender index finger there was no blood, not even a broken skin. Only a shallow white mark. A shallow white mark. Nothing more. This is impossible. Shen Qingzi exclaimed in a flustered whisper, her hand gripping the blade, trembling slightly from the exertion. That was a cut capable of slicing through a tank's main armor. The most lethal armor-piercing technique she had comprehended among the two sequences. Invincible. An atomic line that could cut through the scales of a third-tier exotic beast, yet it couldn't even break the skin of an level awakened being. She looked down at the nearly invisible curled notch on the blade, her chest heaving violently. She was Shen Qingzi, the holder of S-level talent with a metal blade bone. Since awakening, her blade had never been met with a direct confrontation from any peer, let alone with 2 fingers. Yet this man before her had clamped her blade with 2 fingers, withstood her atomic line with his skin, and remained unscathed. Su Ming glanced down at the white mark on his fingertip, raised his head, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Thank you for showing mercy, Miss Shen. Show mercy. That was her full-strength strike. Shen Qingzi's breath caught warmth creeping from her neck to her ears, her cheeks turning bright red. Biting her silver teeth, she dared not look at Su Ming's infuriating face. She lowered her gaze, resting it on the wreckage of steel beneath her feet. 3 seconds. She raised her head, her voice regaining its coldness. Your body is indeed hard enough. She asked no further questions, turning to leave, leaving just one sentence. We will meet at the factory entrance at 6 in the morning the day after tomorrow. The white figure disappeared around the corner of the steel canyon. The surrounding silence was finally broken, exploding into discussions like a tsunami. Su Ming paid no heed to the shocked gazes. He lowered his head to look at the 2 perfect footprints, with only one thought in his mind. Damn it, please don't let me lose money. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the main building in the surveillance room, Shen Hanyuan held a cup of exquisite Dahongpo, reclining with his legs crossed while watching the screen. Seeing his daughter approach Su Ming and draw her knife to test her strength, he felt a bit happy and proud inside. Let this little brat experience the power of S-level talent. But when Su Ming clamped down on the blade with 2 fingers, the corners of his mouth began to twitch. Then as the atomic line was unleashed, he sat up slightly. This girl was too ruthless. What if she really cut off his fingers? The one bought for 8 million hadn't even gone to battle yet. Would he have to spend more millions to bring him back? When he saw the white mark clearly appear in the center of the screen, Shen Hanyuan froze. A mouthful of Dahongpo sprayed all over the screen. The tea flowed down the monitor, but he didn't care to wipe it, his old eyes fixated on that white mark. The atomic line didn't even scratch that brat's skin. He suddenly stood up, his chair sliding back far. What kind of monster is this kid? Flevel. What a joke. Immediately, the scene shifted to the ground. The expensive special explosion-proof steel plate had been stomped into two deep pits. Shen Hanyuan fully accepted the fact of Su Ming being a humanoid source beast. Then he picked up the deformed cup and took a sip. His gaze remained glued to the screen. In the footage, that brat had already turned around as if nothing had happened, squatting back among the scrap iron, diligently sorting through parts. Shen Hanyuan stared at his sneaky back, murmuring to himself, "If you want to steal something, just go ahead. But if you dare to steal my flowers, I'll break your third leg." Just then, the phone on the table vibrated, the screen lighting up with an internal line number from the Southern Military District. He stared at the caller ID. 3 seconds later, he picked it up, his voice steady. "Speak." In the surveillance room, Shen Hanyuan picked up the phone. The voice on the other end was heavy, belonging to an old acquaintance from the Southern Military District's frontline command, codenamed Iron Wall. "Old Shen, the alert level has been raised." "What do you mean?" "The outer third defense line has detected 7 instances of cross-border fluctuations from last night to this morning. At least 4 Tier 2 source beasts, one of which has energy characteristics resembling a Tier 3. "What? Tier 3? His voice suddenly rose, causing the glass in the surveillance room to buzz. "What is your frontline reconnaissance department doing? A Tier 3 source beast pushed from the Abyss core to the outer perimeter, a journey of hundreds of kilometers, and your early warning network is just for show. What about the defenses? The patrols? Are those staff members asleep or blind?" The other end of the line was silent for 2 seconds with no rebuttal, because there was indeed no way to refute it. Iron Wall's tone carried a hint of bitterness. "Old Shen, this matter is indeed our dereliction of duty. I won't make excuses. That Tier 3 source beast is a Crack Mountain Iron Spine Rhino." Iron Wall continued. "At 2:17 a.m. last night, that Iron Spine Rhino suddenly broke through the outer blockade of the 3rd defense line, rampaging through, directly overturning 2 of our reconnaissance teams. 7 armored reconnaissance vehicles were scrapped and 14 awakened individuals were injured and sent back. By the time reinforcements arrived, that beast had already turned back to the Abyss, coming and going freely." Shen Hanyuan clenched his jaw. "Yes," Iron Wall repeated, his voice heavy. "The entire process took less than 12 minutes. It didn't seem like it was hunting, but more like testing." Shen Hanyuan felt a chill run down his back. The strength calculation between source beasts and humans has never been equal. Source beasts are born with formidable physiques. Their energy circulation efficiency far surpasses that of human awakened, and they typically crush their peers. The true combat power of a Tier 3 source beast is comparable to that of a Tier 4 human powerhouse. Moreover, the Crack Mountain Iron Spine Rhino is a top predator among Tier 3 beasts. Its entire body is covered in metallic armor, and its single horn can penetrate any known alloy armor. This kind of creature has a violent temperament and can even collapse mountains when it runs. It used to stay quietly in the Abyss without crossing boundaries. Now it's frequently crossing over." Iron Wall sighed. "Old Shin, you know that the Abyss rifts are scattered throughout the entire southern front. With hundreds of entrances, no one can predict from which point the source beasts will emerge. With such limited manpower, we can't afford to cover both east and west. We've been patching the east wall with the west for more than a day or 2. Shen Hanyuan remained silent. He understood. The entire Southern Military District has 13 Abyss entrances that need guarding. The defense line is stretched too thin, and the number of awakened is always insufficient. Everyone is clamoring for reinforcements. This isn't just an individual's problem, it's the predicament of humanity in front of the Abyss. The Central Command has urgently dispatched 2 mech companies to reinforce the defenses in Jiangxing. The situation in the east and west is also escalating, and the expansion rate of all source rifts is still rising. It has already increased by 5.2 compared to last month. Shen Hongyuan's pupils constricted. It's not 3.7 anymore. It's risen again. Rift expansion source energy being released. The activity range of high-tier source beasts is pushing outward. All these bad news strung together signify a precursor to disaster. About your daughter's training mission. There was a pause on the other end. Is she leaving tomorrow? Yes. Brother, let me be frank, Old Shun, let her take it slow. It's not about being afraid, it's just that this situation is abnormal. Those creatures seem to be driven out, not behaving like normal territorial expansions. Shen Hongyuan was silent for a few seconds. He certainly could let his daughter postpone. A quick call to her mentor with any excuse would suffice. But he knew better than anyone Shin Qing's temperament. If she found out that the more dangerous the front line became, the more she was protected, she would probably skip the training application and volunteer to go to the front line. That girl inherited her mother's stubbornness. Not even 10 oxen could drag her back. Understood. He'll think about it. He hung up the phone. Shen Hongyuan put down his phone and turned to look at the surveillance screen. The cup of tea had not yet dried. In the footage, a slender boy was crouching behind a pile of scrapped mech parts, sneaking around and rummaging. The physical density of this kid can no longer be described as comparable to superalloy. It's something beyond his comprehension. Having lived half a lifetime and seen countless monsters with spatial talents, he had never encountered one with dire talents that were this resilient. Is it secondary petrification mutation? His confidence in this conclusion had dropped from 90% to 60%. But regardless of what that kid truly was, one thing was certain. Shun Hongyuan's gaze was heavy as he stared at the screen. He had made the right bet. This monster, whose body was harder than steel and unafraid of death, was the best shield he could provide for his daughter. Even if it only extended her reaction time by a few seconds. That should be enough. Shun Hongyuan set down his cup and rubbed the edge of his phone case with his thumb. 3 days. He stared at the sneaky figure on the screen, his voice low. But it must go smoothly. In the heavy machinery area of the scrapyard, Su Ming's current state was somewhat inflated. Ever since he accidentally touched that low-quality exotic beast crystal earlier, swallowing it had gained him 100 quality points, and his selection standards had completely changed. Those ordinary scrap metals. Sorry, he was no longer interested. For the first half hour, he had been diligently gnawing on high manganese steel armor plates and titanium tungsten alloy drive shafts. A piece was worth 30 to 40 points, a rod 50 to 60 points, and he was enjoying it immensely. But now, it's like getting used to A5 Wagyu beef and suddenly being told to chew on plain bread. It's not that he couldn't eat, it's just that he had become picky. Those scrap mech remains with claw marks and energy burn traces were now his targets. Because things like exotic beast crystals often hide in the crevices of equipment wreckage that have interacted with exotic or source beasts. The shattered crystals that couldn't be collected on the battlefield, the residual crystal fragments embedded in armor, and even the high-tier source beast blood that had dried on the surface of the machinery. To the military, these are insignificant impurities not worth extracting from scrap. To him, they are pure organic health food. Su Ming squatted behind a pile of scrapped infantry armored vehicles. After rummaging for a while, his gaze locked onto something. A main armor plate of a tank weighing around 700 to 800 pounds. There was a huge penetrating dent in the center of the plate. The edges of the high-strength alloy had been brutally torn open by something. The torn surface was uneven with charred burn marks remaining on it. The burns were unevenly distributed, unlike the precise cuts made by energy weapons. It was more like something with high temperature had directly clawed at it. The claw mark of an exotic beast. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He moved around to the side of the armor plate, crouched down, and peeled back the layer of rust. Through the gaps of gears and rivets, he vaguely saw something deep inside. Something was glimmering, the shine weak, but definitely present. The problem was this armor plate was too thick. The whole plate was at least 6 to 7 centimeters thick of military-grade special steel, and the gap was too narrow for even a finger to fit. A normal person's approach would be to find cutting equipment or call a crane to flip the plate over. Su Ming looked around. The nearest workers were 50 meters away. That was enough. He clasped the edges of the torn part of the armor plate with both hands, his fingers digging into the steel. Lift. His muscles suddenly tensed, a ton of true weight sinking into his feet, his back straining. Creak. The 700 to 800 pound tank main armor plate was lifted from the ground by him. Still not enough. What he wanted to see was in the deepest crevice. Oh, just lifting it wasn't enough. Su Ming clenched his back teeth, spreading his arms to the sides. Tearing. Creak. 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 The sound of metal tearing was sharp and piercing, like a giant bending a steel bar. The 6 to 7 centimeters thick military-grade special steel plate seemed like a corrugated cardboard box violently torn apart in Su Ming's hands. The crack extended from the middle to the sides, revealing the shiny metallic interior. 50 meters away, the scarred Li suddenly turned his head while transporting scrap. The half-cigarette he had in his mouth dropped to the ground. Damn. The several burly men behind him were also stunned. A young man in his 20s, a laborer by trade. The iron tongs in his hand clanged against his foot, causing him to wince. But his eyes never moved away from Su Ming. That is a tank's main armor plate. Damn, that thing takes 4 of us plus hydraulic tongs to cut open, and he used his hands. Is it in Fdyer talent? Are you sure that's Fdyer? Scarred Li picked up the cigarette, but that had fallen to the ground, found it extinguished, took out a lighter, and lit it, his hand shaking. A second chance at life. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. The military inspector said that secondary petrification mutation, the closer it gets to the end of its lifespan, the more explosive its power becomes. There was a pause. This kid may really have only a little time left. The surroundings fell silent for a few seconds. The young laborer muttered softly, damn. If a person about to die has this much strength, how fierce were they when they were alive? No one answered. Su Ming ignored the discussions behind him. After tearing open the armor plate, the things inside were exposed to the sunlight. For pieces of gray crystalline fragments the size of a thumb. The surface was stained with dried dark brown blood, emitting weak, but definitely present energy fluctuations. Next to the crystalline fragments, there was also a piece of black hardshell material the size of a fingernail. It was neither metal nor ore. Su Ming leaned closer to sniff it. It smelled fishy. Very fishy, carrying a wild scent that made one's scalp tingle. Source beast blood clot. Su Ming's pupils constricted. No matter what it was, he would eat it first. He closed the torn armor plate to block his line of sight and placed his left hand on it. Devour. Ding. Devoured a Tier 1 low-quality exotic beast crystal fragment. 4 quality points 75, 82, 91, 68. Ding. Devoured the dried blood clot of a Tier 2 source beast residual purification and refinement. Completed quality points 340, 340. For a piece of dried blood clot the size of a fingernail. What if it's a fresh, complete Tier 2 source beast corpse? He didn't dare to think further. If he did, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He casually devoured the torn armor plate as well. Ding. Devoured grade military special steel plate purification and refinement. Completed quality points 87. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in his mind. Su Ming felt like a gambler inserting coins into a slot machine. Each pull was a jackpot. Current quality point balance 1,480. 8. Su Ming rubbed his fingers together. Adding the remaining time today to continue devouring plus the daily compound interest growth of 1% by the time he sets off the day after tomorrow. He might be able to exchange for another talent sequence. As for the 10,000 kilograms of true weight needed for the Tier 3 silver, he was still far off. But at least he was heading in the right direction. And now he was very, very certain of one thing. The Source Rift training in 2 days was not just a task of being a meat shield for Shin Hanyuan. It was his buffet. Exotic beast corpses. Source beast remained scattered crystalline fragments. That meat grinder that the military dreaded was in his eyes an unmined gold mine. Su Ming licked his lips and continued to search for the next piece of wreckage with claw marks. A humanoid excavator back to work. At the same moment in Yard No. 1 of Jiangxing City, deep within the sub-basement, a private cultivation chamber belonging to the Zhao family. 2 Blackerntier bodyguards swiftly fastened the final piece of dark crimson scale armor onto Zhao Kuo's shoulder clasp, then stepped back 3 paces. Zhao Kuo stood at the center of the chamber, slowly spreading his arms wide. The Class E fire elemental armor crimson flame armor clung seamlessly to his frame. Faint flame patterns shimmered across the dark red scales while molten currents seemed to pulse sluggishly within the armor's interior. Forged from the abdominal hide of a third-rank fire lizard and treated with proprietary tanning techniques, it absorbed 30% of physical impact and amplified innate fire affinity by 20%. A formal Yonyuan acquisition, courtesy of Zhao Kuo's father. He rolled his shoulders, the armor plates whispered faintly against one another, and a sly smile curled at the corner of his lips. How does it feel? Behind him, the 2 bodyguards exchanged glances before replying in unison. Young master, Zhao is peerless. Enough flattery, Zhao Kuo chided, but his chin had already lifted. He turned toward a cipher-locked case tucked into the chamber's corner, entered a 6-digit code, and the latch sprang open. Inside, velvet-lined and immaculate, rested a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. Its surface was uniformly dark red, its core pulsing with viscous liquid light, as though a miniature magma sphere beat softly within. A second-rank fire elemental beast core. Zhao Kuo closed his palm around it, then pivoted toward the chamber's far corner, where Lu Rian sat cross-legged within a spirit-gathering formation, her long hair cascading down her back, eyes gently shut. Her slender fingers wove intricate hand seals as she activated the Class A, specialized talent Fortune Symbiosis. She appeared serene, utterly absorbed. Yet inwardly she sneered. Fortune anchoring had already latched on as Zhao Kuo's primordial essence. Private domain interception stood fully prepared. The moment Zhao Kuo absorbed the core's fire energy and transmitted it through their dual cultivation link, she would intercept 90%, leaving only dregs for him. She had rehearsed this sequence countless times. It flowed like silk. Reciprocal nourishment. She had never intended to grant Zhao Kuo anything real. This man possessed an S-class talent, familial resources, and elite cultivation conditions. All she owned was a body born to absorb fortune and a heart colder than void. In 5 days' time on the arena platform, Su Ming would die. She would ascend upon the fortune of these 2 men, reaching bronze tier within half a year, silver tier within 2. At that height, whether Jiangxing's Zhao family heir was even worthy of holding her sandals would depend entirely on her whim. Rian. Zhao Kuo's voice snapped her from her thoughts. Lu Rian opened her eyes, revealing a smile, tender, perfectly calibrated. I'm ready. Zhao Kuo strode forward, lifting the crystal before her with palpable pride. See this? A second-rank fire elemental core. My father pulled strings across 3 layers to secure it. Once I absorb this, and with your reciprocal nourishment, he leaned close to her, ear, voice low, feverish. Tonight I'll touch the threshold of bronze tier. He paused. In 5 days I'll reduce that worthless Su Ming to ash, 1 bone at a time. in full view of the entire school. A flicker of coldness vanished from Lu Rian's gaze. The gentle curve of her lips remained unchanged. I believe in you. Zhao Kuo stepped back 2 paces satisfied. His right fist clenched, hard. Shatter. The second-rank core exploded in his palm. Crimson volatile energy erupted like a miniature volcanic vent. The S-class talent lava earth fire burst forth instantly from his very pores. Dark red liquid flame seeped from every pore, surging outward in waves of scorching heat. The chamber's temperature spiked violently. 2 Blackernir bodyguards and 3 lackeys loitering near the doorway were forced backward by the blast wave. One slow to react singed his eyebrows clean off. Holy! Third lackey clapped a hand over his scorched face, retreating. Young Master Zhao's power just went off the charts. S-class is S-class. One punch from him could melt an entire street. A bodyguard barked a sharp order for silence, but awe gleamed unmistakably in his eyes. At the chamber's heart, Zhao Kuo blazed within dark red fire. The patterns etched across his crimson flame armor burned with incandescent intensity. Like a fire god risen from the earth's molten depths. This power was overwhelming. He felt his internal energy swelling uncontrollably, drawing ever closer to the threshold of bronze tier. One step remained. Just one final step. Rian. Reciprocal nourishment. Lu Rian sealed her hands into formation. Her talent sequence ignited. Fortune anchoring locked onto Zhao Kuo's primordial essence. Successful. Private domain interception began drawing the fire energy. Then, abrupt anomaly. Without warning. That foundational energy sustaining her talent. The faint fortune she'd drawn from Su Ming over 3 years began collapsing. Not fading gradually. Collapsing utterly. Lu Rian's face drained of color. What in the world? She had no time to analyze. That fortune was the bedrock of her talent awakening. The very foundation she'd painstakingly accumulated strand by strand from Su Ming over 3 years. Without it, her Class A talent was a tower built on sand. And now, the sand had been swept away. What she'd absorbed over 3 years was being reclaimed by its original owner. She did not know Su Ming had broken through to second-rank bronze last night, but her talent did. At the other end of the fortune anchor, that once worthless man she'd treated as mere nourishment. His primordial essence had grown so potent, it could now self-correct ownership rights. Fortune was flowing backward. She could not stop it. Her talent sequence convulsed violently. Fortune anchoring, deprived of its foundational stability, snapped instantly. Energy interception failed to capture Zhao Kuo's fire energy. Instead, the sequence froze mid-flow, creating a terrifying vacuum of raw potential. Vacuums demand filling. Her talent's primal instinct responded, not with restraint, but with hunger. Not for his fire energy, for his primordial essence. Zhao Kuo stiffened. His molten earth fire stuttered mid-flow, the glow across his crimson flame armor dimmed sharply by a third. What? He stared at his own hands. The flames were shrinking, not receding under his control, but being sucked away. That force surged backward along the dual cultivation link, like an insatiable abyss devouring everything he was. Rian. Zhao Kuo whirled around. Lu Rian's face was bloodless sweat beading her forehead, her hand seals trembling violently, her entire form swaying precariously. She fought desperately to halt the backlash, but it was unstoppable. Zhao Kuo, something's interfering, she ground out between clenched teeth. Zhao Kuo heard nothing. Energy was draining, leaking away here before his bodyguards and lackeys at the very cusp of his bronze tier breakthrough. That hurt more than death. Return to me, he roared, and forcibly reversed his S-class primordial essence, wrenching the outward-flowing fire energy back toward himself. That reversal shattered all restraint. Lu Rian's fortune backlash reached critical mass. 3 forces collided within the dual cultivation link: the disintegrating foundational fortune, the malfunctioning interception sequence, and Zhao Kuo's violent brute force retraction. Class A talent fortune symbiosis triggered its most primal instinct, parasitic self-preservation. At any cost, every shred of backlash damage, every surge of chaotic energy, transferred wholesale along the anchoring link. Target host Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo was utterly unprepared. The liquid fire, severed then violently reversed, spun completely out of control. Together with the shockwave of fortune backlash, it slammed with crushing force directly into his own chest cavity. Boom. A muffled detonation. The crimson flame armor deflected external impact, but offered no defense against internal explosion. Acrid black smoke hissed from the armor's seams. Zhao Kuo's torso lurched forward violently, a coppery tang flooding his throat. Spit. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across the floor. His knees buckled. He crashed down onto one knee hard. Silence fell absolute. The bodyguards reacted first, rushing forward to support him. The 3 lackeys stood frozen, expressions shifting from reverence to raw terror. Zhao. Young Master Zhao. Zhao Kuo braced himself against the floor, trembling violently, blood still tracing his lower lip. He understood nothing. Moments ago, everything had been perfect, energy surging bronze tier within reach. Then, without warning, collapse. He twisted his head toward Lu Rian. She had already timely collapsed inside the spirit-gathering formation, appearing utterly spent, frail beyond measure. Yet her mind raced lightning fast. Fortune backlash. Foundational collapse. She grasped the cause in under 2 seconds. Su Ming. That man whose fortune she drained for 3 years. He had grown stronger, strong enough that the fortune she'd taken was now flowing back of its own accord. But she could never admit it. Absolutely never. To speak it aloud would be to confess her Class A talent was stolen. Lu Rian pushed herself upright, her eyes genuinely red-rimmed. Fortune backlash had ruptured capillaries across her face. She stumbled to Zhao Kuo's side, breathless with feigned panic. Zhao Kuo, it's not the technique's fault. Her voice trembled, yet each syllable was precisely calibrated. I sensed it just now, a causality tainted with death energy interfering with the reciprocal flow. That energy signature resembles a byproduct of mutated talents. Zhao Kuo wiped blood from his lip, streaks of crimson clinging to his fingertips. What do you mean? Lu Rian bit her lower lip, displaying just the right hesitation and fear. Su Ming, that secondary petrification mutation of his, it isn't merely physical petrification. Remember, his talent is ever-increasing weight, fundamentally consuming his own life force to gain mass. Such a fate-draining mutation generates causal contamination. He's cursing us with his dying breath. The chamber fell so silent heartbeats echoed. Third lackey shuddered, stammering, curse. Can a dying wreck curse an S-class cultivator? Lu Rian said nothing, merely lowered her gaze, letting silent tears trace clean paths down her cheeks. Her performance was flawless. Zhao Kuo's face contorted. Humiliation, agony, fury, and beneath it all a sliver of fear buried deepest of all. He wrenched his arm free from the bodyguard's grip and staggered upright. Snatching an expensive crystal cup from the table, he hurled it against the wall. Crash. Shards scattered. Bring me everyone I sent to surveil Su Ming these past 2 days. Zhao Kuo wiped the last trace of blood from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging. I want to know exactly what that worthless piece of trash has been doing these past 48 hours. Unbeknownst to him, dusk was approaching. In the heavy materials area of the Starfire waste disposal plant, the setting sun bathed the piles of discarded armor in a dark golden hue. Su Ming crouched behind the wreckage of a scrapped self-propelled artillery. His left hand pressed against a half-man-high B-grade titanium tungsten alloy side skirt. He felt the black hole in his palm greedily tearing at the metal molecules. The alloy plate began to collapse silently from the contact point, layer by layer, peeling, compressing, and flowing into his palm. 1 minute later, all that remained on the ground was a small pile of gray-white dust. Ding. Devoured B-grade titanium tungsten alloy side skirt. Quality points 67. Quality points balance 1547. 8. Su Ming whistled, brushed off the dust from his hands, and flipped over to climb another mountain of scrap metal. Having worked from 8 in the morning until now, he had thoroughly consumed all the high-purity alloys reachable in the nooks and crannies of the heavy materials area. Grade, and occasionally, he could dig out a few special alloy components with military numbers. Each piece consumed added solid quality points to his account. It was exhilarating. Too exhilarating. This feeling was like others spending money on gym memberships while he was gaining muscle at work and still getting paid. A real profit. But he wasn't blinded by the bountiful harvest before him. At 1,547. 8 points, he still needed more than 400 to reach 2,000. Based on the remaining stock in the heavy materials area, he could barely manage to scrape together 1,800 before the end of the day. Should he come back tomorrow for the last 200 points? No. He had to set off with Shen Qingzi to the Source Abyss early tomorrow. There was no time left. Su Ming stroked his chin while squatting on top of the scrap, keep his gaze sweeping across the entire heavy materials area. He was now faced with a dilemma. In the system shop, there were 3 divine skills. Last time he bought the quality engine, leaving him with quality convergence and quality domination. 2,000 points were only enough to buy one. Quality convergence suppresses 1 ton of weight to normal human levels, allowing him to walk without crushing the floor, returning daily life to normal. The scene of Shen Qingzi using atomic lines to cut her own finger today floated in his mind. That girl had used her ultimate technique, sparks flying everywhere, yet in the end, she didn't even break a layer of his skin. At that moment, Shen Qingzi's expression. How should he put it? It was like a lumberjack who had exerted all his strength to chop down a tree only to realize he was hacking at a steel pillar. Su Ming couldn't help but smirk. Showing off was indeed addictive. But they were going to Source Abyss the day after tomorrow. That place frequently claimed the lives of even high-ranking military martial artists, with 2nd and 3rd tier source beasts lurking around. Oh, sheer strength wasn't enough. He needed to be able to fight. Quality domination: master the laws of one's own mass and density, producing 5 times kinetic energy with each exertion and triggering full real damage with a 30 probability. With a 5 times kinetic energy boost, his true mass was just over 1,000 kilograms, meaning a punch from him delivered an impact equivalent to 1.5 tons. If he triggered the 30 real damage, it would be like ignoring defenses and delivering 1.5 tons. What kind of concept was that? It was comparable to a small artillery shell. Domination. He must buy domination. He could talk about convergence later. At worst, he would just have to walk more cautiously. Once he made up his mind, he jumped down from the scrap mountain, leaving 2 more deep pits in the anti-explosion concrete beneath him. Su Ming looked down expressionlessly. He would talk about it later. He had always served the people and the country. What was wrong with the country serving him once in a while? He bent down and squeezed into the innermost corner of the heavy materials area, where several scrapped medium-sized military command vehicles were piled up. This batch had just been pulled in today. Ascardly said they were taken down from the front lines and hadn't been sorted yet. Su Ming opened the first command vehicle's chassis with his bare hands, as if unpacking a delivery. The chassis armor was 3 times thicker than that of ordinary vehicles made of pure military-grade, high manganese steel. Devour. 38. The second one. Devour. 41. The third one. Su Ming's hand stopped. There was a hidden groove on the inner side of the chassis blocked by charred armor fragments, completely unnoticeable unless removed. Inside the groove was a crystal the size of a ping-pong ball, dark red in color with a liquid light flowing slowly within. Su Ming's pupils constricted. He reached out and pried the crystal out, turning it over in his palm. The energy purity was extremely high, far superior to the inferior shards he had previously found in the gaps of tank armor. A second-tier fire-type exotic beast crystal. It was in perfect condition, likely embedded when the command vehicle was destroyed by the exotic beast, and the sorting workers hadn't noticed it at all. Su Ming swallowed hard. He didn't hesitate, opening the black hole in his left palm fully. The dark red light on the crystal's surface flickered violently for 2 seconds before it shattered like an ice cube thrown into boiling water. It collapsed silently, transforming into pure energy flowing into his palm. Ding. Devoured second-tier fire-type exotic beast crystal, complete quality, energy purity, extremely high, zero loss conversion. Gained quality points, 450. Su Ming froze for half a second. 450. A single transaction of 450. Apart from the 2,400-point rock robot, this was the biggest windfall he had devoured so far. He looked down at the system panel. Quality points balance, 2076. 8. He had broken through. The 2,000 mark was broken. Su Ming stood behind the dim scrap mountain, taking a deep breath, then another. He really wanted to throw his head back and howl at the sky. But he couldn't. There were still patrolling workers nearby. He couldn't let his persona collapse. He reset his expression to a cool demeanor, dusted off the rust on his hands, and nonchalantly walked out of the heavy materials area. As he passed Scardly, the latter offered him a cigarette. "Little Su, you did well today. Are you coming back tomorrow?" "No, I have something to do tomorrow." "All right, take care of yourself. That petrification mutation of yours. So don't push yourself too hard." Su Ming nodded, his expression indifferent. Singing in his heart as dusk settled, Su Ming walked out of the waste disposal plant's gate. His spatial hand ring and all valuables were stored in accordance with regulations in the plant's storage room. He was wearing his school uniform jacket. In his pocket, he had $30. He decided to eat instant noodles tonight. Why? Just because he couldn't wait. He eagerly rushed back to his low-rent apartment to exchange for quality domination. Then he planned to get a good night's sleep and set off early tomorrow. The plan was perfect. As Su Ming turned into a narrow alley on the outskirts of the city, several beams of flashlight suddenly lit up ahead. 5 burly men blocked the alley entrance, all wearing black t-shirts. The bald man at the front was holding a short stick that glowed faintly with a dagger tucked into his waistband. Su Ming paused in his steps. He recognized the leader. Leopard, one of the Zhao family's watchdogs, a black iron-level enhanced awakener, a local bully collecting protection fees in the outskirts. Last time at the school gate, it was this guy who blocked Su Ming, called by Zhao Kuo to gather information on Su Ming's daily activities. A few passers-by recognized the Zhao family members. Their faces turned pale as they slipped along the wall. Leopard tapped the short stick against his palm, twice producing a crisp metallic sound. Su Ming. He tilted his head and smiled, that grin appearing especially piercing in the flashlight's glow. Zhao Shao asked me to convey a message. You still want to go to the college entrance examination in one piece after offending him. The short stick pointed at Su Ming's arms. Today he'll take 2 arms as interest. Behind him, a few burly men began to chuckle, and someone had already drawn a dagger. Su Ming glanced at the short stick. Crate alloy. The quality was decent, probably worth 7 or 8,000 federal coins. He then looked at Leopard and the few lackeys behind him. Black iron level. All of them were black iron level. Suddenly Su Ming felt a bit sorry for Zhao Qua. Hiring black iron level fighters to beat bronze level ones was not treating them to a meal, it was treating them to a send-off. Go ahead and make your move. Su Ming stood his ground and even put his hands in his pockets. Leopard was infuriated by this attitude. You're asking for death. He roared, channeling his enhanced fighting spirit into his arms as the Kraid alloy short stick accompanied by a whooshing sound smashed towards Su Ming's left shoulder with full force. He put all his strength into this strike. It was enough to shatter the spine of an adult bull. Su Ming did not dodge. He did not raise his hand. He didn't even blink. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding exploded in the narrow alley, echoing back and forth several times. Leopard's smile froze. The Kraid alloy short stick struck Su Ming's shoulder, and contrary to expectations, there were no broken bones or torn muscles. The stick bent, forming a perfect shape in the middle. The terrifying recoil transmitted back through the stick, tearing Leopard's hands apart. Blood flowed down the stick, and his entire right arm went numb. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. This was not a human. What on earth was this? Before Leopard's brain could process this information, Su Ming moved. He didn't use any skills. He simply pulled his right hand out of his pocket and casually swatted like shooing away a fly. The motion was very casual. The speed wasn't particularly fast, but over 1,000 kilograms of true mass concentrated in that slap, the kinetic energy from this hit. Leopard felt like a fully loaded dump truck had slammed into his face from the side. Boom. His entire body was sent flying, covering a distance of more than 10 meters in half a second, his back colliding with the red brick wall at the end of the alley. The wall collapsed. Bricks, dust, and broken steel bars mixed together and exploded. Leopard was embedded in the ruins, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness on the spot. The alley fell silent. That eerie silence where even the sound of breathing had disappeared. The four burly men still held their daggers aloft, but their hands trembled. Their brains desperately denied the scene they had just witnessed. One slap. Just one slap. The black iron-level Leopard had been slapped through a wall by a tall, thin boy in a school uniform. Su Ming shook his wrist, preparing to walk over to the wall to see if Leopard had any valuable items left on him, when he suddenly felt an unusual sensation under his feet. Cold. The ground was freezing. A thin layer of white frost spread from the depths of the alley at a slow pace, not fast, but covering a wide area. The water stains on the alley walls crystallized into fine ice crystals, and the air temperature dropped by several degrees. Su Ming furrowed his brows. It wasn't even autumn yet, and it was already freezing. From the shadows came the sound of footsteps, slow and steady. The soles of shoes crunching on the frost made a faint crackling sound. A figure emerged from the shadows at the end of the alley. In the deepest shadows of the alley, Li Changhe casually adjusted his collar, his fingertips brushing against the dark gray-grade waterproof windbreaker he wore. He flicked away a few drops of splattered dirty water. As a well-known Brontier water system assassin in Jiangqing, he always believed that killing was an art that required maintaining elegance. He had just returned from the southern origin abyss the day before witnessing two awakened beings of the same tier being torn to shreds by rampaging source beasts, cursing his ill fate inwardly. Back in Jiangqing, he had just taken a job worth 100,000 from the young master of the Zhao family, targeting Su Ming, a third-year student in high school with great talent, terminally ill. Upon receiving the information, Li Changhe felt it was an insult to his career as an assassin. 100,000 for killing a high school student. It was no different from picking up money off the street. But just now he watched as the Zhao family's black iron tier enforcer, the Leopard, was slapped into the red brick wall by this so-called terminally ill-grade waste. With a single slap, the wall crumbled. Li Changhe paused, his hand adjusting the windbreaker, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. There must be a problem with the information. Is this the power and grade black iron can exert? A single slap sent a black iron tier flying over 10 meters. The force and explosiveness. He must at least be a strength-type awakened being of the early bronze tier. That fool Zhao Qua thought he could buy a bronze tier life for 100,000. Li Changhe cursed inwardly, but felt no panic. There are distinctions even within the bronze tier. As a water system assassin, he focused on a single lethal strike. No matter how strong the physical power, a severed artery would only result in a blood-soaked body. That 100,000 was as good as his. The soles of his shoes crunched softly on the thin layer of frost. Li Changhe stepped from the shadows into the dim yellow glow of the streetlight, the temperature around him dropping a few degrees upon his arrival. Hearing the noise, the four henchmen who had just been terrified and trembling now felt as if they had seized a lifeline. Li Changhe, young Master Zhao actually invited him. The henchmen were ecstatic, with the leader stepping back 2 paces, shouting hoarsely, "Brother Changhe, this kid is suspicious. He must be hiding his strength, incapacitate him." Li Changhe ignored the cannon fodder, his gaze looking down at Su Ming. A mocking cold smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Su Ming stood still, not moving at all. Li Changhe felt slighted. He snorted coldly, raising his right arm slightly, his fingers suddenly gripping the air. Grade water system talent. The ice path was his atmospheric technique for entering the scene, while the high-pressure water blade was his killing technique. A nearly transparent arc of light instantly formed in Li Chang's palm. The high-speed rotating water flow emitted a piercing scream comparable to that of an aircraft engine. Even the surrounding air rippled as it was sliced. Li Changhe flicked his wrist, and the water blade effortlessly sliced through a rusty iron lamppost beside him. Without any resistance, the upper half of the lamppost silently slid down the cut, as smooth as a mirror. The henchmen were dumbfounded, then erupted into frenzied cheers. It's solid now. This wave is entirely stable. The high-pressure water blade could cut through steel like tofu. Killing a flesh-and-blood target would be as easy as chopping vegetables. Li Changhe reveled in the awe-filled gazes directed at him. His figure swayed slightly, a watercolored afterimage trailing behind him like a specter. His toes tapped lightly on the frost, instantly crossing a distance of over 10 meters, closing in on Su Ming. Too slow. Li Changhe watched as Su Ming didn't even assume a defensive stance, disdainfully evaluating him in his heart. Just a target with brute force. With an ear-piercing whistle that could slice gold and jade, the high-pressure water blade traced a lethal crescent arc towards Su Ming's carotid artery. It's over. In Li Chang's mind, the image of that splendid head soaring into the sky had already surfaced. At that moment, he heard Su Ming in front of him let out a soft sigh. Damn it, the cement splashes you made have dirted my last clean school uniform. Before his words fell, the water blade struck fiercely against Su Ming's neck. Clang! A sound almost capable of piercing eardrums exploded in the narrow alley. The scene he had anticipated, with blood gushing forth, never came to pass. The instant the high-pressure water blade contacted Su Ming's skin, it emitted a harsh grinding noise, as if a large angle grinder was struggling against high-carbon steel. Visible transparent ripples erupted wildly from Su Ming's neck. The water flow, unable to withstand the extreme physical backlash, shattered into a storm of white foam. Li Changhe felt a sharp pain radiate from his wrist, gripping the water blade. His palm directly cracked. He was forced to stagger back 5 or 6 steps before barely regaining his balance. The alley fell into a deathly silence. The cheers of the 4 henchmen were caught in their throats, their eyes nearly bulging out. Li Changhe stared intently at Su Ming's neck. No blood, no wounds, not even the faintest white mark. That earlier grade water blade was powerful enough to cut through light armor. Yet it hadn't even grazed this youth's skin. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The rationality that Li Changhe prided himself on crumbled in an instant. He looked at Su Ming in terror, doubting whether he had been hallucinating after lingering too long in the abyss. Is this a carbon-based life form? Is there solid tungsten steel stuffed inside this flesh? Su Ming raised his hand to touch his neck, feeling the lingering dampness, frowning slightly. Is that it? This is even inferior to the knife hand from Shun Hanyuan last night. A water system assassin, playing with a water gun. Su Ming revealed a smile that was somewhat naive. A ton of true mass converged unreservedly on his right foot, the sole suddenly exerting force. Bang! The anti-explosion blue bricks laid on the ground immediately cracked and collapsed, forming a deep pit. Using this terrifying directional thrust, Su Ming's entire person resembled a dark-colored solid cannonball appearing before Li Changhe in an instant. Too fast. So fast that only an afterimage remained on Li Chang's retina. An extreme sense of danger triggered Li Chang's survival instinct, causing him to scream. The source of the bronze tear surged wildly. A deep blue high-pressure water shield over 10 centimeters thick instantly formed before him. This was his trump card for survival, which had once helped him withstand the frontal assault of a second-tier source beast. Su Ming didn't even blink, raising his right hand. He didn't even use any complicated techniques to exert force. It was simply a straightforward slap. Pa! With a crisp cracking sound. That so-called absolutely defensive bronze-grade water shield was as fragile as paper. It didn't even slow down Su Ming's slap before exploding into a cloud of water mist. The terrifying kinetic energy slammed into Li Chang's face without obstruction. At that moment, Li Changhe heard the sound of his facial bones shattering. His entire being was like being hit in by a high-speed maglev train, his feet lifting off the ground as he flew backward at 3 times the speed he had come. Boom! The half-collapsed wall at the end of the alley, which had just buried the leopard, welcomed its second occupant. Li Changhe was embedded deep into the load-bearing wall. Surrounding bricks shattered and fell apart in large areas while he lay with his eyes rolled back, his life unknown convulsing all over. The entire scene was dead silent. If earlier the leopard being knocked away could deceive the thugs into thinking the leopard was merely underestimating its opponent, now, in the face of Jiang Cheng, the renowned copper-ranked assassin, even with his signature moves on display, it was still the same move executed in the same way. Like swatting a bothersome fly, he was sent crashing into the wall. Several thugs were so frightened they nearly urinated themselves. His brain was completely malfunctioning. Su Ming stood there disdainfully shaking his hand. Too weak. He had swallowed so much high-density armor in the scrapyard yesterday. After the true quality surpassed 1,000 kilograms, the density and hardness of his body had reached an astonishing level. Li Chang's proud water blade was like a plastic knife cutting through tank armor in front of him. It was purely a dimensional reduction blow in terms of physical laws. Su Ming did not look at the trembling thugs. Instead, he lowered his gaze to his coat. The water splashes from the shattered water blade mixed with the mud in the alley. Several conspicuous stains were left on the hem of his school uniform. Tisk, what a hassle. This was the only decent piece of clothing he could wear outside. He stepped to the wall at the end of the alley. Li Changhe was still unconscious, spitting blood. Su Ming reached out, grabbing Li Chang's hair as if pulling up a radish. With no effort, he yanked him out from the crevice of bricks and threw him on the ground. Su Ming crouched down, scanning the dark gray composite trench coat. With a glass waterproof coating and a lining made of cut-resistant carbon fiber, this item was valuable on the outskirts of the abyss. It was windproof, moisture-proof, and even protected against ambushes with a market price of at least 20 to 30,000 Federation coins. Moreover, the impact from that slap had not damaged the coat at all. The quality was indeed exceptional. It's a waste for you to wear it. Su Ming moved swiftly, removing Li Chang's trench coat in a few quick motions. He shook off the dust and directly put it on himself. It fit perfectly, slightly long, but not affecting him. After putting on the trench coat, Su Ming casually reached into Li Chang's inner pocket. There was a wallet, a few unmarked Federation savings cards, and over 2,000 coins in cash. The savings card's password was unknown and thus useless, but cash was valuable. Su Ming skillfully stuffed the bundle of cash into his pocket. He patted Li Chang's swollen face that was unrecognizable even to his mother. You've stained my school uniform with this coat, and the cash are just compensation for the mental distress, right? Li Changhe on the ground let out a weak whimper, probably trying to protest, but with his jaw shattered, no sound came out. Not speaking means you agree. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Young Master Zhao was indeed a generous benefactor, not only sending someone to deliver a head, but also providing top-notch equipment and travel expenses from the abyss. He almost felt reluctant to kill Zhao Kuo in 5 days. Having dealt with the spoils, Su Ming stood up and was about to leave. At the alley's entrance, 4 thugs who had just awoken from their petrified state. They exchanged glances and turned to run in fright. Su Ming did not look back. With a casual flick of his right foot, he kicked at the edge of the ruins. A fragment of blue brick half the size of a fist shot out like a sniper bullet. With a sharp whistling sound, it covered dozens of meters in an instant. It accurately struck the right leg of the leading muscular man. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing was excruciating. The muscular man let out a cry, and his right leg folded in half. He crashed to the ground, sliding out 3 to 4 meters bloodied. The remaining 3 men instantly slammed to a halt, frozen in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button. They didn't even dare to breathe. Su Ming turned around, his hands in the pockets of his new trench coat. He looked calmly at the group. Did I allow you to leave? The temperature in the alley seemed even colder than when Li Changhe had used frost earlier. The sound of broken bricks hitting the leg joint produced a dull thud. The leading muscular man fell to the ground with a scream. The class manganese chromium alloy bat in his hand clattered to the side. He tried to crawl, but his right leg twisted at an odd angle, causing sharp pain with any slight movement. Su Ming slowly turned around. He wore the class black trench coat he had just stripped from the water-type assassin. It made his figure appear even more imposing under the dim streetlight. He looked like a grim reaper returning from a vacation in hell, preparing for a post-meal stroll. He approached step by step, and the remaining 3 uninjured thugs trembled like leaves. They didn't dare to make a sound, frozen in place. The fallen muscular leader, seeing no hope of escape, felt a surge of desperation. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the alloy bat from the ground, struggling to half kneel. With all his strength, he swung down at Su Ming. He'll fight you to the end. Su Ming didn't say a word, not even glancing at the bat aimed at his forehead, simply reaching out casually. Smack! A light sound. He easily grasped the front end of the bat. The muscular leader's face turned red and veins bulged on his arms. He exerted all his strength, but the bat felt like it was welded to Su Ming's hand, not moving an inch. Give it here. Su Ming snatched it away. Under the terrified gaze of the thugs, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Su Ming grasped both ends of the class alloy bat with his hands. Like kneading dough at home during the new year, he began to casually twist and mold it. Creak, screech, creak. The sound of metal twisting resonated in the silent alley. Each sound felt like a dull knife scraping against their nerves. The bat, which had cost a fortune and could crush the skull of a second-tier beast, was in Su Ming's hands like a ball of yarn. It bent, folded, and crushed. In just 3 seconds. Clang! A fist-sized solid iron ball with a twisted surface was casually tossed at the feet of the muscular leader. The thugs felt their scalps go numb, their brains completely malfunctioning. He had turned the alloy bat into a ball with his bare hands. Even Newton's coffin board couldn't contain it. Su Ming clapped his hands and pointed at the iron ball on the ground. He then pointed at the stains on the hem of his school uniform. Now it's time to pay taxes. He had no expression on his face. For delaying my return home to rest and staining my clothes, let's settle the debts. The thugs, as if awakening from a dream, no longer dared to resist. We'll pay. We'll pay. They all looked miserable, frantically reaching into their pockets. Cash, coins, everything that represented money was tremblingly offered up. They feared that if they were a second late, they would also be turned into a ball. Among the crowd, a fatty who had just come from Sichuan to join the Zhao family a few days ago. He had little money in his pocket and was so frightened that he was at a loss. He even directly started to unbuckle his belt. It seemed he wanted to strip to pay off his debts. Su Ming looked at his flabby body and twitched at the corner of his eye. Stop. Leave the money, keep your clothes on. The fatty's movements froze, and under the light at the alley's entrance he dared to lift his head and look Su Ming in the eye for the first time. He even had an extremely absurd thought flash through his mind. Damn up, close this Grim Reaper. Looks incredibly handsome. In the late night, in a lower-end apartment, Su Ming took a shower, washing away dust and the faint smell of blood. He changed into a clean t-shirt, sat cross-legged on the bed, and called up the system panel. Quality points balance 2267. 8. The cash and recovery price for the alloy bat obtained from the alley battle. Together it barely amounted to 100 points, but that was enough. He decisively clicked on the long-desired icon on the skill tree. Quality domination redeem. In an instant, 2,000 quality points were wiped away. A deep power of rules as profound as a black hole silently surged into his limbs. It wasn't a violent energy wash, but rather a new set of physical laws forcibly inscribed into his body. Su Ming slowly clenched his fist. A sense of unprecedented control surged within him. He could clearly sense the true quality of over 1,000 kilograms within him. No longer a heavy burden, but fuel that could be manipulated at will. With every muscle stretch and every joint movement, he could perfectly harness the mass of his entire body, unleashing terrifying kinetic energy. 5 times kinetic energy boost. A punch unleashed would have an impact comparable to that of an off-road motorcycle at full speed. What excited him even more was that 30 chance of triggering full true damage. Ignoring defenses, Su Ming focused his thoughts and pulled out a piece of scrap steel about the size of a palm from his spatial ring. This was something he had picked up outside the scrapyard during the day. He extended his right index finger and gently poked at the dark steel plate. Puff! A muffled sound so faint it was almost inaudible. His finger effortlessly pierced through the steel plate. It went straight through, like poking a thick piece of tofu with his finger. Su Ming flipped the steel plate over and noticed a hole as wide as his finger glaring back at him. The hole was not smooth, its edges were curled backward. It was filled with jagged metal shards from being forcibly torn apart, with several fine cracks spreading outward from the opening. This was not a technique at all, but pure unadulterated power. It destroyed the internal structure of the steel the moment it made contact. Su Ming looked at the tip of his finger. Not only was there no injury, but there wasn't even a trace of red. In his past life, he had used a power drill on concrete walls. That felt much more strenuous. It's acceptable, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. But he immediately began to ponder while stroking his chin. This scene looks too horrifying. He was acutely aware that although he was a cheat who evolved by devouring mass, in front of others he still needed to act more like a normal power-type awakener. In these times, a strong physique could be explained as a type of enhancement talent. However, others' enhancements were mostly localized mutations such as hardened arms or enhanced leg muscle explosiveness. Yet his mode of full-body synchronous enhancement was simply too contrary to the logic of carbon-based life forms. This was purely testing the limits of researchers. I need to package it. It can't be called high-density physical penetration. That would reveal too much. Nor can it be called invincible finger poking to death. That sounds too uncultured. Got it. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes brightened. He recalled some foolish things from his past life. In his previous life as a male from the Dragon Kingdom born in the 90s, he had also been an enthusiast of martial arts in his youth. Naturally, he suffered greatly from it, wearing a pot lid on his head and draped in a burlap sack. Every day, he dreamed of finding a manual to right the wrongs of the world, practicing the great strength diamond finger by poking walls daily, only to flip his fingernail over a following along with Shaolin TV, to kick steel pipes to practice the great strength diamond leg, nearly breaking his leg bone. Those absurd martial arts dreams unexpectedly found a high-end version realized in this world. He gestured in the air again, satisfied as he blew on his fingertip. This force, this hardness, this depth. This move shall be called Great Strength Diamond Finger. In the future, if anyone dares to say my move isn't authentic, I'll use this finger to give them a free cranial puncture. After a bout of adolescent excitement, Su Ming set an alarm and lay down on the wooden floor, closing his eyes. Tomorrow at 5:30, Shin Qingxi would come to pick him up at the scrapyard entrance. The destination was Nanfang Yuan Abyss Entrance No. 7. Su Ming closed his eyes, a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Dining in the wild would surely be delightful. At the same time, Jiangcheng No. 1 Courtyard Underground Second Floor Training Room. Puff. Zhao Kuo just woke up from the treatment agent administered by the doctor, listening to the report from his subordinate. He couldn't catch his breath and spat out another mouthful of blood onto the carpet. The bandage on his chest was instantly stained red. What did you say? His eyes were bloodshot, gripping the collar of the informing thug tightly. The leopard is done for. Li Changhe is also done for. The thug was so scared his legs went weak, and he wet himself. After stammering for a while, he finally managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. It's true, Zhao Xiao. We saw it with our own eyes. It was like kneading dough. Zhao Kuo pushed him away, staggering back 2 steps and bumping into the equipment rack behind him. He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. And Frank Talent. A dying waste. How could he crush a crank alloy with bare hands? He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the corner where the pitiful Lu Rian was. Right? It must be the curse. It has to be that causal curse. She mentioned that Su Ming's petrification mutation talent would have some causal interference while draining life force. That waste was burning the last few years of his miserable life. In exchange for this inhuman strength, in Zhao Kuo's eyes, fear and malice intertwined, ultimately transforming into a hysterical madness. Su Ming. He grabbed his phone. His finger hovered over the contact list for several seconds, hesitating. In the end, he still dialed out. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, just before dawn, Su Ming appeared spirited at the entrance of Xinghe Waste Treatment Plant, wearing a brank black waterproof trench coat. The design of the trench coat was leagues better than his tattered school uniform. The dark gray fabric complemented his now sharp aura. Standing in the mist, he looked as if he had stepped off the cover of a military magazine. A few workers who arrived early passed by and frequently glanced at him. Squeak. A black SUV with military plates screeched to a halt before him. The car door swung open. Shin Qingxi jumped down from the driver's seat. Today she had changed into a form-fitting black combat outfit, cinching her waist with a high belt. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing a small section of her fair neck. She exuded an aura of heroism and decisiveness, carrying a sharp edge akin to cold weaponry. Upon seeing Su Ming's black trench coat, a fleeting glimmer passed through her typically icy gaze. It was subtle but quickly vanished. Get in the car. Her voice remained as concise as ever, carrying a hint of metallic coldness. The front line just transmitted the latest battle report. The area we're heading to has seen the rift double in size overnight. Su Ming opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The engine roared as they sped away. The SUV exited the Jiangxing city limits and headed south. Shin Qingxi tossed over a military tablet. On it was the freshly updated top-secret report. The Southern Military District had upgraded the alert level to Grade A last night. The rift at Abyss Entrance No. 7 had stabilized, with an expansion rate skyrocketing to 5. 2. Radar had detected at least one third-tier source beast, the cracking mountain iron spine rhino, lurking at the edge of the blockade. The report included a simulation image. The cracking mountain iron spine rhino was covered in dark gray armor. Its horn resembled a rust-red steel spike. Its size was larger than 2 military trucks. The image caption read, "Real combat strength comparable to a human 4th-tier powerhouse. Its horn can penetrate any known alloy. Survival rate for awakeners below gold rank is 5. Su Ming stared at the image for 3 seconds. What occupied his mind was not how to fight. Rather, this thing is such a massive chunk. How many mass points could its thick, dense skin yield? He silently returned the tablet to Shin Qingxi, saying nothing, leaning back in the chair and falling asleep. Shin Qingxi. Come on, can you at least show some respect for a 3rd-tier source beast? Is your heart all below your neck? An hour later, the SUV was stopped before a heavily guarded steel defense line, 30 kilometers from the source rift entrance at the outer checkpoint. The moment the window rolled down, a strong, pungent smell of blood mixed with gunpowder rushed into the car. Su Ming opened his eyes. Not far away, a row of stretchers covered with white cloth was being transported from the front line to the rear. The white cloth was not securely covered, revealing charred limbs and severed arms. Dark red bloodstains extended from the checkpoint gate all the way to the rear field tents. Like a small stream that never reaches its end. The officer responsible for verification was a middle-aged man with one arm. His empty left sleeve was pinned to his shoulder with a safety pin. He took Shin Qingxi's pass and flipped through it twice, his brow furrowing. He glanced at Shin Qingxi's identity information on the pass. Then he bent down to check on Su Ming sitting in the passenger seat. His gaze lingered on Su Ming's face for a second. So young. Miss Shin, didn't the command post notify you? The one-armed officer's voice was hoarse, as if he had been shouting orders all night. The front line was just hit by a wave of small beasts an hour ago, though our defensive lines are collapsing. If you go in now, we can't guarantee your safety. He handed the pass back, glancing at Su Ming once more. So young. Shin Qingxi looked at those stretchers. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened, but her eyes showed no sign of wavering. Just as she was about to speak, roar! A beast's roar suddenly erupted from the dim horizon. That sound penetrated a distance of dozens of kilometers. It still carried a pressure that could penetrate into the bones. It wasn't a physical shockwave. Rather, it was some primal violent life instinct declaring its territory. The expressions of all the soldiers at the checkpoint changed simultaneously. The military SUV that Su Ming was in the front windshield's bulletproof glass actually emitted a crisp sound under that distant roar. Crack! A spiderweb-like crack opened right in the center. The explosion-proof glass shattered. A spiderweb crack erupted from the center, spreading fine lines outward. Immediately, a piercing alarm echoed through the air above the entire steel defense line. Level 1 alert. Sonic wave targeting activated. All artillery positions enter automated defense mode. The one-armed officer's hoarse shout split the air. He stared intensely at the distant gray horizon. At that moment, several blood-soaked medics rushed forward, carrying a stretcher madly emerging from the trenches behind the checkpoint. The stretcher was covered with a white cloth that had long been soaked to a dark red. It failed to conceal the twisted shape beneath. A charred arm reduced to bones slipped from the edge of the cloth. It dragged a glaring bloodstain across the ground. The wails of the wounded, the urgent beeping of equipment, and the smell of gunpowder mixed with blood filled the air. He poured himself into the car window. The one-armed officer's face turned pale, his eyes suddenly filled with bloodshot veins. He abruptly turned around and slapped the hood of the off-road vehicle with a fierce blow. Bang! The massive thud made the vehicle tremble. Did you see that? He pointed at the stretchers being hastily carried toward the rear field hospital. He roared at the two people inside the car, saliva almost splattering onto Shin Qingxi's face. An hour ago, the exact same roar. My squad, 12 brothers. Less than half can be brought back intact now. Now? Immediately. Get back to Jiang City. This is not a place for sheltered young masters and ladies like you. His voice carried the suppressed rage and sorrow of too long. The veteran soldiers around, just recovering from their alert state, cast cold and disdainful glances at him. That kind of gaze was something Su Ming was very familiar with. The disdain from the lower ranks towards the privileged class required no reason, it was etched in their bones. We are not here to play. Shin Qingxi tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her voice cold, yet suppressing anger. Play. The one-armed officer seemed to have heard the greatest joke. He pointed at the line on Shin Qingxi's pass that read Federal Central Military University, Practical Training Mission, laughing in a way more tragic than tears. Do you know what practical training means? It means risking your life. Not sending my elite troops who crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood to be your babysitters. Cannon fodder. I don't care who your father is or how powerful your family is in the Federation. It won't work here. My bottom line in the military is not to let my brothers die as a sacrifice for the resumes of the privileged. His words resonated strongly. The surrounding soldiers silently gathered around, saying nothing. Yet the icy gazes had already formed an invisible wall. Pointing fingers from the crowd, Su Ming leaned against the passenger seat, still presenting the aloof demeanor of a top student, silent. Yet inside he felt no sense of being offended. This damn era indeed had too many wealthy heirs treating the abyss as a gold-plated amusement park. In the eyes of those people, the lives of lower-tier soldiers were not lives at all, but low-value consumables. They could mourn for half a day over a scratch on a set of class armor. The lives of dozens of veterans were worth less than a fraction of the compensation money given to their families afterwards. Thus, this rough officer daring to point at the privileged and scold them was viewed more favorably by Su Ming. Facing the fury and hostility, Shin Qingxi did not argue. She calmly raised her left wrist, revealing a simple military communicator. They'll contact my instructor. She pressed a shortcut key on the communicator. The veteran soldiers around revealed hints of derision. An instructor? How much clout could that have? Probably just a junior officer. Could they even reach the frontline command? The next second, a deep blue holographic projection suddenly appeared above the hood of the off-road vehicle. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the upper body of a woman materialized. Wearing crimson battle armor, her striking red hair was casually tied back. The fitted design accentuated her stunning and explosive curves. A few dried bloodstains speckled her face. Rather than detracting from her beauty, it added a wild and fierce edge. Most striking was the gleaming colonel insignia on her shoulder. She glanced at the camera, casually wiping away the beast's blood that had rolled down her forehead. Clearly just having emerged from a fierce battle, Shin Qingxi looked at the woman in the projection, her voice tinged with respect and admiration. Instructor, I'm stuck at checkpoint number 3. The red-haired woman wiped away the blood from her temple, her magnetic and hoarse voice resonating. Hand the communicator to the sentry. The one-armed officer frowned and took the communicator from Shin Qingxi's hand. Reinforcements are coming. Let's see who you can summon. It's the rule, no one will be of use. Just as he was about to question, the woman in the projection spoke first. I am Huang Fujing. 3 words. No title, no preamble, no nonsense. Shin Qingxi is on a special mission assigned by me. Should anything happen, I take full responsibility. The one-armed officer's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His gaze locked onto the face in the image, onto that signature red hair. He felt as if he had been struck by a blunt force, frozen in place. Huang Fujing. This name was a living legend in the Southern Military District, particularly within the frontline units that dealt with Yuan for years. She was a living legend, a taboo that had emerged. The veteran soldiers who had initially harbored hostility seemed like ducks with their necks being squeezed. All expressions were frozen. Just as her words fell, everyone heard a loud explosion from the projection. Boom. The image on the communicator shook violently. Behind Huang Fujing, a grotesque Yuan beast with 3 pairs of compound eyes resembling a small mountain crashed to the ground. On its heavy shell, which could withstand the bombardment of main battle tanks, a terrifying slash wound that could be seen to the bone ran from its head to its tail. It was nearly split in half. Blood and bone mud splattered everywhere, staining the screen a shocking dark red. That was a 4-tier 6-eyed ghost spider. A Sharpied soldier recognized the identity of the Yuan beast, gasping in disbelief. To confirm he wasn't dreaming, his gaze moved to the upper right corner of the holographic projection. As he took the communicator, the system automatically verified the officer's credentials. A small line of text appeared. Name Huang Fujing. Rank Colonel. Affiliation Southern Military District Zhuke Corps. Position Commander of the 7th Independent Regiment of Zhuqiu, specially appointed combat instructor of the Southern War Zone Joint Military Academy. Upon seeing the 2 gilded characters Zhuqiu, the color drained from the one-armed officer's face in an instant. His throat went dry, countless thoughts surged in his mind. Oh heavens, oh earth. How could one play the pig to eat the tiger like this? Just now I was too loud. Is it too late to kneel and apologize now? Zhou Ke's gaze was firmly fixed on the upper right corner of the projection. The military file was short, yet every word struck his heart like a hammer. Huang Fujing. Anyone who has spent years on the front lines of the Yuan knows this name. At 30, she is the youngest major in the Southern Military District. A peak 5th tier awakened. She once single-handedly guarded the Abyss defense line for 100 days. The high-tier source beasts she has slain could fill a page in the military achievements record. And the Zhuke Corps. This is not an ordinary field unit. It is the sharpest blade of the Southern Military District, the ace guarding 13 entrances to the Abyss. To enter this unit, one must at least be a 3rd-tier silver, and each member has killed source beasts of the same tier. Zhou Ke swallowed hard. What had he just done? He had yelled at this student of the god of death, insulting her as a greenhouse flower, telling her to go back to Jiang City. This was not a mere misstep. This was like jumping into a fire with a thunderstorm. Zhou Ke's back was instantly soaked. The communicator nearly slipped from his hand. Su Ming sat in the passenger seat, silently watching this scene. He had thought that Shin Qingxi was just an ordinary instructor. Unexpectedly, her backing was surprisingly formidable. No wonder Miss Shun was so calm, as if strolling in her own backyard. It turned out she was not blind to danger. Her teacher was even more dangerous than the threats outside. In the projection, Huang Fujing seemed unaware of the tense atmosphere on their side. Someone behind her shouted, Commander. The left flank is pushing again. Huang Fujing turned her head, casually taking a long knife from a nearby soldier. The blade was still stained with the fresh blood of source beasts. She did not turn off the projection, nor did she explain. She simply waved her hand, and a dull sound echoed from afar. The communication screen shook twice. Several veterans' eyelids twitched. This major was truly receiving communications on the battlefield. Zhou Ke suddenly pulled his neck back. With a push of his heels, his military boots slammed down on the ground. He stood straight with the most standard posture of his life. His remaining right arm moved like lightning toward his temple. He gave an impeccable military salute. Southern Military District Outpost 32, Station Chief, Zhou Ke. His shout tore through the air, filled with a tremor and fervor he hadn't even noticed himself. Salute to the commander. This shout was like an invisible current striking the spine of everyone present. All the nearby veterans gathered around. Almost simultaneously, they withdrew their weapons, stood at attention, and brought their legs together. They rendered the most solemn military salute toward the front of the off-road vehicle. Their gazes transformed from cold disdain to a burning marrow-deep reverence. Even Su Ming in the passenger seat turned to look. He had witnessed Zhao Kui using money and power to suppress others, and Shun Hongyuan using strength to dominate. But with just a name, he saw a group of battle-hardened veterans recently returned from the gates of hell collectively perform this great salute. Zhou Ke's eyes shimmered with fervor as he continued to shout into the communicator requesting special mission sequence from the independent regiment to proceed. Open the heavy gate no. 1 to the core area, full activation. After speaking, he respectfully handed the communicator back to Shun Qingzi, his movements akin to presenting a sacred object. There was no trace of doubt left in his eyes, only a sense of natural relief. No wonder such youth could possess such temperament and strength. It turned out she was that woman's student. Everything made sense now. In the holographic projection, Huang Fujing's gaze lightly shifted away from Zhou Ku and fell back to Shun Qingzi. Her tone was as ruthless as that of a soldier. Rarely a hint of warmth that only those of her own could understand flickered in her voice. The achievements of the dead are worthless. To be alive is the only true perfect score. After speaking, her gaze inadvertently swept past the passenger seat. When she saw Su Ming's face, her eyes lingered for a moment and her brow twitched slightly. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. Did she have a liking for all ages? Could it be that the charm of my face has transcended class? Even this iron-blooded war goddess couldn't resist. Su Ming maintained a composed expression, but internally, he began to play out a scenario for himself. Thunder rumbled. Before he could sort through his thoughts, a deafening sound of metal grinding came from ahead. The heavy alloy blast door several meters thick slowly rose with a piercing hydraulic roar revealing an even deeper dull gray expanse behind. Shun Qingzi pressed the accelerator. The military off-road vehicle roared to life, unhesitatingly driving into this gray, forbidden zone known as the meat grinder by federal soldiers. As the vehicle passed through the blast door, Su Ming instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror. Amidst the swirling ashes, the remnants of soldiers who had just moments ago wished to devour them alive. They still held their military salute, remaining perfectly still. Figures stood in the dust like steel stakes driven into the earth, solemnly watching them until the off-road vehicle completely vanished into the fog of the abyss. Su Ming retracted his gaze, remaining silent for several seconds. Then he turned his head, a cheeky gossiping smile breaking the silence in the vehicle. Miss Shin, your teacher is so strong. What's her background? Shun Qingzi gripped the steering wheel, her gaze fixed straight ahead at the increasingly rugged road. Yet there was a rare hint of almost fanatical awe in her eyes. In the Southern United Army, there are 2 types of mentors. Her voice remained cold, but carried an unusual implication. One teaches you how to score high in simulated battles and how to receive medals at graduation. The vehicle rolled over the remains of an unknown source beast. A crisp sound echoed. The other teaches you how to come back alive after every mission. Shun Qingzi's gaze fixed on the bleak horizon ahead. My teacher is the latter. In just a few sentences devoid of flowery language, she painted a picture of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood before Su Ming. A woman standing amidst countless source beast carcasses bathed in blood, pulling her students back from the brink of death. Su Ming did not respond. He recalled Huang Fujing's stunning yet fierce face and the massive beast corpse behind her split in half. This world is indeed quite interesting. He licked his slightly dry lips, his gaze turning to the outside. As the off-road vehicle delved deeper, more and more visible battle scars began to appear by the roadside. Huge claw prints, charred craters blasted by energy cannons, and the scattered remains of strange beasts. Su Ming's expression instantly transformed. All legendary mentors and iron-blooded military spirits were cast aside from his mind. In his eyes, only the twisted energy radiating flesh remained. That was not a corpse. That was a walking mass of resources, a staircase to third-tier silver. Su Ming began to fantasize about his glorious feasting times. Deep within the Yuanyuan, on a battlefield designated as the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, a high-intensity hunting operation had just concluded. Huang Fujing stood beside the corpse of a 6-eyed ghost spider, pulling a tumter-long broadsword from the beast's eye socket, trailing a line of eerie purple flames. She stood up, her gray short hair tousled by the heat waves. Her combat suit was splattered with the thick, dark fluid of source beasts, exuding a pungent, fishy sweetness. She casually thrust the giant sword into the ground, turning to look at the 3 squad members behind her. All 3 were still standing, their armor damaged, some holding their ribs and gasping, but no one had fallen. Huang Fujing's lips relaxed ever so slightly. There had been danger, but no casualties. That was enough. Secure the bodies, we can report to headquarters now. Her tone was as concise and efficient as ever, but the squad members who had followed her for years knew that their commander had not immediately checked their injuries after the battle. For this red-haired female Azura, who was accustomed to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, not losing an arm or leg was already the best battle report of the day. The 3 squad members responded in unison, swiftly beginning to handle the battlefield. Huang Fujing squinted, her gaze shifting toward the deeper depths of the abyss. Under the gray sky, indistinctly a colossal figure could be seen slowly moving through the thick fog. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. 5 10-meter-tall heavy source energy mechas belched out blinding tail flames, crashing down from above the ravine, surrounding Huang Fujing in a semicircle. The silver commander mecha in the center let out a hissing sound as its pressure chamber opened slowly. A young man dressed in high-level anti-radiation military attire appeared. The young man wore a gentle smile on his face and bore a silver badge representing the Federal Research Institute on his chest. He methodically adjusted his gloves, looking down at Huang Fujing. Major Huangfu, long time no see. The Liu family of the imperial capital sends their regards to you. Liu Beiyuan pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. His gaze swept over the 4th-tier 6-eyed ghost spider, which had been nearly cleaved in half. Deep within his eyes, a hint of unmasked pain flickered. This source beast had been tracked by the elite team from their Federation's Research Institute for half a month, all for that nearly perfect source energy skeleton within it. That was the core material for manufacturing the next generation of heavy mechas. And now it had been cut down by this woman with a single strike. Team leader Huangfu, long time no see. Liu Beiyuan's voice was warm and courteous, as if catching up with an old friend. Yet the distance and questioning in his tone were unmistakable. But isn't this way of snatching the prey a bit too ugly? He paused, a hint of hypocritical smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The source energy skeleton of this 6-eyed ghost spider has been a coveted experimental material for our Federation's Research Institute for a long time. We are all serving the Federation, so how about you take the core source crystal and I take the skeleton back? How does that sound? The 3 members of the Zhuke team behind Huang Fujing darkened their expressions upon hearing this. What do you mean by snatching the prey? In the source abyss, the unowned belongs to the capable. This 6-eyed ghost spider was killed by our team leader's ability. Naturally, the loot should belong to the Zhuke Legion. Yet this Liu fellow wanted a piece of the pie right from the start, asking for the most valuable skeleton at the outset. He had an exceptionally thick skin. Liu Beiyuan seemed oblivious to the expressions of the 3 and continued to raise the stakes leisurely. Besides, my brother is currently teaming up with your beloved student to carry out a training mission. In light of the pleasant cooperation between the 2 juniors, team leader Huangfu, wouldn't you mind sharing even a bit of the leftover bones with us who handle the logistical research? The implication was clear. My brother is protecting your student. As a teacher, shouldn't you be grateful and repay the kindness? However, his soft and hard tactics did not cause Huang Fujing to relent in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to ignite a powder keg. In her deep crimson eyes, a chilling, killing intent instantly reached its peak. Clang! A piercing metallic explosion suddenly rang out. Huang Fujing moved. She couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. With a flick of her right hand, the red lotus broad sword lying at her feet was instantly in her grasp. The sword blade was nearly half a meter wide and over 2 meters long. Its entire body was a deep red, resembling molten lava, yet it felt weightless in her hand. The violent sword energy, entwined with a terrifying sonic boom, directly shattered the air, transforming into a visible crescent arc of light that shot skyward in an utterly unreasonable manner. Crack! A huge sound erupted. Liu Beiyuan's pupils constricted. He didn't even have time to react. He watched helplessly as that blood-red sword light severed the complete left arm of his silver commander mech worth over 100 million Federation dollars. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with high temperatures melting the complex circuitry and alloy structure into a glass-like state. Alert! Alert! Left flank main armor destroyed 100%. Balance system malfunction. The mech's interior was ablaze with red light, and the piercing alarm echoed throughout the valley. Liu Beiyuan was so frightened that his face turned pale, stumbling back a step, nearly falling from the cockpit. You Huang Fujing, have you gone mad? He roared in a loss of control, unable to maintain his genteel elite facade any longer. He could never have imagined that this woman would dare to attack him in public over a disagreement. And right from the start, she had severed the arm of his mech. This was the Sklas experimental machine Silver Wing, which he had personally overseen the design of, pouring 3 years of his heart and soul into it. Yet a mech capable of withstanding the frontal assault of a 5th-tier powerhouse had been cleaved by her in a single stroke. Pleasant cooperation. Huang Fujing held the giant sword in a reverse grip, the sword tip dragging on the ground, sparking a shower of sparks. Beneath her crimson hair, she smiled like a Shura crawling out of hell. Liu Beiyuan, you deceived me into signing that team application for the training mission under the pretense of high-level technical exchanges. Did you really think I wouldn't know the dirty schemes of your Liu family? But now you come to curry favor with me. It seems you still don't know what your foolish brother has done in Jiangqing, do you? Liu Baiyuan's heart sank sharply. A strong, ominous premonition surged within him. What do you mean? What happened to Beichen? Huang Fujing scoffed, coldly hoisting the giant sword and turning to walk deeper into the ravine, leaving behind an extremely arrogant silhouette and a nonchalant remark. Rich second-generation heirs are truly brainless idiots. Go ask the Jiangxing City Defense Headquarters yourself and pray that Mr. Shen is in a good mood these days. Otherwise, even if your Liu family's old master comes personally, he might only be able to collect your precious brother's corpse. The words fell. Her and her 3 team members' figures had already disappeared into the dense fog of the abyss, leaving behind a Liu Beiyuan with a changing expression and 4 heavy mechas caught in a dilemma. Mr. Shen. Which Mr. Shen? In a class satellite city like Jiangxing, what big shot could be worthy of Huang Fujing mentioning with such tone? And what exactly did Beichen do that would make this crazy woman dare to attack him directly? Countless questions and anger surged. In Liu Baiyuan's mind, the 4 mech pilots behind him didn't dare to breathe. In one of the mech's communication channels, a young team member lowered his voice, trembling as if he had survived a disaster. Captain Han just now. Was that the red-haired Shura? So damn fierce. Shut up. The man known as Captain Han hissed in a low voice. Do you want to die? The Research Institute's Blue Eagle and the independent team Zhuke have never gotten along. Today's grudge is thoroughly settled. Liu Beiyuan ignored his subordinates' whisperings, suppressing the anger and suspicion rising in his heart. With a grim expression, he opened the encrypted communication channel. He didn't have the contact information for Jiangxing City Defense Headquarters, and since Huang Fujing told him to ask, he would not. He had his own channels for information. The communication connected. A respectful voice came through. Chief Engineer Liu, what can I do for you? Find out all of my brother Liu Beichen's movements in Jiangxing over the past few days, especially everything related to him and the Starfire waste treatment plant. Immediately. Right now. I want all the data within 10 minutes. Yes. Hanging up the communication, Liu Beiyuan stared in the direction Huang Fujing had vanished. His gaze was so cold it almost dripped with water. Huang Fujing. And that what? Mr. Shen. I want to see who gave you such audacity in a poor place like Jiangxing. The alloy gates slowly closed behind them, cutting off the last glimmer of light from the civilized world. The military off-road vehicle came to a sudden stop in front of a massive crater. The tires carved 2 deep grooves in the dark red scorched earth. After driving for about 10 minutes, Shen Qingxi parked the vehicle next to a severed mech wreck. Get out, well, proceed on foot from here. She unfastened her seatbelt with a swift, clean motion. The high-sensitivity radar in the vehicle will continuously scan for energy fluctuations within a radius of 5 kilometers. However, the fog interferes with detection, so don't stray too far. Su Ming pushed the door open and got out. The air was thick with a nauseating sweet smell and intense heat from high radiation. This was the fringe area of the source abyss referred to by frontline soldiers as the Ashen Zone. Everywhere one looked, there were the scars of war. Shen Qingxi did not rush forward. She leaned against the car door. Opening the tactical terminal on her wrist, a ring of blue light lit up from the mini probe on her left shoulder. Before the official start of this source abyss trial, let's establish some ground rules. Su Ming stood straight, his hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. He presented a demeanor of attentive listening. First, this is my trial task, and all source beasts must be led and killed by me. The tactical recorder's kill assessment is extremely strict. I must ensure that my effective output exceeds 30% and that I deliver the final blow in order to count towards my valid score. Do not interfere unless it is a critical situation. No problem, Su Ming nodded vigorously. Those who steal kills will be struck by thunder. This is the most basic team ethics. Seeing him grasping the point, Shen Qingxi continued. Aside from completing the semester task from the military university, my personal goal for this trial is to break into the national talents ranking. You must have heard of this ranking, right? The talents ranking. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. He actually knew about it. It was the ultimate target for high school students to boast about. It is a list that gathers all young powerhouses under the age of 25 from the entire Federation, encompassing the 4 major military districts, top universities, research institutes, and independent hunter associations. Those who make the list are all monsters among monsters. Shen Qingxi's tone revealed a rare hint of pride of a top genius. I am a freshman this year, 19 years old, currently holding 820 points. She paused, ranked 16th in the Southern United Military Academy and 188th nationally. Su Ming felt a slight shock in his heart. So fierce. A freshman has already made it into the top 200 nationwide. If only he had awakened a powerful talent last week, he would probably have been directly arranged into the top 3 by all the sycophants in the school. Or perhaps it was just him being useless. For this trip to the Source Abyss, my goal is to gather 2,000 points and break into the top 100 of the ranking. She looked up, her gaze landing on Su Ming. So this is the second rule, and the most important one. If we encounter a third-tier source beast, you must unconditionally obey my command. If we have a chance, we can attempt to kill it. If not, we must retreat decisively. We cannot recklessly seek death. Understood? I fear death the most. Thirdly, I will keep your current body density and defense capability absolutely confidential. Your mutated strength gained at the cost of your lifespan will be troublesome if it attracts the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. A commoner has no sin, yet possessing precious gems can bring trouble. A mutant with a useless talent possesses a physique far beyond normal. Once exposed, it will draw countless forces coveting and studying it. And with Shen Qingzi carrying such a monster by her side, she too would fall into endless trouble. The young lady's imagination was as vivid as his. Su Ming shrugged. I completely agree. However, Miss Shen, since we are teaming up, I have a small condition to propose as well. Shen Qingzi turned to look at him. Aside from the points and valuable source energy cores belonging to you, what about the rest of those stinky beast corpses, rotten meat, and broken bones? Su Ming grinned. Can I keep all of that? Shen Qingzi was taken aback. She scrutinized Su Ming with a look as if he were an alien. Why would he be interested in such worthless, energy-diluted, space-consuming waste? Even if he took it to a recycling station to sell by weight, it wouldn't even cover the shipping costs. Is this guy really on the verge of collapse? However, not wanting to waste time, she decided not to pry further. She decisively uttered 2 words. Deal. After saying that, she turned and walked into the thick fog of the abyss. The two had barely advanced 1,000 meters. Suddenly, the dense fog around them began to churn violently. A gust of rancid wind surged toward them. From the right side of the abandoned trench, a creature as large as an adult buffalo covered in dark green spines lunged out. It was like an uncontrollable bulldozer charging out violently. A first-tier source beast, the venom blade lizard. Its massive mouth dripped with highly corrosive slime. As it hit the ground, it sizzled. Su Ming stood still, prepared to observe just how formidable this creature was. But Shen Qingzi advanced instead of retreating. The S-level Gung metal blade bone activated instantly. Clang. Accompanied by a clear sound of blade resonance, the matte silver-gray tang horizontal blade, cold edge, erupted from her right palm bone. Her entire figure created a strikingly beautiful afterimage in midair. So swift. Su Ming only saw 2 dazzling flashes of cold light, one horizontal and one vertical, cutting through the air. Puff. The first strike accurately severed the venom blade lizard's tough neck nerve junction. The second strike effortlessly brought down its massive head, which weighed several hundred pounds. With a thunderous crash, the headless corpse crashed to the ground about 10 meters in front of them, twitching a couple of times before finally dying. The entire process from the lizard's charge to its beheading took less than 3 seconds. Shen Qingzi landed gracefully, flicking her wrist. The horizontal blade silently melded back into her bone and blood. Her black fitted combat suit was not stained with even a drop of the beast's foul blood. She exuded the unparalleled grace of a female killing god on the talent's ranking. Su Ming stood aside, swallowing hard. What a stunning combo. She was practically a high-spec female version of Wolverine. And what about himself? All he could do was charge at people with his body or slap them with his hands. In the face of her fierce blade techniques, he felt like a mere street brawler. His heart was heavy. Su Ming found himself developing a hatred for these flashy talents. At the same time, he couldn't help but fantasize. When he returned and slapped that brat Zhao Kuo to death during the college entrance examination, where should he fill in his college application? Should he go to the imperial capital or the demon capital? Or perhaps he should heed the call of the nation and enlist. Judging by Shen Qingzi's demeanor, her teacher Huang Fujing was even more fierce. Attending the Federal Central Military University seemed like a good choice. In his past life, he had heard just how deep the waters were in the military. Could a poor loser like him, with no background, really make it? He wouldn't end up getting killed by those rich second-generation heirs, would he? Su Ming silently suppressed the dark persona within him. His gaze shifted toward the massive corpse on the ground, still emitting steam. Shen Qingzi had already reached the venom blade lizard's corpse. A finely crafted steel dagger appeared in her hand, and she skillfully pried open the lizard's skull. She extracted a thumb-sized, softly glowing source energy core, wiped it clean, and tossed it into her pocket. Are you done? Su Ming approached, rubbing his hands together. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an entire source beast. It should easily yield several hundred quality points. He was finally getting something good. Shen Qingzi looked at him with gleaming eyes, her brow furrowing. What exactly do you want with that corpse? To sell it. Su Ming justified his stance, appearing quite righteous for a penniless person. Even the legs of flies are meat. The skin and flesh of a first-tier source beast, once processed, can easily fetch a couple of $1,000. Don't we need to be frugal to get by? Shen Qingzi's lips twitched slightly. Fine, you can sell it. But how do you plan to take it away? She pointed at the nearly one-ton mass of meat on the ground. Carry it. We're supposed to stay in the abyss for 3 days. Do you plan to lug this pile of rotten meat around while fighting third-tier source beasts? Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Right. He couldn't use his devouring ability in front of Shen Qingzi. If she saw a several-ton corpse disappear in an instant, wouldn't that be a disaster? What to do now? By the way, isn't there a space hand ring? Su Ming confidently raised his left hand, shaking the dark silver ring on his wrist. That was given to him by Shen Hanyuan. Shen Qingzi glanced at the hand ring, her eyes reflecting the look of a fool. My dad gave you that. It's just a standard militia level. It only holds about 10 cubic meters. A few weapons, some sets of armor, and food would fill it up. Can this magic lizard fit inside along with other stuff? Su Ming's heart shattered with a thud. He swallowed hard and cautiously asked, then what about the one on your wrist? How big is it? It's not that big, Shen Qingzi replied calmly, casually rotating the intricately patterned space bracelet on her wrist. It's just over 1,000 cubic meters, a custom model. Over 1,000 cubic meters is still considered not big. A regular family car is about 3 cubic meters. It can hold 333 cars, and you call that not big? Rich lady, I'm starving. Su Ming shed tears of poverty. The world of the wealthy is really hard to understand. He also wanted a wealthy dad like that. Forget the dad, just a wife would do. But on the surface, Su Ming could only feign indifference and sigh. If it can't fit, then it can't fit. He'll think of a way first. He turned around, backing away from Shen Qingzi, pulling on the little dog's face as he walked away. When in doubt, seek help from the system. Su Ming frantically called out to the system in his mind. System, can you store the corpse in this 10 cubic meter hand ring first? Then can I use my consciousness to internally devour it? This is the perfect bug exploit plan. This way he can store and absorb at the same time without exposing the devouring process, and can stock up crazily. However, the system's cold mechanical voice once again shattered his fantasies. Ding. Host's request denied. External spatial equipment is an independently developed subspace fold with no connection to the host's original consciousness and cannot perform remote mass devouring. Su Ming cursed in his heart. Then what should I do? Just watch the mountain of gold coins without picking them up. I am a reincarnation of a miser. The system fell silent again. Both sides faced off for a few seconds. Ding. Detected the host's strong need for storage and concealed devouring. The system can open a dedicated storage space for the host beginner. Note the dedicated dimensional space opened by the system has an initial capacity of 100 cubic meters and can only store dead matter in its initial stage. Quality points can be consumed to expand the space. Function, the host can secretly devour the matter within the space through consciousness. Su Ming's eyes brightened. This looks promising. Good brother. Quickly open it for me. Opening system dedicated storage space beginner requires consuming quality points 500. Su Ming's smile instantly froze. 500 points. He hurriedly opened the panel to check his balance. After redeeming the divine skill quality domination last night, his current quality point balance is 267. 8. More than half short. Su Ming was initially quite happy. Now he wasn't laughing anymore. Dog system, are you choking me? It felt like a person who hadn't eaten for 3 days was standing in front of a lavish feast only to be told they needed to spend money to buy chopsticks to eat. And he couldn't afford the chopsticks. He looked at the military jeep parked in the distance. Swallowing a car. No way, if he did that, Shen Qingzi would definitely kill him. Swallowing the windbreaker he wore. No way, he was only wearing a short-sleeve shirt inside. Did he want to run in the radiation zone? Just as Su Ming was scratching his head in frustration, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the dark silver space hand ring on his left wrist. After all, it only contained some compressed food, completely empty. This thing was probably made from high-density alloy and rare spatial, or right. It should also count as a lump of pure mass, right? Let's give it a shot, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Su Ming focused his mind on his left wrist without hesitation. System, evaluate the quality points of this broken hand ring for me. Ding. Analyzing standard military space hand ring. Analysis complete. Internally contains rare void stone powder and high-purity tungsten gold. Due to containing fragments of micro-spatial laws, devouring this item can redeem quality points 232. 2. Hearing this precise number down to 1 decimal point, Su Ming thought the system was quite meticulous. 232. 2 points. Adding his existing 267. 8 points. Not too much, not too little. Exactly 500. Su Ming was first taken aback, then an unnamed rage surged to his head. System, you damn it. You plotted against me again. Did you already calculate how much money I had in my pocket? You're definitely doing this on purpose. This is outright extortion. Su Ming was frantically flipping the bird in his mind. But the system completely ignored his protests. It merely coldly popped up a prompt: does the host wish to devour the space hand ring and activate the system storage space? Countdown 10 and 9. this time although it was a blood loss. But compared to the hundreds or thousands of tons of exotic beast corpses and hide here, or that would follow, this investment had to be made. Su Ming ground his back teeth and silently roared in his heart. All right, stop counting down. I will devour it. In the palm of his hand, the micro-black hole was immediately activated. 1 minute. The dark silver hand ring on his wrist disintegrated into dust. Turning into a wisp of dark gray powder, it merged into his palm. Ding. Successfully devoured the space hand ring. Quality points 232. 2. Current balance 500. Ding. Detected balance meets requirements. System dedicated storage space. Beginner has been activated. Initial capacity 100 cubic meters. As the prompt sounded, Su Ming felt a vast emptiness deep within his mind, a void space that completely belonged to him. That feeling of control connected by blood was far beyond what that broken hand ring could compare to. Su Ming let out a long breath and turned to look at Shen Qingzi, who was waiting with some impatience. I'm here, Miss Shen. I've thought of a solution. Su Ming strode to the corpse of the poisoned blade magic lizard under Shen Qingzi's slightly puzzled gaze. He extended his right hand, gently resting it on the magic lizard's rough scales. Bring it here, Su Ming whispered in his heart. Whooshed. The massive mound of flesh vanished into thin air. Not even a puddle of stinking blood was left behind. It was directly stored in the system space. Shen Qingzi's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared fixedly at Su Ming's left wrist. Empty. The dark silver space hand ring was gone. You blew up that 10 cubic meter hand ring. How did you fit this thing inside? Just a little magic that comes with my mutated talent. Su Ming elegantly clapped his hands, leaving her with a mysterious profile. Space is like water in a sponge, squeeze it a bit. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept over the graceful curve in front of her. He paused for a moment, then casually shifted his gaze away. Squeeze it a bit, and it's bigger. Shen Qingzi followed his line of sight and looked down at herself. Initially taken aback, her usually cold face flushed with visible speed. Su Ming, where are you looking? Clang. A dark golden streak of light burst forth from her fingertips. Su Ming shrank his neck and turned to run. The voice drifted away into the mist. Don't draw your sword. I was purely conducting scholarly research on spatial elasticity. Really, Shin classmate, you must believe in my academic integrity. On my butt. 2 figures, one in front and the other behind. Su Ming ran wildly, clutching his backside. He felt that the fabric beneath his windbreaker had probably been slashed open by that sharp blade of energy. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have spoken carelessly. This woman doesn't know how to take a joke. Shen Qingzi, holding her cold blade, hurriedly followed behind. The blush on her delicate face had not completely faded. She didn't even know what was wrong with her. Ever since encountering this guy, her once proud state of calmness seemed to be disrupted. It was like a pond hit by a thrown brick, ripples constantly spreading. The two of them ran for several hundred meters, the surrounding air thick with the scent of blood and charred earth. The earlier enchanting yet awkward atmosphere quickly dissipated. They had already reached the middle section of the ash belt. The danger level had risen another notch. Stop! Shen Qingzi suddenly raised her right hand, signaling for silence. She looked toward a broken wall over 100 meters ahead. Su Ming halted his steps, following her line of sight. Through the unique, thin mist of the ash belt, he saw a gigantic monster comparable in size to an adult bull. The creature resembled a Tibetan mastiff that had mutated over countless generations, its body covered in dark golden fur. Beside its sturdy hind legs lay 2 broken corpses of exotic beasts. These were 2 second-tier ironbone hyenas known for their defensive capabilities. At this moment, their necks had been brutally torn apart, hot blood still gushing forth. Clearly, they had just been savagely killed by this mutated mastiff. However, the terrifying beast that had just finished its battle showed no interest in the flesh and blood of the hyenas. It was currently crouched in a ruined trench, its forepaws firmly gripping a shattered mech chest cavity as it bit down. The sound of crunching echoed ominously. Its massive mouth, filled with interlocking fangs, was indeed gnawing on that high-strength alloy armor plate. The mech made of alloy now resembled a brittle cookie. It chewed it into tiny bits, swallowing them whole. Su Ming was left dumbfounded. What the hell? This thing is eating metal. He instinctively touched his stomach. A wave of absurd disorientation surged in his mind. He had always thought of himself as the universe's unique iron-eating beast, a one-of-a-kind oddity in the evolutionary chain. Yet he discovered that nature is crazier than he had imagined. He actually encountered a kindred spirit here, although it was just a dog. For a moment, Su Ming's gaze toward that fierce monster changed. It was no longer disdain or wariness towards the exotic beast. Instead, it birthed a sense of cross-species camaraderie, a kindred spirit. It eats so deliciously. Su Ming instinctively licked his lips, exclaiming sincerely. Shen Qingzi, focused on preparing for battle nearby, turned to look at him. Hearing this, she almost stumbled. She turned her head staring at him as if he were insane. What kind of brain circuitry does this guy have? Normal people would feel tension and fear upon seeing such a second-tier mutated beast, right? What does eats deliciously even mean? Su Ming usually eats metal. But that was through the system's space and efficient energy extraction. Now watching that wild mastiff's primitive, brutal, instinct-driven eating method, he felt a visual shock reminiscent of watching an eating show in his past life. Tisk so wild, but the way it eats is so ugly. I eat in a more sophisticated, graceful, and civilized manner. Su Ming felt as if the two were like the difference between a Southeast Asian wild eating show and a Michelin food blogger. A strange sense of superiority welled up. At this moment, even his emotions were extremely complex. 3 parts shock, 4 parts familiarity, and the remaining 3 parts. A sense of crisis. There are piles of metal scraps, exotic beast bones, and high-tier mineral veins in this source. Wouldn't they all be eaten by this dog? Stealing my livelihood. Aunt can tolerate it, but uncle cannot. Su Ming's gaze shifted from friendly to hostile, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Wait. Hold on. Wait a second, it's a dog. What's a dog's greatest strength? Its nose. This source resembles a garbage dump stretching as far as the eye can see. Even if there are resources, how long would it take to find them alone? Wouldn't it take forever? But if I could get a dog that has a special sense for metal and high-energy minerals, wouldn't that be like carrying a rare material detector with me? Not only that, riding it would be so cool. When he was young, his family had a big yellow dog. He dreamed of riding it to school. But the big yellow dog passed away from illness before he grew up, leaving an unfinished regret in his childhood. This wild mastiff, bigger than a cow with dark golden fur billowing like a flag. If he could ride it, wouldn't that be even more impressive than riding a horse? With this thought, Su Ming looked at the wild mastiff, his gaze shifting from kindred spirit to a fervent desire for a dream mount. He lowered his voice and quietly leaned toward Shen Qingxi's ear. His warm breath made her ear tingle. Long legs, do you think I could catch this dog and raise it? Shen Qingxi's entire body stiffened, turning her face to stare at him intently. What did you call me? Her gaze was colder than the knife in her hand. Ahem, Miss Shen, my golden sponsor sister. Su Ming immediately changed his tone, looking innocent and harmless. Look, it's so majestic. It would be so impressive to ride it out. Shen Qingxi forcibly suppressed her impulse to draw her blade. Fine, raise it. She rolled her eyes beautifully, still feeling irritated from being teased earlier. You better feed yourself first. The iron content in your body is higher than that piece of mech. Su Ming. Tisk, this woman. Her heart isn't that big, but her mind is so small. Why is she still holding a grudge? This is a second-tier mutated beast, the Crimson Gold Wasteland Mastiff. Shen Qingxi ignored his nonsense. Judging by its size and the metallic luster of its exoskeleton, it's about to break through to the 3rd tier. Its bite force can easily tear apart tank armor. Its defense and attack are both extremely formidable. She paused, her tone growing somber, but I advise you not to target it. The source energy within low-tier mutated beasts is too violent. Their minds are filled with nothing but pure killing instinct, making taming impossible. The military experimented with a war beast unit a decade ago. They implanted chips into mutated military dogs and thunder eagles to forcibly suppress their ferocity. What happened? Su Ming asked, curiosity piqued. Permanent shutdown. A cold glint flashed in Shen Qingxi's eyes. The instability of electronic control technology under the abyssal magnetic field was one issue, but more lethal was. The controlled beasts still absorbed source energy and continued to evolve. The moment their energy intensity exceeded the chip's limit, tens of thousands of beasts went on a collective rampage within the base, turning on their masters. In the end, it came at a horrific cost. The entire project, along with thousands of war beasts, was slaughtered and incinerated on the spot. Su Ming's scalp tingled. He hadn't expected such a bloody lesson behind it all. He scratched his head and asked in protest, but that doesn't add up. I saw an awakening promo video before where a powerful awakener fought side by side with a mutated wolf. One man and one wolf charged into the beast tide, slaughtering left and right. It was insanely cool. Are you telling me that was all generated by an AI model? Next time I'll have to pause and count if that wolf really had 6 claws. Fooled by AI in both lives. Su Ming found it utterly ridiculous. Even the official propaganda department had learned to use video scams to trick hot-blooded youths like him. Shen Qingxi shot him a disdainful glance, as if looking at a fish that had slipped through the net of basic federal knowledge. That was a 7th-tier high-level life form. 7th tier. Once a beast or source beast reaches the 7th tier, it transcends the shackles of its species. It gains intelligence on par with humans and can even reshape its body. At that level, they can actively choose to form a soul contract with an awakener. She looked at the Wasteland Mastiff and said coldly, as for those below the 7th tier, they have only instinct, no reason. Treat it as a pet, and ITLL treat you as a snack. With that, she tightened her grip on the gung gold bone blade. A dark golden light began to flow faintly along its edge. She was already poised for battle. He'll take the lead. You find a chance to harass it from the side and draw its attention. No way. Su Ming shook his head. A hint of eager anticipation curled at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Shin Qingzi. His gray trench coat flapped loudly in the radiant wind. Sponsor sister, let's try a different tactic this time. Shin Qingzi was taken aback. What are you planning? Let me be the bait. Su Ming cracked his neck with a series of sharp pops. I want to see just how tough my body really is. He wanted to know if his bronze skin and iron bones could withstand the full force bite of a second-tier peak beast that lived to shred metal. If possible, he also wanted to test the practical effects of mass dominion. He would just hold back a little. This idea was nothing short of insane, especially in Shin Qingzi's eyes. Her college roommate had called her a battle maniac, but could she match this? This guy was truly chasing thrills with his life. Or rather, he possessed an almost pathological confidence in his continuously mutating weight-increasing talent. For a moment, Shin Qingzi was at a loss for words. As you wish. After a 2-second silence, she finally uttered 2 words. She too wanted to see the limits of this monster her father had described. Their previous duel had only been a small test, far from a life-and-death struggle. Knowing a teammate's true strength would allow for better coordination in the upcoming hunt. All right. Su Ming grinned, rubbing his hands together. Then he strolled out from behind the cover with a swagger. He even deliberately stepped on a loose metal plate, producing a loud clang. The crimson gold wasteland mastiff, which had been feasting, froze mid-motion. It slowly raised its massive head. A pair of eyes, each the size of a basketball, glowed with savage red light, instantly locking onto the tiny human 100 meters away. The next second, it seemed to perceive some exquisite delicacy that made its blood boil. Roar! A low growl rumbled from deep in its throat, carrying a thick, bloody wind. It moved like a walking iron tower, stalking towards Su Ming. Its gaze was greedy, its aggression maxed out. Su Ming simply waited in stillness. With each step, the wasteland mastiff took its murderous intent surged higher. Just as it closed to within 30 meters of Su Ming, its nostrils twitched violently. The entire colossal beast halted, as if hitting an invisible wall. A faint, mysterious aura had just entered its nasal cavity. It was a signal of mass, so terrifyingly supreme it seemed to transcend this very realm. The brutality in its eyes was shattered. Its bloodthirsty ferocity receded like a tide. Its massive head, capable of breaching city walls, drooped naturally. Its neck, covered in dark golden mane, swayed left and right, with a rhythmic motion like a lion dance during the new year. Its 2 heavy front paws, each as large as millstones, alternately patted the ground. Pat, 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 it began a cheerful little shuffle. Behind it, its thick tail like a steel whip spun wildly, like an out-of-control propeller, sending iron debris flying everywhere. Though its body weighed several tons and resembled a moving iron tower, it somehow contorted into an extremely incongruous display of coyness. It seemed desperate to roll over and show Su Ming its belly. A few sycophantic whines squeezed from its throat. It twisted and rubbed its massive head against the ground. After rubbing, it even peeked up at Su Ming from under its eyelids. A moment ago, it was a ferocious steel beast. The next, it collapsed into a begging puppy. Su Ming's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He instinctively stepped back half a step and looked at Shin Qingzi, who stood dumbfounded in the wind. Are you sure this is a second-tier beast? Not someone's pet husky. The Tibetan Mastiff stopped 3 meters away. Its massive head tilted slightly, its enormous nose vigorously sniffing the air, emitting a sound reminiscent of a bellows. In its once ferocious and bloodthirsty dark red eyes, all traces of savagery had vanished. Instead, an extreme form of sycophancy took its place. Su Ming couldn't quite articulate this feeling. It was akin to a moment from his previous life on his way home from work when he bought a grilled sausage. The stray golden retriever by the roadside looked at the sausage in his hand. Its eyes revealed an extreme longing, yet a hesitance to snatch it away. What was this wild mastiff yearning for? Certainly not Su Ming's flesh. Su Ming had a suspicion in his heart. In the perception of the wild mastiff, a creature that fed on metallic energy, he was not merely a human. Instead, he was a walking pure top-grade alloy vein with a purity of 100%. This overwhelming wealth completely overwhelmed the mind of this peak second-tier extraordinary beast. Was it faster to recognize me as its father? Su Ming clicked his tongue in his heart, confirming the look in its eyes. I am the Iron Father it has longed to elevate itself to throughout its life. Shin Qingzi held the matte silver-gray cold blade. She stepped out from behind the cover, her gaze locked firmly on the wild mastiff. Her steps were extremely light, always ready to respond to any potential attack. However, this colossal creature paid her no heed. Its entire focus was on Su Ming, even going so far as to please him. It actively tucked its massive tail, gently sweeping the ash and debris off the ground. Su Ming, what exactly have you done? Shen Qingxi's voice was low, filled with incredulity. I didn't do anything. Maybe I just look more approachable, and everyone loves me. Su Ming reached up to touch his chin, unashamedly fabricating. Shen Qingxi shot him a glance, utterly unconvinced by his excuse. Her gaze scanned the wild mastiff up and down. She quickly noticed something amiss. Its hind leg is injured. Shen Qingxi stared at the wild mastiff's sturdy hind leg on the right side. Large patches of dark golden mane had fallen off, revealing a gaping bone-deep tear that was half a meter long. The edges of the wound displayed a strange grayish-white color with no blood flowing. Instead, wisps of black mist seeped out. It's an old injury. The edges have undergone keratinization necrosis, judging by the marks, it was likely injured 2 or 3 days ago. Shen Qingxi quickly made the judgment based on her rich combat experience. She then shifted her gaze to a pile of mech debris that had been gnawed upon in the trench. Her brows furrowed tighter. Another unusual point, the crimson golden wild mastiff occasionally consumes minerals to maintain its daily energy. However, what it just gnawed on was high-density manganese-chromium alloy specifically used for the Federation's third-generation heavy mechs. The fact that it could precisely pick this out from a pile of scrap metal indicates it was healing. The energy residue from high-tier extraordinary beasts is blocking its self-healing. It can only rely on gulping down military-grade alloys to extract high-purity metallic energy to counteract the erosion. Upon hearing this, Su Ming looked at the wild mastiff with even hotter eyes. This was no mere dog. This was clearly a living, knowledgeable master of metal appraisal. To be able to precisely select high-energy manganese-chromium alloy from a mass of scrap in the abyss. A natural top-tier mineral detector. What was he worried about now? The worry was that blindly searching for high-density metals was a waste of time. If he had this dog leading the way to find good stuff, wouldn't his accumulation speed for quality materials take off like a rocket? This precious dog today, I must claim it. Just as Su Ming was calculating how to take this moving mountain of meat back to Jiangqing. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. A sharp, piercing wind howled from the depths of the gray mist. The wind carried an intensely pungent stench. Shen Qingxi's expression changed slightly, and she immediately took a step back, standing back to back with Su Ming. Almost simultaneously, the gray mist ahead began to swirl. 5 or 6 low gray-brown shadows moving silently, stealthily encircled from 3 different directions. As they stepped out of the gray mist and into the dim light, Su Ming finally saw the true faces of these uninvited guests. 6 hunting dogs, each the size of a small calf. They had very little fur, covered only by a rough gray-brown bony armor. Their elongated jaws opened up, revealing interlaced yellow fangs. A copious amount of viscous saliva dripped from their teeth, landing on the iron debris below and making a hissing, corrosive sound. Second-tier extraordinary beasts, iron-boned hyenas. These creatures were notoriously infamous around the edges of the Source Abyss. Their individual combat capabilities might not match those of the poison blade demon lizard, and they were certainly no match for the crimson golden wild mastiff. However, they never fought alone. Even when faced with early-stage 3-tier source beasts, a pack of iron-boned hyenas could exhaust their prey to death through shameless tactics and terrifying biting power. So that's how it is. Shen Qingxi tightened her grip on the hilt, coldly observing the pack of beasts. They tracked us here by the scent of blood, targeting this severely injured wild mastiff. Hunting injured high-tier kin was a common occurrence in the abyss. However, when this pack of iron-boned hyenas fully closed in around them, their focus suddenly shifted. The hyenas had originally aimed at the struggling wild mastiff, but now their blood-red eyes rolled around. They were all fixated on Su Ming and Shen Qingxi in the center of the field. Compared to the hard-shelled wild mastiff, which could easily break their teeth if bitten, these 2 slick-skinned humans were clearly a more perfect dessert before the meal. Thin-skinned, juicy and crispy, the leading hyena let out a short, sharp howl. The 6 iron-boned hyenas slowly lowered their bodies. Dark green light glimmered in the gaps of their bony armor. They had all included the 3 humans and 1 dog within their killing range. They see us as snacks. Shen Qingxi showed no fear, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Su Ming, prepare. Before she could finish her sentence, a shocking scene unfolded. The wild mastiff standing before the 2 suddenly moved. But it did not flee. It didn't even make the first move to attack the pack of hyenas. It abruptly turned its massive body and took a step forward, using its mountain-like form to firmly block Su Ming right in front. Its spiked tail hung low, protecting its rear, while its gigantic head was held high. It stared at the approaching pack of hyenas, unleashing a thunderous roar from deep within its throat. The violent airflow directly blew away the ashes on the ground. Its entire body, covered in dark golden mane, bristled in defiance. The terrifying aura of a peak second-tier extraordinary beast was released without reservation. Its injured hind leg trembled, and the wound burst open again. Black blood flowed down its thigh, pooling into a horrifying puddle on the ground. Yet despite this, it did not take a single step back, standing firm against the oppressive presence of the hyena pack, protecting Su Ming behind it. In the law of the abyss, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, this kind of behavior was tantamount to seeking death. Su Ming looked at the broad, slightly trembling back of the dog, standing in front of him. He gazed at the hind leg that continued to crack and bleed. He was reminded of the big yellow dog from his previous life. The last winter before the big yellow dog fell ill, a mad dog barged into the yard. By that time, the big yellow dog was already so thin it was just skin and bones. Yet it still dragged its sick body to stand in front of him. He was only 7 years old that year. The big yellow dog bared its teeth and bit down on the mad dog's throat, refusing to let go. It seemed to be in the same stance. Sigh. Su Ming rubbed his chin. He suppressed the inappropriate bitterness. Big brother, you really have a sense of loyalty. You haven't even paid your protection fee, yet you're already taking the initiative to stand guard. He brushed the ashes off his trench coat and took a step forward. This dog was increasingly to his liking. If it didn't die today, he would definitely keep this little brother. The pack of hyenas was evidently shaken by the determination displayed by the wild mastiff. The lead hyena hesitated for 2 seconds and immediately changed its tactics. It let out a low growl, signaling its companions to disperse and weave around. Since they couldn't bite down on this hard bone directly, they planned to split into 2 groups. 2 would distract the Mastiff King's attention. The remaining 4 would bypass the front line, prioritizing the tearing apart of those 2 weak humans. The 6 gray-brown figures simultaneously lowered their bodies, drawing 6 strange arcs in the thick fog. The encirclement was tightening. The wild mastiff was bleeding. Shin Qingzi was drawing her knife, and Su Ming was smiling. Amidst the gray fog, the hyena leader's shriek served as a charge bugle. 6 ashen-brown afterimages scattered instantly, their coordination far exceeding imagination. The 2 most robust hyenas lunged straight at the bleeding wasteland mastiff, their purpose clear, to pin it down. The remaining 4 were like 4 bolts of gray lightning. From extremely tricky angles, they leaped directly over the fragile defense line built by the wasteland mastiff. A blast of rancid wind hit their faces. Their target was Su Ming and Shin Qingzi. The battle erupted instantly. Shin Qingzi's pupils constricted. With a twist of her wrist, the matte silver-gray blade reflected a poignant cold gleam. She instinctively wanted to sidestep half a step to shield Su Ming. In her understanding, Su Ming was a meat shield with freakish defense, but lacked practical combat experience. The abyss was not an arena. Alien beasts wouldn't just stand still for you to hit. She didn't look at the 2 hyenas besieging the wasteland mastiff. That Mastiff King's condition wouldn't last long. They had to finish this quickly. Yet Su Ming was faster than her. He took a sudden, forceful step forward. With a rumble, the scorched earth beneath him collapsed and cobweb-like cracks spread instantly. The hem of his grade windbreaker fluttered gracefully in the gust. He was completely barehanded. He actively met the 2 ironbone hyenas charging at the front. Show off again. Shin Qingzi cursed, inwardly forced to abandon the idea of helping him. No time to worry about him. The 2 hyenas on the right were already within striking distance. With a clang, the cold blade left its sheath, and a silver-white flash cut through the thick fog. It struck precisely at the neck of the leading hyena. A piercing screech of metal clashing exploded. Sparks flew everywhere. A tremendous recoil surged from the hilt. It numbed Shin Qingzi's tiger's mouth. The sharpness of her Gungjin blade bone was undeniable. But this strike only broke the surface of the hyena's bone armor. A few drops of dark green blood spattered from the cut, far from hitting a vital spot. The hyena shrieked in pain, staggered back 2 steps from the force of the blade. Then it bared its fangs and growled, showing no sign of retreat. Shin Qingzi's heart tightened. So tough. The defense of this iron-bone hyena was disgustingly beyond imagination. She twisted her wrist, changing the cold blade's slash into a thrust, aiming for the throat of the second hyena pouncing at her. This time she would use a thrust instead of a slash, concentrating force on the armor gaps. But then her peripheral vision caught a glimpse to the left. Her heart clenched. On Su Ming's side, the 2 iron-bone hyenas had completed their pincer attack. One above, one below, they had completely locked onto the motionless Su Ming. They displayed the most primal and terrifying hunting instinct of beasts. The one on the left feinted a claw strike, sealing off all of Su Ming's escape routes. The one on the right seized that fleeting moment, muscles bulging as it leaped up fiercely. A pincer attack from above and below. Their bloodied maws, capable of biting through light armor, opened simultaneously. Trails of rancid saliva stretched into threads. They tore at Su Ming's throat and lower body. The one from above arrived first. The hyena accurately bit down on Su Ming's right arm, which he raised to block. Its sharp fangs, shimmering with a faint green source energy glow, clamped down with immense force. Su Ming. Shin Qingxi's breath hitched. Astonishment and a trace of tension which she herself hadn't noticed surged into her heart. A second-stage iron-bone hyena's bite force was several tons. Her S-grade Gungjin blade bone couldn't even severely wound one with a single strike. Su Ming was just flesh and blood. No matter how high his bone density, it was still made of meat. That arm might be. Crack. A crisp sound of something breaking. But it wasn't a bone. A woo. The iron-bone hyena that had bitten Su Ming's arm suddenly froze. Its fangs, which it prided itself on for being able to crush metal upon contacting the muscle of Su Ming's arm. It felt like biting into a piece of superalloy with unimaginable density. 7 or 8 fangs from both rows instantly shattered. Broken teeth and bloody foam flew, and the hyena's throat squeezed out a distorted howl of agony. Agony and shock overwhelmed its mind, filled only with the instinct to kill. Is this human flesh? This is a trap disguised as flesh. Su Ming looked down at his right arm. 2 neat rows of teeth marks on his sleeve. So fierce it almost broke the skin, he said in a low voice, his tone sincere. Shin Qingxi almost dropped her knife. Almost broke the skin. That was a second-stage alien beast that could shred light armor. What a suffocating humblebrag. Her scientific worldview suffered its second devastating blow of the day. Su Ming gave her no time to continue being shocked. The attack from the hyena below had arrived, aiming straight for his crotch. A classic nutshot tactic. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This he could not tolerate. He suddenly lifted his right foot and lashed out with a whip kick without warning. Bang! This kick landed with perfect precision on the hyena's lower back. A true mass of over a ton amplified by a 1.5 times kinetic energy boost from mass dominance. How terrifying was the power unleashed. That hyena didn't even have time to scream. Its entire body, as if struck heat by a battering ram, was sent flying backward 3 times faster than it had come. It drew a straight gray line through the air. It crashed with pinpoint accuracy into another companion that was locked in combat with Shin Qingxi. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds of breaking bones exploded almost simultaneously within the thick fog. The struck hyena went limp on the spot, its spine snapped in several places. As for the one used as a cannonball, blood gushed from its mouth and nose, its internal organs already crushed into pulp. 1 kick, 2 crippled. Shin Qingxi stared at this unbelievable scene. Her hand holding the knife froze for a moment. She was over here, chipping away at the enemy. Su Ming over there was already bowling. This defies science. I haven't even started. How can you be finished so quickly? She looked at Su Ming with a hint of grievance. Unfortunately, Su Ming didn't have time to meet her gaze. His left hand shot out like lightning. He grabbed the hind leg of the hyena, still hanging on his arm. He swung his arm fiercely. Whoosh. He lifted the calf-sized body like a sack of potatoes. Swinging it in a huge arc, he slammed it hard against the ground. Boom. The earth rumbled and a half-meter-deep crater suddenly appeared. The hyena in the pit was dazed and confused. Its spine shattered inch by inch under the immense pulling force and impact. It twitched weakly, but it wasn't dead yet. The bone armor absorbed much of the impact. It was still whimpering faintly. Su Ming joined his right hand's fingers like a sword. No energy fluctuations, no flashy moves. Just a simple downward thrust. Vajra finger. Uft. 2 fingers pierced the iron bone hyena's skull as hard as alloy without any resistance. Sinking it up to the knuckles. The hyena's twitching ceased abruptly. Instant kill. Su Ming pulled out his fingers and casually wiped them on his windbreaker. From the start of the battle to the instant kill, it took no more than 15 seconds. This bizarre bloody scene plunged the entire battlefield into a moment of dead silence. Even the rolling of the thick fog slowed. Shin Qingxi's hand tightened slightly on her cold blade. Her S-grade Gungjin blade bone had difficulty breaking through its defense. Yet Su Ming had pierced its head with 2 fingers. Just what kind of monster was this guy? A mutated talent, burning his life force. For the first time she began to doubt that explanation. This kind of overwhelming power didn't look like burning life force at all. In the distance, the surviving hyenas fell into disarray. Whether it was the 2 besieging the wasteland mastiff, or the one being suppressed by Shin Qingxi, their actions all showed a hint of hesitation. Breaking fangs with bare hands, kicking a companion flying with 1 kick, piercing a skull with 1 finger. How could that human who looked the most delicious and weakest be more terrifying than a third-stage source beast? This completely exceeded their meager understanding. Panic began to spread among the hyena pack. The 2 hyenas hunting the wasteland mastiff also stopped turning their heads to look at the center of the battlefield, just as Su Ming thought these beasts would tuck their tails and flee. Roar! A roar filled with fury and piercing killing intent exploded from the shadows behind. The sound overpowered all other noises on the field. The hyena leader, who had been lurking in the shadows directing the pack, was thoroughly enraged. Having its companions killed so bizarrely was a trampling on its clan's honor. An extreme provocation against its queenly authority. From the shadows, a massive figure, nearly 30% larger than the other hyenas, slowly emerged. Its size was almost comparable to the red-gold wasteland mastiff. Its entire body was covered in a deeper gray-black bone armor gleaming with a metallic cold light. In hyena clans, the females ruled, and it was the born queen of the hyena tribe in this area. All the hyenas simultaneously lowered their bodies. Not out of fear, but submission. The hyena queen's scarlet pupils locked onto Su Ming. With a direct roar, she reassigned their tactics. The hyena that had been kicked away and barely managed to get up snarled and pounced on Shun Qingxi together with the remaining one. Shun Qingxi's pressure multiplied as she was once again caught in a siege. And the hyena queen stepped in personally. Without any hesitation, she kicked off the ground with all four limbs. Her massive body turned into a blurry gray-black afterimage, charging at Su Ming like an arrow. Her speed was on a whole other level compared to all the previous hyenas. Faced with this ultimate pounce, Su Ming still stood his ground. A glint of interest appeared in his eyes. Well met. The instant the hyena queen's claws were about to reach his face, Su Ming neither dodged nor blocked. He simply threw a simple heavy punch to meet her fist, and the queen's forehead collided in midair with a thunderous boom. Thud! The queen's head was smashed hard into the ground. Her four claws plowed 4 deep furrows into the scorched earth. A clear dent appeared on the bone armor of her forehead. Cracks spread from the center. The immense impact sent her tumbling over 10 meters before she could awkwardly regain her balance. Oh! Su Ming shook his fist in surprise. This punch, if it had been any of the previous hyenas, would have shattered their skulls into pieces. This leader's defense was something else. The hyena queen shook her dazed head and got up from the ground. The sharp pain in her forehead made her fully understand the terror of the human before her. But instead of instilling fear, the pain ignited the ferocity deep within her bloodline. Roar! She let out a piercingly shrill roar towards the sky. From the gaps in her gray-black bone armor, a dense source energy glow suddenly flared up. A violent, chaotic aura far beyond the peak of the second stage erupted from within her. She was forcibly entering a frenzy. Her size visibly expanded. Her bone spikes became more ferocious. Her aura climbed wildly, breaking through the shackles of the second stage. Third stage silver. No. Shun Qingxi's face drastically changed. Forcing back the hyena before her with a slash of her blade, she urgently shouted, "She's broken through to the third stage. Fall back." 3-tiered silver. These 4 words struck like a heavy hammer, deeply impacting Shun Qingxi's heart. A look of uncontrollable shock appeared on her cold face for the first time. In the laws of Yuan, the peak of the second tier and the beginning of the third tier are 2 completely different levels of existence. It is a qualitative leap, a crushing chasm. Even with her S-level talent, she could handle ordinary second-tier peak beasts. However, when faced with a true third-tier entity, even at full alert, she could only protect herself. A slight misstep could result in immediate demise. Moreover, this hyena queen before her had forcibly broken through in the heat of battle. In such a state, a third-tier creature would be even more ferocious, more fearless of death, and much harder to deal with. Almost instinctively, the metal energy within her body surged violently. She prepared to forcibly break through the entanglement of the 2 hyenas rushing to assist Su Ming. In her view, no matter how formidable Su Ming's defense was, he was still flesh and blood. Faced with the full-force charge of the third-tier beast king, who was wielding source energy, it was absolutely impossible to remain unscathed. On the other side, the previously imposing red-gold wasteland mastiff was now in shock. The moment it sensed the ferocious aura of the hyena queen, its massive body suddenly stiffened. Its injured hind leg trembled even more violently. It could barely support its massive frame. In its dark, golden eyes, fear filled every corner. It tucked its tail tightly and let out a low, indecipherable whimper from its throat. It even entertained the thought of retreating. On the battlefield, only Su Ming remained unperturbed. He observed the hyena queen, whose size was inflating and aura surging. Instead of fear, his face displayed an eager anticipation. The earlier powerful might fist sounded decent. What was the visual impact of simply poking a hole? It was only suitable for invisible showboating. In this world of high martial arts, only overpowering and fierce techniques made sense. What mattered was a spectacular effect. A frenzied third-tier beast was just right for testing a new product. He stroked his chin, pondering. Fist, leg, palm, body, powerful might palm. Not bad, that sounds impressive. Just as he finished naming his new technique, the frenzy was complete. Roar. The hyena queen let out a deafening roar. The sound was no longer sharp, but filled with a heavy sense of power. The muscles in its limbs twisted into terrifying hard blocks. Its entire body crouched low like a fully drawn giant bow. In the next moment, the bowstring snapped. Boom. A large pit suddenly exploded beneath its feet. Its massive body turned into a heavy projectile propelled by unwavering killing intent and an unstoppable momentum. It crashed into Su Ming's chest. It intended to use its hardest skull combined with the terrifying impact of the third tier to turn this human into a puddle of flesh. Su Ming! Shen Qingxi's urgent cry was torn apart by the wind. The fierce gale stung Su Ming's cheek. He remained standing still, not even adopting a defensive stance. Just as the hyena queen was about to collide with his chest, he slightly bent his waist and exerted force downwards with both feet. Boom! The rock beneath his feet collapsed half a meter instantly. His feet sank deeply into the ground, steady as a mountain. He held nothing back. Talent sequence, quality domination, firepower at full throttle. Buzz! An invisible wave suddenly radiated from him, as the real mass of over a ton was perfectly mobilized at this moment. Every inch of muscle fiber, every bone became a vessel of power. A 1.5-fold kinetic energy enhancement instantly transformed this terrifying mass into a pure torrent of kinetic energy. The hyena queen had already leapt into the air. Her scarlet pupils reflected Su Ming's face. Su Ming raised his right hand to meet the massive skull covered in bone spurs. He swung his arm in a wide arc devoid of any flare. With a simple yet forceful slap, his palm sliced through the air, creating a sharp, piercing whistle. Even space warped under the impact of this slap. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Shen Qingxi could clearly see his seemingly unremarkable palm. It collided violently with the hyena queen's indestructible black gold skull in midair. A dull sound exploded in everyone's and the beast's ears like thunder from the nine heavens. Bang! The true damage triggered by the 30 probability of quality domination erupted perfectly at the moment Su Ming's palm made contact with the hyena queen's cheek. There was no rumble of metal clashing. Only the sound of shattering like withered wood filled the air. The physical laws that disregarded all defenses caused the third-tier bone armor, which the hyena queen took pride in, to lose all structural integrity upon contact, becoming weaker than rotten wood. Bang! A dull sound exploded, making hearts skip a beat. The hyena queen's head, harder than alloy, twisted and sunken under the infusion of Su Ming's terrifying kinetic energy. In the next moment, the entire head, bones and flesh included, explosively shattered. Like a rotten watermelon smashed by a giant hammer, shards of bone mixed with dark red flesh transformed into a cloud of blood mist spraying out in a fan shape, unleashing a crimson downpour. The massive corpse, which had lost its head and a portion of its body, still surged forward for over 10 meters under the inertia of its frenzy. After carving a shocking blood groove on the ground, it finally crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. A slap. The third-tier frenzied beast king who had forcibly broken through was now decapitated. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The wind ceased. The wasteland mastiff standing beside Su Ming was also stunned. It stared blankly at the hyena queen who had just been dominating the battlefield, now turned into a shower of blood from a single slap. The visual shock rendered its not-so-bright beast brain malfunctioned. Ugh! Its already wobbly legs completely turned into noodles. Its massive body thudded to the ground, its head buried deep in its front paws, and its tail was tightly tucked beneath its belly. It trembled uncontrollably all over. From its throat came a pitiful whimper like a little puppy. It's over. Totally over. What level of human is this? No, he must not be human. This is clearly a demon descending. How dare I show my teeth to a demon just now? I was still thinking about protecting him. What a joke. It turns out I was the clown all along. The psychological defenses of the wasteland mastiff completely collapsed at this moment. Meanwhile, Shen Qingxi, who had maintained her knife-gripping posture from a distance, was also completely frozen. A current surged through her spine, shooting straight to the crown of her head. Her scalp tingled, and her eyes, usually as cold as frost, were now filled with shock and confusion. What had she just witnessed? A frenzied third-tier, ironbone hyena leader. Was it just slapped to pieces? What kind of power is this? That is a third-tier beast king. This unreasonable, pure, and crushing force she had only seen in her retired father and her teacher Huang Fujing. But those were all high-level powerhouses who had undergone countless life-and-death trials. And how old is Su Ming? Is he an ancient, ferocious beast disguised in human skin? Shen Qingxi clenched the knife handle tightly, her chest heaving violently. This guy had hidden too deeply, pretending to be a theoretical genius, pretending to be in grade waste, just to strike down the unsuspecting at this moment. What happened to petrification and mutation? What happened to burning life? Today Shen Qingxi felt the worldview she had built over the past decade, along with these two seemingly reasonable explanations, was shattered by that slap. Unprecedented. The usually cold and aloof S-level genius girl couldn't help but let loose a curse at this moment. Perverted bastard. All the bitches in the world are finished by you alone. The next moment, an overwhelming sense of stimulation surged from the depths of Shen Qingxi's heart. In her beautiful eyes, a burning fighting spirit ignited. With Su Ming being this strong, how could she, the proud S-level genius, possibly stand down? She couldn't afford to lose either. Shen Qingxi's gaze turned icy. No more holding back. Buzz. In her hand, the Tang Hung blade, cold edge, trembled violently, emitting a high-frequency hum. S-level talent second sequence activated. A layer of shimmering golden viscous liquid surged from her palm as if possessing its own will, instantly covering the entire blade, an aura of extreme sharpness capable of severing anything shot skyward. Upon the blade, the high-frequency, vibrating liquid metal, elevating the sharpness to an entirely new dimension. The golden light flowed through the thick mist, casting half-bright, half-dim shadows across her cool profile. There was an air of solemnity akin to a deity being consecrated. She no longer paid attention to Su Ming. Ahead, a ferocious iron-boned hyena opened its bloody jaws and lunged menacingly. Shen Qingxi's gaze turned frigid. She advanced instead of retreating. Lowering her stance, she executed a swift tactical roll to evade the direct assault. In the moment she rose, the Tang Hung blade sliced through the mist. The long knife coated in golden liquid metal shot out like lightning. The blade emitted a sharp, high-frequency wail, cutting horizontally with exceptional precision at the leaping hyena. There were no sparks from metal clashing, nor was there any sensation of bone fracturing. Sizzle. Only the faintest sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. The golden blade glided through the warm flesh like a red-hot knife through butter, encountering no significant resistance as it smoothly passed through the hyena's waist. The midair iron-boned hyena merely paused for the slightest moment. The ultimate sharpness and speed. So fast that even the nerve endings did not have time to transmit the sensation of pain. The next moment, the hyena's four limbs landed steadily on the ground, its throat still rumbling with a savage growl. Its crimson eyes fixed on the front. Driven by immense inertia and hunting instinct, it continued to advance. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as its front paws were about to take the 3rd step, due to a shift in its center of gravity, an eerie sound of flesh rubbing was heard from its seemingly intact body. Then, under the watchful eyes of the wildland mastiff, the upper and lower halves of this second-tier hyena smoothly misaligned along a straight line. Thud! The 2 segments of the body lost their support and collapsed to the ground. The incision at the waist was smooth as a mirror. Even the severed blood vessels were instantly sealed shut by the high-frequency, vibrating liquid metal at high temperatures. It was not until 2 seconds after the body was completely separated that the repressed black blood gushed forth. Divided in 2. 1 strike, instant kill. Shen Qingxi sheathed her blade, her clothes not even stirring. Calmly, she glanced at the 2 segments of the corpse on the ground, her gaze holding a hint of cold detachment. The incision could be smoother. Next time she should apply her force more evenly. This scene caused the wildland mastiff, which had just collapsed to the ground, to shiver again, its massive body trembling violently. It looked at Shen Qingxi, then at Su Ming in the distance. It's over. These 2 are monsters. With these 2 ancestors together, there's no way to stay in this abyss. The creatures in the abyss have truly encountered misfortune today. The hyena queen was slapped to pieces. The hyena companions were sliced in 2. The remaining 3 iron-boned hyenas, already filled with the taste of slaughter, finally filled with endless fear, their psychological defenses crumbled. Whoa! The 3 hyenas simultaneously let out a piercing wail. At this moment, they could only regret not having 2 more legs to turn and flee. The grayish-brown figures burst through the mist, tails tucked, running for their lives. The wildland mastiff was clever enough. It seized this opportunity to perform. Enduring the excruciating pain in its hind legs, it leaped up from the ground. Seizing the chance as one of the hyenas turned, it clamped down with its bloodied jaws. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was crisp and piercing. The neck of that hyena was bitten off on the spot, while the last 2 transformed into gray streaks, crazily rushing towards the distant mist. Trying to escape. Su Ming chuckled coldly. The quality points that were about to be captured had no reason to fly away. Quality engine ignite. Boom. The ground beneath his feet collapsed, forming a massive pit over 3 meters in diameter. A violent backlash erupted. His figure left a faint afterimage in place, instantly transforming into an out-of-control supersonic train. With a white sonic boom cloud, he sped towards the 2 fleeing gray shadows. Once again, this pure savage and unreasonable. Direct collision. Boom. A thunderous sound mixed with the impact and compression echoed. Su Ming's figure chased after the first hyena without any delay. The greatest flaw of the quality engine was exposed at this moment. The terrifying kinetic energy didn't even give the hyena a chance to be sent flying. Instead, it pushed it into the second hyena running ahead. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds overlapped. The two hyenas fleeing ahead didn't even have time to scream in the face of the overwhelming kinetic energy. Su Ming pushed the two completely deformed hyenas forward without slowing down, forcibly plowing through the scrap metal and rubble on the ground, heading straight towards the rock wall of the abandoned trench. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Dust filled the air as debris and gravel splashed out like raindrops. A cloud of dust rose to a height of 2 stories. It took a long time to slowly settle. The entire area fell silent for several seconds, with only the sound of wind passing through the abandoned trench. Shen Qingxi rushed over with her sword. As the mist cleared, she saw the scene before her. Her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. On the over 4-meter-high hard rock wall of the abandoned trench, a human-shaped indentation appeared. Su Ming was embedded in the wall in a tie shape, while the two originally fierce iron-boned hyenas in front of him had been completely crushed and lost their structure. 2 hyenas and 1 person, a heavy sandwich, forcibly compressed by a 1,000-ton hydraulic press. Perfectly aligned with no sense of dissonance. The wildland mastiff limped over, carrying the lifeless hyena. Seeing Su Ming stuck in the wall and unable to move, a piece of meat fell from its mouth onto the ground. In the ashes, the wind howled. 1 person and 1 dog were completely disheveled in front of this rock wall. Longlegs don't just admire the view. From deep within the rock wall came the sound of Su Ming rubbing against the stone. Come help me out. If you don't, all the spoils from those hyenas will be gone. Shen Qingxi looked up to the sky in silence. She needed to think carefully about what had gone wrong in this abyss today. Shen Qingxi stood in front of the rock wall for about 3 seconds. She blinked, tapping the hilt against the edge of the stone crevice twice. Come out yourself. I can't get out, my hand is stuck. You could at least give me a pull. Shen Qingxi said irritably, reaching out to grab the collar of his windbreaker. Channeling her gung metal chi, she pulled outward. Puff! Along with the rubble, Su Ming was yanked out from the crevice. It felt like pulling a particularly uncooperative green onion. Su Ming landed, brushing the dust off his windbreaker. He moved his left shoulder, then his right. He rotated his neck, producing a few subtle popping sounds. That feels good. Shen Qingxi examined him from head to toe. No signs of injury. Even the skin on his forehead was smooth and healthy, with no hint of redness or swelling. Looking back at the rock wall, the 2 second-tier ironbone hounds that served as cushioning had completed their perfect transformation from 3-dimensional to flat. They were crushed down to the point of being indistinguishable from a door panel. The most absurd part was that Su Ming hadn't lost a single hair. She really wanted to wrap her mind around this issue. She was far too curious. There was no way to circumvent it. Su Ming, my, how much have you been hiding from me? Suddenly, Shen Qingxi raised her hand. The cold blade was directly positioned against Su Ming's chest, the edge barely 3 inches from his neck. It emanated a deadly chill. Shen Qingxi's expression was exceedingly serious. Her gaze no longer held the initial pity or the casualness of regarding a logistics worker. Instead, she truly viewed Su Ming as an unfathomable threat. Slapping a 3rd-tier beast king to death is definitely not an effect that can be explained by overexerting oneself. Shen Qingxi's words were sharp and to the point. A useless academic from Jiangxing No. 1 high school. Osteoporotic 2nd mutation. Are you taking me for a fool? A gust of cold wind blew by. The wild mastiff in the corner shivered, burying its head even lower. Faced with Shen Qingxi's direct interrogation, Su Ming remained unperturbed. He lowered his head, glancing at the Tang horizontal knife positioned in front of him. Not only did he not step back, but he also leaned closer to the blade. His chest almost pressed against the cold, sharp blade. This motion was incredibly oppressive. He retracted his usual playful demeanor. His gaze suddenly became profound and mysterious, concealing a deliberately feigned seriousness. Do you really want to know? Su Ming's voice dropped, deliberately tinged with a hint of hoarseness and seduction. Shen Qingxi's back straightened slightly. Her grip on the knife unconsciously tightened. Stop wasting time. Speak. Su Ming exhaled. He turned his head, drawing near to Shen Qingxi. The two were extremely close. His warm breath intentionally or unintentionally brushed against her fair and delicate earlobe. Since we are on the same side, I will be honest with you. But you must keep my secret. Su Ming's tone was somber, as if making a significant decision. Actually, my body structure is different from the norm. Shen Qingxi even slowed her breath. Could this kid really be the ultimate weapon from some top-secret body modification program? A strategic meat shield secretly cultivated by the military. What I awakened is an extremely rare control over my physical body. Su Ming stared intently into Shen Qingxi's beautiful eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted subtly. To put it simply, I can control certain specific parts of my body at will. Shen Qingxi furrowed her brows. Certain specific parts. Yes, he nodded seriously. As long as I want, I can make my body become tougher than 3rd-tier alloy in an instant. He paused for half a second, his tone becoming even deeper. Of course, when not needed, it can also become very soft. It can be large or small, flexible, and adaptable. The entire ashen belt fell silent. Even the wind seemed to sense the moment and stop. In the initial second, Shin Qingzi was still analyzing the scientific feasibility of this statement with the rigor of an elite student from the Federal Central Military University. Changing the density of bodily tissues at will. This seemed to touch on the fundamental laws of microscopic matter. However, the next second, bodily parts. Becoming hard, soft, growing bigger or smaller, being flexible. These phrases reconfigured in her mind. A thunderclap exploded in her mind. Her gaze uncontrollably shifted downwards by half an inch, conjuring inappropriate and colorful images. They detonated directly in her CPU. Swish. A visible blush rose from her cheeks, instantly spreading to her long, graceful neck. Even her fair earlobes turned crimson. Those eyes that were once filled with murderous intent and questioning were now filled with chaos and embarrassment. Su Ming. You perverted scoundrel. Shin Qingzi trembled with anger. The Tang horizontal knife in her hand emitted a crisp, buzzing sound. She lost control and swung the blade fiercely towards Su Ming's lower regions. This scoundrel, what kind of nonsense was he spouting in a dangerous place like the abyss? Hey, what are you doing, Longlegs? This is the wild, you're committing murder against your teammate. Su Ming nimbly retreated a large step, raising his hands to shield himself. He put on an expression of shock and innocence that was even more exaggerated than hers. Why are you blushing? I was talking about my fists and arm muscles. Su Ming lamented, looking her up and down. When in danger, they tighten and harden into iron fists and relax back to normal afterward. Being large or small is due to the engorgement and expansion of muscle fibers. Doesn't this align with martial arts principles? He extended his right hand and clenched his fist in front of Shin Qingzi. The joints cracked loudly, showcasing his biceps. Then Su Ming shook his head, his gaze filled with disdain. Shin, what are you thinking? What kind of indecent extracurricular books are you reading? You aren't looking at my looks and getting lustful, are you? Shin Qingzi was choked by his shameless retort, her vision darkening. She almost bit her silver teeth to pieces. Growing up, whether it was her father or the young nobles of the imperial capital who dared to speak to her like this, she had never seen a scoundrel who could make lewd remarks so refreshingly unique. She had never seen someone who, after being openly teased, could turn around and accuse her of being shameless from the victim's standpoint. The cold blade in her hand had already been raised. Just as Shin Qingzi was on the verge of explosion, her chest heaving violently, the gung metal chi flickered uncertainly on the blade. Today she was determined not to back down from this task. She had to draw blood from this kid's mouth. All right. Su Ming suddenly reined in all his jesting. His gaze fell on the Tang horizontal knife in Shin Qingzi's hand. No more jokes. Since I've shared such a core body secret with you. As an equivalent exchange, I also want to ask you a secret. Su Ming fixed his gaze on the cold blade, his tone becoming resolute and profound. That layer of golden liquid metal that adhered to the knife when you killed the hound just now, was it the source gold that only exists in top secret files? Su Ming raised his eyes, meeting Shin Qingzi's suddenly constricted pupils. Little did he know. You think you have a hold on me. Unbeknownst to you, I've found your loophole. The wind swept in from the depths of the ash belt, carrying the stench of scorched earth and rust. Shin Qingzi did not speak immediately. The silence itself was already the answer. How do you know about source gold? She studied Su Ming, her gaze shifting from astonishment to scrutiny, finally settling into a complex stillness. The files on source gold were completely inaccessible within the Federation's public system. Not even the top students of the military university, nor most of its instructors, had ever heard of it. In their entire lives, they had never encountered that name. Read more books, read more papers, eat less snacks, and sleep more. Su Ming shrugged, his tone casual. The Federation high school theoretical textbooks indeed never taught it. But hey, I have a good part-time job. He tapped his head. As the theoretical top scholar for 3 consecutive years, he knew exactly what was stored inside that skull of his. The day before yesterday, while dismantling a decommissioned military special mech at the scrapyard, I found half a page of a partially burned top-secret ordnance identification report wedged in the crevice of the armor lining. Su Ming stared at the blade in Shin Qingzi's hand, reciting a string of academic terms as if reading from an exam paper word by word. Extreme active metallic state, source energy crystal. Accompanied by ultra-high-frequency microscopic oscillations possessing terrifying material deconstruction and barrier-breaking capabilities. Theoretically, it exists only within the marrow cavity of specific source beasts. Currently, no awakened can stably extract it from their own talent. He raised an eyebrow. When you killed that aberrant beast just now, there was an extremely subtle refraction of light around the blade's edge. A visual deviation caused by high-frequency oscillation lasting less than half a second, combined with the morphological characteristics of the liquid gold metal. Su Ming spread his hands. Was this question really that hard to guess? Shen Qingzi remained silent. If Su Ming exploding a third-order beast king with a single slap relied on unreasonable pure violence, then his ability to precisely reconstruct the technical details of a top-secret material from half a chart page and a single battlefield observation made her more alarmed than before. She retracted the cold edge back into her finger bones. You're quite clever. She paused. However, those old scholars in the classified archives only know one side of the story, not the other. Shen Qingzi looked at her own hand, a profound pride pressing in her eyes. The outside world calls it source gold, but to me it has its own name. It's called Gung Metal Marrow Essence. Su Ming's brow shot up. Marrow Essence. Theoretically a substance as extremely active as source gold. Once it leaves the body would violently gasify and could never exist stably. Shen Qingzi did not conceal it. Since he had recognized it, she didn't mind revealing her true trump card. But what if it is nurtured bit by bit using the Awakener's own bone marrow as a bed through extremely demanding methods? Su Ming's pupils contracted slightly. Nurturing gold within the marrow. This was a suicidal cultivation method, and the demanding methods capable of breaking the Federation's theoretical barriers were certainly not something the military university's curriculum could provide. The identity of the person behind this was too frightening to contemplate. So this isn't an external object at all. Su Ming clicked his tongue, his mind racing. It's your second talent sequence, and specifically used to buff your first sequence. The corner of Shen Qingzi's mouth twitched. Being able to shock this guy was indeed gratifying. Su Ming clapped his hands twice, tucking away his astonishment. His expression was one of admiration and envy, using bone marrow as a furnace, nurturing active metal and feeding it back to the blade bone. It perfectly solves the theoretical problem of source gold's unstable generation. The diversity of talent awakening is truly unreasonable. It allows slaughter and amplification to form a perfect complementary, closed loop. Heaven itself is force-feeding you, smacking you right on the back of the head. Shen Qingzi shot him a proud glance. Joker. So are we even? We're even. Su Ming nodded. You have your secrets, I have mine. We each keep them close, buried deep in our guts. All right. Exchanging secrets was also a form of contract. As Shen Qingzi turned away, the tips of her ears still held a faint, unfaded blush. Swept by the wind of the ash belt, it became all the more conspicuous. The two of them, along with the dog, began cleaning up the battlefield and sorting through the spoils. Elsewhere, deep within the source abyss. Found anything? Lu Baiyuan's voice was calm, but he gripped the communicator tightly. Speak. Who exactly is this Mr. Shen? There was a full 3 seconds of silence on the other end of the communicator. When the intelligence chief finally spoke, his voice was off, as if he were forcing himself to read a report he himself couldn't believe. Chief Louis found it. Read it. The surface-level data shows Shen Hongyuan, 50 years old, owner of the Jiangxing Spark Scrap Processing Plant. Main business recycling scrap metal and decommissioned machinery. A junkman. Lu Baiyuan sneered, his eyes behind his lenses growing even more sinister. Huang Fujing uses a junkman to pressure me. What the hell is Beichen doing getting tangled up with some lowlife like this? Chief, let me finish. The intelligence chief's voice suddenly shot up, cracking. Something felt wrong, so I used your level clearance to try and access the Federation intranet for the underlying land deeds and personnel change records of the Spark Scrap Processing Plant. And, he paused. Your level clearance was denied. The communicator in Lu Baiyuan's hand froze for a moment. He was the youngest chief engineer in the Federation's Academy of Sciences. Level clearance. Enough to access all Federation data except for the highest state secrets. A scrapyard in a level satellite city had rejected his clearance. And it wasn't just denied. The intelligence chief's voice began to tremble, his teeth chattering. The system flashed a red SSS level maximum warning. Just 10 seconds ago, the central AI reverse-locked my terminal, warning me that I was spying on. He swallowed hard, forcing out the words one by one. A Federation extreme danger target. Chief, it seems we have messed with someone we shouldn't have. Lu Baiyuan's mind went blank. A cold sweat broke out on his back. An SSS level warning. An extreme danger target. A junkman. No matter how he tried to piece these 3 pieces of information together in his mind, he couldn't form a coherent answer. Beichen. What the hell did Beichen do? His voice finally lost its usual composure. A barely perceptible tremor crept in. Second young master. It seems that while he was a guest, he used his talent to privately hack into one of Mr. Shen's guard robots. Lu Baiyuan's vision went dark. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood onto the console. Hacking into the security system of an SSS-level danger target's home. This wasn't just stirring up a hornet's nest. This was dancing on the book of life and death in the King of Hell's own court. The battlefield cleanup officially commenced. Shin Qingzi held the tip of Lung Feng's blade in one hand, crouching beside the pool of mangled remains that was once a hyena. With a deft flick of the blade's tip into the cranial suture, two faintly shimmering second-tier beast crystals were precisely extracted, falling into her palm. She turned her hand over, stashing them into her personal storage space, then rose to her feet, brushing the dust from her knees. Second-tier crystals, decent quality. Could fetch a few 100,000. Su Ming was crouching nearby, poking at another corpse with a twig. His eyes were fixed on the spot where the two crystals had vanished, but he said nothing. He cursed inwardly. By their agreement, the crystals were hers. But the problem was he had killed that beast. Su Ming's heart ached for a full 2 seconds. Then his gaze shifted to the other intact corpses on the ground. Forget it, the crystals were small change. The real prize was the bodies. Just as he was about to speak, heavy footsteps rustled from the nearby grass. The crimson gold wasteland mastiff, which should have been ferocious, limped over instead. Not only had it not fled the scene, but it grabbed the hind leg of the hyena it had killed with its jaws, dragged the carcass with great effort to Su Ming's feet. Then this beast, as massive as a bull, thudded to the ground. It rubbed its head against Su Ming's calf, its thick tail wagging like a propeller. Its eyes were filled with nothing but fawning adulation. It might as well have had the words "Dad, I'm yours" engraved on its forehead. Su Ming was stunned. Is this acknowledgement of a master? He reached out and patted the massive dog head. He had expected the dark gold mane to be prickly, but to his surprise, it was quite smooth. It felt a bit like an oversized golden retriever. All right, you're with me from now on, Su Ming said, patting its head. The wasteland mastiff purred contentedly, wagging its tail even faster. Shin Qingzi walked past, glancing down. I never thought the abyssal hound, known for its ferocity and bloodlust, would actually acknowledge you as its master. Of course, Su Ming continued to stroke its fur, his face a mask of profound smugness. Following me, its path has truly broadened. Shin Qingzi couldn't be bothered to comment. She turned to leave, but as she took a step, something gently tugged at her pant leg. Looking down, the wasteland mastiff had somehow shuffled over. It was nuzzling her calf with a head larger than a human face, letting out low whimpers. It bore no resemblance to the fierce beast that had just snapped a hyena's neck. In a masterstroke of cunning, it even flopped onto its back, exposing its soft belly. Su Ming, who had been basking in the glory of being a great master, suddenly felt empty-handed. He was speechless. Traitor, don't nuzzle. Shin Qingzi instinctively stepped back. The wasteland mastiff pressed forward, continuing to nuzzle. This time it rubbed its entire body against her. I said don't. She reached out to push the massive head away. But the moment her hand landed on its crown, she didn't push. Her fingers sank into the dark gold mane. The texture was impossibly smooth. Even the aloof S-rank genius prodigy couldn't resist the overwhelming appeal of such contrasting fluffy affection. The chill in Shin Qingzi's eyes softened. She bent down and gently rubbed the mastiff's dark gold mane. You're smarter than someone much cuter, she said, unable to suppress the smile lifting the corners of her mouth. A hint of girlish delight crept into her cool voice. The mastiff, basking in the rub, squinted its eyes in bliss, its tail thumping the ground in pure enjoyment. Su Ming, completely sidelined and still holding his cool guy pose. He looked at Shin Qingzi, who was strikingly beautiful when she smiled. Then at the dog that seemed to want to fuse with her leg. The corner of his mouth twitched. Hey, you with the honest face, how do you have two sides to you? Su Ming pointed at the mastiff, utterly exasperated. Who's your real master? Your betrayal is way too fast. The mastiff lazily lifted an eyelid to glance at him, then immediately turned back, vigorously rubbing its head against Shin Qingzi's palm. Su Ming clutched his forehead in pain. He had a strong premonition. He hadn't just gotten a pet. He had prematurely acquired a romantic rival that would vie for attention. Looking at the 7 hyena carcasses scattered around, Su Ming turned to Shin Qingzi. How many mission points are we still short? Shin Qingzi tapped the tactical terminal on her wrist. She swiped her finger across the screen, and her brow furrowed slightly. Su Ming leaned over to look. How many short? Shin Qingzi turned the screen towards him. Current training points, 970. How are these points calculated? Shin Qingzi withdrew her terminal. 50 points for a first-tier beast, 100 for second-tier, 300 for third-tier. Points for source beasts are doubled. As she spoke, her voice grew quieter until she finally didn't want to talk anymore. Her gaze fell on the 7 grotesque corpses on the ground. 7 hyenas in total. The mastiff and she had each taken down the weakest second-tier one. The remaining 4 were second-tier plus a hyena queen that had forcibly berserked to third-tier. All of them had been annihilated by this man. No, this monster. For second-tier beasts were 400 points. One third-tier beast king was 300 points. That added up to 700 points. In her year at the military university, after several life-or-death missions with classmates, her hard-earned personal effective points were only 820. And today, in just this short while, the points this guy had earned nearly matched her entire year's effort. Damn it. How could the gap between people be wider than the gap between people and dogs? Back at the university, those hailed as geniuses among her peers. Compared to Su Ming, could they even be called geniuses? Looking at it now, those prodigies were nothing. They were just rookies. Shen Qingzi forced herself not to think about it. Absolutely not. Su Ming didn't notice she had already mentally put him on trial. He was quite pleased with his performance just now. He puffed out his chest and grinned. Don't worry with big bro here, we've got this in the bag. Then his eyes gleaming, he rubbed his hands together. He trotted eagerly over to the mangled corpse of the third-tier hyena king. He crouched down and examined it closely. The difference between a third tier and second tier didn't seem huge at a glance. But upon closer inspection, the density and thickness of the bone armor were clearly a grade higher. Prying open a crack at the edge, the cross-section inside shimmered with a black metallic luster. He wondered how many points he'd get if he devoured it. Shen Qingzi strolled over, glanced at it, and said with genuine regret, "Pity the third-tier crystal in its head was probably shattered by your slap. Otherwise, just that crystal alone could fetch 2 million federal credits." Su Ming froze. 2 million. Obliterated by his slap. The smile vanished from Su Ming's face. He felt as if someone had shoved a luxury car into a crusher right in front of him, and he had pressed the button himself. He suddenly didn't like that violent version of himself and seriously condemned himself for 3 full seconds. He had to be gentle from now on. Absolutely no violence. He needed to be delicate. Hitting heads was wrong. He must remember to avoid the head next time. That was all money. Biting back the pain, Su Ming waved his hand and directly stored the massive pile of Hyena King remains into his system space. Shen Qingzi was stunned. After berserking, the beast's genetic sequence is completely collapsed. The flesh and bone have no research value. You're picking that up. Su Ming stood up, his expression serious. My talent evolution requires absorbing diverse forms of matter and energy. This stuff might be useless, but it still helps with the sequence evolution in my body. I won't bore you with the theory, you wouldn't understand it anyway. Shen Qingzi. She wouldn't understand. She had top marks in theory at the Federal Central Military University. She wouldn't understand. Shen Qingzi was reminded of his earlier crude joke about expand and contract at will. Her pretty face flushed slightly. She spat to the side and stepped back 2 paces in disdain. Too annoyed to deal with this foul-mouthed pervert anymore. Seeing her walk away, Su Ming immediately calmed his mind and entered the system space. He issued a command to the pile of Hyena King remains. System devour. A wind carrying the scent of ashes swept past his head, tinged with the smell of scorched earth. The wasteland mastiff lay beside Su Ming, its tail thumping the ground, staying by his side without moving. A minute later, a system prompt chimed in his mind. Ding. Devoured third-tier berserk iron bone hyena remains. Extracted high-density bone armor and berserk origin blood. Quality points 650. Nice, this haul was worth it. Su Ming's mind shifted as he summoned the latest attribute panel. A blue light curtain unfurled within his consciousness. Host Su Ming. Realm 2nd stage bronze. Life form first life form carbon-based mortal. True mass 1020. 1 kilogram. Mass points 650. Promotion progress 10. 2. Talent SSS level infinite quality evolution unique. Sequence quality amplification quality reconstruction quality devouring. Exchange quality engine quality domination. Space 100 cubic meters. 3 major talent sequences, 2 exchange skills, 5 ability slots. There was also a quality convergence in the shop waiting for him to save money to purchase. Su Ming stared at this panel for 3 seconds. To be honest, it looked quite cool. However, as he continued to look, Su Ming's brows furrowed. The efficiency is still too low. He had thought about devouring everything in sight, such as black soil, bricks, distant rocks, and even the ocean when he saw it in the future. But he didn't do that due to the issues of time and conversion rate. It took 1 minute to devour a brick, earning just 1 point. Devouring a handful of soil yielded even less, only 0.01 at a minimum. This efficiency is almost equivalent to nothing. As a theoretical genius combined with a profound understanding of the laws governing traversers and system-based web novels, he was very clear that such an incredible ability could not come without limitations. Just now devouring that massive third-stage Hyena King also took a minute. Previously consuming the impressively massive rock robot also took a minute. There must be a reason behind this. If he couldn't figure it out, he would just ask directly. This was a right that every traverser should have. System, I have a question. Can I devour a mountain? Or can I devour an entire lake of water? The system fell silent for 3 full seconds, as if analyzing the foolishness of the question. The host is thinking nonsense. Su Ming's face darkened. System, are you polite? I'm just trying to consult you about a question, and you actually insult me. The host's current devouring ability is limited by 2 rigid indicators: the maximum volume limit for a single contact and the average density of the target. Current stage maximum volume limit for single devouring is 10 cubic meters. Minimum density is 1 GCM superscript 3. Exceeding volume requires multiple devouring sessions, and each time contact must be maintained for 1 minute. Regardless of how much is devoured, only the minimum yield is obtained. Su Ming's expression was somewhat displeased. A small mountain would have at least several thousand to tens of thousands of cubic meters. Even if he stood still and devoured 10 cubic meters per minute, it would take several hours. Not to mention that most of the mountain consists of soil and rubble with an average density of around 1.5 GCM superscript 3. Spending half a day to devour a ton of soil would yield only 1.5 quality points. This isn't high martial arts, it's mythological. Like the story of the old man moving the mountain, but still for free. Is there any way to raise these limits? He was not giving up. As the host's life form evolves, both the volume limit and the density limit will be raised accordingly. When the host evolves to the fourth life form, celestial transformation, the dream of devouring mountains can initially be realized. The second life form still had a deficit of 99 tons. How could they already be talking about the fourth form? Moreover, maintaining contact for a minute each time and manual operation is too silly. It's very human machine lacking the traverser experience. Su Ming began his shameless probing. I've been working hard out here. Can't the logistics department be a bit more supportive? A crying baby gets candy. A shameless sycophant will only pay more. System. He raised his voice. Now that I've upgraded to member PLUS, can't there be some accompanying intelligent services? It's already the high martial era. Why are you still using manual controls? Can you give me an automatic mode? Just throw the items into the system space and let your backend silently digest them. Wouldn't that be fine? He had actually had this thought for a long time. The system space is 100 cubic meters and supports conscious manipulation. If the space itself could complete the devouring process for him, he would only need to stuff things in. Battle is battle, digestion is digestion. 2 lines running in parallel would directly double the efficiency. The system fell silent again. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Su Ming began to panic. System. Hello, are you there? Hey, system, don't play dead. I'm ready to send a red envelope. Just when he thought the system had crashed. Ding. Detected the host's advanced service requirement. Function module space steward has been generated. Affect any unclaimed items stored in the system space will undergo automatic sequential devouring in the backend after the host issues a command without the need for continuous conscious intervention. Unlocking fee 5,000 quality points. Su Ming's eyes brightened, then dimmed immediately. 5,000. He jumped up, his voice cracking. I only need 10,000 quality points to upgrade to 3rd stage silver. You want half my life for generating a small feature. Just swallow me back for recycling. The system fell silent for a moment. Ding. Received the host's request evaluating the host's assets. Su Ming froze. Damn. System bro. System dad. I was joking, please don't take it seriously. He panicked. Aren't good days just beginning? Detected that the host's current true mass is severely insufficient. Request for debt repayment with a person was rejected. Conclusion, host's life level is too low, remaining value is negative and cannot be recycled. Su Ming stood still in the wind of the ash belt, motionless. He was deemed to have negative remaining value by his own system. This blow was harsher than being publicly awakened to Shrank by Zhao Qua. A wave of immense sadness surged in his heart. He gritted his teeth. He silently picked up the pieces of his shattered pride and stuffed them into his pocket. I can still save money. Just 5,000 points. I'll just kill a few 3rd stage alien beasts, and I'll have it. However, the system's cold voice rang out again. Permission correction space steward is a paid subscription feature. Su Ming's heart sank. Monthly fee 2,000 quality points. Monthly subscription. During each automatic devouring output, the system will deduct 5 as a management service fee. A cut. If a permanent buyout is desired, 1,000 quality points must be paid. Su Ming was completely petrified. He thought he was spending a fortune to buy a house, but the system told him it was only for rent. A monthly rent of 2,000 plus a service fee cut. Permanent ownership. Sure, 1 million quality points, thank you. Why don't you go rob someone? Su Ming's throat was hoarse. This system does not engage in robbery. It is recommended that the host resolve matters on their own. You evil cyber capitalist. Su Ming's memories of the 996 work culture from his previous life surged up instantly. I work hard outside moving bricks, and you do nothing yet want to take away 5%. The system's mechanical voice was calm and unhurried, filled with the rigor of commercial logic. Reminder, whether it's civilian storage wristbands or military independent dark warehouses, both are expensive per unit and involve physical delays in access along with risks of privacy leaks. The system steward provides T0 level or soulbound highest sequence subspace services. Regardless of whether the host is fleeing, battling, or sleeping, the backend can seamlessly conduct automatic slicing, purification, and digestion, ensuring 100 energy conversion without loss. Su Ming was rendered speechless by this flawless rhetoric. Had this system worked in sales before, it felt like he was dealing with a fellow professional. He shook the absurd thought from his mind and generated a new image amidst the chaotic battle. He was exchanging blows with a third-tier aberrant beast. Meanwhile, he trampled over scattered high-grade alloy fragments and beast remains. With every inch his foot pressed down, the quality points in the background surged upward with a whoosh. The enemy was still desperately trying to block his punches, but all the spoils behind them were already gone. This wasn't a mere 5 service fee. It was a zero-frame God-tier home invasion. It was indeed satisfying, but this system was far too shady. If it dared to charge a 5 service fee tomorrow, it would probably introduce a paid acceleration pack. The day after that, there would be a skin attribute bonus. He hated this system, but even more he hated that he found its reasoning somewhat convincing. System, how about we both compromise? Su Ming decided to make one last-ditch effort. I want store things in the space, won't use the space butler, and you don't charge me any unlocking or subscription fees. Let's cut to the chase. As soon as I see something with my eyes, and the thought appears, you just devour it directly. How about that? The system paused for 5 seconds as if analyzing the profound poverty and shamelessness embedded in Su Ming's request. Then a glittering golden quote popped up. Request received. Requires unlocking permission, start devouring 5th life form. Effect with the host as the center, directly erase and convert all non-living matter and energy within divine sense range. Unlocking cost 1000 quality points. Su Ming's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even if he turned the entire Yuchuan district upside down, he wouldn't find that many zeros. He began counting on his fingers. He counted that long string of zeros which seemed longer than his own life, 3 times over. Each time the result was different. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. 10 billion. System, just get lost. Meanwhile, elsewhere, deep within the source abyss, Liu Beiyuan was in a foul mood. He sat motionless in the silver wing cockpit, the communicator long since disconnected. The intelligence chief's words, "Federal extremely dangerous target," echoed relentlessly in his eardrums. The youngest chief engineer of the Federal Research Institute, the prize scion of the Liu family. In his entire life, he had never felt such humiliation and suffocation. Since obtaining his first source energy mecha patent at 19, he had never feared anyone. The eldest sons of the old aristocratic families in the capital had to respectfully address him as Chief Engineer Liu. But now, a junk collector. An SS-level highest warning. A federal extremely dangerous target. These words combined were as absurd as a third-rate joke. But he knew well that the central AI never joked. Liu Beiyuan closed his eyes. Only one thought occupied his mind: this call had to be made. So he dialed his father Liu Zhenbang's encrypted channel. The call connected and a dignified middle-aged man's holographic projection appeared. Beiyuan, is the Crimson Forbidden Zone mission complete? Did you obtain the Ghost Spider's source energy skeleton? Liu Zhenbang's tone carried anticipation. Father, Liu Beiyuan clenched his fist, his voice tight. The mission failed. Huang Fujing killed the Ghost Spider before me and my silver wing. Its left arm was severed by her. Liu Zhenbang frowned, about to rage. But that's not the main issue. Liu Beiyuan interrupted his father. Dad, Beichun is in trouble in Jiangxing. What trouble? Liu Zhenbang asked impatiently. Has that brat caused another mess? Has his brother just handle it for him? This time I can't handle it. While visiting there, Beichun used his magnetic talent to hack into the core program of a guard robot. The robot went berserk and nearly caused severe casualties. The other party smashed his kneecaps, imprisoned him in an underground isolation room, and demanded 12 million in compensation. Beichun is stubborn. He probably couldn't bring himself to call us. Liu Zhenbang shot up. 12 million. Smashed kneecaps. Imprisonment. A surge of rage rushed to his head. Liu Zhenbang was a senior researcher at the Federal Research Institute. Who dared to treat his son like this? What's the other party's background? Jiangxing Spark Waste Processing Plant owner, surname Shun. A junk collector dares to touch someone from the Liu family. Does he want to die? Liu Zhenbang scoffed. Beiyuan is your title as chief engineer of the Federal Research Institute, just for show. A waste plant owner from a level satellite city. No, Dad. Liu Beiyuan interrupted him again. I used level clearance to investigate his background, but it was rejected. Liu Zhenbang's smile froze on his face. The central AI issued an SS level highest warning and locked onto our terminal in reverse. It marked that person as a federal extremely dangerous target. The communicator went silent for a full 5 seconds. Liu Zhenbang's breathing ceased. You said? That person's surname is what? Liu Zhenbang's voice changed pitch, carrying a trace of fear and trembling he himself hadn't noticed. Surname Shun, named Shun Hanyuan. Jiangxing. Spark Waste Processing Plant. Shun Hanyuan. Liu Zhenbang repeated the words, his face turning pale at a visible rate. It was as if he recalled a long-buried, forcibly suppressed taboo from the deepest recesses of his memory. Oh no, the sky is falling. His father's voice contained something Liu Beiyuan had never heard before. That rebellious brat, how dare he? He's really screwing his dad over. I hope it's not that person. Dad? You. Liu Beiyuan was frozen stiff. In his 26 years of life, this was the first time he had seen his once surrogate father so utterly unhinged. Don't ask. Shut up. Liu Zhenbang's voice was almost squeezed from his throat. Cold sweat had already soaked his collar. You and all your subordinates immediately cease all investigations. Disconnect all ties with the intelligence department, physically destroy the terminal, and erase all traces. Then at your fastest speed, get the hell back to headquarters right now. I'm going to go invite your great-grandfather, Liu Beiyuan. The night wind in the source abyss ash belt was bitterly cold. The pair along with the dog found a rocky cliff face that offered shelter from the wind and set up camp. Shin Qingzi chopped a few dead branches to start a fire. The campfire flickered, casting light on their faces. Shin Qingzi elegantly twisted open a high-grade nutritional supplement. She tilted her pale, slender neck back, slightly taking small sips. Across from her, Su Ming was clutching an entire greasy, sizzling hind leg of a second-tier mutated beast, devouring it with the ferocity of a whirlwind. The wasteland mastiff lay at Shin Qingzi's feet. Watching Su Ming's horrifying eating speed, it timidly tucked its own dog paws closer to its body, terrified that this demon might eat it too if he wasn't full. Are you evolving into a starved ghost talent again? Shin Qingzi finally couldn't help but ask, a flicker of shock in her clear, cold eyes. The calories in this food are enough for a standard 5-person squad to fight at high intensity in the abyss for 3 days. What do you know? This is the ultimate romance of a carbon-based life form. Su Ming muttered indistinctly, his mouth greasy. Those military compressed rations. They taste about the same as chewing on a tire. Who eats vegetables when there's meat? Logically, his weight was now approaching a ton. Even the slightest movement should burn a massive amount of calories. But the Devour talent was extremely domineering, the mass points extracted from assimilating ownerless matter, while strengthening his Bodhis density, also subtly took over the underlying circulation of his body. So to speak, as long as the system was running, his body was now like a perpetual motion machine with its own miniature nuclear reactor. Forget eating for 3 days. Even if he were thrown into the abyss for 10 days or half a month without a single drop of water, he wouldn't die. But not dying doesn't mean not craving food. As a normal person whose soul came from blue, star going a single day without eating made the craving bug do a full set of military calisthenics in his stomach. What surprised him even more was that as he ate the roasted meat, a faint prompt mass point 0.01 would occasionally pop up in his mind. The flesh and blood of second-tier mutated beasts still contained residual biological source energy. The system could even count that as trace assimilation. Although the increase was practically negligible, who would complain about free gains? Burp. Su Ming gnawed the last bone clean. He picked up a rib, ready to continue his feast. Then he saw something that made his blood pressure spike. That crimson gold wasteland mastiff that had only been his for less than 2 hours was now lying by Shin Qingzi's legs, its head resting on her knee, its tail thumping the ground wildly, its tongue hanging out half a foot long. It was noisily licking Shin Qingzi's hand, and between her fingers its eyes squinted into slits, purring with contentment. The reason was simple. When they were cleaning up the battlefield that afternoon, Shin Qingzi had dug a second-tier crystal out of a hyena corpse and casually tossed it to the mastiff. Just one. The beast had completely defected. Su Ming stared fixedly at the crystal the mastiff had swallowed, his heart bleeding. A second-tier mutated beast crystal. Market price tens of thousands of federal credits. And she just fed it to the dog. His entire net worth didn't even add up to tens of thousands. Su Ming looked at the fawning dog, jealousy making him feel like his cells were separating from his body. He even wanted to turn into a little puppy and go lick Shin Qingzi. Rich lady, hungry food, please. Could you maybe smash my cold handsome face with a crystal too? Su Ming stuffed the last piece of roasted meat into his mouth, chewed hard twice, and decided to exercise his authority as the head of the household. All right, since you've decided to follow me, I'll give you a name. Su Ming patted the grease off his hands and grinned at the mastiff. From now on, your name is Dahuang. The mastiff's tail paused for a beat. Shin Qingzi's nutritional supplement also paused. Can't you give it a proper name? She frowned slightly. Like Windchaser, Skysplitter, Golden Scale. Tu Chinibu, Su Ming shook his head. Snowball. It's yellow. Shin Qingzi took a deep breath. Crimson Flame. It's not red either, Su Ming said righteously. From now on, it's Dahuang. An old saying goes, an ugly name is easy to raise, bits down torth. Although the mastiff's intelligence wasn't fully developed, it was still a peak second-tier beast on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. It could definitely understand the insulting connotation. Woof! It let out a reluctant protest at Su Ming. What are you barking for? Objection overruled. Su Ming put on the air of the head of the household, threatening viciously. Da Huang is the most cultured name I can think of. Or do you want to be called Wang Kai or Potato? Your choice. The mastiff shuddered. It decisively surrendered to the tyranny. It let out an extremely aggrieved whimper and buried its big furry head deeper into Shen Qingxi's side. Su Ming watched as Shen Qingxi's cold face finally couldn't help but produce a huge eye roll. He felt immensely satisfied. After dinner it was time to sleep. This was Shen Qingxi's first time spending the night outdoors with a boy her age. No matter how strong and cold her personality was, she was still a 19-year-old blossoming girl at heart. She was a little on guard and uncomfortable. Su Ming, on the other hand, was much more carefree. He pulled his own tin out of his backpack. It was a $15 find from a military surplus store. A dark green camouflage tarp severely faded with a stuck zipper. Two of the support poles were tied together with wire. He hummed a tune as he set it up, patting the dust off the top. He nodded in satisfaction. Sturdy, usable, windproof. Good enough. Then he turned and saw Shen Qingxi's tent. Pure silver white. A streamlined design. A foldable high-tech temperature-controlled pod. She pressed a button and it automatically unfolded with a whir. Soft interior lights came on. Calling it a pod was an insult to money. It was a studio apartment. Su Ming's eyes gleamed and he scrambled over on all fours. Miss Shen, do you need any help debugging this tent? I have a natural affinity for high-tech equipment. No. Then, do you need help making your bed? No. Su Ming's expression turned bitter. I was just worried that a girl like you wouldn't sleep well out here in the wilderness. Since you have such a nice pod, I feel relieved. He stepped back. He looked at his own camouflage tent, which looked like it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Don't worry about me. I can sleep anywhere. Even if I freeze to death, it's fine. Shen Qingxi watched his Oscar-worthy performance speechless. This guy was a mass of iron that even a third-tier beast's claws couldn't pierce. And he was playing the fragile victim with her. She said nothing, expressionlessly raised her wristband. There was another flash of white light. With a soft thump, a silver-white, streamlined, temperature-controlled pod identical to hers landed solidly next to Su Ming's ragged camouflage tent. Su Ming was stunned. Prepared in advance, Shen Qingxi said flatly. Basic guarantee for mission partners. Su Ming stood there. Staring at the brand-new silver-white temperature-controlled pod, he was silent for 3 seconds. Then his eyes reddened slightly, and his voice trembled. Rich lady, so good the soft rice is fragrant. Shen Qingxi's mouth twitched violently. She now regretted not letting this guy freeze for the night in that broken tent. The interior space of the temperature-controlled pod wasn't large, but it was fully functional. When Su Ming lay down, he found it even had a mini shower device and a temperature control system. He touched the soft air mattress and his soul let out a satisfied sigh. The joy of the poor was so simple and unadorned. After lying down for 2 minutes, he sat up again. He opened the pod door, walked over to Shen Qingxi's pod next door. Thought for a moment, then knocked on the shell. Hey Miss Shen, I have some martial arts matters I'd like to discuss in depth with you. As he spoke, he reached for the door handle. Why did this person have to lock the door? Where was the basic trust between people? Miss Shen, open up. If you don't want to spar, I wanted to talk to you about choosing schools for the college entrance exam. Creak. The door opened a crack. The first thing Su Ming saw was that the interior wall design was actually pink. On the outside, cold silver white. On the inside, dreamy pink. Damn, was this the Gap Mo of an S-rank genius girl? Shen Qingxi stood behind the door, having already changed out of her combat suit. She was wearing a loose white long-sleeved shirt, her hair down. What is there to discuss? I'm going to take a shower and sleep. Shower. Su Ming perked up instantly, his face solemn. Actually, I used to be an excellent bath scrubber. If you don't mind. Bang. The pod door slammed shut. The force was so great that the gust of air blew all the stray hairs on his forehead back. Fine, don't scrub if you don't want to. Such a temper. Su Ming rubbed his nose and slowly ambled back to his pod. He tentatively lay down. After all, his last bed had already been crushed by him. Su Ming stared at the ceiling. The 4 words, well matched in social and economic status, were an iron law wherever you went. Love is free, but marriage is not. He was currently unknown and dirt poor. But after the college entrance exam, it would be different. He rummaged through his mental balance sheet. SS rank, unique talent, real mass over a ton. A single slap could kill a third-tier beast, king density approaching twice that of steel, plus a freakish passive that compounded at 1% daily. If this setup were brought to the exam arena, even the heavenly prodigy ranking would probably have to make room for him, with the system in terms of looks and strength. Su Ming felt he was worthy of Shen Qingxi. As for that mercenary-looking flower-protecting father, Su Ming squinted. He really couldn't beat him now. But once he broke into the 9th tier, he'd do whatever he wanted, completely outplaying him. Even the Shun family's scrapyard might become his. He turned over and closed his eyes. Everything was ready, he just needed to make a stunning debut at the college entrance exam. 2 o'clock in the morning. The world was silent. The night shrouded in ash was unnaturally quiet. Su Ming was sound asleep. The temperature control system of the thermal capsule maintained a comfortable 23 degrees inside. The inflatable mattress was just the right firmness. It was infinitely better than the cement floor of his cheap rental apartment. He had a dream. Woof! A low rumbling bark pulled him from his dream. Su Ming turned over and mumbled, "Da Huang, what are you barking about?" Disturbing the peace in the middle of the night. Woof woof. The wild Tibetan Mastiff lay outside the thermal capsule. Its dark golden mane flared out. Its nostrils flared as it locked its gaze on the pitch-black night sky. A low-frequency warning rumbled from its throat. The door of the thermal capsule opened slightly. Su Ming, disturbed, had no patience left. He poked his head out of the capsule with messy hair. Drowsily he scanned the sky. There was nothing but dark clouds above. Su Ming rolled his eyes and muttered, "Not sleeping in the middle of the night and barking at the air. What is wrong with you?" He pulled his head back in and closed the door carelessly. He grabbed the blanket, preparing to return to sleep. Da Huang grew anxious. The moment the door closed, its low growl escalated into a piercing howl. It scratched anxiously at the gravel ground. Its dark golden tail thrashed against the outer shell of the thermal capsule, creating a series of dull thuds. Su Ming's eyelids twitched. No matter how carefree he was, he understood that a peak second-tier beast on the verge of breaking through to third tier wouldn't go mad without reason. There was only one possibility. Something was coming, and it was stronger than it. Buzz! The door of the adjacent thermal capsule popped open. Shen Qingzi stepped out carrying a Tang Hung knife. She had just fallen asleep for a short while. The taut fabric outlined her astonishing curves. A pair of long, slender legs were fully exposed to the air. Stepping in tactical boots, her demeanor exuded a deadly allure. Her long hair cascaded down, still not tied up. It swayed gently in the night breeze. Su Ming swallowed hard. "No, in the middle of the night. Wearing so little. Are you here to fight, or to take my dog's life?" He was just about to say something inappropriate to lighten the mood when the air above him suddenly distorted. A visible, transparent ripple appeared. With no warning, it came crashing down from a height of 100 meters. Boom! The enormous sound wave struck the ground like a powerful bomb, unleashing a violent air wave mixed with destructive subsonic waves. It instantly swept through the entire camp. 2 thermal capsules, along with sleeping bags and luggage, were tossed into the air by the raging wind, rolling several times in a pile of gravel before coming to a stop. Su Ming's $15 camouflage tent fared even worse. It was ripped into strips, hanging on a sharp rock. Shen Qingzi let out a muffled groan, covering her ears with her hands, her face turning pale. The sound wave resonance caused her internal organs to churn violently. It became extremely difficult to stand. Da Huang yelped, its legs giving way as it lay on the ground. With ears pressed tightly against his skull, the wind and sand dissipated. Only shattered stones remained, and a man in shorts, bare-chested. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, maintaining the bewildered posture of being awakened from sleep. His eardrums buzzed slightly, but his body showed no signs of being shaken awake. His density had already surpassed that of lead. The sound waves trying to trigger resonance in his body. They might as well ask physics if it agrees. Su Ming scratched his belly and looked around at the wrecked campsite. Lion's roar technique. He stood up and brushed the dust off his shorts. Why does this thing only target tents and not people? Shen Qingzi shot him a glare. What time is it? Did you spill something from your shallow pocket? Stop pretending. Suddenly a sharp shriek rang out from the sky. Above the gray mist, a massive shadow was circling. With a wingspan of 5 meters, its membrane-like wings reflected faint light in the dark. Its overall shape resembled an inverted, streamlined figure, a bat. But its size had increased 20-fold. Its wings vibrated rapidly. Layer upon layer of transparent, sound wave ripples were continuously spat out from its mouth. The surrounding air became blurred from the vibrations. It's a fragmenting bat. Shen Qingzi's voice was low, carrying a rare gravity. It was this thing that shattered our car windows at the checkpoint during the day. Su Ming recalled. There had indeed been a terrifying beast roar while passing the outer station. At the time, he thought it was just the aftermath of the battlefield in the distance. But now the culprit had come. Second-tier elite source beast, Shen Qingzi quickly added, unless you have a remote talent otherwise. She paused. Otherwise, it's just a live target. Su Ming looked up at the creature. It was too far away. This fragmenting bat was extremely cunning, using a 100-meter altitude as a safe zone, relying on sound wave attacks to carry out an all-angle cleanup. Shen Qingzi's Gung Gold Bone Blade was for close combat. As for himself, there was no need to mention. A melee warrior whose skills could only follow a straight line. 2 pure melee fighters and 1 injured dog. Against a flying sound wave artillery. If this situation were in a game, for words would sum it up, wrong version. Buzz, the fragmenting bat opened its mouth again. The second wave of sonic breath came pouring down from the sky. Scatter! Shen Qingzi kicked Da Huang to roll away. Su Ming crouched down in place. The sound wave struck where he had been standing. The rock layer beneath his feet cracked into radiating fissures. Shattered stones flew everywhere. Su Ming squinted his eyes and began to count the seconds. The fragmenting bat's breath had an interval of about 7 seconds. The sound wave covered a radius of about 15 meters. After attacking, it would circle in the air to reposition itself. Positioning. Positioning. Su Ming's scholarly brain began to work rapidly. Bat. Ultrasonic echo positioning. It didn't use its eyes to locate prey. It relied on emitting ultrasonic waves and receiving the reflected sound waves to see the world. If the reflected sound waves were all distorted. Long legs. Su Ming shouted at her. It relies on ultrasonic echo positioning. Your Gung Gold mysterious essence itself is a high-frequency oscillation. Can you disrupt its radar and blind it? Shen Qingzi paused for a moment. She was a martial arts enthusiast, not an academic, but she was also extremely intelligent and quickly grasped Su Ming's tactical intention. Using vibration to interfere with vibration. High-frequency oscillation disrupts sound wave feedback. As long as the fragmenting bat receives only chaotic noise in return. It would be no different from being blind. I've never done this kind of output before, so I might not be able to maintain it for long. Not for long. Su Ming grinned. Just give me 3 seconds. Shen Qingzi, stop talking nonsense. She knelt on one knee holding the knife handle backward. The second sequence of Gung Gold mysterious essence was activated instantly. Golden liquid metal covered the blade. A high-frequency buzzing pierced the air. Shen Qingzi endured the burden on her arms. She forcefully plunged the Tang Heng knife into the rock layer beneath her feet. Golden liquid Gung Gold seeped from the blade, spreading along the edge. This was not the precise vibrations usually attached to the blade for cutting. Instead, it pulled the oscillation frequency to the extreme. It indiscriminately diffused into the surrounding air and ground. Buzz. The entire campsite within a 30-meter radius began to emit a piercing buzz. High-frequency oscillations surged from the knife edge, pouring violently into the earth, and surged upstream through the air. The surrounding sound wave field instantly fell into extreme chaos. Shattered stones bounced in the vibrations. Da Huang shook its ears and yelped as it retreated. The effect was immediate. The fragmenting bat in the sky shuddered. In its perception of the world, the outline of its prey vanished. The previously clear ground feedback suddenly morphed into a massive, chaotic, high-frequency garble. Its sight radar crashed completely. The fragmenting bat, having lost its precise positioning, immediately fell into a frenzy. It let out a piercing scream and folded its wings. It dove straight down towards the center of the most chaotic sound waves. Its massive body with a wingspan of 5 meters started to sway irregularly. Its sonic breath lost its aim, missing and detonating a deep pit 30 meters away. The fragmenting bat, unwilling to concede, lowered its altitude. It planned to wash this area with a stronger close-range sound wave. The intelligence of a second-tier elite made it believe it was making the right judgment. Indeed, the fragmenting bat folded its wings and dived down. It's coming. Su Ming watched the swaying black shadow, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Diving straight from a height of 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. The bat's speed was incredibly fast, arriving in a whirlwind. It spread its sharp claws, glinting coldly, aiming straight for Su Ming's head. Shen Qingzi was about to draw her knife to assist. Step back, let me handle it. Just as the bat swooped over his head, its claws about to touch his scalp, Su Ming suddenly exerted force in his legs. Quality engine ignite. Boom. The rock layer beneath his feet instantly collapsed, creating a half-meter deep pit. Shattered stones kicked up in a circular shockwave. Over a ton of real mass achieved instant acceleration under the engine's thrust. Su Ming shot upward like a heavy projectile. As the fragmenting bat dived to a height of 15 meters, it witnessed an impossible sight. A dark mass was hurtling up from below at a ridiculous speed. Instinctively, it wanted to ascend. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Ming tightly gripped the fragmenting bat's claws. The fragmenting bat froze in fear. What filthy thing! Why is it so heavy? It thought its prey was trying to pull it down to the ground. Desperately flapping its wings, it attempted to gain altitude and shake it off. But the next second, a forceful thrust, defying all principles of flight, surged from below. The energy of the quality engine had not dissipated. Su Ming wasn't being lifted by it. He was flying upward against it. A ton of real mass combined with the engine's full power output directed thrust. It acted directly on the fragmenting bat's soft abdomen. The fragmenting bat spewed a large mouthful of foul-smelling purple blood. Against this unreasonable violent collision, it lost all control of flight on the spot. It was forcibly pushed back, shooting skyward. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. In the night sky, the giant bat was being forcibly propelled straight up by a person. Its flesh wings emitted cracking sounds under the violent reverse airflow. It completely fell into a fatal stall state. Su Ming soared with the fragmenting bat to nearly 50 meters in height, until the engine thrust was exhausted. Two figures hung in midair, the whirlwind filling their eardrums. Su Ming suddenly exerted force in his legs and released the bat's claws. Using the last bit of momentum, he flipped over. He securely straddled the back of the fragmenting bat. He squeezed tightly around its spine. Enjoying the flight, are you? It's time to go down. Su Ming snorted coldly. The one-ton-real mass was no longer countered by the engine's thrust. At this moment, it converted entirely into pure downward pressure. Over 1,000 kilograms of terrifying dead weight immediately pressed down on the gliding bat. The fragmenting bat let out a desperate and shrill scream. Its once proud wings exploded on the spot. They simply couldn't withstand this sudden pressure. Cracking sounds echoed from its joints. Shin Qingxi looked up. Amidst the gray mist, a handsome youth in shorts was riding on the back of a 5-meter wingspan giant bat. One human and one bat. Together, they transformed into a meteor plummeting towards the ground. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Shattered stones mixed with purple blood shot up into the sky, directly creating a 3-meter-wide pit on the hard wasteland. The fragmenting bat had no strength left to struggle. Its entire chest cavity was completely crushed by this weight. Purple blood flowed everywhere, exhaling more than inhaling. Yet it was still alive. This creature was tougher than expected. Su Ming jumped down from the bat's back and waved at Shin Qingxi. This was the moment Shin Qingxi had been waiting for. Without saying a word, she pushed off the ground. Her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. The Tang Heng knife glinted as it swept out. The golden gung gold mysterious essence enveloped the blade. The high-frequency oscillation was pushed to its limit. A golden arc streaked through the night. The fragmenting bat's head separated from its body. It rolled out of the pit, the fierce light in its eyes slowly extinguishing. Shin Qingxi sheathed her knife. Su Ming kicked the decapitated body of the fragmenting bat. His shorts were unharmed, but one of his slippers was nowhere to be found. He looked up at Shin Qingxi, who stood holding the knife. The night wind lifted her long hair, her black tactical vest, and long legs with the blood-dripping Tang Heng knife in her hand. He gave Shin Qingxi a thumbs up. Our coordination would definitely be a dimensional strike on the talent list. Shin Qingxi ignored him. She looked down at the corpse of the fragmenting bat. Her gaze swept from its skeleton to its wing membranes, finally landing on its shattered head. A second-tier elite source beast. The source energy crystal was worth at least 2 million. Its high-density skeleton and sound wave organs were even harder to estimate in value for researchers. She glanced at Su Ming, who was already rummaging through the corpse. The corner of her mouth twitched. Su Ming patted the remains of the fragmenting bat's wings. He was already calculating the numbers in the devouring prompt in his mind. Second-tier elite source beast. The skeleton density was at least 3 times higher than that of ordinary second-tier beasts. With this entire corpse. Ding! A line of text popped up on the system panel in his retina. Su Ming's hand froze. Detected residual high-frequency source energy resonance body from the fragmenting bat's sound organ. This substance can be exchanged for a special skill in the system mall. Quality resonance limited time unlocked 235959 58/57. There was no skill description, only the words limited time unlock flashing. Limited time. Is the countdown starting now? Su Ming's eyelids twitched. As a seasoned player who had suffered countless defeats from various Penguin games and Pinot knife deals, he was extremely sensitive to this kind of red text countdown. Limited time flash sale, only 2 hours left. Stock running low by now, or you'll miss out. Congratulations on receiving a limited time discount coupon valid only today. But when he clicked in to check, the original price was $999, now $998. Not even a skill description, just relying on the name to paint a big picture, playing blind box hunger marketing with me, huh? Su Ming gritted his teeth in frustration in his mind. It's driving me crazy. But he had to admit, he was indeed caught by the system's trick, based on his years of experience being scammed. In the hierarchy of system flows, items with the limited time label were extremely polarizing. Either they were insane scams or powerful T0 level divine skills that could break the balance. Quality resonance. Su Ming repeatedly chewed over these 4 words in his mind. Physics tells us that once mass and vibration combine, the destructive power increases exponentially. 1 ton of absolute mass plus any resonance is a devastating weapon. If this directly hits someone, wouldn't it shake their eggs to pieces? Su Ming glanced at the fragmenting bat's head, now detached from its body. That still pulsating wave organ slowly dimmed. He covered the head with one hand and shoved it into the system space. Whatever, let's just store it for now. In the distance, the wild Tibetan Mastiff Da Huang peeked out from behind a rock. Confirming the fragmenting bat was completely dead, it hurried over, wagging its tail furiously towards Shun Qingzi for praise. It had been lying still behind the rock the whole time. Its claws had even dug into the stone crevice. Afraid of being blown away by the wind, Su Ming shot at a glance. With your performance, how can you still wag your tail? Da Huang froze for a moment. It turned its head towards Su Ming, then back to Shun Qingzi, then back to Su Ming. Finally, it chose to bury its entire face in Shun Qingzi's palm. Its tail wagged even faster. This was its political stance after careful consideration. Su Ming. Shun Qingzi squatted down. She dug out a dark purple crystal, emitting a faint glow from the fissure in the fragmenting bat's skull. A second-tier elite source energy crystal, dark purple. It was a whole circle larger than an ordinary second-tier beast crystal. Holding the crystal, she stood up and glanced apologetically at Su Ming. I need to hand in this crystal for my training task. It's yours, it's yours. Su Ming readily agreed. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the remaining corpse of the fragmenting bat. After the turmoil settled, the camp was in disarray. Su Ming's second-hand camouflage tint bought for $15 had completely disintegrated in the sound waves. The high-tech constant temperature cabin was quite sturdy. It was tossed and rolled a few times. The shell only had a few scratches and could still be used after a dusting off. The 2 humans and 1 dog quickly tidied up the aftermath. Shun Qingzi crawled back into the cabin, while Da Huang lay outside the door acting as a security guard. Su Ming took the initiative to take on the night watch for the second half of the night. After confirming that Shun Qingzi was sound asleep, he rubbed his hands together. Like a thief sneaking out at midnight, he immersed his consciousness into the system space, gazing at the few still warm beast corpses. It was time to tally the spoils. System, it's time to feast. With a thought, Su Ming activated the devouring process. Devoured second-tier beast hyena, remains source energy, crystal high-density bone armor, refined quality points 242. Devoured second-tier beast hyena remains. Quality points 268. Devoured second-tier beast. Quality points 215. Devoured. Quality points 240. Devoured second-tier source beast void bat, remains source energy crystal core organs, stripped quality points 387. Only eating dumpling skins with no filling isn't a solution. He pondered. Next time he needed to find an opportunity to devour a whole one. For hyena corpses, plus 1 source beast shell. Adding in the previous third-tier hyena kings 650 points. Quality points 2002. Su Ming looked at the 2,000 points required for the quality resonance exchange. He stood frozen in place. System, have you secretly calculated my account all along? Su Ming gritted his teeth. Going for a targeted poverty alleviation approach, huh? You just want me to be full then squeeze me dry in one go. Cursing aside, his body still had to be honest. In the face of life, who wasn't a bit of a coward? He silently urged his CPU. Exchange. Quality points deducted 2,000. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the talent sequence quality resonance. Current balance 2. Looking at the suddenly zeroed account, Su Ming clutched his chest. It hurts so much I can't breathe, can't find yesterday. This is just too unfair. In one night, he returned to square one, becoming a poor person again. But the next moment, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. It was the operational route of quality resonance. Quality resonance converts one's own mass into high-frequency shock waves, causing destructive oscillations to the deep structure of the target through contact conduction. This sequence is deeply bound to the host's absolute mass and contact energy, possessing infinite growth potential. The greater the mass and the more intense the contact energy, the more terrifying the resulting resonance power. Su Ming was overjoyed. A growth-type skill. His current wonton body was like an industrial-grade human seismic machine. An extremely violent impulse surged through him. He raised his right hand, tons of mass gathering in his palm, ready to slam down onto the ground beneath him. Suddenly his hand halted just a centimeter from the ground. He stopped dead in his tracks, caught between making a big scene and seeing the sun tomorrow. His survival instinct forcibly interrupted this wave of casting. He turned to glance at the silver constant temperature cabin not far away. If he slammed down now, Shun Qingzi would probably crawl out of a dirt pit 30 meters away come morning, then chase him with a knife for 2 miles. Not to mention, he couldn't afford to replace these 2 constant temperature cabins. Where to stay for the next 2 nights was also a problem. He certainly wouldn't naively think that Shun Qingzi would sleep outdoors just because there was no place to sleep. To generously provide him with the night welfare of appreciating the beautiful sleeping posture of the cool school beauty. Endure. For the harmony of the team, I must endure. Su Ming anxiously spun around in place 3 times. Having just bought a new graphics card only to lose power and internet, was there anything more painful than this? He stared with bloodshot eyes. Fixated on the horizon in the east, he forcefully suppressed this impulse for half the night. The sky grew pale with the first light of dawn. The door of the constant temperature cabin slid open. Shen Qingzi had yet to steady herself when a voice filled with extreme excitement and anger came from next to her. I was about to burst. Su Ming was seen running off wearing nothing but a big pair of shorts. He bounded away with a spring in his step. Shen Qingzi, after just one night, has his kidney deficiency reached this point? He might not even be better than Da Huang. Su Ming ran to a large black rock on the edge of the camp, unable to hold back any longer. Let's test this 1000 point big move on you. He took a deep breath, tons of mass instantly converging in his palm. He slammed down hard on the hard surface of the rock. Quality resonance activate. Virum, a deep sound echoed like the muffled ringing of a bell underwater. Then, there was no further reaction. The 0.5% high black rock stood unmoving. Not a single crack appeared, not even a speck of lime fell. Is that all? Su Ming's lips twitched as he looked at his perfectly intact palm. 2,000 quality points, and not even a sound. System, are you selling fake medicine? Not far away, Shen Qingzi, who had just finished cursing Su Ming for his urgent need, looked at him, gesturing at a rock. Then the rock remained unresponsive. Her expression grew more complicated. Not only was he kidney deficient, but his brain wasn't quite right either. That shouldn't be. Is it because this rock is too hard? Su Ming frowned, refusing to believe it, and raised his right leg. He delivered a whip kick at that black rock. Whoosh! As soon as Su Ming's leg made contact with the rock's surface, the hard boulder instantly crumbled like a sandcastle. It collapsed on the spot. It turned into an incredibly fine powder that scattered with the wind. Su Ming's kick swept through the air, nearly causing him to wrench his back. What the hell? He was shocked himself. The destructive power was not just on the surface. The high-frequency shock waves ignored the outer shell, directly shaking the molecular structure of the rock into dust. The oscillation damage is indeed impressive. Su Ming stroked his chin deep in thought. But it feels like this rock is too brittle to unleash my full power. The more intense the contact energy, the greater the power. Simply using his hand to slap had too low an energy transformation efficiency. He suddenly recalled the scene from last night when he smashed down while riding the bat. That terrifying downward kinetic energy combined with his own mass was the real killing move. The core of quality resonance is contact conduction. So, Su Ming's eyes lit up. If he pushed the full thrust of the mass engine combined with the gravitational acceleration of free fall from a height, and then injected this earth-shattering kinetic energy completely into the ground through quality resonance, wouldn't that become a large area AoE attack, turning a single target armor-piercing skill into a full-screen map artillery? I'm truly a little genius. Su Ming slapped his thigh, kicking up a cloud of lime dust. Come, let's test this move foot technique from the sky. Mass engine ignite. Boom. The violent thrust surged from his feet. The rock layers were blasted out, creating a half-meter deep pit. Su Ming shot upwards like a cannonball, defying gravity. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. In the blink of an eye, he had soared to a terrifying height of several stories. At the peak, kinetic energy spent, the world fell silent. Then came the pure, merciless fall. 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. The air was violently torn apart, making a piercing scream. Su Ming pressed his entire 1-ton mass firmly onto his legs. With the horrifying acceleration of free fall like a derailed meteor, he violently smashed towards the abyss below. Give it to me. Shake. Quality resonance activate. Boom. The moment his feet touched the ground, a deafening roar erupted. The earth seemed to let out a mournful cry. With Su Ming's landing point as the center, the surface for a dozen meters around didn't even have time to crack. Under extreme high-frequency vibrations, it collapsed outright. An exaggerated real meteorite crater materialized with a thunderous impact. Shen Qingzi, who was petting the dog, felt her pupils contract sharply. Da Huang, lying back in bliss, shot up abruptly, its dog eyes wide as saucers. Man and dog were perfectly in sync in that moment. Monster. An absolute monster. What the hell? Staring at the enormous pit beneath his feet, comparable to a bombed-out zone. The grin on Su Ming's face widened. Area effect damage. This power is per. However, before he could finish the word perfect, his slightly bent legs hadn't yet absorbed the force. Suddenly, Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically. A far more terrifying rebound force surged upward from the depths of the earth like an avalanche. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. The earth began to strike back. Su Ming's face twisted in shock. That rebound force, capable of instantly crushing even a third tier, awakened into a pulp. It had already rampaged up his legs and slammed into his body. Buzz. The bones in his body, denser than lead, let out a strained metallic groan. Numb. Completely numb. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. For the first time since his weight broke a ton, he felt his legs go numb from a physical collision. Even his internal organs quivered in response. Yet this energy didn't shatter his bones. Instead, his dense body used it as a resonance chamber. The vast violent energy was instantly devoured by his body, compressed to its limits and transformed once more. In his mind, the system's notification blared, "Congratulations, host, for activating the exclusive hidden trait Second Echo." The next moment, boom, a secondary impact twice as fierce as the first erupted from Su Ming's body, as its epicenter defying the laws of physics. With a cataclysmic blast, this destruction was even more frenzied, more domineering, more unreasonable. The collapsed crater under this utterly devastating resonance forcibly sank another meter deeper. The rock at the bottom was instantly ground into powder. A violent air current mixed with flying sand and stones transformed into a sky-obscuring sandstorm sweeping indiscriminately in all directions. A woo! Da Huang let out a terrified yelp. It was flung into the air by the gale, tumbling several meters like a rag doll. At the edge of the camp, the expensive silver-white military-grade thermostatic pod was violently shifted across the ground by the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gravel turned into armor-piercing rounds, tearing through the air with shrill screams. Shine. The polymer bulletproof glass of the thermostatic pod was instantly punctured by the stones, leaving behind a hole riddled with cracks. Shen Qingxi's long hair whipped wildly. A storm of shock raged within her. Such a sight she had only seen in disaster training videos at the military academy. Without hesitation, with a metallic ring, the cold blade was drawn. Clang, clang, clang. The young girl twisted her wrist, and the blade formed an impenetrable curtain of afterimages before her. She deflected all the lethal flying gravel. The wind and sand gradually subsided. In the center of the dust-churning crater, Su Ming remained in a half-crouch. He looked like a clay statue just pulled from a lime kiln. His head was lowered, his legs still trembling slightly, the aftereffect of Earth's counterstrike. Cough, cough. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with stone dust, staggered to his feet, and gazed at the terrifying 10-meter-wide, seemingly bottomless pit beneath him. The shock in Su Ming's eyes gradually gave way to fervor. Ha! Ha ha ha! He suddenly planted his hands on his hips and let out a long skyward roar. His laughter shook the dust loose. This is what they call talent. A little tinkering, and I've unlocked a hidden ultimate move. If this were a martial arts world, I'd easily be a founding patriarch of a sect. His tail was practically in the air, lost in self-admiration as a physics god of war. Are you done showing off? A voice cold enough to freeze the air came from behind him. Su Ming's laughter died instantly. He turned stiffly and met Shen Qingxi's icy, frosty face. Hey, Longlegs, you're awake. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, he enthusiastically pointed at the crater. Check out my move. Shen Qingxi didn't look at the pit. Her gaze, utterly devoid of warmth, was locked onto the area behind Su Ming that was supposed to be the camp. Su Ming followed her gaze and was struck as if by lightning. The tent that had been standing perfectly was now completely collapsed. Especially the expensive silver-white thermostatic pod, its surface riddled with bullet-like marks. The hatch had 2 fist-sized holes through which the wind was whistling in. The entire camp had been upgraded from Wilderness Expedition Edition to Syrian War Damage Edition. The bravado on Su Ming's face instantly evaporated and cold sweat poured down. Damn it, did Murphy get reincarnated into this world too? Just my luck. Boss, let me explain. Su Ming's Adam's apple bobbed as his survival instinct kicked into high gear. This was force majeure, a 1 in a billion physical miracle. I ran all the way over there just to. Clang. The Tang horizontal blade cold edge was suddenly drawn. It reflected the first piercing glint of dawn. Shen Qingxi gripped the hilt, and the murderous aura radiating from her was even more terrifying than the resonance aftermath. Su Ming, you are so dead. Holy crap. Longlegs, I was developing a new skill to protect you. Boss, murder is illegal. Su Ming bolted, turning into a blur as he dashed deep into the Gobi. Behind him, a stunning sword aura instantly cleaved a massive boulder in two. Da Huang, save me. Come protect your master. His screams echoed above the desolate abyss. In the distance, Da Huang, who had been squatting at the edge of the pit watching the show, pricked up its ears. It met Su Ming's pleading gaze. As if shocked, it slammed its big head to the ground and decisively played dead. This dog is dead. Burn some paper money if you need anything. Yuan, the edge of the Ashen Belt. 3 figures presented the temporary access code of the Hunters Association. The guard glanced over and waved them through. No one asked any further questions. The members of the Hunters Association entered the abyss. It was as ordinary as flies entering a latrine. If one died inside, no one would collect the body. At most, they would change their status from active to missing on the terminal. Even the obituary would be spared. Walking in the middle was a burly man. He wore a patchwork-class exoskeleton armor. Each step he took echoed with a dull metallic scraping sound. He was the leader of this temporary squad, Grey Wolf, a third-tier intermediate awakener specializing in the unique skill of mechanical control. He could be considered a wild-style mecha engineer. On the left was a slender man moving as gracefully as a raccoon. He was scanning the surroundings with a tactical binocular. His name was Lynx, a peak second tier. His specialty was shadow control and natural assassin and scout. He just had a bit of a loose tongue. I really don't understand that softy Zhao. Spending 5 million to hire us 3 just to kill an F-class high school student. Lynx put down the binoculars and scoffed. Has he had his brain sucked dry by a little girl? As long as the money's in place, that's all that matters. Grey Wolf didn't look back, his voice coming from inside the helmet, deep and resonant. Who cares if his brain is dry? Following behind was a short man named Weasel. He kept rubbing his hands, appearing somewhat nervous. He was also of a special type, but rarer, a beast whisperer. He could control insects and low-tier exotic beasts through mental power. Responsible for reconnaissance and gathering intelligence. Wolf brother, I heard that the kid has osteoporosis, Weasel said, shrinking his neck. Let's hope he doesn't run a few steps and fall to his death before we even make a move, or Zhao will blame us for fraud. Lynx chuckled, a lewd grin on his face. He wouldn't dare. At worst we can film a video. Grey Wolf confidently patted his heavy alloy armor on his chest. Even if that kid has some skill, can he break through my class armor? He'll just stand there and let him hit me. He won't even leave a mark. Brother, don't set up flags carelessly. Lynx immediately began to undermine. Last time at the West City ruins you said the same thing and ended up being shoved into a mud pit by a second-tier wild boar. We spent half an hour pulling you out. Grey Wolf's face darkened. That was an accident. The terrain was slippery. Alright, it's the terrain's fault. Lynx was too lazy to argue and changed the subject. I found out that the kid entered with a girl from the Shin family. Weasel continued. Xinqingzi, she ranked first in last year's college entrance examination in Jiangxing. Now she's at least second tier, possibly peak second tier. She shouldn't be easy to deal with. Grey Wolf paused for a moment. Just kill Su Ming. If Xinqingzi knows her place, let her go. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. If she doesn't, a few people will go missing in the abyss and the Hunters Association won't make a peep. Lynx licked his lips. What does that Shin girl look like? I heard her legs are especially long. Grey Wolf shot him a glare. Lynx immediately raised his hands in surrender. Just joking, serious matters are important. Weasel took out 3 dark red syringes from his pocket. He handed one to each of them. The advance payment is here. Second tier frenzy potion, 1 for each of you. After injection, all attributes increase by 50%, lasting half an hour. Lynx examined the syringe against the light, clicking his tongue. Zhao Kuo is quite generous. This stuff costs at least 200,000 each. He is the only son of the Zhao group. Grey Wolf tucked the syringe into his waist. 5 million for a life, plus a promise of 3 top-notch equipment. Taking money to do a job, don't let me down. The 3 quickly advanced along the edge of the Ashen Belt. Weasel released several thumb-sized beetles to act as scouts. The bugs scurried along the ground. They provided feedback on the terrain up ahead. After walking for about 20 minutes, Weasel suddenly stopped, his face changing. What's wrong? Grey Wolf turned back. Up ahead, it seems something is going on. Grey Wolf frowned and quickened his pace, bypassing a patch of dead bushes. Then the 3 of them stopped simultaneously. Before them lay a massive collapsed pit over 10 meters in diameter. It looked as if it had been plowed by a heavy cruise missile. The rocks at the bottom were in a strange powdery state, and steam was still rising from the edges. The surface around the pit cracked outward with fissures extending nearly 30 meters. Even the 3 seasoned hunters were stunned by the sight before them. Lynx was the first to speak, his voice unsteady. This commotion was caused by a 3rd tier or higher heavy source beast. Weasel swallowed hard. Goodness, did they just smash an entire building into the ground? Quick! Grey Wolf immediately ordered, hurry up. Don't let that kid die in the beast's mouth first. Oh, our bounty is for his head. Lynx opened his mouth wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Weasel had already started to retreat, slightly. Afraid of chicken feathers. Grey Wolf shot him a glance. This pit was definitely left by a source beast of 1st tier waste. Even if you gave it a ton of explosives, it couldn't create this effect. Grey Wolf raised his left arm. A fist-sized mechanical device was embedded on the outer side of his forearm. It was the core medium of his talent, a micromechanical control terminal. He activated the scan mode, the optical path, and his mechanical eye switched. It locked onto heat sources for tracking. To the northeast, there are 3 heat sources within 3 kilometers. 1 large and 2 small. The large one should be an exotic beast, and the 2 small ones are the targets. Let's go. On the other side, Su Ming was shouldering the remnants of the temperature-controlled pod, which had been completely flattened by the shock. He walked while sighing heavily. His appearance resembled a poor wretch kicked out by a landlord. Xinqingzi walked in front, cold and silent. Su Ming muttered behind her, the tent is gone, the temperature-controlled pod is ruined, and we won't have a place to shield ourselves from the wind and rain tonight. We'll really have to squeeze into a doghouse with Da Huang. Da Huang turned back and licked Su Ming's hand. Xinqingzi stopped, turned around to look at him. Shut up, they'll punish you to carry weights until dark. Alright, I won't say anything anymore. Su Ming, with a strong survival instinct, immediately changed the topic to Huang, hurry up and find an exotic beast. Get your enemies to come out. The sooner we gather enough points, the sooner we can go back. And by the way, see if there are any unlucky ones passing by, so we can borrow a tent. Shen Qingzi twitched her mouth. Where would there be any unlucky people in the abyss? And borrowing a tent? What kind of logic does this person have? What if? Su Ming said earnestly. Shen Qingzi was too lazy to respond to him. Su Ming began to look down at the traces on the ground. He wanted to determine if there were any prey nearby based on the freshness and composition of the feces. The wilderness survival programs he had watched in his past life finally came in handy. At that moment, De Huang's ears suddenly perked up. It stopped licking Su Ming's hand and bit his pant leg, pulling him back. Then it let out 3 deep barks. Woof, woof, woof. Su Ming, are you hungry again? I just fed you. De Huang, anxious, stamped its feet, seeing Su Ming didn't react. It turned to look at Shen Qingzi. Shen Qingzi instantly understood, are there enemies? De Huang, seeing someone smart, nodded eagerly. Shen Qingzi glanced around quickly and dashed to hide behind a sturdy gray ancient tree, lowering her posture. Su Ming followed suit and crouched down. He placed the remnants of the temperature-controlled pod beside him, squinting to look ahead. In the grayish-white mist, 3 figures slowly emerged. They walked at a leisurely pace. They didn't even try to hide their tracks, swaggering in a triangular formation. The burly man at the front wore a piece of metal armor welded to his chest. Following behind him were a tall, slender man and a short one. However, the next scene that unfolded made these 3 experienced hunters' brains crash on the spot. The lean young man, the primary target, upon seeing them, showed no signs of fear on his face. Instead, it was as if he had seen long-lost family. His eyes brightened instantly. The young man stood up, brushed off the dust on his pants, and walked over with big strides, a smile blooming on his face that was dazzling to the extreme. Holy crap! A living person. Su Ming's shout directly left Lynx, who was about to unleash threats according to the plan, dumbfounded. The 3 exchanged glances. Grey Wolf's mechanical eye scanned rapidly. He was 185 meters tall, slender build, and young-looking. Except for being a bit taller and a bit more handsome, he seemed to fit the target profile. Oh, and he had a big dog too. But the reaction of this kid was quite strange. Something was off, very off. Then Su Ming walked directly up to them, his fiery gaze completely ignoring the weapons in their hands and the killing intent on their bodies. His gaze was firmly fixated on the bulging military pack behind Weasel. Inside it, the outline of a tent was unmistakable. Bro, did you guys bring a tent? Lynx, Grey Wolf. Weasel unconsciously stepped back half a step. The 3 fell into silence simultaneously. What the hell? This wasn't how the script was written. Lynx was the first to react and let out a cold laugh. He prepared to apply pressure according to the original plan. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, you must be Su Ming, right? Someone paid." Su Ming eagerly interrupted him. "Tent. Do you have a tent? A 2-person one is fine." "Ooh, I'm not picky." Grey Wolf coughed, deciding to take control of the situation. "Su Ming, someone has paid to take your life. If you know what's good for you. Do you have a tent or not?" Grey Wolf's words were cut off again. Lynx finally couldn't hold back. "You're worried about this in the abyss?" "Of course." Su Ming nodded, as if it was a matter of course, pointing behind him. "See that? That person." The 3 looked in the direction of his finger. Behind an ancient tree, a beautiful figure was hidden in the shadows, staring at them with a blank expression. The evening light filtered through the mist, falling on her stern brows and eyes. Lynx's eyes widened. Her legs were indeed long. Her temperature-controlled pod was damaged by me, and she's not in a good mood now. If she doesn't have a tent to sleep in tonight, the consequences will be severe. So I urgently need a tent to make up for my mistake, understand? His tone didn't seem like he was facing 3 people who wanted to kill him. It was more like asking a neighbor to borrow some salt. Weasel, hiding at the back, had already started shaking, muttering softly, "Wolf brother, this guy isn't following the script." Grey Wolf's face had turned ashen. He felt that his profession had been insulted. He had been a bounty hunter for 10 years. This was the first time he had been treated like this by a target. "Stop talking nonsense." He roared, the exoskeleton armor on his body making a shrill noise. "Idiot. A student who has never seen blood." Lynx also grinned maliciously. "The abyss is really getting easier to enter. Any random cat or dog can come in here to die." The 2 were afraid of being interrupted again and unconsciously quickened their pace. Weasel gritted his teeth, releasing 2 black flying insects from his sleeve, stealthily circling to the flank. Grey Wolf shot one last glance at Su Ming. This kid's expression was still that annoying one of, "Do you have a tent or not?" Grey Wolf suddenly waved his hand fiercely. "Moved." Huilang's command had barely left his lips when Shan Mao vanished from his spot. As an assassin, he excelled at seizing split-second opportunities. Shan Mao's form flickered, leaving a blurred afterimage. His special aptitude, Yingkongshi's shadow control technique, manifested. He seemed to melt into the darkness. The next instant, he had circled silently behind Su Ming. The poisoned dagger in his hand became a streak of black driven straight for Su Ming's lower back. Quick, precise, ruthless. The signature technique that let him strike beyond his rank. Die. A metallic clang rang out. It was not the dull sound of flesh being pierced. A crisp metallic crack echoed. Shan Mao's predatory grin froze. The dagger's tip struck Su Ming's lumbar point. A violent force shivered back through the hilt. His thumb went numb. He widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the dagger in his hand. The dagger bent. That blade, forged from great alloy, had met something like an immovable steel plate. The tip had bent. What the hell? What kind of back is that? Shan Mao swore, instinctively, utterly dumbfounded. Was this a human lumbar? Did someone graft a third-tier beast's skull into him? Su Ming slowly lowered his head and glanced at the small tear the blade had made in his grade composite windbreaker. He sighed with faint regret. Do you all have a habit of tearing people's clothing? Shan Mao fell silent. To Hui Lang, that offhand remark hit like a bolt from a clear sky. To withstand a full-force backstab from a second-tier peak assassin without a scratch. Is that grade black iron? Hui Lang cursed, inwardly no longer daring any contempt. He slapped the power switch on his chest. The grade exoskeleton that cloaked his body responded. A low hum vibrated outward. Faint energy conduits began to glow at the joints. He shot Yushu a hard, uncompromising look. Together, Yushu, already trembling, received the order. He retreated with quivering steps, muttering incantations under his breath. He seemed to be communicating with something unseen. Just as the three-man encirclement was about to close, a low primeval roar detonated across the ground. De Huang, who had been feigning death at Su Ming's feet, bristled. Every strand of his dark gold mane stood on end. His bulk seemed to swell. Suddenly, he placed himself squarely between the advancing Yushu and the cast. In his predatory eyes lay an uncontrollable ferocity. The smallest-looking human was nearest and perfect as an opening. After 2 days of being bullied alternately by Su Ming and Shin Qingzi, the Mastiff's anger had long since boiled over. If the Mastiff does not show his wrath, do you think him a lapdog? At that moment, a chill blade flashed across the scene. Shin Qingzi, blade cold and bright, moved against Shan Mao. Shan Mao, having just recovered from Su Ming's side, caught the glint in his peripheral vision and fell back at once. The cold edge scraped his hem and tore a rib. What speed? Shan Mao's smile vanished. Didn't expect you had help. Hui Lang did not turn his head, his mechanical eye locked onto Su Ming. Miss Shin, I advise you not to wade into this mess. Even if a military student dies at the bottom of the abyss, no one will trace it back to us. Shan Mao, having narrowly avoided Shin Qingzi's regained his composure. He licked his cracked lips and gazed lecherously at that breathtaking face. He whistled lewdly. Little girl, I advise you not to waste your youth on such a worthless fool. Before he could finish, the cold blade had already fallen before him at speed, far surpassing the previous strike. That offhand little girl struck the proud woman's sore spot. At the same time, De Huang lunged at Yushu with a roar. Yushu screamed and fled. The battlefield split in an instant. It seems no one will interrupt us now. Su Ming cracked his neck. The joints made a teeth-grating creak. He looked again at Hui Lang's heavy grade armor. The fervor in his eyes ignited. Come, Tin Can. Let me see how heavy you are. Hui Lang nearly laughed at the provocation. You mean that to me, eh? No more words. He raised his right arm, and the hydraulic impact cannon roared to life. A fist-sized alloy slug carried on a compressed shockwave hurtled for Su Ming's chest. Su Ming did not dodge. Bang! The slug struck his torso. Su Ming slid half a step backward. The rock underfoot scored 2 deep grooves. Yet his body did not budge. Only his composite coat acquired another hole in its chest. He glanced down and sighed. This coat is probably done for today. Hui Lang's pupils constricted sharply. The hydraulic impact cannon's output could pierce a light armored vehicle. That boy took it head on. Hui Lang chose to trust his own assessment. It was merely a passive defensive talent. A few more rounds would tax it to its limit. He switched tactics and activated the left-arm flamethrower. Alloy flamethrower. Dark red flames hot enough to melt steel rose like a raging dragon and swallowed Su Ming whole. Hui Lang laughed aloud as he watched the figure struggle in the inferno. Grade is grade. He can't even dodge. Idiot. The flames burned for over 10 seconds before beginning to die down. Hui Lang's smile slowly stiffened. When the smoke cleared, the lean silhouette still stood where it had been. The composite windbreaker had finally been consumed, revealing a lithe, hardened torso beneath. There was not so much as a singe mark on his skin, only his hair was a bit ruffled by the heat. Is that it, eh? Su Ming looked down, pitying at the ashes of his coat. Could you please stop destroying my clothes? This is literally the only one I had left. Hui Lang's mind short-circuited. Elsewhere, a waltz of shadow and blade had begun. Shan Mao's Yingkangshu proved far more troublesome than anticipated. Gray mist rolled into the light, was dim. This was the ideal terrain for Yingkangshu. His figure fractured into three identical black silhouettes, each attacking Shin Qingzi from a different treacherous angle. Shin Qingzi's beautiful eyes narrowed, yet she neither dodged nor flinched. The essence of the Gungjin blade is metal. Metal senses the subtlest currents of air. For shadows moved, only one stirred real air. From the northeast, Shin Qingzi opened her eyes and unleashed a horizontal slash. The shadow abruptly solidified with a metallic chime. Shan Mao's spare short knife barely met it. Sparks showered from the clashing edges. Impossible. Shan Mao's expression changed. He had assumed his opponent was merely a military academy student who could have guessed the woman's battle instinct. It far exceeded what her rank suggested. Not bad. His strike failed. He retreated into the distance, secretly alarmed. Her realm was slightly lower than his yet. Her combat intuition and reflexes were absurdly quick. He dropped to one knee and slammed his hand onto the ground. An ending shadow nail. Black veins of pattern spread from his palm. They skittered across the surface toward Shin Qingzi's feet. The instant the black pattern touched her shadow, her body locked. Both feet were nailed to the earth. She could not move. The shadow nail, a second-tier aptitude of Yinkanshu, locks a target's shadow to briefly immobilize the body. Shan Mao's eyes glittered. He surged from the flank, his short blade stabbing for Shin Qingzi's throat. Her feet were indeed fixed, but her waist upward remained free. A surge of Gungjin energy erupted. A film of golden liquid metal crept across the cold blade, the Gungjin marrow. High-frequency oscillations tore along the blade's edge. She did not attempt to break the shadow nail. Instead, she struck at the shadow beneath her own feet. The blade bit into the ground with a sharp sound. The Gungjin marrow's high-frequency vibration shredded the shadow nail's energy structure. The bind unraveled. Shin Qingzi sprang back half a step and narrowly avoided the dagger aimed at her. The blade grazed her cheek, lifting a stray lock of hair. Shan Mao's feet froze. You can even break shadow nail. Shin Qingzi paid him no heed. Her blade held before her. Her breath quickened. Gungjin marrow exacted a heavy toll. Sweat beaded on Shan Mao's brow. Though her realm was lower, her reactions outmatched his. Where had this woman crawled out from what heap of corpses? On the other side of the gobi, the scene was entirely different. Help! Yushu was chased all over the ground by De Huang, screaming like his life depended on it. The thumb-sized poisonous beetles he spat forth had not even neared De Huang. They were struck by that fan-like tail in a single sweeping lash and shredded into a spray of green goo, not even touching De Huang's fur. Then De Huang closed in. A second-tier peak wasteland mastiff the size of a bull easily overmatched the unskilled Yushu. Brother Wolf, help! Yushu yelled as he ran. No one responded. His eyes were wide with fear, but he was not truly panicked. His pupils pinched tight. Every few strides his right hand flicked a pinch of gray-white powder from his sleeve. The powder was colorless and tasteless and melted into the dust at once. Invisible to the naked eye, his running line looked frantic and directionless, but in truth he was tracing a circle around the battlefield's perimeter. De Huang snapped Yushu's waistband in his jaws and gave a violent shake. Yushu flew through the air. He tumbled 3 times and fell face first into the sand. Spitting grit, he coughed. De Huang's forepaw pinned his back. Hundreds of pounds bore down on him, his face pressed into the earth, and he trembled like a sieve. Yet the hand trapped beneath the mastiff quietly crushed the last pinch of powder. It blended into the dust beneath his feet. The circle was finally closed. Hui Lang's mind short-circuited. The Blevel exoskeleton he wore was a treasure he had scraped together from the black market, spent all his savings, and risked his life to obtain. Its core reactor enabled him to exert power beyond a mid-third year. Not to mention in Flevel, even an enhancement-type awakener of the same rank would struggle. A direct hit from his alloy flamethrower would shred skin even if it didn't kill. Yet this lad's hair was barely mussed. Is he even human? What kind of thing masquerades in human flesh? Hui Lang's confidence crumbled inch by inch. He roared as the mechanical joints of his arms clicked and snapped. The arm plates flipped aside to reveal a pair of high-speed, vibrating alloy warhammers. I refused to believe it. He drove off the ground like a maddened bull. He slammed into Su Ming's chest. Su Ming neither dodged nor flinched. Thud! A dull boom that left Hui Lang's arms numb. Su Ming's bronze skin bore not even a white mark. He only staggered a fraction and stepped back. The earth beneath him cracked like a spiderweb fissures racing outward. Hui Lang stood petrified, his mechanical eye flashing red. What the? My hammer can crush armored vehicles. Su Ming glanced at his chest, then lifted his head with calm composure. Haven't you eaten? The single question, dripping with venomous mockery, ignited the last flicker of Hui Lang's reason. Oh. He snapped. The alloy hammers blurred into impenetrable afterimages as he unleashed a frenzy of blows towards Su Ming. Thud. 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 Su Ming crossed his arms to shield his chest and let those hammer blows, capable of crushing alloy, land upon him. The ground beneath him could not endure it, sagged and split. After a dozen seconds, he had been driven into a pit more than half a meter deep, yet he remained utterly unscathed. Hui Lang fell into despair. He looked at the boy in the pit who had not even disrupted his breathing, then glanced to the flank. There Shan Mao was in mortal peril beneath Shen Qingxi's impossibly quick blade. On the other side, Yushu was rolling on the ground, chased by a dog. Their vaunted hunting squad had become a complete farce in the face of Inflevel Rec and a military academy girl. A thorough humiliation. Damn, Hui Lang snarled, stepping back 2 paces and drawing a dark red syringe from his waist. Use the drug. At his command, Shan Mao, and Yushu moved. Shan Mao gritted his teeth and drove the vial into his own neck. Yushu, flailing, jabbed the syringe through his trousers into his thigh. Their pupils flooded with bloodshot streaks as their muscles swollen visibly. A feral aura erupted. Hui Lang howled, and the alloy plates of his chest slid open, revealing a micro-energy cannon that crackled with bluish arcs. The exoskeleton's ultimate forbidden move, Overload Annihilation Cannon, sacrificing the reactor's life to unleash a beam comparable to a full-force strike from a fourth-tier awakener. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, this is interesting. On the other front, Dai, stimulated by the berserk serum, Shan Mao's speed surged monstrously. He became a black streak. The 3 afterimages left at his starting point seemed almost substantial. He was prepared to fight to the death. Shen Qingxi, however, only snorted. The Tongheng saber in the girl's hand, Lungfeng, gleamed. Light flowed along the blade, a wafer-thin layer of golden marrow clung to it, emitting a high-frequency hum. This time she would not merely block. She did not look at the 3 incoming phantoms. Her gaze was fixed on the single real shadow Shan Mao cast upon the ground. Slash! She struck. The blow carried no cataclysmic fanfare, yet it was exquisitely cold and precise. The blade did not aim at any afterimage. Instead, at an unfathomable angle, it traced the earth with surgical accuracy. The true shadow's head was silently and cleanly bisected. How is this possible? In midair, Shan Mao, lunging at top speed, froze in sudden rigidity. A moment later, his skull separated from his body with unnerving smoothness. A spray of blood shot forth, and a faint rim of golden frost adorned the wound. Zheng Metal Qi had instantaneously frozen the blood. He did not even manage a scream. Shan Mao was dead. Ah, help! On the other side of the Gobi, the scene was grimly different. Yushu, staring at Shan Mao's severed head, was petrified. Da Huang had driven him up a dead giant tree. Clinging to the trunk and trembling, he watched Da Huang claw frantically at the roots below, determined not to relent until it tore him down. Yushu completely unraveled. He saw his captain Hui Lang equally helpless before that strange boy. It was over, utterly over. As the dead tree began to sway, a final madness flared across Yushu's eyes. He drew from his chest a ghastly pallid bone whistle, neither metal nor jade. It was not equipment from Zhaoqua, but his own trump card, the Chongming bone whistle. He glanced at the nearly spent berserk serum in his hand. A wild thought rose: if he could not win by using the drug himself, what if he fed it to the swarm? Then everything would go mad together. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat blood onto the whistle. The circle of ashen powder he had drawn became an altar. It glowed with a dim, blood-like light. He summoned all his strength and blew. A piercing, shattering tone ripped the silence. After the whistle, from the abyss below came a macabre rustling. The ground thrummed with the sound of billions of insects crawling. On the western horizon, a dark, oppressive cloud raced forward. It was not a cloud, but tens of thousands, an ocean of abyssal venomous insects blotting out the light. Huh! Yushu slumped against the branch, blood dripping from his mouth as he laughed hysterically. I'll die. All of you. Su Ming was about to thrust his fist into the electric-arched muzzle of Hui Lang's cannon when the whistle stopped him. He paused and looked toward the sky. His face changed minutely. Shen Qingxi, who had just slain Shan Mao, caught sight of that devouring insect cloud, and her pupils tightened. Even Hui Lang, mid-activation of the overload cannon, grew frantic. He turned and roared toward Yushu. Yushu, you're insane. They don't distinguish friend from foe. Yushu's voice was a thin, vengeful whisper. Can't run anyway. Die together. He savored the thought. Da Huang paused its digging and hurled threatening barks at the swarm. Its dark golden mane bristled, each hair standing on end. Su Ming slowly lowered his fist. Seems this playtime is over. In the next instant, he blurred, moving at a speed Hui Lang could not fathom. He appeared before the mech. No grand flourish. Su Ming simply pressed his right palm against the energy cannon on Hui Lang's chest as it neared full charge. Talent sequence, mass resonance. Activate. A silent, annihilating shockwave pierced the thick, grade alloy plating. Physical implosion, first phase. Inside the mech, thousands of precision screws, gears, and circuit boards driven to extreme, high-frequency resonance. Reached metal fatigue in an instant and fractured. The charging muzzle's arcs snuffed out abruptly. the madness frozen on Huilang's face. He felt as if an invisible hand had seized his entrails and twisted his body convulsed. But that was only the beginning. Hidden trait, second echo. Boom. A recoil twice as violent as the first. It surged from Su Ming's body back into the mech. Huilang's eyes bloodshot with countless red veins. His organs, bones, and flesh. Under that cataclysmic second resonance were ground down into primordial pulp. The exoskeleton's outer shell remained intact. But the man inside had been reduced to slurry. The mech's arms fell limply, the towering body crumpled to its knees and powered down. The swarm had closed in. The thunderous buzzing was the kind of sound to unnerve any third-tier awakener. Yet what followed left everyone stunned. The venomous insects driven by the berserk serum and the scent of blood seemed to freeze mid-rush, as if someone had pressed pause. Their target, shockingly, was the one who had blown the bone whistle. No, don't come, Yushu cried, losing control of the swarm. The insects turned on their master with a frenzy, layering him in living coils. Ah! With inhuman, keening screams, Yushu tumbled from the tree. In a few breaths, the human-shaped cocoon collapsed. On the ground lay only a clean-picked pallid skeleton. A master-devouring calamity. After gorging on the remaining serum, and their summoner, the insects that had absorbed the berserk catalyst, now showed a sickly purple sheen along their carapaces. They ignored the wary Su Ming and Shen Qingzi. In their arthropodal logic, the living bodies before them mattered less than the chemical frenzy boiling inside. Thousands of insects rose in a high synchronized hum. The sound carried a diseased exhilaration. They wheeled in an uncanny ring overhead, as if enacting some ancient twisted rite. A sweet, cloying purple smoke rode their wings, seeping deeper into the abyss. They no longer clustered as a swarm. They dispersed into countless streaks of violet light racing across the wasteland in all directions, arriving as suddenly as they departed. Su Ming braced himself to absorb a shock. Shen Qingzi's blade thrummed with condensed Jing metal chi at its limit. Silence fell again over the wasteland. The earlier apocalyptic cloud seemed like an illusion. Only Yushu's picked bones remained to attest to the carnage. They lay there silently, accusing the violence that had just occurred. Is it over? Su Ming and Shen Qingzi both stood dumbfounded. Even De Huang, who had just climbed up and had a tuft of tail bitten off, whimpered and cocked his head in bewilderment. Did you scare them away by being too ugly? Shen Qingzi sheathed her sword and glanced at Su Ming, a sliver of bemused puzzlement in her tone. Who knows, maybe they sold expired stock. Seizing the moment, Su Ming moved deftly to the bodies of Huilang and Shan Mao. He scavenged efficiently, picking up Huilang's terminal phone and using the dead man's finger to unlock it. It opened. A green chat app glowed on the screen. The pinned contact read Zhao Deshao. The latest messages lay before him. They dripped with condescending superiority. Zhao Deshao still not done. A bunch of trash. Zhao Deshao, one more day, or don't expect the balance. Su Ming smiled, and his long fingers flew across the screen. He typed Huilang target neutralized, bodies disposed. Zhao Shao can transfer funds. We'll reclaim the gear later. Sent. Jiangqing No. 1 Courtyard Villas. In a luxurious bedroom. Zhao Kuo shot upright in bed, joy he could not contain lighting his face. Huh. He's dead. That wretch Su Ming is finally dead. He shouted with rapture. 3 years of gloom swept away. With that thorn removed, the college contest stage would be his without opposition. He hauled Lu Ru Yin along and laughed as he entered the bedroom. 3 minutes later, gasping, Zhao Kuo grabbed a bottle of expensive vitality elixir from the nightstand and gulped it down. Lu Ru Yin lay on her side, watching him. Her eyes were hollow and indifferent. Zhao Kuo opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Ru Yin, as she had countless times before, masked her contempt with practiced praise. It's okay, you did great. Really impressive. Zhao Kuo Boyd hummed a tune and went to the shower. Lu Ru Yin watched him go, the smile on her face drained away until only cold disdain remained. She finally understood why Zhao Kuo had courted her with such patience. Because besides patience, he had nothing else that endured. This sort of person is the stingiest. Only 3 minutes. He claims his lava talent makes his body unbearably hot and worries about scalding you. Then why don't you turn up the heat? You don't even give the warmth of a simple heat pad, yet you pretend to be some grand furnace. Big Yellow peeked out from behind Su Ming's legs, looking around to confirm that the swarm had indeed dispersed. He sensed that the danger had passed. Immediately shedding his cowardly demeanor, he resumed the majesty of the wild prairie mastiff. His dark golden mane shook slightly as he let out 2 howls towards the direction where the swarm had vanished. Then he swaggered over to the pitiful white skeleton of the weasel. Lifting his front paw, he crunched down on a rib, a look of pride written all over his canine face. As if to say, did you see that? It was I who scared them off. Shen Qingzi sheathed her sword and walked over to his side, her gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. We should retreat. The smell of blood here will attract more creatures. Su Ming sent a false message to Zhao Kuo through the Grey Wolf's terminal stating target has been neutralized. He contentedly tucked his phone away, brushing off the dust from his hands. With a shameless grin, he leaned closer to Shen Qingzi. Boss, don't rush to leave. His face broke into a radiant smile as he pulled out his old terminal. Could you add a green bubble? Just in case I end up dying in the abyss, you can still light a candle for me on my moments. Shen Qingzi looked at him expressionlessly, her eyes filled with the question, why are you still alive? Yet she remained impassive, eventually opening her QR code. Su Ming quickly scanned it. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out. The young master of 1,000 gene requests to add you as a friend. Shen Qingzi's lips twitched slightly. Su Ming also noticed her online name, Qingzi Bonk. Not bad, quite cultured. He had already begun pondering what to name it in his contacts. A young lady from a wealthy family paired with a young master of 1,000 gene, aren't they a match made in heaven? Just as he was lost in his own little thoughts, the gravel beneath his feet suddenly trembled without warning. Shen Qingzi's expression changed. She immediately crouched down, her slender fingers lightly touching the thick layer of ash on the ground. The aura of the metal spread like an invisible net along the rock layers. Her innate talent granted her an extraordinary sensitivity to the vibrations of metal and earth. 3 seconds later, she suddenly looked up. Her gaze crossed over Su Ming's shoulder, fixating on the direction where the swarm had just scattered. Su Ming followed her line of sight. In the distance, 4 columns of eerie purple smoke slowly rose into the sky. After the abyssal poison insects reached their designated positions, their bodies spontaneously exploded into dense mists. That sight resembled the signal fires ignited on ancient battlefields. Su Ming's smile faded. They're not fleeing, Shen Qingzi murmured, they're guiding us. The beast tamer mercenary didn't just draw a circle around the altar. It was also a beacon. A beast summoning beacon. Su Ming's mind raced. The creature blew a bone whistle before dying, causing the swarm's retreat to appear chaotic. In reality, it was spreading scent signals in 4 distinct directions. These signals were summoning something deeper. Big Yellow's wild barking came to an abrupt halt. The once proud wild prairie mastiff that had just trampled the skeleton. His dark golden mane stood on end, emitting a suppressed whimper from his throat. He tucked his tail between his legs and shrank down by Su Ming's feet as a rich bloody wind tore through the surrounding gray-white mist. The ground began to rise in narrow, elongated mounds. Immediately after, the sound of crunching echoed continuously. From the gaping, jagged cracks, long barbed legs emerged. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of second-tier, group-dwelling source beasts, the rock-armored centipedes, burst forth from the ground. Their shells were as hard as iron, and the metallic grinding sound made one's scalp tingle. Meanwhile, in the gaps between the surrounding dead ancient trees and rocks, a swarm of fist-sized venomous sac spiders quietly descended, spinning webs. Their distended green venom sacs pulsated rhythmically, dripping dark green venom onto the rocks, which instantly corroded small pits that emitted black smoke. A dull, thunderous buzzing echoed from above. Hundreds of fist-sized first-tier abnormal beasts, the stinging flying flies, swarmed in ominously. Their tails with glimmers of eerie blue were already aimed at the 2 below. The ground, low, air, and sky. A 3-pronged blockade. All escape routes were completely severed at this moment. Shen Qingzi gritted her teeth. One alone is not difficult to deal with, but if it's a swarm, even a 3rd tier awakened can only run. These insect-like source beasts did not immediately charge. They merely formed a massive circular encirclement and began to slowly close in. The web spun by the first-tier venomous sac spiders intertwined into resilient gray-green walls on the outer edge of the encirclement. The stinging flying flies circled above, emitting a maddening buzz. The rock-armored centipedes rhythmically struck the ground with their clawed legs. Tap, tap, tap. Shen Qingzi had already prepared to exhaust her gung metal essence at all costs. Only by forcefully breaking through could there be a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Su Ming stared at the densely packed insect-like source beasts, showing no signs of tension. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled like a starving man who hadn't eaten for 3 days, gazing upon a grand buffet. Ha ha ha, has my takeout arrived? Once we finish this group, you should have enough points. I could use something good to eat. The first wave of rock-armored centipedes has moved. A dozen dark purple beetles, each 3 meters long, trampled along the ground like a row of armored trains. With the momentum to crush everything, they charged forward with a thunderous roar. Shen Qingzi was about to engage. However, Su Ming stepped in front of her. He crushed the rocky surface beneath his feet, confronting the oncoming threat with sheer force. The leading rock-armored centipede opened its corrosive jaws capable of biting through steel and sank its fangs into Su Ming's calf. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. The centipede's mandibles shattered on the spot. Purple-black acid splashed onto his skin, emitting wisps of white smoke. Su Ming looked down at the centipede still clinging to his leg, shaking his leg in disdain. Your bite isn't that strong. You should eat less soft food on a regular basis. Shen Qingzi, whose nerves were taut to the extreme, relaxed slightly upon seeing this. For the first time, a genuine sense of impact appeared in her eyes. She had seen many powerful individuals. She had encountered the so-called top geniuses in Jiangxing, each one exuding an air of superiority, always maintaining an aloof, elite demeanor. Even in battle, they were overly concerned with their image, as if fighting was not for survival, but to showcase their superiority. Yet none were as reassuring as this man before her, even if his manner of expression was exceedingly absurd. Displaying shameless commerciality while violently pushing through like a demolition chief, he provided an absolute sense of security akin to towering mountains. Yet he made her want to hit him every second. With this freak around, it feels like we can really hold our ground. Su Ming grabbed the head and tail of the centipede clinging to his leg. With a sudden surge of strength in his waist, he unleashed his authority over mass. The 3-meter-long rock-armored centipede was swung up by him, used like a living iron whip to sweep across the second row of insects. Shell met shell. The sound rang out like a row of steel gongs exploding simultaneously. 3 centipedes were sent tumbling away, their pincers shattered, and purple bodily fluid sprayed everywhere. Now was the moment to tear open the gap. Shen Qingzi hesitated not for a moment. The cold blade broke through the bones. The golden liquid essence covered the blade, vibrating at a high frequency. Her figure moved as swiftly as a ghost. With one strike, the 2 toxic sac spiders were cut in half along with their webs, the severed edges smooth as mirrors. One drew the enemies in while the other delivered the finishing blow. Though they had not conferred at all at this moment, they formed a flawless tactical rhythm. The stinging needle flies found they could not penetrate directly, suddenly rising together, twisting into a black vortex midair. The buzzing sound soared sharply. Dense tail needles descended like a torrential downpour. Shen Qingzi raised her sword, weaving a silver-golden barrier before her. But there were simply too many flying needles. Shen Qingzi stood resolutely with her sword before her, the blade creating a silver-golden shield. Yet the sheer number of stinging needle flies in the air was overwhelming, their dense tail needles pouring down like rain. Several poisonous needles traced strange arcs across her shoulder and neck, instantly corroding her expensive nano-combat suit, leaving tiny holes, revealing a patch of pale skin tinged with red. Su Ming caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. His body stiffened. A particularly unkind thought flashed through his mind. This corrosive liquid. Why is there only so little? I want to see a wider view. What should I do? Su Ming, justifying his lewd thoughts in his mind, bent down to pick up a piece of shattered alloy from the wolf mech at his feet. He wanted to try a new approach. Since mass resonance could create destructive waves with his fists, what if he infused this wave into a high-density object in advance, and then released it with external force? Could this metal become an extension of my body? Su Ming's gaze sharpened as the mass engine roared. A violent vibration frequency surged through his fingertips, forcefully infusing into the alloy shard. Buzz. The shard trembled violently in Su Ming's hand. The originally cold metallic surface turned red within seconds due to high-frequency friction, even emitting a sharp, ear-piercing metallic howl. Go! Su Ming's waist and hips surged with power, gathering all his strength into his right arm and tossing it back. The glowing red shard trailed a blurred shadow. Within a 5-meter radius centered on the shard, the air was instantaneously vacuumed out, forming countless visible transparent ripples that swept outward. Boom! The alloy shard exploded in midair, the high-frequency oscillating debris raining down like a reverse iron storm, crashing into the swarm of flies. The once arrogant stinging needle flies didn't even have time to scream, the sound of their membranes bursting, merging into one as they fell like dumplings. A single blow cleared the field. Shen Qingzi's eyes were filled with astonishment. What new technique have you invented this time? Vibrating projectile. It's in the experimental stage, just the experimental stage. Su Ming dusted off the rust from his hands, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. I must say I'm truly a genius. Shen Qingzi couldn't be bothered to respond. She took advantage of this window to charge into the edge of the swarm. The golden liquid essence drew a thin golden thread. She swiftly cut down 3 toxic sac spiders. The webbing that formed a blockade was torn open by her. Su Ming's approach was even simpler and more brutal. He stomped down on a centipede's head, infusing it with mass resonance. The entire centipede shattered from within. He scooped up the remains with one hand, storing them in the system space. In this brief moment, his space was almost full. Su Ming beamed with joy. What a great find! This source meal buffet is truly solid. Much better than the scrap metal yard. Shen Qingzi sliced open a centipede's shell with her blade, turning around to see Su Ming collecting corpses while battling, his movements more proficient than hers in gathering crystals. Is this still a battle? Can't you stop being so greedy and collect everything? If I don't collect, how will you sustain me? Su Ming retorted, I need to upgrade my talents too. I can't be left starving. Letting you starve would be a good idea. Under their grotesque combination attack, the first wave of insect-like source beasts was forcibly torn open, creating a massive gap. The remaining swarm seemed intimidated, temporarily retreating, no longer daring to charge blindly as before. A brief respite in battle emerged. Su Ming took a deep breath, his thoughts absorbing the beast corpses in the space. Shin Qingzi also seized the moment to check the rankings on the talent list. In the distance of the Ashen Zone, the ghostly purple smoke columns burned brighter, as if igniting the deeper darkness within. Another tremor passed beneath their feet. This time it was different. It wasn't the subtle tremor of insect legs scuttling. The sound of hooves thundered. A great multitude of four-legged creatures was trampling the ground. The big yellow dog had a negative contribution to the entire battle. With two caretakers and fighters around, did it still need to bark? It wasn't as if it had done nothing. It had taken the opportunity to swallow two centipede crystals mid-battle. Yet the energy was too mixed and too weak. It was better off eating metal. The prairie mastiff ceased its disdainful performance over the centipede remains. It lowered its head to sniff the wind. This wasn't the stench of insects, but the heavy scent of mammalian predators. It let out a low trembling whine towards the southwest. The mist in the distance of the abyss was violently blown apart by the wind. Apart from a few beast-attracting beacons, the rich scent of blood was fully exposed over a wider area. Behind the mist, dozens of figures were rapidly approaching. A woo! The mournful and greedy howl of wolves echoed throughout the entire Ashen Zone. The real pack of exotic beasts has arrived. Su Ming swept a glance over the system space. It was packed to the brim, nearly overflowing. He probed the space with his mind. It was like a moving truck, corpses stacked upon corpses. The remains of various centipedes, spiders, and flying flies were piled up like a mountain, resembling a slaughterhouse waste dump. He urgently needed to convert these raw materials into solid quality points. If this continued, there wouldn't be room for the new delivery coming soon. Unlocking the space butler cost 5,000 quality points with a monthly fee of 2,000 and a 5% commission. He used to think it was robbery. Now he saw it as a necessity. No, it was a lifesaver. But he couldn't afford it yet. Devour first. Eat what's in the pot, then what's in your bowl. He glanced at Shin Qingzi, who was on high alert, and steeled himself. He couldn't afford to care anymore. And what was there to fear? If she saw it, so be it. He'd just say he stored it in his space. If she asked why his space was so big, nonsense, a genius space was naturally vast. Everything was big. If she asked why, he could always be honest with her later lying in bed. He already had so many strange things about him, a one more or less didn't matter. This S-rank long-legged campus bell was probably already used to his oddities. He crouched on one knee, pressing his left hand onto the carapace of an armored rock centipede. The micro black hole activated, and the dark purple carapace began to weather from the contact point outward. 1 minute. Ding. Devoured second stage armored rock centipede, quality points 438, so many. As expected of an unopened delivery, the hyena, earlier worth over 200 points, had its crystal stolen by the delivery guy. Keep going. Faster, faster. His mind was now full of resentment toward the system's frustrating mechanics. Other protagonists kill monsters and get attribute boosts, ding, 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 going up. For me, I have to touch them for a minute after killing them like some kind of endoflife care. Especially those stinger flies he killed with alloy fragments. Their bodies were shattered into pieces, scattered all over, mixed in the ashes, so that he couldn't tell which part was insect and which was stone. Even if he could tell them apart, hundreds of flies were spread over a 100-meter radius. Would he have to crawl on the ground to touch each one? A huge loss. Su Ming gritted his teeth. A massive loss. But for now, he couldn't afford to dwell on it. The beast tide came wave after wave. Time was quality, and quality was life. He walked over to another intact armored rock centipede corpse, crouched down, and pressed his left hand onto it. Devour. The progress bar crawled slowly. Su Ming stared at the progress bar while anxiously eyeing the mountain of corpses in the system space. He had tried devouring one object with each hand simultaneously before, but it didn't work. The micro black hole only appeared on one hand. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Since the system space supported mental control, could he multitask? Devour one in reality with his hand and another in the space with his mind. Devour a spider. Su Ming silently commanded in his mind. The next moment, two distinct notification sounds rang in his mind simultaneously. Ding. Devoured second stage armored rock centipede, reality, quality points 410. Ding. Devoured first stage venom sac spider, space, quality points 120. Holy crap. He could really dual wield. He could actually dual wield. This doubled his efficiency. Su Ming barely suppressed a pig-like squeal of laughter. The feeling was like a project manager running 2 assembly lines at once. Double the joy, double the money. He immediately perked up his hand in reality, moving swiftly over the various remains while his mind frantically issued devour commands in the space. Ding. Devoured. Quality points 120. Ding. Devoured. Quality points 415. Ding. Devoured first stage venom sac spider. Quality points 148. Ding ding ding. The system notifications burst out like a string of firecrackers, more frequent than his double 11 payment reminders in his past life. Su Ming noticed that for the same second stage source beasts, those containing source energy crystals provided nearly 200 more quality points than the ordinary mutant corpses he had encountered at the scrapyard. No wonder Awakened One scrambled for mutant beast crystals. For him, they were concentrated high-purity quality points. The first stage stinger flies and venom sac spiders fluctuated around 100 points each, but their sheer number made up for it. Good brother, you're really my good brother. Su Ming looked at the pile of weasel bones in the distance, his heart filled with gratitude. When this was over, he had to go check it out. He'll take that too. Can't waste it. He silently resolved to remember it forever. One must not forget one's roots. In just a few minutes, the quality points skyrocketed. Not only was the 10,000 kilograms needed to advance to third stage silver within reach, but even the 5,000 quality points to unlock the Space Butler and the 2,000 monthly fee no longer seemed so distant. While Su Ming was immersed in the thrill of racking up points, Shen Qingzi, beside him, opened her terminal and checked the real-time rankings of the genius list. The scoreboard was exploding. Her previous score was 1,170 points. Now, in less than an hour of battle, her score had skyrocketed to 3,420 points. Ranked 97th. She had jumped from 188 straight into the top 100. This wasn't just about breaking into the top 100. If she maintained this efficiency by the end of the training, breaking into the top 50 or even top 30 was not a dream. Even with her calm temperament, her breathing quickened and her cool, beautiful face flushed red. She instinctively looked at Su Ming, only to find him crouched on the ground like a scavenger, one hand groping the centipede corpse, a ridiculously lecherous grin plastered on his face. Partnering with this weirdo exceeded all expectations. One man and one dog, a bizarre sight. Da Huang crouched at their feet, turning its head from side to side, looking at each of them. It couldn't understand why these two humans looked even more excited after the fight than before. New mutant beasts were coming soon. Were they giving up? Or had they gone mad? The dog's eyes were filled with bewilderment. To the southwest of the ash belt, the sound of hooves rolled like thunder growing closer. Dozens of pairs of ghostly green beast eyes lit up behind the mist like will-o'-the-wisps brimming with bloodthirsty greed. A whoa! A mournful wolf howl accompanied by heavy footsteps pressed down like a rolling tide. Ding! Quality points 160. Su Ming had just finished off the last centipede, stood up contentedly, and clapped his hands. His quality point balance had already exceeded 8,000 points. Quality points 8,300. Just one step away from the 10,000 mark. He looked at the pack of wolf-shaped mutant beasts charging and not alarmed, but with eyes gleaming. Finish the bugs now, the meat course is coming. He grinned at Shen Qingzi. Long legs, I suddenly feel. We might be about to get rich. Shut up. Shen Qingzi retorted irritably, but her hand was already firmly gripping her blade. The wolf pack was completely different from those reckless insects. They were natural hunters skilled in coordination and tactics, far more troublesome than same-stage insect-type source beasts. However, just then Da Huang, the wasteland mastiff that had been hiding behind Su Ming, suddenly stirred. It was no longer the cowardly version of before. Its dark golden mane bristled like steel needles. It stared fixedly in the direction of the approaching wolves, growling from deep in its throat, filled with hatred and ferocity. What amazed Su Ming most was that Da Huang's injured right hind leg began to tremble slightly. At the sight of the gruesome old wound, the blood vessels beneath the skin bulged and wisps of black chi seeped out. Even a faint dark red source energy like a living snake writhed frantically deep within the wound. Huh. Su Ming noticed Da Huang's abnormality. He crouched down, curiously examining the old wound, then reached out a finger to poke the twitching flesh. You've got a hidden storyline, dog. Da Huang whimpered in pain, but still stared ahead, not retreating a single step. Su Ming teased it while patting its head. He shifted half a step forward, shielding most of Da Huang's body behind his own. The real hunt had only just begun. The sound of hooves came to a halt. The mist was torn apart. Dozens of robust giant wolves formed a crescent shape, completely sealing off the area ahead for 100 meters. These wolves had dull gray fur, their limbs bulging with muscles as they ran, swirling with faint azure winds. These are not ordinary wild wolves. They are second-order Ashen Windblades wolves. Shen Qingzi's voice dropped low. The danger level of these creatures in the military's exotic beast catalog is significantly higher than that of the same tier rock armored centipede. What was even more troublesome was that there were three larger beasts at the forefront of the pack. Their shoulders nearly reached Su Ming's chest, and their manes stood on in their bodies shrouded in a layer of dark red energy membrane. Second-order peak wolf guards. Su Ming glanced around. Their numbers approached 80. They did not charge directly. The front row lowered their bodies, advancing slowly. The middle row circled around the two, while the three wolf guards in the back crouched 50 meters away, motionless like three iron towers. This is not a haphazard rush. Shen Qingzi tightened her grip on the knife. It's an encirclement hunting formation. Su Ming noticed it too. This group had coordination and tactics. The front row exhausted their energy, the middle row intercepted, and the back row harvested. The strategy was clean and efficient, similar to military tactics. It was much more difficult to deal with than the previous swarm of insects. Woo! Big Yellow let out a low growl, its jaws clenched tightly. It stared intently at the wolf pack, its right hind leg shaking violently. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. The wolf pack began to run around one person and one dog. Dozens of giant wolves kicked up ashes, dragging the ground into a swirling dust storm. The air was thick with the scent of wolves and heat. Shen Qingzi extended her gung metal energy into the ground, quickly capturing the rhythmic vibrations. They are accelerating with every lap around us. She fixed her gaze on the wolves, speaking rapidly. It's not just running in circles, they are using the sound of hooves and wind pressure to suppress our reactions. They will only strike when our attention is at its peak. Su Ming's smile faded. They understand tactics and have long-range capabilities. They will be hard to deal with. Just as her words fell, the wolf pack launched their first probing attack. Over a dozen Windblade wolves lowered their bodies simultaneously and charged towards the ground. Just as Su Ming was about to meet them, they suddenly scattered to the sides 10 meters away. A feint from the east to strike from the west. Taking advantage of this gap, three larger wolf guards pounced from the flank. Two headed straight for Shen Qingzi, while one lunged at Big Yellow. Their speed was astonishing. Almost simultaneously, the outer edge of the wolf pack exploded with a flurry of gray shadows. Over 20 ashen Windblade wolves charged towards Su Ming in an orderly fashion from all directions. Boom! The first Windblade wolf collided with Su Ming's chest, quickly followed by the second and third from the side. The ground beneath Su Ming cracked, and he was shoved backward half a step by the force. They did not engage Su Ming in a direct confrontation. They would strike once and retreat. The front wolves that were just sent flying by Su Ming were immediately replaced by others using their numbers and speed to pin him down. Faint azure wind blades slashed against the ground, preventing Su Ming from providing immediate support. The wolves employed a splitting tactic. They forcibly divided the battlefield into three sections. Over 20 Windblade wolves trapped Su Ming in a collision, while the three wolf guards attacked Shen Qingzi and Big Yellow. The remaining wolves circled around, continuously compressing the space, ready to strike at any moment. They aimed to isolate the strongest Su Ming first, taking down the other two. Shen Qingzi reacted swiftly as well. She countered with her knife, firmly blocking a wolf guard's claw. Clang! The gung metal knife bone clashed with the wolf's claw, sending sparks flying. She was ready to activate the gung metal essence to slice through the claw when another wolf guard's thick tail swung towards her. Shen Qingzi was swept off her feet, taking half a step back. Big Yellow was slowed down by old injuries and was further hindered by the wolf pack's bloodline suppression, causing a slight delay in reaction. The shoulder and neck were grazed by another wolf guard's fangs. Blood instantly stained its dark golden mane. Ow! Big Yellow let out a howl of pain. Bite it! Shen Qingzi's eyes turned cold. The golden light of her cold edge surged, and she forced back two wolf guards. But more Windblade wolves had already arrived. Faint crescent-shaped wind blades cut through from all sides. Individually, they were nothing. But when a dozen descended together, even the gung metal essence couldn't withstand such wear. Shen Qingzi swung her knife to block, weaving a dense golden light curtain. But her stamina was nearly depleted. After continuous battles in the front, and now enduring successive blows, her breath began to falter. In the distance, a long wolf howl echoed, the signal for an all-out attack. The three wolf guards and over a dozen Windblade wolves simultaneously changed their tactics, directly abandoning Su Ming and directing all their attacks towards Shen Qingzi. Among the three targets, this woman was the closest to her limit. Big Yellow roared, angrily dragging its injured shoulder to block beside Shen Qingzi, biting down on a Windblade wolf's neck. In the next moment, a wolf from the side seized the opportunity, delivering a precise and condensed wind blade strike, directly slicing into Big Yellow's already injured hind leg. Flesh tore open, exposing bone. Whoa! Big Yellow let out a heart-wrenching cry, its hind leg buckling as blood flowed down along the ash. Shen Qingzi endured two wind blades, her nano-combat suit ripped with two gashes on her back. Blood seeped out. She looked at Big Yellow. Then she glanced at the re-encircling wolf pack. For the first time, her expression changed. Su Ming heard that agonizing cry. He was still a dozen meters away, enduring the assault of several wind blade wolves with brute force. The wolf's fangs bit into his arm, but could not penetrate his skin. Yet he no longer cared to waste time with these beasts. He turned his head to take a glance. Shen Qingzi was surrounded by 7 or 8 wolves, the golden light of her cold edge flickering. Big Yellow lay on the ground, its right hind leg stained black-red with blood. The smile on Su Ming's face vanished completely. Rage surged within him. Beasts, dare to touch my people and my dog. Boom. The moment his words fell, he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. The true weight of his power broke into the ground, spiderweb cracks exploding from the soles of his feet. The mass engine ignite. The sonic boom erupted on the spot. Several windblade wolves were directly hurled away by the shockwave spinning in the air before crashing to the ground. A ton-heavy humanoid cannonball screamed as it forcibly crashed into the pack of wolves attacking Shen Qingzi. Wherever it went, the wind blades shattered upon impact. The wolf pack was forcibly plowed open. Those ash-gray wind-blade wolves, comparable to armored vehicles, were no different from paper in front of him. 5 or 6 second-tier wind-blade wolves were caught off guard, colliding with him at full speed. The sound of their bones snapping echoed together. In an instant, he carved out a bloody path over 10 meters long through the wolf pack. 5 or 6 second-tier wind-blade wolves were killed on the spot. The encirclement around Shen Qingzi was broken open by his charge. But Su Ming could not stop. The old problem of the quality engine struck again, heading straight without the ability to turn or brake. Carrying the remaining momentum, he plunged deep into the belly of the wolf pack. The moment his momentum was exhausted, dozens of enraged wind-blade wolves surged around him, instantly engulfing him. Su Ming. Shen Qingzi's eyes turned red as she wanted to rush in. But the outer layer of wolves had entangled her tightly, with 3 wind-blade wolves simultaneously baring their claws in front of her, making it impossible for her to escape. It's over. The sound of frantic biting emerged from the wolf pile, mixed with the shrill screams of wind blades slicing through the air and the excited howls of the wolf pack. No matter how tough that freak was, being swarmed by so many second-tier beasts, he couldn't possibly survive. But there were no screams coming from the wolf pack. Instead, there were crisp sounds of crunching and cracking. Su Ming's grade composite windbreaker was long gone, and now he stood bare-chested, letting the wolves tear at him. His skin, denser than steel, was impervious, not to mention being bitten through. Even the impact of wolf fangs left his jaws numb. One wind-blade wolf bit down on his shoulder, breaking 2 of its canine teeth, instantly causing it to yelp and retreat. Su Ming stood in the middle of the wolf pile, wearing only a pair of shorts. The surrounding wind-blade wolves were all shaking their heads, spitting out broken teeth. Buddy, Su Ming glanced down at the drool on his shoulder and disdainfully wiped it away. Your bites are worse than a centipede's. He didn't rush to retaliate. Surrounded by dozens of wolves instead gave him an excellent vantage point. The wolves' charge route was not chaotic. Each charge, each maneuver passed through the same stretch of terrain, the right side's rubble slope. That was the pivot point for the wolf pack's formation. All paths converged, diverged, and restructured there. Su Ming no longer waited. He stepped forward, planting his foot into the rubble slope. The true weight of over a ton was the best nail. His foot sank half a meter into the rock layers, stabilizing his legs. Then he pressed his palms to the ground. Quality resonance. A silent and invisible vibration seeped from his palms into the earth. The rubble slope trembled first. Immediately after, the entire charging route of the wolf pack, a stretch of ground over 10 meters long, collapsed downwards. A massive pit appeared out of nowhere. The first 7 or 8 wind-blade wolves at the front did not have time to react, tumbling and howling as they fell into the pit. The formation surrounding Shen Qingzi and De Huang was forcibly disrupted. Shen Qingzi's eyes lit up. She dashed out along the edge of the collapse, her speed astonishing. The cold blade drew a line of golden light, accurately severing the spines of 2 wind-blade wolves that had lost their formation protection. 2 wolf heads flew into the air. De Huang, also bleeding from its hind legs, bit down on the foreleg of an injured wolf guard. With a fierce shake, it sent the 100-plus-pound wolf guard flying. The howls of the wolf pack transformed from ferocity to confusion. In the distant mist, a massive figure slowly stood up. It seemed to not understand how its hunting formation suddenly collapsed. A whoa! A short and fierce wolf howl broke out as the mist completely dispersed. The Wolf King finally revealed itself in full. It was enormous. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and close to 5 meters long, its crimson mane stood on end like a bundle of burning iron wires. Its foreclaws thudded against the ashes, producing a sound like metal clashing. The Qizong Wind Blade Wolf King. A third-tier aura pressed down, causing the remaining wind blade wolves to lower their bodies in unison. The grotesque dark red scar on its forehead emitted an aura that seemed to originate from the residual energy in De Huang's hind leg wound. De Huang also saw the Wolf King. Its entire body trembled with rage. The dark red source energy in its hind leg wound wriggled wildly. The Wolf King did not charge personally. It emitted a short and fierce roar. The remaining two wolf guards suddenly had their eyes turn red, their bodies swelling again, with ominous red light glimmering on their claws. They went berserk. They forcibly broke through the collapsed area created by Su Ming. Their target was no longer Shen Qingzi, but the already weakened De Huang. They intended to kill this traitor first. De Huang was pressed down by the terrifying pressure of the Wolf King, unable to stand, its hind legs going weak as it let out a reluctant whimper. Just as the wolf guard's massive jaws were about to snap its neck, a shadow moved across faster than the berserk wolf guard. It was Su Ming. He gripped the wolf guard's upper jaw with one hand and the lower jaw with the other. The wolf guard's biting power was enough to crush great alloys. It used all its strength to close its mouth, but Su Ming's fingers remained completely still. Open for me. Su Ming roared, his arm muscles bulging. The power of quality domination surged forth. 1.5 tons of kinetic energy was all pressed into the wolf guard's mouth. Crack! A painfully acute sound of bones breaking echoed. The mouth of that peak second-tier wolf guard was forcibly ripped apart by him. Without waiting for its wail, Su Ming's right hand was already raised. Great strength King Kong palm. Slap! A solid palm struck down on the wolf guard's skull. The wolf's head exploded on the spot, red and white flesh splattering everywhere. The nearly 2-meter-tall headless wolf corpse crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Taking advantage of the moment when the wolf pack was stunned by this blow, Shen Qingzi moved. Her figure appeared directly in front of another wolf guard. The cold blade slashed down at an angle, the gung metal marrow entwining the blade. It directly severed the foreleg of the second wolf guard. With a twist, she flicked her wrist, executing a beautiful blade flourish. This strike directly severed the foreleg of the other wolf guard. Then the blade tip reversed, piercing through the head. The blade tip emerged from the skull. She flicked her wrist, completing a flourish, and a crystal radiating green light fell into her palm. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Dozens of ash-gray wind-blade wolves took a step back in unison for the first time. They looked at the three prey before them, fear finally surfacing in their green beastly eyes. In the distant mist, the Qizong wind-blade wolf king slowly bared its fangs. Its cold vertical pupils shifted from De Huang to Su Ming. The wolf king paced slowly. With each measured step, the ghastly old scar on its forehead seemed to crack open a little more. A dark crimson source energy welled from the depths of the wound, coagulating beneath the fur into a tiny beast-shaped mark that pulsed with lifelike intent. It breathed faintly beneath the pelt, one moment bright, the next dim. Shen Qingzi's expression darkened. That is no ordinary scar. It is the spiritual imprint left by a source beast. Su Ming had already bent to look at De Huang. The old injury on De Huang's right hind leg convulsed violently, dark crimson source energy writhed beneath the flesh. Its frequency matched exactly the brand on the Wolf King's brow. Did you lose a fight and end up chained like a dog? Su Ming's mouth twitched in disdain. Oh woo! De Huang snarled in pain, baring its teeth, yet still snapped a low growl at Su Ming. The dog's eyes were full of hurt and indignation, as if to say, I can't speak, stop lecturing me. Su Ming stopped taunting. He suspected that De Huang had once been either prey to this wolf pack or a thrall of the Wolf King. Within the pack's rules, straying from the group meant betrayal. The Wolf King's punishment for traitors had but one outcome: death. Now the Wolf King moved like a sovereign, inspecting its domain, circling the battlefield with slow, deliberate steps, its vertical pupils appraising its three captives. The remaining dozens of Windblade wolves followed, reforming a crescent encirclement. The more composed an opponent appeared, the more dangerous they often were. Su Ming's instincts prickled. The next moment, the Wolf King confirmed his unease with a low, trembling roar. The beast mark on its brow flared a furious scarlet. De Huang convulsed violently, its right hind leg shuffled forward as though tugged by an invisible leash being wrenched away from Su Ming's side. Each time the Wolf King lowered, that strand of dark crimson source energy deep within De Huang's wound thrashed as if obeying command. With every lowing, the old scar's source energy jumped in perfect sync. This was not resonance, it was an order. A tortured whimper escaped De Huang's throat as it began to bite at the flesh of its own right leg. It's using the old wound to control De Huang. Shen Qingzi nailed the Wolf King's intent. Su Ming spat an oath, despicable wolf scum. The Wolf King seemed to understand. Its vertical pupils contracted. The forehead mark flared blindingly. With a spray of sanguine mist, blood erupted from De Huang's old wound. The hind leg collapsed to its knees. Yet something far more terrifying followed. A thread of dark crimson appeared within De Huang's pupils. Its body began to twist uncontrollably, fangs parting as it turned toward the nearest person, Shen Qingzi. A whoa! The pack instantly surged. Dozens of excited howls rose and fell, They could already scent the blood-soaked thrill of prey turning on prey. Shen Qingzi clenched her fingers around the blade. The cold edge slanted slightly as she had to guard both the perimeter and the maddened De Huang at her side. Su Ming clamped his hand around De Huang's nape. The muscles along De Huang's neck bulged wildly, a tremendous force twisting along its frame as if something sought to tear free from its flesh. It resisted and yet was losing control. De Huang. Su Ming lowered his voice. One of De Huang's eyes remained golden, the other flushed dark crimson. The golden half stared at Su Ming with terror and unwillingness. The dark crimson half was hollow and numb, its will seemingly usurped by something else. In the next instant, De Huang bit its own tongue hard. Blood poured between its teeth. The searing pain dimmed the red light in its eyes by a fraction. Through this act of self-harm, it forcibly suppressed the control imposed by the bloodline imprint. Trembling, De Huang sprawled down and buried its head at Su Ming's feet, emitting ragged whimpers. Su Ming said nothing. He simply pressed his hand on De Huang's head and pushed down. Shen Qingzi watched her gaze flickering. Without hesitation, she swept her left hand at her waist. 3 sky-blue restorative vials of energy appeared at her fingertips. She shoved one into De Huang's mouth. The cool elixir slid down its throat, visibly easing De Huang's contorted, agonized expression. She tossed another to Su Ming. Su Ming caught it, glanced once, then stored it in his system space. He felt hale and unbroken, no recovery needed. She downed the final vial herself in one tilt of the head. The one-stem Gungjin core within her flared, erupting in dazzling golden radiance. Awoo! The Wolf King gave a short, hoarse cry from within the mist. The command to strike had been given. The Windblade wolves divided into 2 ferocious waves. One wave charged directly at Shen Qingzi, the other swept behind to strike the gravely injured De Huang. Over 20 wind blades slashed from varied angles. He was much smaller than De Huang. Opening both arms, he could only shield the front. Several wind blades found purchase on De Huang's back and forelimb, carving fresh wounds that exposed bone. De Huang grunted and clenched its teeth, refusing to move for fear that any motion would send it lunging at Shen Qingzi. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzi met the pack heat-in. Her cold blade swept, shattering 3 wind blades at once. Sliding forward, the blade's tip slit the belly of a windblade wolf, and its entrails spilled free. She never paused, reversing the blade to parry a wolf guard's claw strike. Sparks and blood flew. Alone, she kept 7 or 8 second-tier beasts at bay. Placed in Zhenhui University of Military Arts, such a feat would merit record in the annals of exemplary cadets. Yet the pack was simply too many. The lone remaining guard seized an opening, and a condensed wind blade grazed her forearm. Her nano-battle suit tore, blood seeped out. In a short span, both De Huang and Shen Qingzi had been bloodied. Su Ming, by contrast, bore not a single wound. But that realization felt worse than being hurt. He was confident he could kill the Wolf King, but not in a single decisive strike. The mass dominance trigger only had a 30% chance to activate. If he could not land that one punch, this beast would chew on them for a long while. The mass engine, he could not use it. Once that thing launched, if it returned at all, it would do so over the corpses of his teammates. And that heavenly fortune drop move you asked about, its indiscriminate strike might fail to crush the wolves, yet obliterate his own allies first. Alone, he could slaughter 3 in and out with ease. But the moment he had comrades to protect, his weakness bared itself. All offense, no protection. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't guard 3 approaches at once. It was maddening, infuriating. If this continued, he might survive, but the other 2 would be finished. We cannot stall any longer. Shen Qingzi panted as she fell back to Su Ming's side. She flipped her left hand, a thumb-sized silver-white metal wafer appeared in her palm. The surface was etched with exquisitely precise spatial array runes. Su Ming's eyelid twitched. This was no cheap trinket. If De Huang can't be cut off from that brand, the Wolf King can seize control at any moment. She spoke rapidly. This talisman can open an independent pocket space, severing all external connections. With that, she pressed the charm to De Huang's forehead. A silver-white membrane unfurled in an instant, enveloping De Huang entirely. The wound immediately stopped bleeding. The brand's influence was barred by that luminous shield. The dark crimson in De Huang's eyes drained swiftly, restoring the lucid gold. It collapsed with a sigh of relief, panting. This was Shun Hongyuan's last resort protective token entrusted to his daughter, the Void Talisman, Unbroken Heart. If Shun Hongyuan knew that this life-saving talisman worth 3 million Federation credits had ended up used on a dog by his daughter, he'd probably storm off and extort Liu Beichen for 5 million in the night. 3 minutes to kill the Wolf King. Shen Qingzi's gaze was resolute and calm. She looked at Su Ming. Can you do it? Su Ming's face stiffened. A man cannot say he cannot. 3 minutes, and he'll kill it 3 times. He paused, then asked, and you? Won't you come in with me? Shen Qingzi did not answer. She withdrew another silver-white crystalline tube from her space. Its wall was transparent, a dark golden ripple flowed within. Another piece of high-grade gear. Su Ming clicked his tongue inwardly. Whether the talisman or this crystal tube, they were unquestionably valuable. And those 3 military-grade high-efficiency restorative vials from before. How many tens of thousands had consumables cost them on this run? She truly was wealthy. A sudden stubborn thought rose in him, he must win her over. He was tired of striving alone. Shen Qingzi pressed the tube to the pulse at her left wrist thumb, sealing the mouth. She glanced at the rip in her nano-battle suit and frowned. They ruined my clothes. I can't let them get away with it. She said it lightly, but the killing intent undercut the words. Clearly the ruined clothing angered her more than the injury. She injected the dark golden liquid directly into her arm. The change was swift. Her aura altered completely. If before she had been a drawn blade, now she was a volcano about to erupt. A far more terrible, deeper power awoke within her being. Golden radiance surged up her spine and blasted apart the ashen mist for 100 meters around. This move was unknown even to her mentor at the Southern United Zhenghui University, Huang Fujing. A genius girl of merely 19 was about to unveil her greatest killing technique for the first time in this secluded ash-choked ravine. Third sequence activate. Gengjin Bladebone Floating Pagoda. Shen Qingzi's voice was not loud, but it resonated on the battlefield. It seemed to suppress all the howls of wolves. Can you still unleash your ultimate? He had always known that Shen Qingzi was exceptionally talented. The first sequence of bones was cold and sharp, unmatched in its sharpness. The second sequence, Gengjin Dense Marrow Enhanced Source Energy. Both of these would definitely be top tier in a university. Many third-tier awakeners would never reach this level in their lifetime. But now she pulled out another third sequence. Second tier. 3 sequences. Su Ming had a serious question pop into his mind. System, does this count as cheating for her? The system ignored him. But Su Ming himself was an academic elite. 3 years of theory was not in vain. He understood just how exaggerated this matter was. When a gifted awakener advances, based on their depth of understanding of their own talent and practical application, they have a high probability of comprehending sequence skills. Awakeners below a level 1 sequence per tier is considered normal performance. For a level and above after reaching the 4th tier, only those with deep understanding of their talent and strong power are likely to comprehend an additional 1 at a certain realm. As for comprehending 2 or even 3 at a single tier, textbooks noted, extreme cases not representative. Damn, Su Ming muttered softly. Is this the value of a genius? As the liquid in that silver-white crystal tube was injected, Shen Qingzi trembled all over, her power more domineering than she had imagined. This vial of divine essence. Her father had said when he gave it to her that at least a 3rd tier was needed to handle this substance. Forced use would temporarily unleash talent potential, increasing understanding of one's talent. But the risks were great. It could even permanently damage the foundation of one's talent. She had promised back then, said that unless it was absolutely necessary she would never use it. But the phrase absolutely necessary had taken on a new definition today. And then there was this person beside her. In just 2 days, the sense of crisis Su Ming brought her was greater than all the past 19 years combined. From the scrapyard to the Ashen Belt. From rock robots to 3rd-tier hyena kings. From quality engines to quality resonance. Su Ming charged through recklessly. The battle power that others painstakingly cultivated often seemed like it was easily picked up by him. Shen Qingzi was proud. Deep down she refused to be outdone. She could admit that Su Ming was strong, but she would not be content to stand behind him, nor would she accept becoming someone who needed protection. So she must become stronger. Otherwise she might truly be left behind by some monster. Shen Qingzi knelt on one knee, propping herself up with her blade. The divine essence completely entered her body. That energy was not as piercing and crisp as Gengjin Qi, but rather felt like an ancient, profound talent while was examining her. Gengjin Bladebone, Gengjin Dense Marrow Divine Essence. 3 powers were tearing at each other within her body. Shen Qingzi gritted her teeth. She had practiced the blade since childhood. Bones were broken repeatedly and healed again. Gengjin Dense Marrow was refined within the marrow bit by bit. Buzz. A layer of translucent source energy erupted from her back. The source energy bore dark golden patterns. The Gengjin Qi in her body instantly boiled, starting from her heart, spreading along her collarbone, shoulder blades, and spine. Golden light could be seen breaking through even the damaged nano-battle suit. Her spine also erupted with a series of crackling sounds of bone growth. It was not her own bones growing. Behind her, a layer of translucent skeletal apparition was rising from the ground. Su Ming's pupils constricted. He saw that fragmented white bone patterns first appeared at her feet, then spread outwards along the ground. Countless skeletal palms, arms, shoulders, and ribs began to stack layer by layer. intertwining to form the base of some structure. 6 silver-white bony plates grew out from either side of her spine, layer upon layer resembling the eaves of miniature towers, or like white skeletal flowers blooming from within her body. Golden light wrapped around the white bones. The translucent tower-like apparition slowly rose. The white bones formed a skeleton slender, yet strong with a ghastly pale luster. The golden light was Gengjin Brahman light, thin, yet piercing, filling the crevices of the white bones. That tower had no physical eaves, but only hazy layers of outlines. It enveloped a 5-meter radius around her. At this moment, good and evil achieved a bizarre, yet perfect balance. Golden light and white bones intertwined. Holiness and eeriness coexisting. Su Ming stood by, his entire being entranced. What kind of monster sequence is this? The skeletal pagoda floated, golden light swirling around her. The edge of the blade touched the ground. The tower's shadow began to take shape. So cool. Really so cool. Not less than the death god's Bankai. Tears of envy welled up in Su Ming's eyes. Both are gifted awakeners. How could the gap be so vast? While she unleashed golden light and white skeletal pagoda, he unleashed a pit with a punch. Is this reasonable? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, especially thinking about his future advancement. His skill name might be something like quality compression, quality collapse, or quality something. It sounded just like the equipment manual for the heavy machinery area in the scrapyard. No beauty whatsoever. Who wouldn't want something grand? Who wants to be a lump of iron for a lifetime? I also want special effects. I also want a BGM. He clenched his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, unwillingly. Let's just accept it. The quality of reincarnation was not anyone else's fault. Having thought of this, the system remained silent. Not even a word of comfort. This system is bound to receive bad reviews. Within the floating pagoda apparition, Shin Qingxi slowly stood up. She closed her eyes. That dark, golden energy had completely merged into her limbs and bones, flowing together with Gengjin Shi. White bones as the foundation, golden light as the rhythm. Her flesh and blood seemed to be engaging in a final dialogue with the will of Gengjin's origin. She heard it, very far yet very close, like thousands of blades being drawn simultaneously, like the eternal bell tolling, like billions of withered bones praying in unison in a temple, like white bones blossoming into flowers, a moment of enlightenment. Finally, Shin Qingxi opened her eyes. Golden light surged in her gaze. A hazy light began to gather at the top of the skeletal pagoda. Golden Buddhist flames ignited silently. At this point, Gengjin Blade Bone third sequence floating pagoda had fully descended. The Wolf King let out a low growl. It too sensed the danger. The dark red imprint on its forehead flickered, immediately issuing commands. 2 ashen wind blade wolves attempted to pounce from the side, while the pagoda was not yet fully stabilized. Rushing into the 5-meter domain, Su Ming instinctively wanted to move. Shin Qingxi raised her hand to signal him not to. At the moment the wind blade wolves entered, a strange change occurred. Their originally swift pounce suddenly slowed. It was not a deceleration, it felt as though something was pressing them down. Within the 5-meter range covered by the floating pagoda shadow, an invisible divine power firmly suppressed the hostility within the 2 wolves. Their movements became sluggish, the fierce light in their eyes replaced by a momentary confusion. Sequence characteristic 1 suppression. Within the range of the pagoda, all hostility and ferocity would be suppressed. All attacks would lose their power within the domain. Movements stagnated, momentum diminished. Battle power reduced by 20%. Meanwhile, the golden radiance of the floating pagoda poured back into Shin Qingxi's entire body. Her spiritual seat instantly clarified. The killing trajectory of the 2 wolves was forcefully dismantled. Forward pounce, lifting claws, opening mouths. Wind blades coalesced, jumping angles, paths of the front claws, landing point deviation. All information presented clearly in her mind. Gengjin power infused into her limbs. Nerve reactions maximized and her blade drawing speed soared. Sequence characteristic 2, divine radiance. Brahman light cleansed the spiritual sea, Gengjin infused into every bone. Nerve reactions, blade drawing speed and lethality increased by 30%. Mutual benefits. Battle power increased by more than 50%. Definitely a divine skill. Shin Qingxi's wrist flipped. Cold blade with golden light slashed horizontally. The first strike pierced the throat of the first wolf. Sideways rotating slash. The second strike. The golden blade swept under the second wolf's belly. Both second-tier ashen wind blade wolves fell almost simultaneously. Swift and decisive. Instant kill. Wolf blood splattered within the range of the pagoda. Wolf blood splattered within the range of the pagoda. Was quietly absorbed by the pagoda's apparition. The tower's golden light seemed to brighten by a fraction. Su Ming watched all of this. You can absorb monsters too. Could it also be growth type? Is this sequence skill a bit overpowered? The 2 companions were instantly killed. causing the wolf pack, which was ready to continue the assault, to hesitate. The Wolf King at the edge of the mist, with vertical pupils, stared intensely at the skeletal pagoda surrounding Sun Qingzi. The dark red imprint on its forehead continued to pulse. It was very angry and very apprehensive, but it could not retreat. If it delayed any longer, the wolf pack would be gradually annihilated. Unbeknownst to him, the balance of the battlefield had shifted. The Wolf King let out another low growl. The remaining Windblade wolves began to circle around the 5-meter range, attempting to consume energy from a distance with wind blades. A tug of war. The Wolf King was waiting for this terrifying human to make a mistake. Sun Qingzi raised her gaze towards Su Ming, within the 5-meter skeletal pagoda domain. The interplay of golden light and white bones cast shadows on her face, half bright, half dark. The corners of her mouth gently lifted. The feeling of confidence returned. The wolf pack is mine. Her voice was not loud, but it was firm and undeniable. You go and take down the Wolf King for me. Su Ming's heart fluttered. This expression, this tone, this. Who could withstand it? Sister, kill me. All right. Su Ming's mouth curled up. Big Yellow lay within the unbreakable space and let out a howl. Su Ming glanced down at it. This is for your revenge, huh? He stretched his shoulders. His feet pressed down into the ground. He focused on the red-maned Windblade Wolf King in the mist. That third-tier Wolf King was also staring at him. The dark red imprint on its forehead pulsed even faster. A fierce wind coiled around its limbs. At this moment, it was fully alert, because it knew the real opponent had arrived. Su Ming raised his hand and pointed at it. Beast, you attacked me earlier, and attacked my dog. Finally, we can have a showdown. The golden light of the floating pagoda and the white bones flickered in the gray mist, like an altar from the other side. And in front of the altar, a gray figure was charging towards the third-tier Wolf King at cannonball speed. One person and one wolf, clashing fiercely. Boom. The muffled sound of impact nearly shattered eardrums. A man and a wolf violently collided on the ashen plains. There were no fancy techniques. It was pure strength against strength. The shockwave exploded from the point of collision, a visible ring of white air waves swirling dust and debris roaring outward. The surrounding ash fog was instantly cleared, revealing a devastated battlefield. Step, step, step. Su Ming retreated 3 steps in succession, each step creating spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. The Wolf King, colliding head-on with him, slid back several meters, its 4 sharp claws carving deep trenches into the ground before it finally stabilized its form. In their first clash, it was a draw. Su Ming shook his numb arms, yet a grin crept onto his lips. Refreshing. The red-maned Windblade Wolf King steadied itself over 10 meters away, shaking off the dust. Its vertical pupils glared at Su Ming, filled with both vigilance and provoked rage. It was a peak tier 3 beast. Although the mark of the source beast on its forehead was not completely mastered, the continuous nourishment of source energy had pushed its real combat power close to the threshold of a human tier 4. A two-legged creature that looked as thin as a bamboo pole actually fought it to a standstill in pure strength. Unforgivable. The Wolf King's dark red vertical pupils narrowed. Its mane flared up, muscles rippling, and its limbs coiled with power. Once again, it transformed into a streak of red lightning charging forward. This time it unleashed all its power. Come on. Su Ming was filled with fighting spirit, suddenly stamping his foot. Quality engine's ignition. The ground caved in, creating a half-meter deep pit, and as the gray-white sound barrier exploded, he was already before the Wolf King. The second collision. Once again, a dull, heart-stopping sound of physical collision echoed. This time, the anticipated forceful ejection did not occur. Man and wolf were locked in place. Horrific power clashed at the point of contact. Su Ming pressed his hands firmly against the Wolf King's head, his feet sinking into the ground as his upper body leaned forward. The Wolf King's 4 paws dug into the ground, as well its massive body unmoving, the dark red mane wildly shaking in the air currents. The two forces formed a deadlock at the contact point. The air buzzed. They remained locked for a full 3 seconds. A flicker of highly human-like disdain flashed in the Wolf King's eyes. In terms of absolute power, you still fall short. It opened its mouth wide. Suddenly, it revealed its massive maws, stench-filled gusts sweeping towards Su Ming, its serrated teeth biting toward his head. Su Ming reacted quickly, moving his hands upward to firmly resist the Wolf King's biting jaw. The violent crushing force surged through the jawbone. Su Ming's feet were forced backward on the rocky ground, carving deep grooves. He was actually at a disadvantage. Tier 3 against Tier 2, the tier disparity was no joke. A fierce glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Quality resonance activated. A terrifying high-frequency vibration surged from his arms into the Wolf King's jawbone. The Wolf King felt a wave of numbness in its iron teeth, a buzzing sensation in its brain, and a few of its fangs even showed signs of loosening. The pain enraged the Wolf King. The dark red mark on its forehead glimmered. A force far beyond before surged into its neck. The Wolf King suddenly threw its head back, unleashing a powerful force. Su Ming's body, weighing over a ton, was uprooted and violently hurled toward a pile of rubble several meters away. Boom! A cloud of dust. In the golden white light of the floating bone temple, Shen Qingzi was cleaving the spine of a windblade wolf. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the thrown figure, her grip on the knife tightening. This scene was wild, brutal, and primal. Yet she no longer felt out of place. This man was simply not fighting like a human. He was definitely a humanoid beast. As the dust settled, Su Ming crawled out from the rubble, brushing off the dirt on his shoulders. The Wolf King's power had already surpassed the limits of his current tier. Engaging in a prolonged battle of brute force, he could barely exhaust it. However, the Wolf King did not attempt another hard clash. Recent source energy nourishment had significantly boosted its intelligence, and it too recognized that this man was formidable. It began to move rapidly around Su Ming, stirring up gusts of wind. Its speed was several tiers above those previous wolf guards, the gray figure flickering through the dust, leaving only afterimages. Suddenly, the dark red mark on its forehead flickered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blades of wind solidified several times more than the previous wolf guards, and glowing a deep blue wind of annihilation formed a character pin, sharply slicing through the air from 3 tricky angles, simultaneously targeting Su Ming's neck, heart, and knee, striking all 3 vital points at once. In an instant, Su Ming was unable to dodge. Clang, clang. The 2 blades aimed at his neck and heart shattered upon contact with his skin, like crashing into superalloy, bursting into sparks and leaving only shallow white marks. However, the 3rd blade aimed at his knee accelerated again upon contact, its power greatly increased. Sizzle! A sound like fabric tearing echoed. Su Ming looked down. There on the outside of his knee, a half-finger-long cut had appeared, blood slowly seeping from the wound. This was the first time he had truly been injured since his awakening. In the realm of the floating bone temple, Shen Qingzi beheaded 2 windblade wolves with a single stroke, and upon catching sight of the bloodstain on Su Ming's leg, her grip on the knife tightened. Suddenly, her eyes filled with disbelief. In her mind, Su Ming had become synonymous with absolute defense. Even her extreme edge atomic line could not breach that defense, yet it was actually breached by this Wolf King. The big yellow, protected by the talisman, let out a low whimper, its golden pupils filled with worry. They finally realized firsthand that this Wolf King was a terrifying existence capable of inflicting substantial harm on Su Ming. However, at the center of the battlefield, Su Ming's reaction caught everyone off guard. He slowly crouched down, looking at the wound on his leg as if he had discovered a novel toy. He extended a finger, dipped it in his warm blood, brought it to his nose, and sniffed, then stuck out his tongue and licked it. The anticipated shock and anger did not arise. Instead, he grinned, letting out a low, pleasurable laugh, which grew louder, a joyful laughter belonging to a predator. Damn it finally hurts a little. Blood is actually salty. Shen Qingzi stumbled, nearly tripping over her own domain. Her brow twitched. Damn, damn, damn. What are you licking? Can you think straight? Since arriving in this world, Su Ming had been burned by Zhaoque, struck by boulders, and bitten by various beasts. After exceeding twice the density of steel, these attacks had only left a dull sensation. It was like being hit through a thick quilt. There was force but no pain. But now it was different. This wound was telling him. The thing in front of him could kill you. Strangely, fear did not come. What came was excitement. The sensation of pain and blood flow was like a key unlocking the primitive, beastly door deep within his soul, a door that had been tightly suppressed by modern civilization. Su Ming raised his head. Something in the depths of his pupils lit up. Seeing that its attack was effective, the Wolf King proudly raised its head. It regained control of the battlefield, ready to unleash a more ferocious offensive. As long as it did not clash head-on, using wind blades, Takeda could slice him to death, 1 blade at a time. The wisdom of the source beast told it that in a prolonged battle, it would surely win. Wind-type source energy gathered beneath the Wolf King, its speed soaring once more. It circled around Su Ming, unleashing a series of ghostly blue wind blades slicing from different angles. It aimed to drain this human's blood. Su Ming reached out to grab, but missed. Again he reached out, again he missed. The Wolf King was like a loach, not giving him any chance to get close. Su Ming kept blocking and dodging, quickly accumulating a few more wounds of varying depths on his body, one of which sliced into his thigh, blood flowing profusely. Damn, just going in circles. Su Ming cursed under his breath, mentally berating the skill inertial drift over and over. If only he could turn. If only he could break. Damn straight-line fighters. Today he was a live target. No matter how expensive, he must buy it in the future. In the floating bone temple, Shen Qingzi shattered 3 wind blades with a single strike, stepping to break away from the battle circle to provide support. But the wolf pack also understood the situation. Over 30 Windblade wolves howled and pounced recklessly, blocking the path with their bodies. They did not seek to harm her, only to delay her. Shin Qingzi struck down 2, but 3 more came to replace them. Endless. The big yellow and the talisman let out a mournful cry, its golden pupils reflecting Su Ming's kneeling figure, its forepaws frantically clawing the ground, but it was trapped by the spatial barrier. Shin Qingzi gritted her teeth. Su Ming. Su Ming knelt on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. But there was no fear in his eyes. Only a calmness running at high speed. Now is the time. He suddenly jumped to the left, feigning a dodge. The Wolf King indeed took the bait, predictively moving to the right, preparing to block his movement. In that instant, as Su Ming's feet hit the ground, all his strength surged into the earth. Quality resonance activated. Boom. The ground caved in around him, the rock layers within a 10-meter radius instantly crumbling into dust, sinking 2 meters deep. Beneath the rapidly moving Wolf King, a void appeared momentarily, suspending it in midair. The Wolf King sensed danger, but it was too late. The Wolf King sensed danger, but it was too late. Ignite. A gleam of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as quality engine activated. Boom. He transformed into a blur of gray, ignoring the Wolf King's wind blades unleashed in shock, and with a self-destructive posture, he firmly embraced the Wolf King midair. You motherfucker. Are you done yet? Su Ming laughed maniacally, employing the most primitive and unreasonable technique. Bear hug. His body weighing over a ton pressed down hard on the Wolf King, with quality dominion activated, amplifying the kinetic energy by 1.5 times. His arm muscles bulged into terrifying shapes, and the pure squeezing force made the Wolf King's proud steel-like bones emit a series of cracking sounds. Su Ming didn't even use his fists, just holding it tightly. He slammed his own head into the Wolf King's head. Bang! A muffled sound. Real damage triggered. The Wolf King's entire head shook violently, stars appeared before its eyes, and it experienced a momentary dizziness. It shook its head violently for the first time, looking at Su Ming with clear fear and shock. What kind of monster is this? Having lost so much blood, not only did it not weaken, but its strength was even more terrifying than before. The Wolf King struggled madly, its wind blades slicing deep into Su Ming's back, yet it could not break free from the iron-like grip. For the first time, it sensed the threat of death from this food. This was not a human at all. This was a ferocious beast, more advanced and crazier than itself, disguised in human skin. Fear finally surfaced in the Wolf King's vertical pupils, and it let out a mournful cry tinged with retreating intent, attempting to shake off Su Ming. A cornered beast fights back. The Wolf King suddenly turned its head and bit down on Su Ming's left shoulder. Its sharp fangs instantly pierced through flesh, embedding deep into the bone, but failing to go any further. Roar. Su Ming, racked with pain, was entirely provoked, his eyes turning blood red as he also opened his mouth, biting down hard on the Wolf King's thick neck artery. Puffed. A mouthful of sweet metallic beast blood. In the moment, the Wolf King stiffened from the excruciating pain and shock. Su Ming exerted force, with his legs nimbly rolling over to straddle its neck, releasing his arms, and with his left hand clawing like a hook, he pressed down hard on the Wolf King's head, slamming it into the ground. His right fist clenched tightly, filled with 1.5 tons of kinetic energy, aimed at the Wolf King's head. One punch. One punch. Another punch. Bang. 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 The Wolf King's limbs thrashed wildly, letting out a mournful scream. The occasionally triggered real damage caused its skull to crack inch by inch. Man and beast abandoned all techniques, engaging in a bloody struggle in the most primal manner. Su Ming delivered another heavy punch, accompanied by the sound of air bursting. Real damage. This punch directly caved in half of the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King finally lay dying. It let out a desperate and unwilling howl toward the heavens. At that moment, a mutation suddenly occurred. The old scar on its forehead suddenly exploded. Endless dark red source energy erupted like a volcano, unleashing a terrifying momentum far beyond Tier 3, soaring into the sky. Crimson source energy surged into the sky. Su Ming's raised right palm abruptly halted midair. It was not from compassion. It was that the Wolf King beneath him suddenly showed signs of distress. The grotesque old scar on its forehead suddenly cracked open. A torrent of dark red source energy erupted forth, rapidly coalescing in midair. Transformed into a twin-headed giant wolf. Its size was more than double that of the Wolf King's original form. The phantom hovered above the Wolf King, its dark red eyes looking down, sweeping across the entire battlefield. When that gaze fell upon Su Ming, the hairs on his back stood on end. That glance did not resemble that of a beast. It was more akin to a higher-order life form looking down at a bug that accidentally wandered into its territory. The phantom existed for less than 2 seconds. Then it dove down violently, merging with the dying Wolf King on the ground. A woo. A howl completely different from before echoed across the wasteland. The Wolf King's dying body suddenly trembled, and a layer of dark red flames ignited across its crimson mane. From the broken claws, blood mist and source energy coalesced into sharper bone blades, causing its entire body to swell significantly. The previously peak third-tier source energy fluctuations were now wildly climbing, about to break through the barrier and push toward the fourth tier. In this moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Even the wolf pack besieging Shin Qingzi halted their movements, lowering their bodies in unison and emitting whimpers of submission. In the golden white light of the floating bone pagoda, Shin Qingzi's expression was grave. This aura was no longer that of the third tier. She looked towards Su Ming. Su Ming was forcefully pushed up half a foot by the Wolf King. The wolf head beneath him seemed to have been re-equipped with an engine. Damn it, Su Ming cursed softly. Did you recharge too? The Wolf King did not give him a chance to speak. Its eyes were filled with hatred. This essence of the source beast had been refined over a long time. Originally, it was meant for breaking through to the fourth tier, to completely control this wasteland, to command more source beasts in the future. But now all efforts were in vain. The surging power needed to be released. The Wolf King let out a low growl. Its neck twisted violently. By the time Su Ming reacted, a scent of blood rushed towards him. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block. In the next moment, puff! The Wolf King bit down hard on Su Ming's right shoulder. This time it was no longer just a surface wound. Its fangs finally pierced through that abnormal defense, deeply embedding into the flesh. A sharp pain exploded along his shoulder. Hiss! Su Ming groaned, his left hand shooting out like lightning, his fingers embedding like iron hooks into the gaps of the Wolf King's upper jaw, desperately holding against the terrifying biting force, preventing it from tearing further. His right fist swung around, striking down hard on the Wolf King's nose. Bang! A punch. Su Ming's fist carried immense force, caving in the Wolf King's nasal bone, causing a warm spray of blood to shoot out. But it did not release its grip. Su Ming threw another punch. Bang! The corner of the Wolf King's eye burst, blood flowing profusely. Still it did not let go. A third punch. Bang! 1.5 tons of kinetic energy surged into his fist. The Wolf King's entire head shook violently, its eyes filled with stars. Yet the two fangs embedded in Su Ming's shoulder bone bit down even harder. Crack! The sound of his shoulder bone breaking. Su Ming's right arm went numb, the strength in his fingertips dwindling. The Wolf King began to wildly shake its head, trying to throw Su Ming off. Su Ming could not allow it to succeed. Once thrown off, his right arm would likely be torn off along with its skin and bone. Moreover, at the current speed of his opponent, he would be an easy target. Su Ming's eyes filled with fierce determination as he abandoned evasion, allowing the Wolf King's claws to tear open gashes on his body. He exerted strength in his legs, using an extremely barbaric method to tightly embrace the Wolf King and roll on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. One man and one wolf, like two uncontrollable giant rollers, rolled across the wasteland, creating a chaotic trench and smashing through one hard rock after another. Ultimately, Su Ming, relying on his exceptional mass and core strength, forcibly flipped over and pinned the Wolf King beneath him once more. Two horrifying blood holes on his right shoulder, blood cascading down his arm, yet he remained oblivious. He resembled a true beast atop the Wolf King, wildly attacking the massive creature beneath him. Headbutt. Bang. Knee strike. Bang. Elbow strike. Puff. Each strike carried the blunt force of heavy machinery, causing the Wolf King to bleed profusely. Blood foam sprayed from the Wolf King's mouth. Yet the Wolf King never ceased its resistance, twisting its body, attempting to throw Su Ming off. However, Su Ming clung to it like a dog's skin plaster stuck to its fur. During one roll, he even opened his mouth, forcibly tearing off a large chunk of bloody red mane from the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King was utterly bewildered. As the ruler of this wasteland, it had devoured no less than 80 human beings. Each person it had eaten had eyes filled with fear and despair. But this one before it, what was going on that was even more primal than its own beastly nature? It was a raw madness that disregarded pain and was indifferent to death, solely focused on tearing its opponent apart. Is this creature even human? A chill surged through the Wolf King's heart. Su Ming gasped sharply, with two gory holes in his right shoulder, blood dripping down his arm onto the Wolf King's face. This beast had gone berserk. Its power and speed had increased dramatically, but such an outburst must have a time limit. What he needed to do was to drag it out. Drag it until it was exhausted. However, the wounds on his body were increasing. If he continued to bleed like this, the first to fall would likely be him. Ding detected severe muscle tearing in the right shoulder, slight fracture in the humerus. Do you wish to consume 200 quality points for repair? A cold prompt sounded in his mind. Su Ming's heart sank. Should he repair it or not? It was a dilemma. 200 points to fix one arm. After fixing it, he would still face the same beating. It was treating the symptoms, not the root cause. He currently had a total of 8,300 quality points, which he had prepared for breaking through to the third tier. He decided not to repair. The outcome did not hinge on this shoulder. The space steward he had previously deemed too expensive. But now, he glanced at the Wolf King still struggling beneath him, its power showing no signs of waning. Then he looked at Shun Qingzi, who was in the distance, weaving through the wolf pack, already showing signs of fatigue. System. Su Ming roared inwardly. Activate the space membership. Is the consumption rate still 1 beast per minute? The space was still filled with a large number of exotic beast corpses collected during the beast tide. Consuming them all could yield several thousand more points. But he needed to confirm the rate. If it remained that slow by the time the system finished consuming these corpses, the Wolf King would have likely devoured them all too, potentially turning into warm fertilizer if it went quickly. But if it could devour in batches, then he could take a gamble. As for that 5 service fee, let it be deducted. Immediately, the mechanical voice of the system came. After activating the space steward, the consumption rate is no longer limited by single contact. All stored objects can be consumed simultaneously. Hope. Money is worthless. We can earn more later. So hurry up and activate it. Right now. Su Ming did not hesitate for a second. Unlocking and activating Space Steward Beginner requires a total deduction of 7,000 quality points with a 5 service fee. Do you wish to activate? Activate. Damn it. Congratulations, host, you have activated Space Steward Beginner. Remaining quality points 1,300. A line of golden text full of cyber capitalist vibes bounced into view before Su Ming. The display was fully lit. But Su Ming had no time to look closely at those feature introductions. He was atop the Wolf King, his consciousness frantically shouting within the system space. Let me absorb. Boom. Within the consciousness space, a miniature black hole suddenly formed and rapidly expanded. Hundreds of exotic beast corpses simultaneously floated up. Rock-armored centipedes, venom sac spiders, stinger flies. All the spoils collected during the beast tide converged into a bizarre river howling into the black hole. In the next moment, the prompt sound in Su Ming's mind exploded. Ding. Automatically devouring second-tier rock-armored centipedes, quality points 410. Ding. Automatically devouring first-tier venom sac spiders, quality points 120. Ding. Automatically devouring first-tier stinger flies, quality points 85. Ding. Automatically devouring. The screen was flooded. A frenzy of notifications. It felt like a digital storm. Su Ming's mind was filled with the sound of ding ding ding. Awesome. This is too damn exhilarating. Su Ming still maintained his posture atop the Wolf King, letting its claws carve deep gashes on his back, yet he merely held it down without moving. He glanced at the wildly oscillating numbers on the panel, his smile broader than an AK. Is this the power of capital? Is this the joy of getting something for nothing? Before he had to laboriously massage for a minute manually, but now it was all fully automated assembly line work. Lying down. No writing and money was earned. In just a few seconds, the quality points that had previously pained him skyrocketed like a rocket. 1710, 1830, 2200. Still rising. 3500, 4200, 5100. It simply wouldn't stop. Su Ming's cheeky grin perfectly lined up with the Wolf King's vertical pupils. The Wolf King was left utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? This human has gone mad. Why is he enjoying himself while fighting? Is he getting pleasure from beating me? He had heard that some humans had strange tastes, but he never expected it to be this extravagant. A wave of indescribable horror surged within the Wolf King. It roared in fury, unleashing 2 blades of dark red obliteration wind that harshly slashed across Su Ming's lower back. Let you laugh. Let you laugh. Puff. 2 wounds deep enough to see bone appeared, blood gushing forth. Yet Su Ming's smile did not diminish in the slightest, rather it became even more radiant. The quality points from devouring were like the author's praises and urges for an update. They were still rising. Worth it. Totally worth it. Su Ming looked down at the Wolf King's confused yet furious vertical pupils, suddenly feeling a twinge of pity for the beast. You worked hard, brother. Su Ming patted the Wolf King's cheek. The Wolf King completely lost its mind. You pat me. You dare to pat my face. This is outrageous. I, the wolf, will no longer fight. Too damaging to my pride. Ding. Detected fractures in the 4th and 5th ribs on the left side. Would you like to expend 400 quality points to repair them? Su Ming didn't even blink. Repair. It must be repaired. I have money now. A scorching heat surged into his chest, and the broken bones snapped back into place. The intense pain in his ribs decreased from 10 to 3, and then to 0. In less than 5 seconds, he didn't even wait for the wound to heal completely. His left fist struck again with a heavy blow to the Wolf King's nose. Bang! The Wolf King's head tilted, and it spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Its sharp claws slashed down in fury, leaving 3 deep gashes on his chest. Su Ming winced in pain, gasping for breath. Repair. Consuming 280 quality points. Surface wounds on the chest are being repaired. The wound visibly began to close. Just as the repair finished, the Wolf King bit into his thigh again. The Wolf King's hind legs kicked fiercely, sinking its fangs into his upper arm, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Repair. Consuming 320 quality points. Quadriceps repair in progress. Su Ming felt like an unyielding war machine, tireless and devoid of pain. Injured, repaired, injured again, repaired once more. Each repair was burning through quality points like wildfire, yet after every repair, he could make the Wolf King pay the same painful price. The space steward was still operating in the background, devouring the remains of the exotic beast, spending money while making money. Su Ming felt he had gained insight. What is a Peidoan warrior? This is what a Peidoan warrior is. The one who spends more wins. The Wolf King knew none of this. It only knew that it had gone mad. It was a wind-type source beast, proud of its speed and cutting ability. But now it was forced to brawl with this monster. That was fine. But can we be fair? Clearly its claw had ripped open this human's chest, blood gushing out, yet moments later the wound had vanished. It had clearly bitten through his arm muscle, and as soon as it released its grip, that flesh had already regrown. How is it even possible to fight? What made it even more desperate was that this human was not only healing but growing fiercer. After each repair, the subsequent punch was heavier, fiercer, and more precise than the last. For the first time, the Wolf King felt a clear urge to retreat. It didn't want to continue this absurd war of attrition. This human was too unnatural, indestructible, unyielding, and growing more excited with every strike. Its gaze was more beast-like than its own. It needed to withdraw, back to the depths of the mist, back to its territory to heal its wounds and wait for the power of the beast's soul imprint to completely fade. The Wolf King quickly made a decision. Deep in its throat, dark red wind-type energy began to condense, preparing to unleash a close-range windstorm roar. It didn't hope to kill the opponent, it only wanted to blast him away. However, Su Ming saw the light in its mouth. Such an obvious casting of a spell. Do you think I'm stupid? Su Ming's hands shot out like lightning, striking from both sides to violently clamp the Wolf King's mouth shut like a hydraulic clamp. Whoa! The Wolf King's eyes nearly bulged out. Bang! A dull explosion echoed from its mouth. The terrifying wind couldn't escape. It exploded in its mouth and skull, leaving it dazed and dizzy, causing 2 of its molars to fall out. What do we call this move? Mouth clamping kill. The blood-covered human in front wore a grin that sent shivers down its spine. It was neither mocking nor angry. It was joy. The Wolf King suddenly realized something. From start to finish, it had misunderstood one thing. It wasn't hunting this human. It was this human hunting it. A chill ran up its spine. Escape. It had to escape. It would use its last bit of strength to flee from this demon. The Wolf King's hind legs gathered all their remaining power and kicked fiercely at Su Ming's chest. This kick was a full-powered strike fueled by its quasi-4th strength, finally sending Su Ming flying over 10 meters. It rolled over without a glance and turned to flee desperately into the depths of the mist. It ran. Su Ming staggered to the ground, his feet crushing the rocks, quickly stabilizing himself. Trying to run. Quality engine ignite. Boom. He transformed into a gray projectile, shooting out in a straight line. Over a ton of quality enveloped in terrifying kinetic energy covered the distance in the blink of an eye. Su Ming wrapped his arms around the Wolf King's waist from behind, locking it in place. The most primal and savage bear hug had descended once again. One man and one wolf, like a runaway locomotive, rolled into the distant ruins, crashing into the pile of rubble, sending debris flying for dozens of meters. The Wolf King felt its lower back caught in a vice. Its eyes reddened. If it could cry, it would have wept by now. How did it get hugged again? Let me go? I beg you, let me go. Inside the domain of the floating bone temple, Shin Qing's face had turned a bit pale. The skeletal tower shadows surrounding her had become much more solid compared to when they first appeared. The golden light was also brighter, and one could even see the fine patterns emerging on the tower's surface after absorbing wolf blood. Clearly, the next time she used this move, its power would be even greater. But now she was also nearing her limit. The divine essence injected into her body was rapidly depleting. Even that protective artifact, the unbreakable inch glowing with light, began to flicker with less than a minute left. She poured another expensive source energy recovery potion into her mouth, her gaze resolute. She had to quickly eliminate the remaining wolf pack to help Su Ming. In the light membrane space, De Huang watched everything unfold. At this moment, apart from anxiety, it felt shame. Previously, it had dared to snarl at the Wolf King, but now it seemed that the Wolf King hadn't regarded it as a threat at all. It was nothing. This Wolf King was ridiculously strong, and that cheap master was even more powerful. What was it? A mascot? A flicker of complexity passed through De Huang's golden pupils. I am also super brave. It encouraged itself in its heart, then honestly added, well, I was just pretending. Time is running out. In the rubble, Su Ming pressed down on the Wolf King, no longer blocking or dodging. He knew time was short. The unbreakable inch was about to shatter, and if De Huang came out only to be controlled again by the Wolf King's imprint, all efforts would be in vain. Shen Qingzi couldn't hold on much longer either. There was only one way. To kill this thing before it exhausted its strength. Su Ming started throwing punches. Left fist, right fist, uppercut, swing. No technique involved. As long as it didn't die, he would hammer it to death. The first punch made the Wolf King howl in pain. The 10th punch made the Wolf King retreat half a step. The 20th punch cracked Su Ming's right hand, consuming quality points for repair. The 30th punch triggered real damage, causing cracks in the Wolf King's skull. The 50th punch broke Su Ming's forearm, yet he continued to repair. The Wolf King was thoroughly enraged by this reckless fighting style and began to fight back with all its might. It ferociously bit Su Ming's shoulder, chest, and arms. Su Ming did not retreat. The 70th punch. Su Ming was covered in blood, his own and the Wolf King's mixed together indistinguishable. Only one thought remained in his mind. Why was the real damage trigger rate so low? A 30% probability. Where's that promised 30%? Triggered once every 10 punches, twice every 30 punches. Was this probability designed by Zhao Kuo to specifically screw over his own people? Never mind. If I throw 100 punches, it has to die. The 80th punch. The 85th punch. The 90th punch. Su Ming's right fist slammed into the Wolf King's forehead, striking an old scar. Quality resonance. An invisible shockwave surged through the cracks in the wound, wildly pouring into the Wolf King's skull. The Wolf King's body suddenly stiffened. Real damage triggered. Su Ming felt the special feedback from his fist. No resistance, no buffering, all power flowed in at 100%. One more. The 91st punch. Su Ming's right fist followed closely, almost in the same position, slamming down again. Quality resonance stacked with real damage. This time there was no dull thud or cracking sound. The Wolf King's head was crushed from within, collapsing silently. Blood mixed with grayish-white brain matter sprayed from its orifices, and its massive body twitched violently twice before crashing to the ground. The dark red vertical pupils light dimmed bit by bit. The crimson main wind blade Wolf King. It was dead. Su Ming sat atop its body, gasping for breath. He had no intact flesh left on his body. But the curvature of his lips was wider than ever. 91 punches. Damn it, I really had to make it an integer. Before he finished speaking, an anomaly occurred. From the Wolf King's corpse, a dark red phantom shrieked out, coalescing into the vague outline of a two-headed giant wolf, trailing remnants of energy as it dashed madly into the depths of the mist. The beast's soul imprint was trying to escape. Run! Red light surged in Su Ming's eyes. Who's going to reimburse me for my 7,000 points of membership fee if you run away? His bloodied right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing hold of the writhing dark red beast's soul. The moment his palm closed, the beast's soul emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing wildly, trying to break free. Su Ming clenched his fists. Dark red light spilled from his fingers, burning his palms with sharp pain. After a few seconds, the beast's soul struggles gradually weakened, ultimately condensing into a crystal the size of a walnut, its surface adorned with dark red patterns. Meanwhile, not far away, the protective artifact shielding De Huang, the unbreakable inch, emitted a series of glass-shattering crack sounds. Once the time was up, it completely collapsed. In the haze, only 6 wolves remained in front of Shen Qingzi, clearly panicking after the Wolf King's death, with 2 already having fled. She knew Su Ming had won. She nodded at De Huang, who had just broken free. Owl. A giant mastiff, its fur gleaming gold and eyes burning with vengeful fire, transformed into an arrow rushing towards Su Ming. Without the bloodline suppression of the Wolf King, De Huang's leg injury was no longer a concern. The wildness in its eyes was more intense than ever. Su Ming was kneeling in front of the massive Wolf King's corpse, utterly drained. He had just spent nearly 1,000 quality points to fully heal all his wounds. He gasped for breath, looking at the continuously pulsating beast's soul imprint in his hand. Ding! Detected remnants of the beast's soul imprint from the 4th-tier source, Beast Crimson Flame, Two-Headed Wolf. At that moment, De Huang arrived. It first glanced at the massive Wolf King's corpse on the ground. Then it barked twice to bolster its courage. It then immediately ran towards Su Ming, nudging him and licking him all over, affectionate, yet worried. Su Ming pushed it away with a face full of disdain. All right, your drool is more than the blood. Get away from me. De Huang ignored him, licking even more vigorously. Then it licked Su Ming's left hand. To be precise, it licked the hand that held the beast's soul imprint. The moment its tongue touched the crystal surface, a change occurred. The dark red beast soul phantom suddenly erupted, transforming into a storm of red particles that howled into De Huang's mouth. De Huang's body stiffened suddenly. Dark red light exploded from within it, making every hair stand on end. The blood scab on its hind leg fell off with a pop, and beneath the newly sprouted skin, faint golden red patterns began to flow. Su Ming's eyes widened. Damn, are you trying to steal the kill, eh? De Huang looked at him innocently, then let out a suppressed growl, curling up in pain on the ground. The next second, dark red flames surged from its body, enveloping it in a massive blood cocoon. The walls of the cocoon flickered with alternating dark red and golden patterns, and an aura far beyond the second tier was brewing within. Su Ming staggered to his feet, looking at the blood cocoon, grinning. It seemed it was about to evolve as well. All right, you've earned it. I hope it will be useful after evolving. At least it can carry people. Not far away, a figure rushed out of the mist, surrounded by a fragrant wind. Shen Qingzi held the cold edge. Her beautiful face was filled with worry, her eyes slightly red. The nano-combat suit had torn in several places, and her fair arms were covered in blood marks. Clearly, she hadn't had time to tend to her wounds, and had rushed over immediately. She assumed Su Ming's injuries were far worse than her own. She had witnessed the entire battle. Su Ming had been bitten through the shoulder, ripped in the chest, and slashed on the back, losing at least 2 liters of blood. As she ran over, she had prepared for the worst. But then she saw Su Ming's state. His upper garment was long gone. His entire body was covered in dried blood. But where were the wounds? She circled around Su Ming. There were none. Not a single wound. Shen Qingzi's mind buzzed. She stuttered, You killed a Quasi 4th tier exotic beast and didn't get hurt. Huh, how could I not be injured? Look, you've made my skin red. You actually killed a Quasi 4th stage source beast without getting hurt. Her voice trembled slightly, not even realizing it, unsure whether it was shock or disbelief. How could I not be injured? Su Ming looked innocent, raising his arm to point at the shallow red mark left by a wolf claw just below his collarbone. Look, it's all scratched red. Shen Qingzi almost choked. Red my foot. Is that even called an injury? Su Ming watched her struggle to hold back the urge to draw her blade, feeling delighted inside. Shen Qingzi circled around Su Ming. Against a source beast of that level, he had been bitten no less than 20 times, blood spraying like a fountain. No wounds. Her gaze slid from Su Ming's shoulder to his chest, then down to his abdomen. Indeed, there were no wounds. Not even a scar. His skin was healthy and glossy, his muscles defined not like a bodybuilder, but more like a jaguar. Every inch contained an astonishing explosive power. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the outline of his abs subtly visible, not deliberately flaunted, yet just right. Paired with that handsome face. Shen Qingzi's gaze involuntarily lingered for an extra second. This was not someone who had just gone through a bloody fight. This was clearly someone who had just finished shooting a high-end men's body wash commercial. Shen Qingzi's gaze unknowingly shifted from checking for injuries to appreciating the physique. This guy must be nearly 190 centimeters tall, right? He seemed to have grown a bit taller since she last saw him at the scrapyard. He noticed that this girl's gaze seemed to constantly glance at his abs. Is this a hook? Are they already checking the goods? Su Ming pretended to stretch, subtly doing a chest expansion exercise, his back muscles tightening, instantly showcasing the contours of his beautiful butterfly bones. Then, as if his neck was uncomfortable, he tilted his head, arms raised high above his head, stretching his waistline. Every movement perfectly showcased his body, comparable to a top-tier work of art in a 360-degree view without dead angles. Masculinity surged forth. Shen Qingzi had never seen such a scene. Having grown up in military camps and martial arts universities, the men she had encountered were either rough brutes, old men, or incompetent fools like Liu Beichen, who were all show and no substance. But someone like Su Ming, who perfectly combined wild strength with exquisite appearance, was one of a kind. She felt her cheeks getting hotter, her heart racing, and a heaviness in her chest. Am I poisoned? Could it be that the toxins from those poison sac spiders delayed their effects? Su Ming finished his show-off poses, feeling good about himself, smiling at her. So how do you like my new outfit? What outfit? You're not wearing anything. Shen Qingzi blurted out, then abruptly stopped mid-sentence, her face suddenly turning beet red. Only then did she realize that the clothes he referred to were his muscles. Scoundrel. Su Ming feigned a look of sudden realization, looking down at his bare upper body, feigning distress. Where's my shirt? Oh right. I remember now, I was torn apart by the Wolf King's claw while protecting Miss Shan. He changed his tone, looking sincerely at Shen Qingzi. That was a limited edition trench coat made of grade composite materials. Miss Shan, don't you think you should reimburse me? Reimburse. Shen Qingzi gritted her teeth, squeezing out a word between clenched teeth. Reimburse, reimburse, reimburse. Greedy bastard. She naturally knew that ever since the battle with that mercenary's mecha master, he had been bare. Oh, thinking about this made her ears burn again. Shen Qingzi wished she had Su Ming's shamelessness. This guy's audacity was thicker than the flesh on his body. After scolding him, she took a deep breath to calm herself, pointing at the enormous corpse of the Wolf King on the ground along with the scattered corpses of the Wind Blade wolves in the distance. You killed this Wolf King alone. All the loot belongs to you. Also, I just killed 37 second-tier Wind Blade wolves. They are all yours too. Really? Su Ming's eyes lit up. 37 second tiers. Plus 1 Quasi fourth tier. How much quality point would that be worth? This woman, wouldn't she have taken a liking to me? He felt that those previous displays were not in vain. It seems like it's necessary to take some classes in the future. I heard that men can also do pole dancing, right? Being a versatile pretty boy has limitless prospects. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. Miss Shun is so generous. Are you touched? Shen Qingzi asked, seeing his greedy expression not in the least amused. I dare not, I dare not. I prefer to lie down. Su Ming waved his hands repeatedly, looking serious. Shen Qingzi secretly cursed the shameless rogue and ran off to check on Da Huang. Su Ming focused his thoughts and directly stored the massive corpse of the Wolf King into the system space. Butler devour. Then he waited quietly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The anticipated income notification did not sound. Su Ming frowned, feeling that something was amiss. System, are you lagging? Or have you crashed? Today's automatic devour limit has been reached. The cold mechanical voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. What the hell? There's a limit. Su Ming was dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered that when he activated the Space Butler, a description page had popped up. However, he was eager to fight and didn't take a close look. He hurriedly immersed his consciousness into the system. Space Butler Beginner Automatic Recovery can silently devour designated items in the space with a daily devouring limit of 100 quality points. Smart Classification automatically categorizes devoured items and daily necessities of the host, avoiding confusion. Conversion Preview can preview the expected income from bulk devouring to prevent mistakenly devouring high-value items. Management Service Fee. Each time the system automatically recovers output quality points, it will deduct 5 as a handling fee. Upgrade condition to Advanced to Space Butler Intermediate requires 100 quality points. After upgrading, the daily limit increases to 500 points, and the management fee decreases to 3. Looking at that glaring line stating, daily limit 100 quality points, Su Ming felt like a herd of alpacas was charging through his mind. Scammers. Indeed, it's a scam. He spent a fortune on a membership, and it turns out there's a data cap. He probed into the space and took a look. Sure enough, the corpses of the rock-armored centipedes, poison sac spiders, and thorny needle flies he had previously collected had only been devoured halfway. The rest were neatly stacked in a corner with a note saying, waiting to be devoured. On the other side, in his personal items area, there was a key, a cheap pair of headphones, a mobile phone, and 2 large boxes of tissues he didn't even know what to do with, all organized neatly. He even saw the only school uniform he had kept for 3 years, which had been patched up multiple times. Su Ming thought for a moment and took out the school uniform. It wasn't practical to keep going around bare-chested. He couldn't always keep giving Shen Qingzi a show. He quickly put on the wrinkled school uniform, zipped it up, and finally covered up his enticing muscles. He glanced at his panel. Quality points 90-100. Activating the Space Butler cost him 7,000, and before taking down the Wolf King, he had spent nearly all of the remaining points on healing, totaling around 2,200 points. Fortunately, the Space Butler had diligently devoured the maximum of 10,000 points today, which provided him with his current balance. Real quality 1030. 3 kilograms. From the assassins sent by Zhao Kuo to the wave of source beasts, and then to the fierce battle with the Wolf King, he had hardly had a moment of rest. He had been interrupted repeatedly while thinking of upgrading. Fortunately, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. After this battle, he gained a clearer understanding of his strength. Now it's time. System, give me all in. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. I want to advance to 3rd tier silver. Ding. Consumed 9070 quality points, converting 9,070 kilograms real quality. Converting. Congratulations, host. Real quality has broken through 100 kg, successfully advancing to 3rd tier silver. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying power erupted from within him. His bones, muscles, fascia, and even every single cell underwent a dramatic transformation at that moment. If he was likened to a block of high-density alloy, it would be an exaggeration. Now he was a solid-state physical miracle. Host Su Ming Realm 3rd tier silver life form, first life form, carbon-based, mortal, real quality 10030. 3 kilograms. Quality points 100. Promotion progress 10 tons. His physique still looked like that of a lean teenager, but his density had already far surpassed any known natural element on Earth in his past life. The heaviest stable metal in the past life was osmium, with a density of about 22,000. Now he was 5 times that density. What does this mean? Running at a normal person's speed, he produced an impact force 100 times that of an ordinary person. This was not a dump truck. This was a solid, armor-piercing round with legs. Su Ming could feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. No, it wasn't the ground shaking, it was the ground collapsing. Su Ming stood still looking down. His feet had already sunk into the soil, as if stepping on soft sand. He tried to take a step forward. His entire calf sank into the ground. Another step. His knees were completely buried. In the distance, Shen Qingzi, who had just set up a simple defense for De Huang, looked at this scene in disbelief. What are you doing? Su Ming's expression was deadpan. I'm walking. Can't you be lighter on your feet? I haven't even exerted myself yet. He was speaking the truth. 10 tons of weight, with just that small contact area of his feet. The pressure spread out. Reinforced concrete under his feet felt no different from cookies. If he jumped, he could probably bury himself half a meter deep. It was over. Su Ming stood frozen, suddenly understanding what it meant to pay to become strong to the point of immobility. He hurriedly glanced at the system shop. Quality suppression perfectly suppress your real weight to a normal person's level. This state only changes the feedback of the terrain and weight perception without affecting any kinetic energy transformation or explosion. 2,000 quality points could be exchanged. Then he looked at his balance. Quality points 100. Su Ming's vision darkened. He lacked 1,009. Su Ming's gaze slowly shifted toward the massive Wolf King corpse in the system space. Today's limit was reached, but that was the automatic devour limit of the space butler. He could manually devour without restrictions. His consciousness probed into the space, placing a palm on the Wolf King's remains. Devour. Unlike other source beasts, the Quasi-4th stage Wolf King contained an incredibly rich source energy, with bone density and muscle structure far beyond that of an ordinary second tier. 1 minute later, ding, devoured the remains of the Quasi-4th stage Redman Windblade Wolf King. Quality points 2,000. 2,000 points exactly. Quality point balance 2,100. Just enough. Without hesitation, he said, exchange, quality suppression. Ding. Consumed 2,000 quality points. Skill quality suppression has been exchanged. In an instant, Su Ming felt a lightness throughout his body. The terrifying sense of weight that could crush the earth vanished instantly. Su Ming controlled his own weight perception, reducing it from 10 tons to 100 kilograms, then 80, then 75. Standard weight. He pulled his legs out of the pit and gently stomped his foot. The ground remained motionless. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. This is how it should be. Quality suppression. All the names of system skills don't sound very nice, but this is definitely the most practical divine skill. Not for anything else. Let's not even mention future personal happiness. Just saying he would be invincible in the future. Even taking a dump could open a backdoor for the earth. How could this be? The sky was completely dark. Su Ming cleared the inside and tossed the only remaining thin blanket to Shen Qingzi, sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the tent. Not far away, a blood cocoon lay quietly in the open space, its dark red and golden patterns flickering like a heartbeat. Tomorrow they would return, and if that thing hadn't hatched by then, they would have to leave it here to fend for itself. He wasn't particularly worried. This creature was just as tough and cheap as he was. After Shen Qingzi finished treating her arm wound, she pulled out 2 energy recovery potions from her spatial wristband and tossed one to Su Ming. Su Ming caught it and glanced at the label. 5,000 federal coins. This potion of yours is practically free. It's not supposed to cost you anything. Shen Qingzi shot him a glance and uncapped her own, taking a sip. Leaning against the inner wall of the tent, her long legs curled under the thin blanket as her gaze fell on the wound on her hand. This source exploration was more thrilling than all her practical experiences from the past year combined. Her source energy was nearly depleted, and the aftereffects of the 3rd sequence pagoda bone suppression were still ongoing, with her fingertips occasionally emitting a faint bone-white glow. She opened the terminal's genius leaderboard, staring at her astonishing score. 7,100 points. In just one day, she had surged from 3,420 to 7,100. Everything felt so surreal. Danger lurked at every turn, yet it seemed safe. Shen Qingzi looked at the figure in the wrinkled school uniform at the tent's entrance, feeling a bit dazed. Su Ming. That seemingly ordinary body had moments ago been riding atop a Quasi-4th stage Wolf King, brutally smashing a 4th stage source beast to death. Her proud trump card, the pagoda bone suppression, seemed like mere basic skills in front of him. Her year's worth of points was less than what he earned in a single day. What kind of monster are you? Unknowingly, Shen Qingzi had developed a great curiosity about him. You're taking the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow, right? Shen Qingzi suddenly spoke up. Su Ming snapped back to reality and nodded. Yeah, the day after tomorrow. Then, Shen Qingzi hesitated before asking, have you decided which university you want to apply to? Not yet, I'll see how I feel at the time. Su Ming shrugged, looking indifferent. Whichever school's admission office or campus beauty looks good, that's where he'll apply. Shen Qingzi nearly choked. Are you going to school or on a blind date? Besides, with your abilities, do you even need to worry about grades? Aren't all universities in the Federation open to you? Quit pretending. Su Ming's teasing relaxed the tense nerves she had held for the entire day. She lifted her chin slightly with a hint of pride and smugness. Don't call me Miss Shen anymore. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. And don't call me long legs. That's absolutely unacceptable. I'm not one to lie. How can I say you don't have it? I can't do that. Shen Qingzi's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare, ultimately not pursuing that nickname further. You can call me senior sister. I was first in both the written and practical exams last year. Calling her senior sister. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Sister sounds great. He liked sisters and also liked sisters-in-law. His little sisters and sisters-in-law were nice too. All right, senior sister. He readily complied and called her that smoothly. Shen Qingzi nodded in satisfaction, feeling she had finally regained some face in front of this guy. Su Ming inched closer to her, his face filled with curiosity. So, senior sister, you must know a lot of insider information that ordinary people don't write. Tell me about it, so I, a naive junior, can have a direction to strive for. This address of senior sister pleased Shen Qingzi. She had always been aloof with very few close friends, let alone being treated as a senior for advice. This feeling was quite novel. She thought for a moment and said, the best Awakener University in the Federation stems from the military. Collectively known as the 4 military academies, each corresponds to one of the 4 war zones. Additionally, there are the Federal Central University and the Eastern Pearl University, also known as Imperial Capital University and Demon City University. Let me first tell you about the 4 military academies. First is the northern side, the Xuanjia Academy. Xuanjia. Su Ming pondered over this term. Yes, Xuanjia is unbroken. The Northern Territory is immortal. A glint of respect flashed in Shen Qingzi's eyes. The Xuanjia Academy is the Federation's most formidable shield, primarily focusing on frontline battles and defense. Its ace is the Steel Barrier System, specializing in defensive enhancement talents. Graduates typically enter the Northern Border Defense Corps. They also have a Cold Region Combat Command system, favoring ice and earth talents. She glanced at Su Ming. Your talent is in the defensive branch of enhancement, and judging by the surface data, Xuanjia Academy is indeed suitable for you. Defense. What I lack the least right now is defense. But Xuanjia Academy sounds like a bunch of heavily armored fools, not quite matching my development path. I'm a hexagonal warrior. Suddenly Shen Qingzi recalled Su Ming smashing the Wolf King and added him. There's a problem with this school. Their teaching system is designed around countering damage. It's all about stability, and if you go there you might get scolded by the instructors every day. Su Ming thought for a moment and found her reasoning quite valid. Including in his past life gaming, he was like that. In battle it was always 1v5, and he was constantly berated by teammates. He definitely couldn't go there. I heard there's a fierce person in the 3rd year of Xuanjia Academy named Xiao Zhan. He possesses the Scrade Immortal Golden Body talent and has long dominated the Academy's power rankings. He is recognized as the first defensive talent of the younger generation. Shen Qingzi added. Su Ming curled his lips. First, I could probably match him right now. Let's see who the real daddy is. What realm is he at? Peak of the 3rd realm, but within the circle his combat abilities are widely acknowledged to be infinitely close to the 4th realm. Still a dish, Su Ming thought it wasn't even worth remembering this person's name. What about Dongfang Lingyun Academy? Shen Qingzi shook her head. That's the least suitable for you. Thunderous might dominating the skies. Lingyun focuses on aerial dominance and rapid assaults, with its ace being the aerial assault system, favoring wind, lightning, and flying-related special systems. Their admission standards are the strictest, with absurd requirements for reaction speed. She glanced at his feet that could crush everything. You struggle to walk on the ground, but don't even think about flying. Su Ming's lips twitched. This remark was quite hurtful and highly insulting. However, she was speaking the truth. His current quality engine was like a linear accelerator without brakes or steering. If he went to Lingyun Academy, he might crash through the teaching building in the 1st class. Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered that he could exchange for the inertia drift at the 3rd level. That thing's price was. In the West, there's the Shadow Academy with a rather juvenile motto, lone wolf for 1,000 miles, death or glory. Shen Qingzi also started to criticize. No need to elaborate on the Western Shadow Academy. Shen Qingzi didn't linger, summarizing, stealth assassination. You'd be exposed on your first day and the Earthquake Bureau would locate you more accurately than source beasts. Su Ming didn't refute. In the past, his Tintin body caused tremors wherever he went. Without suppressing his mass, he was like a human seismic sensor. Stealth. What a joke. Just entering, and the enemy base's earthquake warning would trigger first. But now he had divine skills. That long leg doesn't know I can apply force normally now, does it? Keek keek. Su Ming smacked his lips. In the blink of an eye, 3 options had been eliminated. What about the Southern United Martial Academy, where you are? Mentioning her school, Shin Qingzi spoke noticeably more. Our school is fully named the Southern War Zone United Martial Academy, the most complexly structured of the federations for military academies. The core key of the school lies in the word united. What kind of unification? Firstly, it's a tripartite alliance between the military financial tycoons and the Hunter Association. Shen Qingzi explained, the military provides venues, structure, and military task channels. The Federal Military Industrial Consortium, which comprises those wealthy tycoons, provides money and equipment, and the Hunter Association supplies frontline combat instructors and source-based intelligence. My dad's scrapyard is actually an outsourced unit of the Military Industrial Consortium. Su Ming suddenly understood. Wasn't this akin to the mixed ownership of his past life? State-owned enterprises provide licenses, private enterprises provide funds, and industry associations provide connections. No wonder his father-in-law, a scrapyard owner, had such great capabilities. Secondly, it's the unification of the 4 war zones. Shin Qingzi continued. Although our school is called the Southern Martial Academy, there are exchange student slots every year allowing students to learn cold region combat in the north or stealth tracking in the west. The 4 military academies also hold a 4 Academy Grand Competition annually, competing for the title of the strongest military academy. So students from this school are not limited to the South after graduation. Correct. They could be assigned to any war zone across the Federation. Su Ming slowly processed this information. In his past life, there was a saying about job hunting: choosing a platform is more important than choosing a position. A large platform means more choices and easier job hopping. The Southern United Martial Academy seems to be that big platform. Finally, and most importantly, is the alliance of retired and active personnel. 70% of our school's instructors have rich experience and extensive networks. They can teach you life-saving skills that you will never learn from textbooks. Students who perform well may even be directly recruited into major military-industrial enterprises or the Hunter Association. Su Ming listened intently. This Southern United Martial Academy sounded like a small society. The intertwining of military business and civilian realms led to intricate relationships, yet the resources were genuinely abundant. What about the ACE Major? Source Beast Hunting Command System, with practical assessments accounting for 70. Your close combat ability is crushingly superior at the same level. This system is practically tailor-made for you. Shin Qingzi looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Senior sister, you're so keen on promoting your school. Are you trying to get me to be your junior? Shin Qingzi's face turned bright red in an instant, reverting from the knowledgeable senior sister to the Valkyrie who explodes when teased. Who wants you to be my junior? I'm just stating the facts. She held her neck high, her eyes darting. Whether you go or not, it's none of my business. Oh, Su Ming elongated his tone. So it seems I was overthinking it. I was thinking if I had a beautiful senior sister looking out for me, I wouldn't even need to bring a tent when going on missions. I could just cozy up to my senior sister. Shin Qingzi glared at him in embarrassment and anger. You pervert. Who wants to sleep in the same tent as you? Get out. Just then, crack. A clear sound of shattering echoed from the center of the tent, interrupting their banter. Both turned their heads simultaneously. A crack exploded from the top of the cocoon, dark red flames shooting up into the sky. The crack spread throughout the entire cocoon and fragments shot out in all directions. A breath far more explosive and intense than that of the red-maned Windblade Wolf King erupted from the crack. Su Ming stood up. His mass suppression was still active, yet the ground beneath his feet cracked under the force of this aura. The blood cocoon was entirely shattered. In the instant the firelight dissipated, Su Ming's pupils constricted. Standing there was no longer the previous big yellow. It had already completed its evolution. In the southern city of Jinan, at the Southern United Martial Academy. Late at night, the massive holographic prodigy ranking in the tactical hall's second floor glowed a perpetual blue, while a few third-year students on night duty dozed off in their chairs. Beep, beep, beep. The ranking emitted a piercing system alert. The students jolted awake, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they looked over. The next moment, all drowsiness vanished. A name on the ranking was skyrocketing wildly. Shin Qingzi. Federal Prodigy Ranking Main List. 188th, Shin Qingzi 3420 points. 150th, Shin Qingzi 4200 points. 97th, Shin Qingzi 5500 points. 50th, Shin Qingzi 6800 points. The numbers in the point pool leaped like mad, each flicker swallowing several names ahead. Finally, in utter silence, the digits slowly settled. Federal Prodigy Ranking Main List 32nd, Shin Qingzi 7100 points. Southern United Academy Campus Ranking 5th, Shin Qingzi 7100 points. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Seconds later, chaos erupted. Are these points glitching? 7,100 points. Am I seeing things? 5th on campus. She pushed Lei Zhe, who's held that spot forever, down to 6th. In just one day, she went from 188th to 32nd. Did she wipe out an entire nest of beasts in the abyss? A night duty student, hands trembling, screenshotted the screen and tossed it into the class group chat. 3 seconds later, the group exploded. At the school gate, inside a lightning paint hovercar, Lei Zhe was deep in conversation with a female student in the passenger seat when his wrist terminal suddenly buzzed violently. He opened it impatiently. When he saw his rank had changed from 5th on campus to a glaring 6th on campus, his handsome face twisted in fury. Bang! He punched the steering wheel and sparks flew from the expensive leather covering. What kind of joke is this? Lei Zhe growled. A freshman scored 7,100 points in the outer abyss. Did she bring a nuke to clean house? He slammed the car, door shut, the engine roared, and the car vanished into the night. The female student stood there, her dress blown by the wind. So much for the bar tonight. At the female dormitory of the Southern United Martial Academy, Tang Qiqi had just finished showering, wrapped in a towel, drying her hair while scrolling through her terminal. When she saw the trending ranking notification, she bounced off the bed. She furiously typed a message. Coffee no sugar, Miss Tang Qingci. Did you go on a rampage without me? From 188th straight to 32nd? After a dozen seconds. Qingci banquet Not exactly, but close enough. Tang Qiqi stared at the line, her mouth twitching. Close enough. Coffee no sugar, Miss Tang. You serious? Qingci banquet, yeah, they'll treat you to dinner when I'm back. Tang Qiqi couldn't help but smile. For this ice queen to utter, treat you to dinner, was the highest form of explanation she could offer. In the same dorm building, 3rd floor west side. Xia Yuyu also saw the ranking update. At the start of the semester, she was 14th and Shun Qingci was 16th. The gap was small, but now, she was still stuck at 12th, while the other had already touched the threshold of the top 5. Xia Yuyu clicked into Shun Qingci's detailed battle record, and a dense list of kills filled the screen. Kill Tier 1 Venom Sac Spider 13. Kill Tier 1 Stinger Fly 20. Kill Tier 2 Rock Armor Centipede 6. Kill Tier 2 Ash Wind Blade Wolf 37. Last month, she had barely managed to kill 3 Tier 2 lizards, nearly losing her life. Xia Yuyu closed the battle record page and opened the Academy's internal forum, beginning to type. She changed the title 3 times, finally settling on one that seemed very objective. Data analysis: a Tier 2 Awakener scoring 7,100 points in one day. Strength or exploit? The post was a lengthy 2,000 words covering everything from the refresh rate of beasts in the Abyss Ash Belt to the theoretical output ceiling of a Tier 2 Awakener, citing numerous data models, and concluding. Based on Shun Qingci's publicly known Tier 2 level and talent sequence, such a kill count was theoretically impossible for her alone. She didn't write the word cheating directly, but every paragraph hinted at it. Within 10 minutes of posting, it hit the forum's trending list. Replies surged wildly. Seriously, isn't she just at Tier 2 peak? The analysis is solid. A Tier 2 soloing that many points is indeed insane. Even with a team penalty having it, that's still over 3,500 points in a single day, pure slaughter. She killed 37 Tier 2 Wind Blade Wolves. Even military squads avoid those things in the Ash Belt. She must have teamed up for points. There's no other way to get such insane efficiency. I know someone in her year. They say she has an S-grade Gungjin Blade Bone talent, exceptional from the start, and she's only now hitting her stride. Supporting voices also appeared, but were quickly drowned out. Those whose ranks Shun Qingci had surpassed finally found an outlet. They didn't necessarily believe Shun Qingci had cheated, but how could she climb above them in just one day? They couldn't swallow that. At the male dormitory, Gu Linchuan, ranked 9th on campus, also saw the post. He had pursued Shun Qingci before. At the start of freshman year, he confessed publicly and was rejected on the spot. Now, staring at her rank and the note, temporary duo team, he was silent for a long time. A roommate leaned in. Old Gu, your goddess got stronger again. Can't catch up, huh? Gu Linchuan said nothing. He opened Xia Yuyu's post, scrolled to the bottom, and replied. I suggest the Academy release a public battle summary. The credibility of the prodigy ranking requires transparency. His tone was restrained, his wording proper. But the meaning was clear. I also want to know who that partner is. This reply shot to the top of the hot comments. The post continued to ferment. Some began digging through Shun Qingci's admission files, others checked recent energy fluctuation records of the Southern Abyss Ash Belt, and a few radical students even threatened to file a real-name complaint with the academic office. The forum split into 2 factions. One believed Shun Qingci relied on her strength, that S-grade talent itself was a crushing force against peers. The other argued the data was too absurd, that there must be something fishy behind it. They argued for hundreds of posts, neither side convincing the other. just as the controversy reached its peak. At 3:42 a.m., the Academy's internal network screen turned red. All posts were forcibly pushed down. A pinned post was issued from the highest authority port, signed Colonel Huang Fujing, commander of the 7th Independent Regiment Vermilion Bird Corps, Southern Military Region. The post contained no words of explanation, only 2 images. First, an energy fluctuation chart captured by the Abyss monitoring station. The horizontal axis was the timeline, the vertical axis energy intensity. 2 sharp red peaks shot straight to the top like 2 spears piercing the coordinate system. A cold annotation beside them read, Quasiteer 3 Ash Wind Blade Wolf Guard Death Energy Release. Quantity 2. Second, a screenshot of the kill location automatically uploaded by the system. The image was blurry, but large patches of dark bloodstains and shredded wolf remains were visible. Flesh and broken bones covered half the slope as if something had crushed them. Beneath the 2 images was a single line of text. Anyone who thinks it's unfair, try soloing a Quasiteer 3 beast first, then come talk crap. The entire internal network fell into instant silence. A dozen seconds later, the comment section exploded like a tsunami. Quasiteer 3 Wolf Guard. And they killed 2. Isn't that a level even military squads avoid? Colonel Huangfu herself stepped in. This is official certification. So she wasn't farming points. She really did go on a massacre. Xia Yuyu stared at the line of text and the 2 red peaks piercing the coordinates, her fingers frozen over the keyboard. A system annotation appeared below her ID. This user has been banned for 7 days for posting false information. A Tier 5 colonel personally suppressed the post. She didn't even have a chance to delete it. The post was nailed to the pillar of shame. This farce ended in the most violent and direct manner. But another greater storm was quietly brewing in higher circles. In Yubei City at the Northern Xuanjia Academy. Inside a gravity training room, a man over 2 meters tall set down a ton-weight alloy barbell, his vest soaked with sweat. He glanced coldly at the terminal screen. Xiaozhan's grade indestructible golden body ranked first on Xuanjia Academy's combat power list. Shen Qingci. He thought for a moment as she seemed familiar. At last year's 4-school tournament, she was a substitute sent by the Southern Academy. She sat on the bench the entire time, never getting a chance to compete. 7,100 points. Even if there was some padding, it was enough to qualify as a main player in the 4-school tournament. He turned off the terminal and grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat. At the year-end Prodigy tournament, I hope she gets a chance to test how tough my indestructible golden body really is. In Pingxi City at the Western Shadow Academy. In a dark dorm room, the faint glow of a terminal screen illuminated a completely expressionless face. Codename Night Raven. The perennial invisible top of Shadow Academy's combat power list. He marked a name on his terminal, Shen Qingci, added to the key observation list. Then he turned off the screen, plunging the room back into darkness. In Anong City at the Eastern Lingyun Academy. Feng Wuhan sneered and typed a line in the 4-school joint channel. Tier 2. Hope she wasn't carried. Is the Southern Academy starting that package genius routine? This message sparked another round of heated arguments. At the Imperial Federal Central Academy's freshman forum, theoretical genius Qin Zhao pulled up Shen Qingci's point growth curve and adjusted his glasses. The curve was very smooth. Normal hunting point growth is step like you fight a wave, gain a chunk, then rest and resupply before fighting again. But Shen Qingci's curve was almost a straight line with a constant slope. This suggested she had almost no pauses during the entire operation. Either she had unlimited stamina, or someone was tanking damage for her. Qin Zhao posted a brief analysis on the forum. The point growth curve is abnormally smooth, indicating a high probability of a partner with high defense or high output absorbing most of the frontline pressure. This person is not on the Prodigy ranking with 2 possibilities. 1, they are not a registered military academy student. 2, they voluntarily turned off point recording. Either way, they are worth watching. The reaction from the Modu Academy was more direct. Heiress Chu Xiaoxiao, after reading all the analyses, posted a status update in her social circle. Who can find out who her temporary partner is? I want to invest. Better to invest in the wrong person than miss out. The attached image was the back of a Federal Black Gold credit card. The comments section was full of inhumanly rich. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. On the public forum of the Marshall Information Network, the tide had completely turned. Request to release the partner's battle info. If the temporary partner contributed more than Shen Qingci herself, is the point allocation reasonable? Find a strong player to carry you, and the data looks good, right? Soon all curiosity and doubt converged on one point. Who was the mysterious partner who carried the S-grade genius Shen Qingci and even helped her hunt a Quasiteer 4-source beast? Suddenly, Shen Qingci's mysterious partner became the hottest topic among the freshman circles of the 6 top academies. Some guessed it was an active duty soldier from the Southern Military Region secretly escorting her. Others guessed Shen Hongyuan had hired a Tier 3 mercenary with money. Some used connections to dig up Shen Qingsi's mission registration record, finding only one line in the partner column. Jiangxing No. 1 high school temporary collaborator information not disclosed. Jiangxing No. 1 high school. An ordinary high school from a D-level satellite city. Everyone thought it was a cover identity. After all, someone who could tank Quasi-Tier 3 beasts in the Abyss Ash Belt and help an S-grade talent score 7,100 points. How could they possibly be a high school student? The source of the ash and embers shattered completely, wrapping around Da Huang. Boom. The violent scorching wave of heat surged outward from the center of the tent as debris rolled and dust filled the air. Su Ming and Shen Qingzi instinctively squinted, raising their hands to shield their faces. Amidst the flames, a massive and terrifying figure emerged, stepping through the dark red flames. Its size had nearly doubled from before. Standing over 2 meters tall, its body was almost 5 meters long. Its limbs were as thick as steel columns, with claws glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. Amidst its golden fur, molten red patterns flowed. Most horrifyingly, a second head had sprouted beside its original neck. The left head had dark golden vertical pupils, exhaling a refined, tangible golden aura from its mouth and nose. The right head had eyes as red as lava, burning with raging crimson flames, exhaling scorching sparks with every breath. The two heads, exuding two utterly different terrifying auras, merged perfectly onto this one body. The pressure stemming purely from its life level crushed the surrounding air, making it thick and viscous, while the crushed stones beneath could not withstand it turning to powder. What was this? A wild prairie mastiff? This was clearly a two-headed hellhound that crawled out from the abyss of hell. Shen Qingsi's hand gripping the knife had visible veins bulging. Her sensitivity to the source beast was extremely keen. This aura was even stronger than that of the Wolf King from earlier. Two-headed form. She murmured, the beast's soul imprint being devoured by it isn't just a simple energy absorption, but rather bloodline fusion. She glanced back at Su Ming. You dog, you've evolved into a third-tier source beast. Why is she cursing? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised. Oh, it has also reached third tier. Shen Qingzi was stunned. Also, her mind raced, and she abruptly widened her eyes at Su Ming. Wait. Also, what do you mean? You have broken through to third tier too. Su Ming felt elated inside, but feigned calmness as he nodded. Yes, I accidentally had a small breakthrough just now. Accidentally. Just a small one. I see you've put on a big act. Shen Qingzi was frozen in place. She opened her mouth and then closed it again. This battle had brought her to the peak of second tier. She was confident she could break into third tier within a week after returning. Yet this man, after a casual fight in the wild, claimed he had reached third tier. While she should have been immersed in the joy of promotion, her mood was like a roller coaster. In a brief moment, she experienced a complex series of emotions, transitioning from shock, doubt, confusion, to finally self-denial. Who am I? Where am I? What have I been doing all these 19 years of cultivation? She felt incredibly humble as a senior. Just then, the imposing two-headed hellhound, after seeing Su Ming by the tent, suddenly trembled. Its 4 vertical pupils instantly became clear. 2 tongues simultaneously shot out. A woo. Both fierce dog heads let out a whimper that sounded like a pair of clappers. Its massive body twisted into a worm-like shape on the ground, a posture that was entirely unbefitting its fierce appearance, while its tail, engulfed in flames, wagged so fast it left an afterimage. Using all 4 limbs, it rolled and crawled to Su Ming's feet. The left head nudged his leg while the right head licked his hand. The two heads vied for favor, even bumping into each other, almost starting a fight. Their appearance was reminiscent of a spoiled pet that hadn't seen its owner for hundreds of years. There was no dignity of a source beast to speak of. This sudden shift in demeanor left Shen Qingsi's mind momentarily blank. What happened to the hellhound from the abyss? Is it begging for a pet? This is clearly a husky. Su Ming was unfazed, disdainfully pushing away the 2 heads that kept nudging against him. Get off. With 2 mouths licking one side of my face, have you considered my feelings? Su Ming surveyed Da Huang's evolved form, his gaze landing on its broad, flat back. Not bad. From now on, you will be my exclusive mount. Without further ado, Su Ming stepped onto Da Huang's forelimb joint and climbed onto its back. Da Huang's 2 heads turned to look back, their 4 eyes filled with excitement, as if saying, the master is finally willing to ride me. Su Ming tentatively retracted some of his weight. As several hundred kilograms of weight pressed down, Da Huang not only remained still, but also let out 2 comfortable awoohs, as if it had finally sensed the presence of its master. Stable. So stable. Let's go for a spin. A woof. Da Huang dug its hooves into the ground and suddenly shot forward, kicking up a long cloud of dust on the gobi. Its nearly 5-meter-long body raced across the rocky wasteland, yet its running posture was surprisingly stable. Its 4 stout legs absorbed the bumps of the ground like hydraulic suspension. Riding on top, Su Ming felt no swaying at all. Not bad, not bad. He patted De Huang's neck, utterly satisfied. For transportation travel, charging and showing off one dog does it all. De Huang's two heads simultaneously emitted joyful low growls, running even more merrily. After circling back to the original spot, De Huang, showing remarkable intelligence, lowered its body to let Su Ming dismount. Su Ming looked utterly relaxed. This was far more impressive than any luxury sports car or private jet. He caught a glimpse of Shen Qingzi. The girl's gaze had never left De Huang, and deep within her eyes there was clearly a hint of curiosity and envy. Su Ming jumped down from the dog's back, smiling as he spoke. "Senior, would you like to take a ride? This is a luxury top-tier mountain experience you can't buy with money." Shen Qingzi hesitated as she stood there. Throughout her life, she had ridden command vehicles, armored vehicles, and military hovercraft, but she had never ridden a dog. More accurately, she had never ridden a Quasi-4th-tier two-headed fire-breathing dog. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Su Ming observed her expression and provoked. "Senior, you aren't afraid of dogs, are you?" "Who's afraid?" Shen Qingzi reflexively retorted. Su Ming grinned even wider. "Then go ahead, the scenery in front is nice, you can sit in front." That way he could sit in the back, justifiably acting as a flower guardian. De Huang also complied by turning around, showcasing its broad back, while the left head looked back at Shen Qingzi and playfully stuck out its tongue, as if saying, "Come on, come on." "All right." Shen Qingzi bit her lip, finally unable to resist the temptation, and stepped forward. "They'll ride myself, you can't join." De Huang had two heads, but not two bodies. Whether behind her or in front, it was too ambiguous. Su Ming's hopes were dashed. Did I just invite someone to no avail? He watched Shen Qingzi walk up to De Huang, preparing to mount. Shen Qingzi wasn't wearing combat gear tonight, just a thin t-shirt on top and black athletic shorts below. Under the moonlight, her long, smooth legs gleamed with an ivory sheen. Her muscular lines were tight and full of strength, a beauty of the human realm. Simply too exquisite. Su Ming's gaze stuck to her. In just a few seconds, he felt a bit dry in the mouth. Just as Shen Qingzi was about to push off with one foot after swinging the other onto the dog's back, Su Ming almost instinctively reached out his hand, not even knowing what had gotten into him. His hand ended up landing directly on her calf. It was smooth and delicate, astonishingly elastic, with an excellent feel. Hey. Shen Qingzi's body stiffened as if struck by a high-voltage shock, and she instantly bounced off the dog's back, jumping 3 meters away. Su Ming. Her charming face flushed crimson, filled with both shame and anger, as she glared fiercely at Su Ming. "What are you doing? Who allowed you to touch me? Perverted bastard. You dare to get handsy now." Su Ming quickly pulled his hand back, awkwardly rubbing it on his pants, scratching his head in embarrassment. I just saw you were injured and weak, thought I'd help you up. Help you up my foot. You can't tell the difference between lifting and touching, can you?" Shen Qingzi's chest heaved violently, staring at his smug face that had benefited while feigning innocence, unable to find the right words to scold him. Su Ming felt a bit uneasy under her murderous gaze. His eyes darted around, then he put on a serious face. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" He looked shocked, as if he had heard some absurd tale. "What? Senior, you don't think I was trying to touch your leg just now, do you? What are you thinking? Don't I have legs myself? Do I need to touch yours?" Shen Qingzi was rendered speechless by his shocking and shameless words. How thick-skinned can one be? You really have quite a few awakened talents. The night wind from the desolate plains rushed in, causing the tent fabric to flutter and crackle. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Shen Qingzi, clutching a rabbit-shaped pillow, sat on her sleeping bag, glaring at Su Ming across from her with the eyes of a prisoner escort. However, Su Ming appeared unfazed, comfortably sitting cross-legged, even taking out his terminal phone and tapping rapidly on the screen. He typed a line in a post. "Dear friends, it's my first time camping in the wild with a beautiful senior sister. What should I pay attention to? Waiting online, quite urgent." After posting, he stuffed his phone into his pocket, cleared his throat, and wore a complex expression that conveyed, "Though I want to, I must maintain my composure. Senior sister, look at this desolate mountain area. It's inappropriate for two of us, a man and a woman, to sleep in the same tent, right?" He looked troubled and conflicted, engaged in a significant mental struggle. "But for the sake of fulfilling my duties as a partner to better protect you, I can sacrifice my reputation. Tonight, I will reluctantly protect you in this tent." As he spoke, his metaphorical foxtail had already perked up to the ceiling, and even the two heads of De Huang peeked in from outside the tent curtain. Shen Qingzi was both amused and infuriated by his shameless words, coldly uttering 2 words, "No need." "Don't be like that, senior sister." Su Ming panicked. "Look at the huge temperature difference outside. The cold will seep into my body at night. What if I freeze to death? Am your temporary partner for the task, an important asset." Shen Qingzi shot him a glance, her tone icy. "If De Huang can't freeze to death, how could you?" "But it's different." Su Ming argued vehemently. Da Huang has 2 layers of fur and is full of fire. What do I have? I only possess passionate blood and a handsome appearance. Shin Qingzi could not be bothered to respond to him, lowering her head to rub her ankle. After a day of fighting, even a peak second-tier awakened individual would feel muscle soreness. Unconsciously, she pinched her toes, her delicate feet swaying under the warm light of the tent. Su Ming's eyes brightened with a hint of mischief. Ahem, senior sister, to be honest, besides being handsome and strong, I actually have a hidden identity. I'm a top foot massage master in Jiangxing. Shin Qingzi glanced at him, her eyes filled with vigilance. Back in the foot massage street, everyone who wanted to book me the golden card Su Xiaoming had to wait in line and draw lots. Look at your ankle. The source energy is stagnant and the meridians are blocked. If not massaged in time, it will surely affect your combat ability. Since we fought side by side today, I, as your junior, am willing to offer you a free service once. As he spoke, that large, sturdy hand stretched towards Shin Qingzi's ankle. Shin Qingzi's hair stood on end like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, quickly retracting her leg. Get out, get out. Pervert. Sex fiend. Su Ming sighed, regretfully retracting his hand, his tone filled with the melancholy of a pearl cast into darkness. Sai, you just don't understand. If I'm not mistaken, your talent is related to your bones, right? Shin Qingzi shot him an exasperated glare. Isn't that obvious? My weapon grows from my bones. You only realize it now? Su Ming completely ignored her eye roll, continuing to speak to himself. Before studying foot massage techniques, I received the title of Bone Adjustment Pioneer back in my hometown. Your strong bone-related talent leads to high-intensity combat, causing local source energy circulation issues that damage your bones. Come, don't be afraid, let me help you. Stop. Shut up. Shin Qingzi's cheeks flushed. She felt that if she listened any longer, her head would start to smoke. How could this guy's absurd logic be so endless? Seeing this, Su Ming not only didn't restrain himself, but instead moved closer to her, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. Senior sister, if you truly mind foot massage and bone adjustment, I actually secretly studied another skill. Royal Court Grade Advanced Essential Oil Massage and Source Energy Therapy for the back, focusing on soothing the body and promoting blood circulation. Why not let me? Su Ming, get out of here. Shin Qingzi finally couldn't take it anymore, grabbing the thin blanket beside her and throwing it at Su Ming. Her chest heaved violently, clearly furious from this guy's multi-talented antics. Look at you, so anxious. Su Ming retreated towards the tent entrance while still stubbornly arguing. A healer's heart. You can't deny my sincere skills just because I look like a rogue. Moreover, you sleeping alone in such a large tent, I'm really unwilling. Cough uneasy. I even let my dog ride you. Oh, what's a tent to me? Fine, you can have the tent, it'll sleep outside. Shin Qingzi interrupted him through gritted teeth. Su Ming begrudgingly closed his mouth. As he pushed the tent flap aside to crawl out, Da Huang was lying at the entrance, both heads looking over with eyes full of sympathy that seemed to say, come keep me company. What are you looking at? Su Ming plopped down on Da Huang, pulling its tail as a pillow. Tonight you are my bed. The night wind howled. One person and one dog curled up together. At 2 a.m. in the suburbs of the imperial capital at the Liu family manor, a bell tolled, ancient and muffled, echoing through the night sky. Deep red dragon roar. This was the highest alarm, representing a clan extinction-level crisis. The last time it was sounded was 30 years ago, during the darkest moment when the Federation was nearly overturned by a beast tide. The entire core manor of the Liu family was instantly ablaze with lights. All core high-ranking members, whether in seclusion away on business or in the midst of executing missions, were forcefully summoned. Within the Grand Council Hall, holographic projections flickered to life, one after another. Some appeared groggy with sleep, while others wore grim expressions. What's going on? Who sounded the dragon's roar alarm? Are you insane? Do you have any idea what this means? Fifth Elder Lu Qingda slammed the table with his projection, bellowing in rage. His gaze fell upon Lu Zhenbong, whose face was deathly pale, in the main seat. He demanded harshly, Zhenbong, was it you? What on earth happened? Lu Zhenbong's lips quivered, but he couldn't utter a single word. The hall immediately descended into chaos. Several elders from the militant faction, suspecting an external enemy attack, even clamored for the mobilization of the Liu family's private mecha battalion. Just then an aura enveloped the entire hall. It was ancient and vast. All clamor ceased abruptly. At the head of the hall, on the armchair that symbolized the Liu family's supreme authority, a phantom figure slowly materialized. It was an elder with hair as white as snow, clad in a simple linen robe, his eyes tightly shut. He seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. GR? Grandfather? Ancestor? Why have you emerged from seclusion? All the high-ranking members of the Liu family, including Lu Zhenbong, rose in shock and bowed with utmost respect. Lu Ziyuan, the previous patriarch of the Liu family who had been in seclusion for 20 years, the true pillar of the Liu clan. Lu Ziyuan paid no heed to the crowd. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Those eyes held no cloudiness, only a dead stillness. His gaze swept past Liu Beiyuan and finally settled on Liu Zhenbang. Zhenbang. Liu Zhenbang stood up and bowed slightly. Grandfather, recount the matter from beginning to end. Bearing immense pressure, Liu Zhenbang repeated Liu Beiyuan's report verbatim. When he mentioned that Liu Beichen was detained at a way station, a few stifled sneers echoed through the hall. When he spoke of the SS level highest warning, those sneers instantly vanished, replaced by sharp intakes of breath. When he mentioned the Federation's extremely dangerous target, some elders began to tremble. When the name Shun Hongyuan was uttered, several elders shot up from their chairs. Liu Ziyuan opened his eyes. The eyes that had remained shut were now open. Those aged eyes held no fury, only pure unadulterated coldness. Very well. He nodded. In my 20 years of seclusion, the Liu family has produced such a specimen. On someone else's turf, he hacked into their security systems. Do you know what kind of place that is, eh? No one dared to answer. Liu Ziyuan slowly rose from his armchair. He swept his gaze across the hall, his voice low. And the rest of you a pack of fools. Deploy the military. Are you afraid the Liu family won't die fast enough? The elders, whose faces had drastically changed, trembled even more violently. It seems some of you still remember. Liu Ziyuan's voice echoed softly, recounting a bloody chapter of history worthy of being recorded in the Federation's annals. 30 years ago, 4 seventh-rank beast kings joined forces. Leading billions of beasts in a tide from south to north, they swept everything aside and marched upon the imperial capital. The entire 4 major military regions were crippled, with platinum and diamond-rank powerhouses falling like rain. Those 3 beasts rampaged for 7 full months, turning every military fortress and top-tier sect they passed into scorched earth. But there was one place they never set foot in from beginning to end. He paused, his gaze turning profoundly deep. Jiang City, the Spark Waste Treatment Plant. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's breath hitched. 3 seventh-rank beast kings. That was a force capable of annihilating an entire region, and they dared not step into a waste plant. A young family member couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling. Grandfather, a 7th-rank beast king is comparable to an 8th-rank or even quasi-9th-rank human, and a junk collector. Silence. Liu Ziyuan raised his cane and pointed it at the holographic projection from across the distance. In a secret chamber 1,000 miles away, that member's sternum instantly collapsed, and he fell unconscious without even a cry of pain. Seconds later, his holographic projection flickered twice and went out completely. The entire assembly was stunned. The ancestors' power was terrifyingly formidable. Ignorance. Liu Ziyuan let out a cold laugh, filled with sorrow for his descendants. You are not yet worthy of knowing who he truly is. I will only remind you of this back then. The imperial capital's lord personally ordered his file to be classified as the highest taboo. You haven't just poked a hornet's nest. You have personally placed a blade in the King of Hell's hand, begging him to wipe out the entire Liu family. Thud. A high-ranking member's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor. Everyone present, without exception, had faces ashen as death, their clothes soaked through with cold sweat. They finally understood what terrifying existence lay behind the 7 words, SS-level Federation's extremely dangerous target. Beichen, from this day forward, you are stripped of your heir status. Grandfather. Liu Zhenbang shot to his feet. An heir with the brains to steal from the King of Hell's doorstep. Keep him. To drag the entire Liu family into the grave. Liu Zhenbang opened his mouth, but dared not utter another word. Liu Ziyuan no longer looked at them, turning his gaze to Liu Beiyuan. Beiyuan. Great-grandfather, I am here. Liu Beiyuan's voice was parched. Immediately go to the Celestial Vault now. 1 treasury and retrieve the Starry Sky meteorite along with 3 sets of 7th-generation source energy matrix cores. At these words, even Liu Zhenbang looked up in shock. The Starry Sky meteorite. It was a priceless treasure used to forge the main keel of Sklas and above mechas. The entire Liu family had only 2 pieces in storage. And on top of that, the source energy matrix cores. The total value exceeded 8 billion Federation credits. Grandfather, this cannot be. Ancestor, please reconsider. Liu Beiyuan's heart ached as if bleeding. Great-grandfather, that is for the Firmament Project. Projects can be redone. Liu Ziyuan's voice was devoid of any warmth. If the Liu family is lost, it is truly lost. The treasures in the vault were meant to prolong the family's life. Now is the time to use them. Liu Beiyuan fell silent. Go yourself, charter an unarmed civilian small aircraft and fly to Jiang City tonight. Do not bring any guards. When you arrive, present the entire list of supplies with both hands. If Mr. Shen accepts them, the Liu family may yet survive. If Mr. Shen is not satisfied, Liu Ziyuan closed his eyes. You will break the limbs of that wretch Beichen on the spot. From then on, whether he lives or dies, it will have nothing to do with the Liu family. In the holographic meeting room, a pin drop could be heard. Liu Baiyun's body froze in place, his mind a blank. After a long while, he deeply, profoundly bent at the waist. Your great-grandson accepts the order. The next morning, Su Ming was awakened by two warm, moist tongues. He opened his eyes groggily and saw De Huang's two large dog heads attacking his face from either side, their tongues making a slapping sound. De Huang's enthusiasm was far more effective than an alarm clock. He pushed the two dog heads away with disdain, sitting up with a yawn. Good morning, he grumbled as he blinked, noticing he was covered with a familiar pink blanket, which still carried a faint fragrance. Su Ming glanced down at the blanket, then at the tightly closed tent flap, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. Ah, woman. He neatly folded the blanket and placed it at the tent entrance. Then he opened the system panel and glanced at the data. Host Su Ming, realm tier 3, silver life form, first life form, carbon-based, mortal, true mass 10130, 3 kilograms. Mass points 10100, promotion progress 10. 13 overnight. His true mass had increased by over 100 kilograms thanks to the compounding effect of his talent. As for the mass points, under the diligent work of the space butler overnight, they had once again surpassed the 10,000 mark. The corpses of the exotic beasts in the system space were nearly depleted. At this rate, as long as there were enough ingredients, he could easily break through to tier 4 gold in just over a week. System, what are the conditions for the next life form? System prompt: the carrying limit for a carbon-based mortal is 100,000 kilograms of true mass. When the host promotes to tier 4 gold, the second life form will be automatically activated. 100,000 kilograms, 100 tons. This meant that upon breaking through tier 4, he would evolve from a carbon-based mortal into a new and unknown life form. Su Ming understood this and felt a hint of anticipation. Just then the tent flap was lifted and Shun Qingzi, dressed in a black nano-combat suit, stepped out looking valiant. Su Ming looked at her and suddenly asked, Senior, how much do you weigh? Shun Qingzi's gaze instantly turned cold. What does it have to do with you? The weight and age of a woman are top secrets. She shot Su Ming a classic eye roll and turned to wash up. Su Ming stroked his chin, speculating quietly. With her height and frame, she probably weighed around 110 pounds at most. He turned to look at De Huang, wondering if he would know, since De Huang had carried Shun Qingzi alone yesterday. De Huang tilted his two heads, his four innocent eyes meeting Su Ming's gaze. Forget it. Asking De Huang for data is not as good as asking a stone. He took out two wolf legs from the space and tossed them to De Huang. The fire-type dog head ignited a fireball instantly, and De Huang started roasting meat. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and opened the system shop sequence bar. With 10,000 points in hand, he needed to convert them into combat power immediately. The mobility shortcomings exposed in the battle against the Wolf King must be addressed. Inertia drift was something he had to acquire. When he expanded the list, he found in addition to inertia drift, a brand new dark golden skill icon appeared below it. Inertia drift, exchange price 5,000 mass points. During high-speed movement, use your own mass as a reference point to reconstruct the inertia vector direction, achieving directional shifts and rapid trajectory changes. The greater the mass, the wider the range of angles that can be deflected, and the higher the precision of the trajectory change. His gaze shifted to the second icon. Mass cannon, exchange price 5,000 mass points. Effect: instantly release the mass compression constraints on the microscopic particles throughout the body, compressing and transferring the host's entire true mass, instantaneous kinetic energy to a designated attack point, fist, elbow, knee, foot, etc. within 0.1 seconds. A line of small text appeared below. Prerequisite sequence: mass compression achieved. 2 sequences, each costing 5,000, totaling 10,000 mass points. Su Ming was speechless. After buying, he had only 100 left. It was a precise harvest. Just as he earned a bit of hard-earned money, 2 sky-high items appeared that he couldn't refuse. One was a functional divine skill that would compensate for his greatest shortcoming. Once learned, he could evolve from a mindless battering ram into a martial arts master. The other was an explosive divine skill for extreme pinpoint killing. Kinetic energy correction of 5 times the true mass. He was currently at 10 tons, and 5 times that would be 50,000 kilograms. What does it mean to have 50,000 kilograms of mass concentrated into a single punch? This isn't just hitting someone, it's demolishing a building. He began to understand the design philosophy of this sequence. The deeper the mass compression, the more explosive the release. It's a duality, a matter of offense and defense. Usually gentle and refined, but with a single punch, he could send someone off. Su Ming looked at his slightly over 10,000 mass points, feeling a sting in his heart. I bought them all. If I don't spend the money, am I supposed to save it for offspring? Ding. Consumed 5,000 mass points, successfully exchanged skill inertia drift. Ding. Consumed 5,000 mass points, successfully exchanged skill mass cannon. Two streams of dark golden light simultaneously poured into his body. One was gentle like liquid metal permeating through his muscle fibers, rewriting his motor instincts. The other was fierce, lurking deep within his bones like a bomb waiting to explode. In an instant, he became rich, only to return to poverty in a second. Yet Su Ming felt incredibly elated, filled with an unprecedented strength and confidence coursing through his limbs. He was itching to try. First, let's test inertia drift. He walked to an open, scorched area outside the tent, flexing his wrists and ankles. 50 meters ahead, a giant rock, 3 people high, stood alone. Su Ming leaned slightly forward. In the next moment, mass engine activated. Boom! The terrifying mass of 10 tons erupted, instantly shattering the scorched earth beneath his feet into powder and sending shockwaves that hurled fragments several meters away. He transformed into a bolt of black lightning, hurtling straight towards the giant rock. Shen Qingxi's pupils constricted beside him, wondering what kind of madness he was up to again. As Su Ming was about to crash into the giant rock at a world-destroying speed, she could even foresee the rock turning to dust. However, just as he was about to collide, an unexpected change occurred. Su Ming's body, in a high-speed charge, suddenly exerted force at his waist and hips, causing his entire center of gravity to shift sharply to the left. A marvelous sensation he had never experienced spread throughout his body. His mass was no longer a burden, but became an anchor point. The inertia was redirected by an invisible force field, and his tinted body skimmed along the surface of the giant rock, cutting an arc past it. As he passed the giant rock, a crack appeared on its surface from the shockwave. Su Ming slid out 20 meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground before coming to a steady stop. He looked down at the arc-shaped mark on the ground, a grin spreading from ear to ear. Direction controllable, angle adjustable, with speed completely undiminished. Let's do it again. This time he added a trajectory change. The moment the mass engine activated, he first tilted sharply to the left by 30 degrees, then yanked back to the right by 45 degrees, drawing a sharp Z shape on the gobi. Fragments of stone flew and dust swirled like a snake. The sight of his tinted body drifting rapidly across the ground completely defied physical logic. Previously, he was a cannonball that could only be fired in a straight line. Now he had transformed into a cruise nuclear bomb that could actively navigate and drift around corners. Su Ming, like he had just tasted chocolate, became more and more excited, drifting continuously for 7 or 8 laps in the wilderness. Shen Qingxi stood beside the tent, holding a source energy drink, utterly dumbfounded. She watched Su Ming's tinted body perform maneuvers comparable to a fighter jet, her mouth twitching. She realized she didn't even know what words to use to describe her shock at that moment. Why? Why do these strange things always happen to Su Ming? Where are the laws of physics? What about mass inertia? Who will take care of this person? Feeling the wonderful sensation of controlling inertia within him, the BGM of déjà vu was deafening. He drifted in from a distance, skidding to a stop in front of Shen Qingxi, a smug expression on his face. Basic skills must not be neglected. This is called drifting. Shen Qingxi looked at this fool who had come to a stop with a swaggering expression and rubbed her temples. You better be careful with your boasting. Breaking the rules will eventually lead to a fall. Su Ming leaned slightly forward, getting close to Shen Qingxi's stunned face, and mysteriously said, Senior, let me tell you a secret. Actually, the laws of physics have already collapsed and Newton can no longer control me. This matter needs his brother to take care of. Shen Qingxi frowned. Who is Newton? And who is his brother? Su Ming grinned, his tone extremely arrogant. Newton is the true god of the laws of force, and his brother is awesome. Apologies to everyone, I haven't managed my time well, so I can only produce one grand chapter now. As the lingering echoes of drifting have yet to dissipate, Su Ming's gaze has already locked onto the next target. At a distance of 100 meters, there lies a massive black rock towering as high as a 2-story building. Xuanwu heavy rock, its hardness comparable to crate alloy. Su Ming flexed his right wrist. It was time to test another great treasure. Shen Qingxi leaned against a Huang, arms crossed, silently observing. She already sensed that this guy was about to pull some tricks again. Su Ming turned to face the black rock, his feet slightly apart, his center of gravity sinking. In the next moment, the dark golden skill icon in his mind was activated. Quality heavy cannon. In an instant, it felt as if Su Ming's right arm had been severed from this world. The terrifying constraints of quality convergence were unleashed at the microscopic particle level, exploding within a mere 0.0 seconds. 10 tons of true mass, 5 times kinetic energy correction, 50,000 kilograms, all concentrated in a single fist. Buzz, the surrounding air was rapidly evacuated. Shen Qingxi's pupils suddenly constricted. The light around Su Ming's fist distorted. The mass density of that small piece of space had reached an absurd level, even bending the path of light slightly. A terrifying sense of oppression surged forward, and she instinctively took half a step back. Here it comes. Su Ming made no preparatory movements, simply unleashing a punch with an ordinary demeanor. Boom. It wasn't a sound but a shockwave. The moment the fist struck, the high-speed friction with the air actually produced a blinding white sonic boom ring. Before the piercing scream of the air being torn reached Shen Qingxi's ears, the fist had already slammed into the surface of the black rock. A translucent spherical shockwave erupted from the point of contact. With a crushing force. Boom. Debris flew in all directions like shrapnel. The two-story-high Xuanwu heavy rock began to crack with spiderweb-like fissures from the point of contact of the fist. The cracks spread, penetrating the entire rock. Then it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Dozens of shards the size of millstones rolled out in all directions, and the ground beneath Su Ming silently sank half a meter. Dust and smoke filled the air. When visibility returned, the black rock had ceased to exist. Only a pile of jagged rubble remained. The edges of a few shards at the contact point of the fist were slightly charred from high-speed friction, glowing with a dark red warmth. Su Ming looked at the white smoke rising from the knuckles of his right fist, satisfied, and blew on it. Turning his head, he raised an eyebrow at Shen Qingxi. Praise me, come on, praise me. Shen Qingxi looked at him somewhat dazed. After several seconds, she finally squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. You're really amazing. Su Ming's expression of pride instantly deflated. Senior sister, your reaction is way too bland, right? At least give a little scream, a look of admiration. Shen Qingxi bent down to pick up a drink bottle, her eyes carrying a sense of weary enlightenment. I stopped being surprised the moment you crushed the Wolf King without a scratch. No matter how big the storm, she had seen it all, so what was this? Su Ming, tisk, this isn't fun anymore. He felt a bit gloomy. After going through all this effort to show off, the audience had already become desensitized. After a simple breakfast, the two began to clean up the camp that had been left in disarray, preparing to break camp and return to Jiang City to report their mission. But before leaving, a very realistic problem presented itself to both of them. Su Ming turned his head to look at the gigantic beast beside him, 5 meters long, over 2 meters tall at the shoulders, sporting 2 massive dog heads. De Huang was lying on the ground, gnawing on a wolf's bone, occasionally spitting flames from the left side to cook it, while the right side released golden sharp energy to cut the bone into small pieces. Having a great time. Su Ming rubbed his temples. Jiang City, a grade satellite city. The city defense system has zero tolerance for source beasts of tier 3 and above. If he brought this thing back before even entering the city gates, De Huang would be turned into a sieve. De Huang seemed to sense something, both heads raised simultaneously, with 4 eyes looking at Su Ming pitifully. The scene was as bizarre as it could get. Shen Qingxi finished putting away the last piece of equipment and walked over. Are you really planning to bring it back to Jiang City? Its energy level is about to break through to tier 4. Once it enters the city defense range, the radar will lock it as an intruder. Su Ming thought for a moment, and it made sense. Moreover, even if he brought it back, where would it go? With his cramped rental apartment of just over 10 square meters, once De Huang entered, he would have to sleep on the streets. And the lease was about to expire. He looked seriously at De Huang. Do you want to stay here? De Huang shook both heads wildly, his eyes filled with no, no, no. Then do you want to go to university with me? Su Ming asked again. De Huang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Su Ming turned to Shen Qingxi. Which school has a pet class? Shen Qingxi rolled her eyes. But looking at De Huang's expectant face, she felt a bit reluctant. She also liked this dog, even though calling it a dog at its current size was a bit of a stretch. After a moment of silence, she spoke. My dad should have a way. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Right? How could I forget about the affordable father-in-law? The Shen family's business is vast, and their backyard is certainly much bigger than his rental room. Plus, the old man has retired. Shouldn't he be enjoying life by petting cats and walking dogs? Having such a magnificent creature like De Huang to take out would be quite impressive. And De Huang also eats metal. Placing him in a scrapyard would be like being a VIP member at a buffet. In the future, if he wanted to treat De Huang, he could conveniently grab a bite himself. How wonderful. Moreover, with De Huang as a lubricant, he could frequently visit the Shen family under the pretext of visiting my beloved dog to enjoy free meals, while conveniently exchanging martial arts insights with the tall senior sister. Perfect. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, deep within the source abyss classified by the Federation as the No. 6 Forbidden Zone, an absolute dead zone. In the ever-present black, poisonous miasma, a massive throne made entirely of the bones of high-level source beasts loomed barely visible. Upon the throne sat a man lazily leaning back. With purple vertical pupils and pale skin, his delicate features were clad in dark purple feather armor. His long fingers were idly spinning a dark golden syringe. On the wall of the syringe, a double sword-crossed emblem was prominently stamped beneath, which was the character 8. The symbol of the Federation military industry, signifying level 8 absolute secrecy. Beneath the throne, a colossal creature comparable to an armored vehicle knelt in the bone fragments, trembling in fear. A pinnacle Tier 3 source beast, the cleft mountain iron spine rhino. The purple-eyed man chuckled softly, seemingly pleased with the fear exhibited by the beast. He flicked his finger, and the dark golden syringe transformed into a streak of light, precisely piercing the rhino's neck. Roar! The cleft mountain iron spine rhino let out a painful roar, its massive body shuddering violently, muscles bulging. A surge of violent energy that far exceeded its life limit erupted explosively within it. In the blink of an eye, its aura skyrocketed, forcibly breaking the shackles of the life barrier. Tier 4. A dark red mark slowly illuminated on the forehead of the iron spine rhino, identical to the mark on the heart of the previously defeated Crimson Mane Wind Blade Wolf King. The purple-eyed man stood up, descended from the throne, and casually patted the rampaging Tier 4 iron spine rhino. It actually advanced, huh? Not bad, then let's see if those ants' defenses are truly as feeble as they claim. The purple vertical pupils pierced through the endless darkness, gazing at the world beyond the source abyss. The show is about to begin. He casually tossed the empty syringe into the pile of bones and turned back to sit on the throne. The No. 6 Forbidden Zone returned to silence. Only the empty syringe glowed faintly in the darkness. On the distant border, a piercing alarm shattered the stillness of the abyss. And this was just the beginning. At the same time, at different coordinates. In the northern frozen wasteland, deep within an ice cave, a pair of crimson vertical pupils opened in the eternal night. The frozen ground cracked, and a Tier 4 bear emerged, covered in frost, roaring skyward. In the eastern sea area, the abyssal rift surged with thick purple mist. A Tier 4 sea python, nearly 10 meters long, coiled around a cliff, emitting a shrill cry akin to a baby's wail. In the western Gobi Desert, at the core of a sandstorm, a Tier 4 sand scorpion burrowed up from the ground, its tail glowing with ghostly blue poison raised high. North, south, east, west. In all 4 combat zones, 4 terrifying source beasts, forcibly catalyzed by mysterious powers, simultaneously broke free from the source abyss restraints, charging towards the human defenses. Jiang City. Starfire Waste Processing Plant, 5 floors underground, the Void Prison. No lights, no sounds, no matter. Only absolute darkness and void. Liu Beichen sat slumped on a 10 square meter floor, emitting dim light, the only entity perceptible in the entire space. His back leaned against the wall, his eyes hollow. For days, he had been trapped in this cursed place for a full 4 days. That day, he had entered this so-called isolation room with the military inspector Lu Feng, and once the door closed, the world changed. He had thought this 5th level would be like the gravity chamber on the 3rd floor, filled with high-tech instruments, but unexpectedly it turned out to be an independent void prison detached from the real world. This kind of technology he had only seen in documentaries from the Federation's highest academy, a taboo method specifically for imprisoning high-level dangerous creatures. The cost was extraordinarily horrifying. Why would a scrap collector have such a thing? Roar! Deep within the void, a muffled and suppressed roar echoed again. Over these 4 days, this sound had echoed from time to time, making his heart race every time. Could it be that this guy surnamed Shun is secretly raising source beasts? Or is there a connection to the depths of the source abyss? The former leads to prison, while the latter leads to annihilation of 9 clans. Excitement flashed in Liu Beichen's eyes. This guy was far too careless to expose such a significant secret to him. But thinking further, he felt a bit uneasy. If the other party was so reckless, could it be that they never intended to let him leave alive? Impossible. Liu Beichen shook his head vigorously. The dual training mission his brother arranged for him was about to expire, and having been missing for so long, his brother Liu Beiyuan would surely come to rescue him. What he had to do now was just to endure. As for seeking help from the family, absolutely not. He, a proud scion of the Liu family, failed to pursue a woman and was instead taken down by a junkyard's robotic steward, being treated as a ransom. If this got out, how could he show his face in the capital circles? He must wait for his brother to come silently to rescue him, and then let that Shun Honyuan and that grade poor kid know what true despair is. Just as he was imagining his triumphant return, the void before him suddenly rippled. Shun Hongyuan, dressed in floral shorts, wearing flip-flops, and spinning 2 iron walnuts in his hands, walked in out of thin air. He looked Liu Beichen up and down, his eyes filled with a hint of surprise. For days had passed, and this kid. Surprisingly, he did not cry out, did not plead for mercy, nor did he break down yet. He could still maintain this defiant demeanor. That could be considered a degree of backbone. He casually tossed a light blue recovery potion towards Liu Beichen's arm. The potion transformed into glowing particles that merged into his body, and a warm current surged into his legs, quickly restoring the long-numbed sensation. Liu Beichen pushed himself off the ground and stood up. His broken kneecap had completely healed. He felt capable once more. He looked at Shun Hongyuan, his gaze regaining its wildness. What? Have you investigated my Lu family's background? Are you scared out of your wits and trying to plead for mercy now? Shen Honyuan frowned, quietly observing him. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Liu Beichen felt increasingly proud, thinking that Shun was intimidated by the Liu family's reputation. Let me tell you, my brother Liu Beiyuan is the youngest chief engineer at the Federation Academy of Sciences, a pinnacle level 3 awakened one. My father Liu Zhenbong is the current head of the Liu family, a level 4 golden. Your father Liu Zhenbong is a level 5 platinum, overseeing the Liu family's energy industry in the south. Shen Honyuan interrupted him. Your brother Liu Beiyuan has decent talent, but unfortunately he has gone astray. Your grandfather Liu Qingde died 30 years ago during a beast tide. As for your great-grandfather Liu Ziyuan, who has been in seclusion for 20 years, he is merely a level 7 causal awakened one. His tone was as flat as if he were reading a menu. Liu Beichen's expression froze instantly. How could he know about his great-grandfather? This was the highest-level secret of the Liu family. He was stunned. Knowing that the Liu family had a level 7 ancestor watching over, shouldn't he kneel immediately? Why was he still wearing that deadpan face? I hate two things the most. Shen Honyuan finally spoke, his voice turning cold. 1, when someone has designs on my daughter. 2, when someone pretends to be impressive in front of me. Unfortunately, you've done both. Liu Beichen's throat moved, his lips moved, yet no sound came out. I originally hoped your family would come to take you away soon and let you get lost. But since they are not coming, I won't keep idlers here. Shen Honyuan raised a finger. That recovery potion just now costs 1 million. He raised a second finger. The meal and accommodation for these 4 days, 50,000 a day, totaling 2 million. A third finger. From today onward, for every extra day you stay, an additional 1 million will be charged as a retention management fee. Shen Honyuan stood up, looking down at him. Now go downstairs and start tightening screws. You can leave only when you've paid off your debts. He snapped his fingers. Before Liu Beichen could react, the scene before him spun wildly. In the next moment, he found himself in the sorting workshop on the first floor of the factory with a pile of rusty screws and wrenches beside him. A few workers glanced at him and then returned to their tasks. Liu Beichen stood frozen in place, his mind a blank. He, the young master of the Liu family, the heir of the top aristocratic family in the imperial capital. Tightening screws. Shen Hongyuan's figure appeared in the office area on the first floor, still grumbling. Damn it, today's youth are all like this. They are not as cunning as I was back in the day, yet they can still be so pretentious. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the walnuts on his desk spun noisily. Just then his phone vibrated. He glanced at the call display, his precious daughter. Shen Hongyuan's face instantly switched from a fierce look to a loving father mode, his wrinkles relaxing. Hello, daughter. Dad, the mission is over. Shen Qingxi's voice came from the other end, carrying a rare lightness. Was the mission smooth? Did you get hurt? Very smooth. Shen Qingxi's voice held a hint of pride. Dad, my Tianjiao leaderboard score is now 7,100 points, ranking 5th in the school. 5th, eh? 5th in the school. Yeah. Good. No wonder you're my daughter. So impressive, the demeanor of a martial god. Come back, and I'll make you braised pork ribs. Shen Qingxi felt a bit shy from the praise, cleared her throat, and continued, Dad, there's one more thing. What is it? We also captured a level 3 canine type source beast and want to bring it back with us. Do you have any way to do that? What? Shen Hongyuan's voice instantly shot up an octave. Captured. A level 3 source beast. Daughter, are you joking? Source beasts are inherently violent and nearly impossible to tame. To have a source beast recognize its master, at least a level 7 awakened one would be required, and it can only be done through a soul contract. How did his daughter stumble across such ridiculous luck during her training? To be precise, it is a wild mastiff that evolved and fused with the bloodline of a pinnacle level 3 wolf king. Shen Qingxi corrected him. It has already recognized its master and is very safe. Shen Honyuan fell silent for 2 seconds. Are you serious? Serious. All right, I'll call old Qin in a bit. Thank you, Dad. Shen Qingxi smiled brightly. Hearing his daughter's laughter, Shen Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat. Something felt off with his daughter's tone. He cautiously probed, so, is that kid who partnered with you still alive? Did he hold you back? Thinking of Su Ming beating the Wolf King, showing off his Tintin weight, while drifting, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Hold back. He was lucky if he didn't drag the entire team down. He's alive, doing just fine. She said irritably. Big Yellow recognizes him as its master. Shen Honyuan exclaimed, what did you say? Big Yellow is that source beast. Recognizes him as its master. Dad, the points from this mission are mostly thanks to him. Shen Qingxi seemed to have opened up. By himself, he killed almost 100 exotic beasts. Silence fell on the other end of the phone. What? Shen Honyuan doubted he had misheard. Besides those level 1 and 2 ones, there was also a level 2 source beast, a fractured sky bat, a level 2 pinnacle frenzied wolf guard, and a level 3 pinnacle red man windblade wolf king. That Wolf King even exploded into a quasi-level 4. With each sentence, she spoke, the breathing on the other end became heavier. When she finished, only silence remained in the receiver. After a long time, Shun Hongyuan exclaimed, "Oh, I can't believe it." A shocking curse erupted from the mouth of the Shun family patriarch. Jiang City Defense Command. Commander-in-Chief Qin Luo frowned as he stared at the energy response map of the expanding source fissure on the large screen. At that moment, the red encrypted phone on the table rang unexpectedly. Seeing the surname on the caller ID, Qin Luo shuddered, almost slipping off his chair. He swiftly pressed a button on the wall, sealing the entire office's doors and windows with alloy plates, entering the highest level of confidentiality. He took a deep breath, straightened his military uniform, and cautiously answered the phone. "Hello, Zhen Nanyuan." "Stop." The voice on the other end carried a hint of impatience. "Old Qin, how many times have I told you? In private, call me Old Shun." Yes, Old Shun, what are your instructions?" Qin Luo involuntarily bent his waist. "It's like this," Shen Hongyuan's voice came through. "My daughter is at the No. 3 entrance and needs to bring a level 3 source beast into the city. It's an evolved fusion, has recognized its master, and is absolutely safe. Help me with the procedures for military auxiliary source beast." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo immediately patted his chest in assurance. "No problem. Rest assured. Don't mention a level 3-1. Even if you want to get a level 7-1 out as a pet, it'll keep the door open for you." "Get lost." Shun Hongyuan cursed with a laugh. "Come over for tea sometime." After hanging up, Qin Luo let out a long sigh, feeling his back drenched. To have this esteemed person personally call, it seemed that the source beast was very important to his daughter. Just as he was about to give orders, a panicked intelligence officer rushed in. "Report, Commander. Urgent military situation. In the northern tundra, Eastern Sea area, and Western Desert 3 level war zones reported simultaneously that a level 4 source beast has breached the source fissure and is attacking the defense line." Qin Luo's heart sank. Simultaneously? What a coincidence. Moreover, the intelligence officer's voice trembled. "The level 3 Pinnacle Rift Mountain Iron-Spined Rhino we have been monitoring in the No. 6 restricted area has now completely broken through to level 4. It is charging wildly at high speed and has already destroyed 2 of our outposts. Damn it, what is happening? Immediately activate maximum combat readiness. Evacuate all explorers and mercenary groups from the source fissure." Qin Luo made a snap decision. "Predict its movement." "Report. Its movement route is rapidly charging from area No. 2 towards area No. 3 entrance." "Wait, what did you say it was charging towards? Which entrance?" Qin Luo suddenly recalled something and jumped up from his chair. "Report it's charging towards the No. 3 entrance." Damn it. Qin Luo felt like crying. How he wished he had misheard. He grabbed the communicator and roared into it. "Who is the closest level 5 platinum on duty near area No. 3? Report. It's Colonel Chu Feng, who is on rotation. Immediately send him over. At all costs, we must prevent that beast from entering the No. 3 entrance." Qin Luo's hand had already reached for another phone. He hesitated for a second. Should he call that person? No. Let Chu Feng hold the fort first. That person's daughter is at the No. 3 entrance. Nothing must go wrong. Or else. He did not dare to think further. The entire city is to enter level 2 combat readiness. All explorers and mercenary groups within and around the Ashen Zone immediately send evacuation signals. Yes. The alarm echoed through the city defense command. At this moment, around the No. 3 entrance of the Ashen Zone, Su Ming and Xin Qingzi were riding back side by side, each on a dog head. A sweet metallic scent suddenly filled the air. Big Yellow's 2 heads perked up simultaneously, emitting a low warning growl from their throats. Suddenly the ground began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The sound grew closer and more intense. It felt as if something was charging towards them with an unstoppable force. Su Ming suddenly tugged at Big Yellow's mane. "Stop!" Big Yellow's 4 hooves planted firmly on the ground, both heads turning towards the southeast, their low growls turning into sharp whimpers. Xin Qingzi jumped to the ground, kneeling on one knee, her left hand pressed to the ground, the resonance ability of her metal knife bone talent fully activated. At least level 4. Level 4. How could it appear in the periphery? Following that, her terminal's warning light flashed. A line of scarlet text projected. City Defense Command emergency notice: source fissure anomaly, a level 4 source beast have simultaneously breached the blockade in all war zones. All explorers and mercenary groups within the Ashen Zone evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. Xin Qingzi's face changed dramatically. The 4 war zones were all in turmoil. This cannot possibly be a coincidence. The source fissure catastrophe truly is upon us. The ground trembled. The unparalleled vibration surged from the soles of his feet to the roots of his teeth. Thud, thud, thud. Each beat drew closer than the last. Roar! A deafening roar tore through the sky, scattering the mist entirely. Su Ming stood atop De Huang, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust, finally catching sight of the colossal beast rapidly approaching. A terrifying giant beast standing over 4 meters tall and measuring more than 10 meters in length appeared 100 meters away. Its body was covered in a dark, gray metallic shell with rows of sharp bone spines jutting high from its back, each as thick as an adult's arm. Most terrifying was the over 1 meter long horn, its tip glowing with a dark red light. Cracked Mountain Ironback Rhino. With a body weighing over 20 tons, it charged forward at full speed, cracking the earth beneath its feet as it raced toward the third entrance behind them. Shen Qingxi's complexion tightened. We can't let it pass. The third exit connected to the residential area on the outskirts of Jiang City. If this fourth-tier source beast broke through, the entire suburban area would be reduced to ruins. Without hesitation, she drew her slender Tang broadsword Cold Edge. As a military academy student and the daughter of Shun, Hong Yuan, her upbringing forbade her from retreating. But just as she took a step forward, a hand gripped the back of her collar. Su Ming pulled her back, positioning himself in front of her. Senior sister, this kind of physical labor is better suited for men. Let me take it on. Before he finished speaking. Boom. The ground beneath Su Ming's feet collapsed into a half-meter deep pit. Mass engine ignition. He transformed into a cannonball, charging directly at the Ironback Rhino. 10 tons. Coupled with the full power thrust of the mass engine, along with the relative speed generated by the collision. Even if he couldn't directly knock it over, it would surely make it feel the impact. Bang! A terrifying roar erupted, and a visible circular shockwave swept outward, stripping away a layer of debris from the ground within dozens of meters. Su Ming's smile froze on his face. He had collided with a moving mountain. A terrifyingly immense force surged into his body from the point of contact. Back on Earth, an adult rhinoceros only weighed 3 to 4 tons. The one before him weighed at least 20 tons, twice his weight. He did not knock the rhino away. In fact, he almost got knocked away himself. In a critical moment, Su Ming gripped the massive horn glowing with a red light. Even so, he was still pushed backward at high speed, his feet carving deep grooves into the hard ground. Creak. The rhino's horn failed to pierce his skin, but that physical impact surged into his chest, his ribs thundered, and his organs churned. Hiss. Su Ming bared his teeth. Is this the worth of a fourth-tier source beast? He no longer dared to underestimate it. If he hadn't reached 10 tons of mass after advancing to the third tier, if the system hadn't synchronized the enhancement of his internal organs, that last strike would have killed him. Mass-heavy artillery. No way. This beast's charge speed is too fast. There's simply no window for a charged attack. It won't just stand there for you to hit. He could only try to drag down its speed. Su Ming's arm muscles bulged, every ounce of his mass pouring forward as his feet dug firmly into the ground. Using the most primitive strength, he aimed to bring this massive creature to a complete stop. As long as it lost its speed advantage, its heavy body would become its greatest weakness. Both sides engaged in a tug-of-war. The speed of the Cracked Mountain Ironback Rhino visibly slowed. At that moment, De Huang charged in from the side. It bit down on the joint of the Rhino King's hind leg with its left mouth, its sharp metallic fangs piercing through the thick skin, blood seeping out. With its right mouth, it unleashed a fiery ball directly onto the rhino's abdomen, the smell of charred flesh wafting through the air. The Rhino King's forward momentum decreased further. Just then a flickering shadow appeared. Shen Qingxi. On her Tang broadsword Cold Edge, the refined essence of gung metal was completely enveloping it, the blade shimmering with a dark, golden, high-frequency, vibrating light. Extreme Edge Atomic Line. The blade traced an almost transparent arc through the air. She initiated with the strongest single-target strike. Even the main armor of a tank would seem like thin paper before it. This strike accurately sliced at the tendon connecting the Ironback Rhino's front leg. Clang. Sparks flew. The blade struck the hardest alloy. Nevertheless, the unmatched sharp blade still managed to pierce the rhino's surface, cutting into flesh. Blood splattered, but it only carved a 30-centimeter deep wound, failing to penetrate any further. Shen Qingxi's pupils constricted. The Ironback Rhino's defense was shockingly formidable. It should be noted that fourth-tier source beasts are comparable to fifth-tier awakened ones. For her to breach its defense at the peak of the second tier would be enough to draw the attention of the entire Young Talents ranking. Yet a 30-centimeter wound was merely a scratch for this 10-meter-long giant beast. Roar! With its hind leg joint bitten, abdomen scorched, and front leg tendon slashed, the Ironback Rhino was in immense pain and rage. Its massive tail lashed out with the force of 1,000 pounds, sweeping towards Shen Qingxi. She blocked with her horizontal blade. Clang! A tremendous force surged through, pushing her back several meters, her hands tingling. In the next moment, the Ironback Rhino lifted its front foot and stomped hard. Boom! The ground fractured into a deep pit, As it forcefully halted its charge, the red light on its horn flashing. Su Ming, engaged in a struggle, felt an overwhelming force surge toward him. The ironback rhino suddenly jerked its head up. Su Ming was flung away. In midair, he forced his body to twist, activating inertia drift just before landing, barely stabilizing himself. Damn, this beast is incredibly strong. With Su Ming no longer intervening, the ironback rhino's massive body rolled violently. The death roll, over 20 tons of weight crushed toward De Huang. De Huang had no choice but to release its grip, hurriedly leaping aside. The situation returned to square one. The Rhino King stood up, its vertical pupils scanning the battlefield. Shun Qingxi looked at the nearly unscathed giant beast, her heart sinking to the depths. The gap in strength was too vast. De Huang, being a source beast, now had even greater attack power than her, yet still found it powerless. Should she activate the third sequence? No. Floating Bone Temple is a domain-type skill, and facing such a massive creature, it couldn't fully encompass it. Activating it forcibly would only drain her resources. Just as she pondered, the ironback rhino's crimson gaze locked onto her. It charged once more, even more frenzied than before. Shun Qingxi clenched her silver teeth, preparing to sidestep to evade. But the ironback rhino's size was simply too immense. Its 10-meter-long body moved like a mobile wall, and with those sharp spinal spikes, its attack range far exceeded the norm. Shun Qingxi leaped out of the attack line, yet failed to completely avoid the Rhino King's shoulder charge. At the moment of collision with her body, a black lightning bolt appeared before her. It was Su Ming. With the quality engine and inertia drift in play, the two skills operated simultaneously, allowing Su Ming to complete a swift directional acceleration in mere milliseconds. He used his own body as a shield to protect her. Quality heavy cannon activated. He swiftly retracted his right fist to his waist, fingers clenched tightly, the joints cracking from maximum compression release. With a body mass of 10 tons and 5 times the kinetic energy correction, a terrifying force of 50 tons was concentrated upon the not-so-wide surface of his fist. Stop for me. Su Ming let out a low roar, unwavering as he aimed directly at the massive horn. A deafening clang of metal reverberated. A visible white sonic shockwave burst forth in the air, the shockwave sweeping outward from the point of contact, lifting a layer of rubble from the ground. The indestructible horn, over a meter long, did not break upon contacting Su Ming's fist, but instead trembled violently. The red glow flashed rapidly, as if desperately countering the external impact. The inertia of the ironback rhino was abruptly interrupted, managing to hold back for a breath under this punch. For the first time, the ironback rhino emitted a pained grunt, its body momentarily stalling. But that was all. The 20-ton beast shook its head, its crimson vertical pupils filled with rage, overpowering its caution, continuing to charge forward and sending Su Ming flying. He flew backward, crashing into a massive rock several meters high, the debris collapsing and completely burying him. Shun Qingxi was also thrown back by the terrifying shockwave, spitting blood as she fell to the ground, her face pale. She turned and got up, looking in the direction where Su Ming had been thrown. Su Ming. De Huang seized this fleeting opportunity, lunging again from the side, both heads of the golden fire working in unison to bite down fiercely. This time it forcefully tore open the thick hide on the side of the ironback rhino, its sharp fangs plunging deep into flesh, ripping away a large patch of skin the size of a basin. Roar! The excruciating pain in its waist drove the ironback rhino into a frenzy. The horn glowed red, and its massive body rolled in a death spiral. This time its speed was more than double that of before. De Huang could not dodge in time. Crack! The 20-ton body instantly pinned De Huang beneath it, the sound of shattering bones echoing across the wasteland. Awoo! De Huang let out a mournful howl. The ironback rhino rolled back to its feet, its horn thrusting upward, sending the severely injured De Huang flying. The 5-meter-long massive body crashed through the rock wall behind, falling into a pile of rubble, its fate undetermined. Boom! The debris that buried Su Ming suddenly erupted. He slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his body. He looked in the direction where De Huang had disappeared, then glanced at Shun Qingxi not far away. A fourth-tier source beast, terrifying indeed. Su Ming twisted his neck, a series of cracks echoing from his vertebrae. He raised his hand to tear off the tattered, old-school uniform from his body, storing it in the system space. His skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, muscles clearly defined, each inch filled with explosive power. He was not a sculpture. Sculptures are lifeless. He is alive. An primal, savage, and fiercely aggressive aura seeped from the cracks in his bones. His gaze changed. His pupils constricted, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, not in a smile, but in the instinctive reaction of a predator locking onto its prey. Senior sister. His voice was calm. Take care of De Huang. Quality engine roaring to life. This time, he did not defend, did not block, did not probe. Su Ming transformed into a black meteor, actively launching a countercharge against the 4th-tier Ironback Rhino. A Tintin humanoid beast charging at a 20-ton 4th-tier Source Beast, initiating a frontal hunt. The Ironback Rhino's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. It had lived for so long, never having seen a biped dare to charge at it in such a manner. It lowered its head horn, aimed pushing off with its hind legs to accelerate towards it. A man and a beast on the desolate plain of ashes approached each other at high speed in an opposing stance. Meanwhile, above the clouds, a military aircraft marked with the Southern Military District insignia was racing towards them. Inside the cockpit, a man in a colonel's uniform was resting his eyes. Colonel Chu Feng. The co-pilot fixed his gaze on the rapidly enlarging red dot on the screen, his voice trembling. 4th-tier Source Beast Rift Mountain Ironback Rhino locked. Estimated to enter the optimal attack position in 30 seconds. The middle-aged man, known as Chu Feng, opened his eyes and looked at the projection screen. Zoom in on its image for me. Yes. The next second, the real-time battlefield scene, magnified through multiple optical enhancements, was clearly displayed on the main screen. Wait, what is that? Chu Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. This kid has gone mad. He abruptly sprang up from his seat. Full speed. Give me full speed. The cabin fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at the frenzied scene on the screen. A bare-chested youth charging towards the 4th-tier Source Beast at an unbelievable speed, initiating a frontal assault. Inside the cockpit of the military aircraft, everyone was staring at the projection screen. A bare-chested youth, a 4th-tier behemoth. Two completely disproportionate figures charged toward each other across the wasteland, the distance narrowing at a visible speed. Immediately deploy the ship's high-energy cannon for cover. Lieutenant Colonel Chu Feng, unable to lock on. The aide's forehead was sweating, fingers sliding frantically over the control panel. The relative speed exceeds 300 meters per second. The radar predicts a trajectory overlap with the target of 73%. Once we fire, that youth is bound to die. Chu Feng stared intensely at the screen. There wasn't enough time. At this collision speed from the moment he ordered the firing to when the shell landed, those 2 points would have already collided. He had seen many young people, passionate, impulsive, fearless of death. But he had never seen someone like this who dared to clash with their body against a 4th-tier Source Beast. This was not bravery. This was pure suicide. Prepare to descend, Chu Feng said solemnly. We must collect the body as soon as possible. On the screen, 2 light points merged into one. There was no sound. Only a pure white circular shockwave exploded from the point of contact, lifting the earth and all the rubble and withered wood within 100 meters into the air. Immediately afterward, a terrifying roar arrived with a delay. Boom. The aircraft shook violently, and everyone inside was thrown around by the residual wave. The aide lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Chief, that youth should have already. Recorder, note this down. Chu Feng's voice was parched. The 4th-tier Source Beast lost control, and the civilian youth sacrificed himself to prevent its charge into the residential area. In any case, this was a dereliction of duty on the military's part. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The dust was slowly blown away by the wind of the wasteland. The moment the optical lens captured a clear image again, the aircraft was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. On the screen was a scene that completely overturned their understanding. Su Ming's body transformed into a Tintin black cannonball just as it was about to make contact with the 20-ton behemoth. The mass engine within him roared to life. His muscle fibers compressed to the extreme. Massive cannon activated. With a mass of 10 tons of 5-fold kinetic correction and a terrifying force of 50 tons surged through his lumbar spine shoulder blades and wildly rushed toward his palms. Bang! Su Ming's palms slammed heavily onto the iron-backed rhinoceros horn that shimmered with a red glow. At the moment of contact, a bizarre stillness occurred. The inertia of the charge and the force of the 50-ton cannon reached an absolute stalemate at the tiny point of contact. Then, the air behind the iron-backed rhinoceros suddenly exploded. Boom! That once mighty 4th-tier behemoth was sent flying like a baseball struck by a grand slam, hurtling along the ground, smashing through 6 stone pillars before crashing violently into a mountain wall hundreds of meters away. Debris rained down, the entire mountain trembled. Su Ming maintained his position with his palms pushed forward, standing atop a massive pit that was a meter deep. On his not particularly broad palms, white vapor was rising due to the extreme heat of friction, and in front of him, there was nothing. The moment 50 tons of power poured out from his palms, the bones in his entire arm resonated the sensation of forcibly sending a massive creature flying coursed through his body, igniting his nerves. This feels amazing. Su Ming charged forward again. Meanwhile, inside the aircraft above. Chief! Chief! The aide's voice split into an odd tone. He seems to have stopped it. Not just stopped it. Who could possibly send a 4th-tier Source Beast flying? Chu Feng's gaze was fixed on the figure on the screen that was chasing the fourth-tier source beast. His mind left with only one thought. Could it be that the intelligence was wrong? Wasn't it supposed to be extremely dangerous? This iron-backed rhinoceros looked large, but why was it so easy to deal with? It seems to be all show. This relatively weak fourth-tier source beast, is it even worthy of being called extremely dangerous? Chu Feng stood up, his military boots thudding on the deck. Descend. I will personally handle the aftermath. The hatch opened, and the wind rushed in. He leaped into the air. From a height of 100 meters, a figure of icy blue rapidly descended. Moisture in the air wildly condensed around him, forming a massive ice disk beneath his feet, gently lowering his form. Fifth-tier Platinum Powerhouse Elemental System Extreme Cold Domain. Lieutenant Colonel Chu Feng. The man had a stern expression, slowly touching down. The moment he landed, the temperature around him dropped by several degrees, a thin layer of frost forming on the ground. Then he took in the battlefield before him. The ground was riddled with holes. A youth dressed only in pants was riding on the neck of the iron-backed rhinoceros, his fists pounding repeatedly on the hard shell, each strike accompanied by a dull metallic thud. The iron-backed rhinoceros was wildly shaking its head in an attempt to throw him off, but the boy's legs were clamped tightly, as if he were grown onto it. Chu Feng. How should this scene be described? It was as if a mischievous child was riding on the back of a cow, having a good time, while the cow had no way of dealing with him. But Chu Feng knew very well that this was no cow. This was a fourth-tier source beast. On the battlefield, it would require a fully equipped squadron with heavy firepower to take it down. Who exactly is this boy? Which prominent family in the imperial capital does he belong to? Never mind, first deal with the immediate issue. Boom. The iron-backed rhinoceros finally succeeded in shaking him off. Su Ming was flung away by the immense force, and as he rolled twice on the ground and stood up, he happened to see an additional person in the arena. A soldier surrounded by an aura of cold. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Chu Feng had already positioned himself in front of him, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and condescension. Step back, leave this to me. His voice was as cold as his talent, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. Su Ming opened his mouth, about to say, "Big brother, who are you to steal my kill?" But looking at the shiny lieutenant colonel insignia on the other's shoulder, he swallowed his words. An official was here, there was nothing more to say. He shrugged, simply stepping aside, preparing to see what this so-called regular army was capable of. Chu Feng, seeing that he was so perceptive, nodded in satisfaction. He slowly raised his hand. Fifth-tier source energy surged. Extreme cold domain activated. A hum. Ice blue cold air surged wildly from Chu Feng as the center. Moisture in the air instantly condensed, covering the ground, rocks, and withered wood with a thick layer of white frost. Within a radius of 50 meters, the temperature plummeted to minus 100 degrees. Roar. The charging iron-backed rhinoceros movements visibly slowed, a thick layer of solid ice rapidly forming on its surface. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The cold intensified. The ice grew thicker. In the blink of an eye, a crystal-clear ice sculpture stood vividly in the wasteland. Damn. Su Ming watched from afar, shivering. Big brother, you really cranked the air conditioning too high, didn't you? Chu Feng ignored him. Fifth tier against fourth tier, a crushing victory. Logically speaking, it should have ended here. But he could sense that the life force beneath the ice layer had not weakened, but rather intensified. This beast, its vitality far exceeded expectations. Just then, inside the ice sculpture, the dark red mark on its horns suddenly glowed brightly. The radiance reached its peak. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from within the ice sculpture. Crack! Crack, crack! On the seemingly indestructible cold ice, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear. Boom! The sky was filled with exploding ice shards. The iron-backed rhinoceros burst forth from the shattered ice, not only unweakened, but exuding streams of hot steam. A layer of dark red patterns appeared on its shell, spreading from the imprint on its forehead to its entire body. Its aura was rising. Still rising. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. He focused his palm, and a 3-meter-long ice-blue battle blade formed. Slash. The battle blade traced a graceful arc in the air, accurately slashing toward the rhinoceros king's most vulnerable neck. Clang. Sparks flew. The battle blade shattered on the spot. Not even a white mark was left on the rhinoceros king's neck. What? Chu Feng was shocked. He didn't have time to form a second weapon, and the giant head of the rhinoceros was already right in front of him. In the next second, Chu Feng was violently knocked away. He forcibly rolled twice in the air to dissipate the impact, sliding several meters of ice marks on the ground when he landed. Chu Feng held his painfully throbbing chest and raised his head. He was staring intently at the iron-backed rhinoceros, which was completely unscathed and exuded an even more ferocious aura, as well as the mysterious mark on its forehead that was radiating ominous red light. 3 seconds ago, he had been looking down at a youth and telling him to step back. 3 seconds later, he was knocked around like a sack by a rhinoceros. Chu Feng's face turned red, nearly choking. In the end, he angrily spat out a few words. This is a peak 4th-tier source beast. Damn it. I knew the intelligence was wrong. Several meters away, Su Ming crossed his arms, watching with great interest. He tilted his head slightly. This 5th-tier powerhouse seemed a bit lacking. However, that aura of coldness was indeed intimidating. It looked quite chilling. Su Ming's gaze fell upon the ironback rhinoceros, its forehead mark flashing wildly. Yet again, it was this creature. The same old routine as the previous Wolf King. On the brink of death, it goes berserk and pulls a last-minute effort. That wolf previously somehow elevated itself from the peak of Tier 3 to Quasi-Tier 4. Now this ironback rhinoceros is already at Tier 4. If it activates its abilities. Su Ming's lips twitched slightly as he silently lit a candle for this middle-aged major. He grinned at the newly arrived Chu Feng. Big brother, how about lending a hand? Or should I take over? Chu Feng felt a pang in his chest. Awkward. It was painfully awkward. As a major of the Southern Military District's Juke Corps and a 5th-tier platinum powerhouse, he found himself in such a predicament before a mere boy. If this got back to the military district, how would Chu Feng hold his head high in front of his colleagues? He could even imagine his so-called friends turning this incident into a joke, spreading it throughout the cafeteria. He had been careless earlier. It was all the fault of the useless intel team. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood energy. He had to regain his face. A mere peak Tier 4 beast, not yet at a point where you need to intervene. He spoke defiantly, though his body was quite honest. With a thought, a layer of icy blue armor spread across Chu Feng's skin from his fingertips to his shoulders, then covering his entire body. Frost armor technique. Elemental embodiment. The ultimate external manifestation of a 5th-tier awakened one's understanding of their talent. The icy blue glow illuminated Chu Feng's sharply defined face. The armor formed from condensed coldness was sharp-edged, and his presence rose significantly. Su Ming silently gave a thumbs up from a distance, muttering softly, "Nice one, big brother, you've put on your new uniform. You should be able to fight now." Roar. The ironback rhinoceros bellowed, its hooves digging into the ground, each stomp carving half-foot-deep furrows into the cracked earth, its massive body charging like an out-of-control heavy truck. The icy blue light in Chu Feng's eyes surged. His palms moved rapidly, and 8 icy blue rays formed at his fingertips. Extreme cold chains. He slammed both hands down onto the ground. Lock. Seeing. The sharp sound of ice cracking erupted. 8 frost chains thicker than water barrels burst forth from the earth, their crystalline edges sharp, instantly wrapping around the ironback rhinoceros limbs, neck, and body with an air of extreme cold. Roar. The ironback rhinoceros slowed its charge, starting to struggle wildly. The dark red markings on its body flickered with light, every muscle bursting with terrifying power. The frost chains were pulled tight, making a painful creaking sound, yet they held it firmly in place. At that moment, more than 30 figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield. At the forefront was a 10-man military squad led by a one-armed middle-aged man, none other than Zhou Ke, the head of the No. 3 checkpoint. Following them were 3 mercenary squads that had been urgently evacuated from their outer training. As soon as they approached, they were startled by the scene before them and hid behind a massive rock. What is that? A Tier 3 source beast or a Tier 4 source beast? A young mercenary's voice trembled. An old Timur next to him peeked out, took a quick glance, and immediately withdrew. Isn't the ironback rhinoceros a Tier 3? I've run around the outer edges of the abyss 3 times and seen its footprints once. Those prints were half a meter deep. At that time, our entire squad turned around and ran. We didn't even have the courage to look back. So who is fighting it now? A madman. Zhou Ke stared at the massive creature bound by the ice chains, then noticed Chu Feng suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling cold air. That is Major Chu Feng, he said in a deep voice. Immediately after, his gaze swept over to Su Ming, who was watching with his arms crossed. Zhou Ke's pupils slightly contracted. This kid, why is he still here? While other mercenaries would rather be 800 miles away from the ironback rhinoceros, this guy was standing closer than the front row with his hands in his pockets. That expression, it was as if he was watching someone repair a car. Chu Feng also sensed the commotion coming from afar. Fortunately, the earlier scene of being knocked away should not have been seen by these people. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and instinctively straightened his back. The aerial attack chains could only restrain it. To kill it, he had to unleash the strongest single-target sequence. Chu Feng's expression turned serious as he pressed one hand down. The source energy within him surged violently. Extreme cold ice wheel activate. A giant icy blue disc with a diameter of 3 meters condensed in midair, its edges lined with dense serrations, spinning at a speed of 10,000 revolutions per minute. The sharp sound of slicing air pierced the eardrums of everyone nearby. Debris was lifted by the airflow, forming a swirling belt of fragments around the ice, while even Su Ming's hair, several meters away, was blown back. Go! Chu Feng pointed decisively downward. The icy blue ice, while bearing the momentum to annihilate everything, struck heavily at the ironback rhinoceros neck. Zing! The sharp sound of metal grinding rang out, and the sparks that flew up were extinguished by the extreme cold aura attached to the wheel. The ironback rhinoceros, with armor capable of withstanding heavy artillery strikes under the ice wheel's high-speed cutting surprisingly, left only a shallow white mark. The outermost ring of icy crystalline serrations shattered in several places. Chu Feng's face turned grim. The mercenaries behind the massive rock exchanged glances. A fifth-tier ultimate move. Is this it? Someone muttered softly, but was quickly silenced by a hand over their mouth. Su Ming watched this scene. His lips moved, silently uttering two words. Scraping. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. This defense was even more absurd than the Federation's warship armor. His talent was extreme cold domain, which could enhance his power by at least 30% in places with abundant water sources, such as lakes or seashores. In this dry ash belt, he was truly at a disadvantage. He should have brought 2 barrels of mineral water, but he couldn't lose face. Absolutely not. Especially with dozens of eyes staring at him from behind. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, sending source energy flooding into the ice wheel recklessly. The rotation speed of the ice will suddenly accelerated. 10,000 revolutions. 20,000 revolutions. 30,000 revolutions. Chu Feng's temples bulged, and beads of sweat that had just begun to form on his forehead were frozen into tiny ice particles by his own cold aura falling away. The cutting force and depth doubled. Finally, pooh! A drop of dark red blood struggled out from that white mark. Chu Feng was so excited he wanted to cry. The frost at the corners of his eyes trembled. After scraping for so long, he finally broke through the defense. Breaking the defense was sufficient. Breaking the defense equated to victory. His eyes hardened as he formed a military secret seal with both hands. Blood guide. Absorb it all. With a pull of his right hand in midair, a domineering cold aura of attraction erupted. The dark red beast blood that had originally splattered from the wound did not drop to the ground, but was forcibly captured in midair, pulled into strands of blood lines, and bizarrely integrated into the rapidly spinning ice wheel. Buzz! A peculiar humming sound resonated. The originally crystalline icy blue disc, after absorbing the ironback rhinoceros blood, seemed to undergo a chemical reaction, instantly expanding to more than double its size. The center of the disc rapidly turned a strange, deep red. The icy crystalline serrations at the edges absorbed the iron elements and source energy from the blood, transforming into translucent dark red crystals, incredibly sharp. Anomaly blood ice wheel. With the absorption of the iron spine rhinoceros' own energy, the shell's repulsive nature that had troubled Chu Feng vanished. The sound of metal grinding transformed into a thunderous cutting noise. Under the catalysis of blood energy, the blood-colored ice wheel spun at an astonishing rate of 50,000 revolutions per minute. PFF. The blood ice wheel sliced through flesh and bone as if a hot knife had plunged into butter. The dark red ice wheel expanded wildly, sending waves of thick blood mist swirling. The iron spine rhinoceros let out a heart-wrenching wail, its 4 hooves thrashing about, pulverizing the rock beneath. The captain of the mercenary group cursed loudly. That ice wheel has turned red. Using a monster's blood to kill the monster. What kind of retribution is this, eh? A trembling mercenary held up a recording device. The scene of the blood-colored ice wheel spinning and cutting filled with a sinister, yet violent beauty. Why does it look so sinister? It's a bit terrifying. Is it elemental or something more bizarre? A young mercenary swallowed hard and whispered, if this gets posted on the Federation Battle Network, how many views will it get? You're still thinking about views? Zhou Ke didn't speak. He instinctively clenched his fist on his one remaining arm. The military district's lieutenant colonel truly lived up to his reputation. A bold mercenary even pulled out a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack, crunching loudly as he watched the show, as if he had bought front row VIP tickets. Su Ming was also watching. He acknowledged that Chu Feng's blood ice wheel was indeed impressive. Using the enemy's blood to break through their defenses was quite a clever strategy. But to put it bluntly, it was still like using a dull knife to cut flesh. He knew that the iron spine rhinoceros still had more to unleash. After being subjected to such torture, the beast would surely fight back desperately. Su Ming quietly took a half-step back. Just as expected, when the blood ice wheel had penetrated nearly 40 centimeters into the shell, the rhinoceros whale suddenly ceased. It wasn't dead. The pain in its crimson vertical pupils was replaced by something more primal. The dark red mark on its horn began to glow. It was not the intermittent flickering from before. It was stable, continuous, and increasingly bright light. It was the same pattern as the Wolf King's last moments. Chu Feng sensed the change in aura, something familiar yet indescribable. But he had no time to ponder. Everyone fall back. Chu Feng shouted fiercely. It was too late. The iron spine rhinoceros body began to heat up. This was not just a rise in body temperature, but an extraordinary high-temperature steam boiling from deep within its bones and cells. The heat wave visibly expanded outward, distorting and deforming everything in sight, while the ashes on the ground were charred black and cracked. 8 frost chains changed from ice blue to white in just a fraction of a second, then transformed into water vapor. The moment the blood ice will touched that layer of steam, it evaporated with a hiss, the outer circle vanishing instantly. The extreme cold domain that Chu Feng took pride in was forcibly breached at one corner. The iron spine rhinoceros stepped forward. With each step it left behind scorched hoof prints on the ground. Chu Feng was pushed back several dozen steps by that heat wave, the surface of his frost armor covered in dense cracks. He gritted his teeth, his face turning pale. This feeling of being suppressed was something he hadn't experienced since losing to that Fire Element 6th-tier competitor in the military districts competition. The crowd in the back exploded in panic. It's over. Even 5th-tier experts can't suppress this monster. Run, quickly. What are you running for? It's charging at us. Who can escape from it? The mercenary who had been crunching on biscuits just dropped them to the ground, his legs trembling. Zhou Ku drew his standard military knife, blocking in front of everyone. With one arm gripping the knife, the veins on his hand bulged. He couldn't hold it back. But he didn't take a step back. On the other end of the battlefield, Shen Qingzi knelt beside De Huang, the wind carrying ashes and drying her bangs. She looked at De Huang's collapsed ribcage, ready to inject emergency medicine, but found that around the broken bones golden energy was already circulating, showing signs of self-healing. She still fed a precious recovery potion into De Huang's mouth. As the potion took effect, De Huang's vital signs stabilized rapidly, and it weakly extended its 2 tongues to lick Shen Qingzi's hand. The left head even nuzzled her palm, as if it was acting cute and seeking praise. Shen Qingzi stood up, gently stroking its 2 heads as she walked back. Upon returning to the battlefield, she also spotted Zhou Ku and the others. She quietly approached from the other side of the battlefield, keeping a distance from the main group to avoid causing unnecessary panic. However, her appearance still caught the mercenaries' attention. Wait, what's that beside the woman? A 2-headed dog. Is that a source beast? What kind of family background allows someone to have a 3rd-tier source beast as a companion? Can low-tier source beasts already be tamed? That's called a companion beast. The one you have is just a pet, don't compare. Whispers spread among the crowd. Zhou Ku glanced at Shen Qingzi, thinking of Huang Fujing. He didn't say much. He turned around and sternly warned those mercenaries still excitedly taking pictures, quiet down. This isn't a tourist spot, evacuate quickly. The danger of a 4th-tier source beast far exceeds your imagination. He instinctively touched his empty left arm. That arm had been lost during a mission to hunt a 4th-tier source beast. However, very few people moved. Compared to other people's lives, clearly watching the show was more important. After all, such a scene was something you wouldn't see even in a cinema. The iron spine rhinoceros did not pay attention to the group of ants. Its vertical pupils slowly rotated in the steam, ultimately locking onto a direction. It was not Chu Feng. It was not Shen Qingzi. It was Su Ming. The 4th-tier giant beast, surrounded by blood-colored steam and still rising in aura, lowered its single horn and pushed off with its hind legs. The entire earth trembled. It charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming tilted his head. All right, I guess it has to be me. He lowered his arms. Big brother, you take a break first. He shouted to Chu Feng, the ground beneath him suddenly sinking half an inch. Quality engine ignition. Quality engine ignite. In an instant, the Tintin body accelerated to its limits. But this time he chose not to collide head-on. Inertial drift activated. Su Ming's body traced an incredible arc at high speed, deviating sharply from the charging trajectory of the iron spine rhinoceros, brushing just 30 centimeters past the outer edge of its horn. The wind pressure tore at his hair, and blood-colored steam scorched his exposed skin, leaving only a layer of redness, as if he had just emerged from a sauna. The iron spine rhinoceros missed its target, its massive body propelled forward by inertia for several dozen meters, its hooves plowing deep grooves into the ground dirt, flying up into the air. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already circled to its side and rear. Everyone watching from behind saw it. A bare-chested youth evading the charge of a 4th-tier source beast with an astonishing maneuver, executing a textbook-level dodge. Of course, even if taught, no one could replicate it. That kid. Zhou Ke's pupils constricted. The mercenary captain nearly dropped his phone. How did he do it? How could he change direction at such speed? No one answered him, for something even more outrageous was about to happen. After dodging, Su Ming did not distance himself. His footsteps etched a curved crack in the ground, with pebbles bouncing along the fissure as he curved back toward the side of the iron spine rhinoceros. His right fist was pulled back to his waist. 5 fingers clenched tightly. The bones between his knuckles made fine cracking sounds. Quality heavy cannon. 10 tons multiplied by 5. 50 tons. All channeled into this punch. Bang. The fist struck the exposed wound on the iron spine rhinoceros ribcage where the big yellow had torn off the armor. The flesh, unprotected by armor, was no different from paper against the 50-ton heavy cannon. The iron spine rhinoceros body caved in its entire 20-plus ton frame, pushed sideways by this punch for 2 meters. The ground was carved into 4 parallel trenches by its hooves, pebbles flying like rain. Blood gushed out, and a large mouthful of blood foam was sprayed from its mouth. Roar! The iron spine rhinoceros had not been mistaken. This fierce beast before it was the true threat. The damage inflicted this time was several times greater than the previous few minutes of scraping. It had completely lost its mind. The red glow on its horns surged to its peak, and its body rolled violently, aiming to crush Su Ming into the ground. Su Ming had already anticipated this. The quality engine reignited, inertial drift synchronized, and his body slipped out from the blind spot of the rhinoceros roll, continuing to engage in melee. In the distance, Chu Feng watched this scene, having forgotten to repair the cracks on his frost shell. He was at the 5th tier. He could tell that this kid's combat style was unlike any known system. It was neither military combat techniques, nor academic source energy skills, nor even the standard methods of Awakened Ones. It was purely primal, using body collisions, using mass to crush, solving problems with the most primitive violence. Yet incredibly, the timing of each strike was disturbingly precise. What exactly is this kid's background? Chu Feng murmured. He suddenly recalled his earlier words, "Step back, you'll handle this." His face felt a bit hot. It wasn't the frost shell leaking air. It was genuinely hot. He instinctively touched his nose and decided to make a slight cut in this section of the task report today. Another loud bang. The iron spine rhinoceros rolled up, the blood-colored steam thicker than before. The surrounding bushes withered and curled in the heatwave, leaves turning to ash before they even hit the ground. The glow from the imprint on its forehead had changed from dark red to a blinding bright red. It looked as if it were about to ignite its entire head. This time it did not charge again. Instead, it raised its head. Roar. This roar was unlike any before. It wasn't anger nor pain, but a call from deep within, the instinct of life. Su Ming's expression changed. He had heard this sound before. The Wolf King had emitted a similar cry before its death, followed by the bursting of its forehead imprint, unleashing power far beyond its original form. But the Wolf King was of the 3rd tier. This creature was of the 4th tier. If the imprint erupted at full power again, Su Ming quickly calculated in his mind, and the conclusion left his brow furrowed. This was a blood loss deal. Everyone retreat. Su Ming suddenly turned and shouted back, his voice loud enough to make even Chu Feng shiver. Zhou Ku reacted the quickest, grabbing the mercenary beside him, who was still holding the phone, his voice stern. "Did you hear? Retreat." The mercenary stumbled as he was pulled the screen of his phone crazily, scrolling, "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit." Shin Qingzi, riding the big yellow, also turned around, helping to cover the crowd's escape. In a battle of this level, their presence would only hinder. However, the iron spine rhinoceros did not give them time to retreat. The moment the roar stopped, its forehead imprint suddenly exploded. It did not shatter. It blossomed. A dark red beam of light shot up from the imprint, piercing straight into the clouds. The air around the beam was burned into distorted ripples, with heat waves visibly expanding in all directions. The pebbles on the ground were shaken up, and the earth itself trembled. Chu Feng's freezing domain melted rapidly like an ice cream in a furnace centered around the point of contact. This is not the power of a 4th tier. Chu Feng's voice carried real fear for the first time. He sensed it. The dark red source energy rapidly condensed in midair. Then it transformed into the shadow of a gigantic turtle. The spikes on its shell glimmered coldly in the moonlight. Everyone present was intimidated by this violently surging source energy. Only Chu Feng recognized this shadow. This is a 6th-tier source beast, iron shell dragon turtle. His voice trembled. Chu Feng had dealt with classified documents from the Southern Military District for over a decade, and the name Iron Shell Dragon Turtle had only appeared once in the highest-level source probing reports, with a note stating, "Prohibit contact." The shadow dove down in the blink of an eye, merging with the remains of the Rhinoceros King. The surface of the Rhinoceros King was etched with turtle shell patterns, dark red light flowing within the patterns, as if magma filled every crack. The body of the iron spine rhinoceros began to swell. Its already massive frame further enlarged in the red light, dense dark red patterns emerging on its shell, spreading from its forehead to its tail. Its forelegs were planted like pillars in the ground, with every breath bringing a wave of heat. In its vertical pupils, the last remnants of primal fear and pain vanished. In their place was a cold intelligence that did not belong to a creature of this level. It was looking at Su Ming, not as a beast looks at prey. It was an examination. A being of high standing scrutinizing an anomaly that should not exist here through borrowed eyes. Su Ming's body hair stood on end. The iron spine rhinoceros mouth opened. It was not a roar. It was a syllable. A vague, distorted syllable, as if it emanated from the deepest depths of the earth. No one understood, but everyone simultaneously felt a chill rising from the depths of their bones. Su Ming's pupils contracted to the size of a needle. It was speaking. A source beast was speaking. Source beasts above the 5th tier already possessed a certain level of intelligence. This iron spine rhinoceros had reached the threshold of the 5th tier. In the cockpit of the aerial vehicle, the officer stared at the energy monitoring screen. His voice had changed pitch. Commander, the target's energy readings are still climbing. It has already surpassed the 4th tier limit and is approaching. He swallowed hard. It is approaching the 5th tier critical value. The moment the mutation was complete, the entire ash belt seemed to have been muted. The ironback rhinoceros slowly lowered its head, its forelegs firmly planted on the ground. Its exterior was no longer the rough, hardened shell it once had, but was instead covered with a layer of heavy armor flowing with dark red patterns, each tortoise-shell line exuding a breath of destruction. A heat wave emanated from its body, causing the rubble within a 30-meter radius to turn red. The illusion of the 6th-tier source beast, iron shell dragon, turtle, merged completely with it. This was not a simple accumulation of power. It was a forceful elevation of life level. Pseudo 5th tier. A terrifying pressure erupted from its body, stemming from its bloodline, and life rank grinding through the nerves of everyone on the battlefield. A mercenary was the first to falter, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, his face pale as paper, his whole body trembling. Then came the second, the third. Zhou Ke gritted his teeth, using his one arm to support his military knife, his knees bending to their limit, veins bulging on his forehead. Having served as a soldier for 20 years, and having lost an arm, he had never knelt before anything. What the hell is this? The mercenary captain supported himself with his hands on the ground, his wrists shaking, his voice trembling, even his teeth chattering. In midair, Chu Feng's situation was not much better. He was floating several meters high, and the cracks on the surface of his frost armor were spreading rapidly under this pressure. It was not just the physical body, that power felt like an invisible needle piercing into the soul. The flow of source energy became sluggish, and his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. His fist trembled. A 5th-tier platinum-level powerhouse at this moment found it difficult to even muster the thought of resistance. He couldn't win. He truly couldn't. As everyone was pinned down by the pressure, the ironback rhinoceros' crimson vertical pupil had unknowingly turned into a deep purple. It exhibited a detached, condescending gaze over all living beings. Its mouth did not move, yet a voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Ethereal and cold, neither male nor female, it seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, yet also fell from the high heavens. Humans, there are indeed anomalies like you. Su Ming stood at the center of the pressure storm. He merely frowned. As a carbon-based life form, he walked the path of pure physical mass. The physical laws granted by the system were completely outside the realm of bloodlines or ranks. This vague mental pressure hitting him felt like throwing cotton at a tank. Su Ming raised his hand and leisurely dug at his ear. You anomaly, your whole family are anomalies. The purple vertical pupil evidently hesitated for a moment. It seemed never to have expected such a response. Interesting, this king will remember you. Su Ming replied without reservation, interesting my ass. Talking nonsense is so annoying. The purple pupil of the ironback rhinoceros flickered. It seemed time had come. In the next second, the purple hue washed away like a tide, and its eyes were once again filled with primal crimson and fury. That lofty consciousness seemed to have temporarily left, but what it left behind was a rage capable of incinerating everything. It felt as if it had been provoked by an ant. Roar. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of half-meter-long source energy bone spikes carrying terrifying energy capable of instantly killing a 3rd-tier awakened one shot out, like a torrential rain, completely sealing off all escape routes within 100 meters of Su Ming. It's over. We're going to be turned into a sieve now. The hidden mercenaries let out a wail from afar. Su Ming. Shen Qingzi, gripping her knife, was about to rush forward when beside her De Huang let out a low growl, flames and golden light igniting atop its two heads. Don't come over. A furious shout came from midair as Chu Feng forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his chest. He had not forgotten who the most critical protection target of this mission was. Shen Qingzi had already reached the edge of the battlefield. If she rushed over now, forget about saving someone, dying 10 times wouldn't be enough. On the ground, Zhou Ke also quickly stepped in front of Shen Qingzi and De Huang. He looked at her cold eyes and said in a deep voice, Miss Shun, battles of this level are no longer something we can intervene in. Shen Qingzi stopped in her tracks. She did not push forward. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness surrounding her. Chu Feng had no time to hesitate, pressing both hands down forcefully, unleashing all his icy source energy. Extreme Cold Ice Shield. A semicircular transparent ice wall arched up from the ground, enveloping all the mercenaries, Zhou Ku, Shen Qingzi, and De Huang within. After using this move, Chu Feng's already pale complexion became even worse. Having fought until now, he had exhausted more than half of his source energy. He had little strength left to care about Su Ming. On the battlefield, Su Ming was weaving through the rain of bone spikes. Inertia drift activated as his Tintin body traced an unbelievable zigzag pattern amidst the dense bone spikes, performing extreme dodges. In that instant, the ironback rhinoceros moved. Its massive body sank slightly, muscles in its hind legs bulging the ground beneath its feet, cracking inch by inch. In the next moment, it transformed into a dark red shadow, charging towards Su Ming, who had just dodged the last bone spike, but had not yet fully regained his footing. The beast knew how to seize opportunities. The bone spikes blocked the path. Su Ming had just finished dodging the last wave. His movements not yet completely retracted his center of gravity, slightly leaning forward. The ironback rhinoceros chose this moment to charge. A direct collision. With no place to hide. Beast, stop for me. Chu Feng let out a crazed roar, his hands flying in front of his chest, all his source energy being exhausted in a fierce outburst. Extreme Cold Myriad Junai City. Boom. The earth trembled violently. A massive ice wall 10 meters high and over 3 meters thick rose up from the ground, blocking the path of the charging ironback rhinoceros. The internal flow of high-density source energy visible to the naked eye circulated within the ice wall, and its surface instantaneously formed countless sharp ice spikes. This was a military-grade 5th-tier defensive technique capable of withstanding the continuous bombardment of a tank's main cannon. This was Chu Feng's trump card. The moment the ice wall was formed, his legs grew weak, and he half knelt in the air. He gritted his teeth and drank a military-grade recovery potion. His source energy was about to run out, but he had no regrets. As long as he could hold for a second. Even half a second it would buy that kid time to change direction. However, bang, there was no stalemate. No process of crack spreading. No tug-of-war. The Myriad Junai City exploded directly in front of the ironback rhinoceros. The 3-meter-thick ice wall was smashed into flying fragments, ice spikes scattering and cracking against the ice shield. The ironback rhinoceros' charging speed did not even slow down, leaving not a single white mark on its dark red armor. Chu Feng was sent flying by the shockwave, flipping 3 times in the air before barely stabilizing his form, blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared blankly as the dark red figure emerged from the shattered ice. A top-tier 5th-tier defense could not even buy a second of time. In the midst of flying ice fragments, the giant beast was unharmed. Its target had always been singular. Su Ming. There was no escaping. Su Ming's pupils contracted to their limits, the blood in his body boiling painfully at that moment. There was no escape, so he could only confront it head on. His arm muscles bulged, and a layer of deep metallic sheen appeared on the surface of his skin. Quality heavy cannon. 5 times the kinetic energy amplification poured unreservedly into his arms. Boom. A huge explosion resounded across the wasteland. The insignificant flesh and blood body confronted a moving mountain head on. As Su Ming crossed his arms over his chest, the moment they made contact with the rhinoceros horn, he felt a searing pain from shattered bones. The 50-ton force of the heavy cannon failed to move the opponent for the first time. Absolute power crushed. That horn, burning with dark red flames, shattered his defense as if it were nothing, stabbing fiercely into his left shoulder. Skin tougher than steel was torn apart, muscles akin to alloys were penetrated. The horn pierced directly through his left scapula. The terrified cries of everyone echoed in the air. Chu Feng struggled to rise, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Zhou Ku and the other mercenaries had long been terrified into a state of panic by the scene before them. Yet Shen Qingzi, standing behind the ice shield, remained motionless. She did not scream, did not cry, and even her facial expression did not change significantly. Only her hand, gripping the hilt of cold edge, trembled incessantly. In her cold eyes, the scene of Su Ming being knocked away by that giant beast was reflected, blood tracing a dazzling arc through the air. As for what Zhou Ku was shouting, what the mercenaries were calling out, and the whimpering sounds from De Huang's 2 heads, all became blurred background noise. She stared at the cloud of dust. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Still there was no movement. The noise gradually faded from her ears, and Shen Qingzi's world fell into a strange silence. She stared fixedly at the bare-shouldered figure, which appeared incredibly small amidst the dark red waves of light. Her heart gripped, as if in the clutches of an invisible hand. She should rush forward. She should draw her sword. She should do something. But her legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground. She dared not approach. She was afraid to see that scene. So this is fear. The emotion of fear truly could overshadow all tactical instincts and the heart of martial arts. He could clearly retreat. He could clearly choose not to come. Why would a person with a bright future about to take the college entrance examination tomorrow risk his life to guard a line of defense that had nothing to do with him? It was all because of her. At this moment, Shen Qingzi felt a surge of hatred towards her own rationality for the first time. In her memory, that street-smart boy who had come to her for potions and to settle scores was now madly overlapping with the figure standing in front of death. From their first meeting at her doorstep to him, taking the blow of the boulder to that declaration amidst the wolf pack, anyone who dares to touch my people and dogs, and then him playfully calling her senior sister, shamelessly camping by her tent, and seriously claiming to be a gold medal foot massage technician. Every moment from these days replayed in her mind like a fast-forward film. Suddenly she realized something. She did not want him to die. This thought was like a burning, blunt knife stabbing fiercely into her chest, not fatal, but painful enough that she could barely hold onto the knife. For the first time, she discovered that when someone truly enters another person's heart, it does not take years, just a few life-and-death moments, and it is enough. Before meeting Su Ming, her life had been a harsh and cold cultivation, all emotions suppressed under the goal of reaching the peak of martial arts. But this man, with his unreasonable strength and wicked smile, had forcefully torn open her frozen world, carving a hole in her heart, and then comfortably settled inside. This indescribable feeling was hotter than any source energy, burning her eyes, making her want to rush forward without a second thought. Su Ming, you cannot die. Her heart, which had been frozen for millennia, melted the instant she witnessed that dark red shadow rushing towards Su Ming. After melting, it began to burn fiercely. That was the most ardent obsession rebounding from the coldest extreme. A surge of unprecedented golden source energy exploded from Shen Qingzi's body, and the Tang Hung Dao in her hand cold edge quivered violently, the dark golden energy no longer winding like silk, but transforming into a raging crimson flame. This was the fluctuation of the third tier. The heart-wrenching emotional fluctuation acted like a key, forcibly prying open her long-stuck pinnacle of the second tier. It was not a steady cultivation nor the accumulation over time, but forced out by that reckless fool with his life. Third tier silver. Every cell in her body rejoiced, every bone sang. From now on, she was no longer a genius student in need of protection. From now on, she could stand beside him and fight side by side. The residual energy from her breakthrough instantly crushed the surrounding debris into dust, and Shen Qingzi's long hair danced wildly in the golden light, her eyes transforming from cold to glaring dark gold. Advancing to the third tier brought not only a surge in energy, but also a qualitative change in her control over power. The previously frost-like, cold, golden energy at this moment seemed to be thrown into a furnace, transforming into a viscous crimson liquid radiating extreme heat, pumping from her heart to her limbs. This was the ultimate state of the golden energy. Supercritical metallic plasma. The golden knife bone hummed, the marrow boiled in her veins, and the tower shadow of the floating bone flashed behind her. The power of the third tier circulated completely within her body for the first time. Shen Qingzi ignored the astonished surroundings. She tightened her grip on the cold edge. On the blade, the originally transparent atomic lines suddenly erupted, the high-frequency vibrations igniting the air, the crimson plasma wrapping around the blade, resembling a blooming red lotus. Every scar from the sword was a petal of the red lotus. Every beam of sword light was a vow of severing realms. She looked up. In the distance, dust swirled. At the center of that chaos, a bare-shouldered figure staggered to its feet from the rubble. He was covered in dust, his left arm hanging limply, a gory hole in his shoulder, still oozing blood, but he stood firm like a gun that would not bend. He was still alive. Shen Qingzi's eyes grew warm, but in the next moment, all her emotions transformed into a towering, killing intent. She raised her hand, slashing with the cold edge. Red lotus, severing realms. There was no loud noise, no dazzling beam of light. A crimson arc of light flashed through the air, slicing through the high-density ice wall built with all of fifth-tier powerhouse Chu Feng's strength, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire as if it had been neatly cut in half upon contact. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with charred burn marks along the edges. The extreme heat instantaneously sublimated the ice, generating vast clouds of evaporating steam. Half kneeling in midair, Chu Feng almost couldn't catch his breath upon witnessing this scene. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Are my skills just for show? They came out so easily. From now on, we are all people who eat imperial rations. Do you have to give me no face at all? De Huang, keep up. The two-headed mastiff which had been guarding her side suddenly stood up, both heads of golden fire erupting with a thunderous roar, covered in a layer of metallic brilliance, transforming into a golden fire meteor, fiercely following Shen Qingzi. Shin Qingzi leapt onto the mastiff's back, and De Huang kicked off the ground roaring as it leapt out through the crack in the ice wall. One person and one dog, like a flash of gold and red lightning, resolutely charged into that death zone. Dust and heat waves surged. Ahead there was the fierce roar of the half-turtle mutated beast Chu Feng's swaying figure, and Su Ming's face covered in dust and blood as he climbed out of the rubble. Shin Qingzi gripped the hilt, the crimson plasma crackling on the blade. At this moment, she was no longer fighting for the honor of the Shin family, nor for the duty of a soldier. She simply wanted that bastard boy to live. The mercenaries behind the ice shield were already dumbfounded. Is that the little girl from earlier? Did she just cleave through the defense of a fifth-tier lord with one strike? Am I seeing things? Did she really charge in? Zhou Ku, with one arm tightly gripping his military knife, looked at that resolute figure. His lips moved and ultimately turned into a long sigh. A madman. Truly a pair of madmen. In the center of the battlefield, a cough echoed through the dust. The rubble shifted. Su Ming crawled out from the rubble. He shook his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His left shoulder was a bloody mess with a penetrating hole in the shoulder blade, the jagged edges of broken bones clearly visible. His entire left arm hung at his side, completely powerless. He stood up, swayed slightly, then steadied himself. Then he lowered his head to glance at the hole in his left shoulder. Hiss. Spit. The wound hurt. His heart hurt even more. The repair cost for his left arm and internal organs had already skyrocketed to 1,200 quality points. Repair. In the next moment, a scalding hot stream surged from his chest into his left arm and internal organs. What a loss, what a big loss. He muttered. That last collision, he had used quality heavy artillery to offset part of the impact, but the crushing force of the pseudo-fifth tier was still too unreasonable. If he hadn't advanced to the third tier, the strength of his internal organs would have multiplied several times. This blow would not have just been a serious injury, but a death on the spot. Opposite him, the pseudo-fifth tier iron-spined rhinoceros shook off the blood on its horns, its purple pupils reflecting a hint of human-like confusion. It did not understand. Why, after this collision, could this little bug not be completely crushed? Su Ming moved his perfectly fine right hand, his eyes becoming crazed again. As he was contemplating how to fight this beast, his peripheral vision caught a familiar flash of gold and red. He saw a figure riding a two-headed mastiff breaking through the cloud of dust, swiftly charging towards him. The newcomer was dressed in black with long hair flying, holding a long sword engulfed in crimson flames, the aura of killing intense, so intense that even he felt a chill. It was Shin Qingzi. Su Ming was stunned. Those long legs. Why did they feel slightly different? That aura was at the third tier. She also broke through. Looking at her charging direction, Su Ming instantly understood something. A part of his heart seemed to be gently nudged by something. It felt warm and slightly numb. He grinned, his blood-stained face lit up with a foolish smile. Tisk making such a big deal out of it. He muttered under his breath, yet his gaze was unprecedentedly bright. The iron-spined rhinoceros had clearly noticed this new disruptor. It even sensed a hint of dangerous aura. The iron-spined rhinoceros let out an impatient low growl, its massive body turning, preparing to crush this reckless new target first. However, the moment it moved, Su Ming acted. Quality engine ignited. He kicked off the ground with his right leg, launching himself like a cannonball, not charging at the iron-spined rhinoceros, but moving sideways, crashing his intact right side hard against the iron-spined rhinoceros flank. Bang! A dull thud. The massive body of the iron-spined rhinoceros stumbled, its charge abruptly interrupted. Your opponent. Su Ming wiped the blood from his face, pointed at his own nose, his voice raspy, yet filled with a deep-rooted madness. Is me. Roar. Provoked again and again, the iron-spined rhinoceros was completely enraged, abandoning Shin Qingzi, turning to sweep towards Su Ming with the force of a dragon's tail. At that moment, Shin Qingzi moved. De Huang roared, biting at the iron-spined rhinoceros' hind leg from another direction, its golden teeth sparking with dazzling flames. And Shin Qingzi, leaping into the air, fused with her sword, transforming into a stunning rainbow, fiercely slashing at the iron-spined rhinoceros' neck. Shall we battle? Her cold voice echoed across the battlefield. Su Ming looked at that beautiful figure, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, grinned, and shouted back with all his strength. Let's battle. So cliché. In the distance, Major Chu Feng felt goosebumps all over. Shin Qingzi moved. The great yellow creature stomped its hooves, and the twin heads exhaled a scorching wave of heat, leaping into the air and sending her soaring. A tall figure standing at 1.78 meters twisted and turned in the air, the crimson supercritical metallic plasma on the cold blade burning wildly, a flash of red arc disappearing in an instant. The target, the neck of the iron-spined rhinoceros. It was the same spot where Chu Feng had previously sliced with the blood ice wheel. Sizzle. This time there were no sparks flying. The sound of the blade penetrating flesh was crisp, unlike cutting through a pseudo-fifth-tier source beast. The terrifying cutting power of the Red Lotus breaking boundary directly expanded the shallow cut that had taken Chu Feng immense effort to create, multiplying it by 3 or more. As the blade tip touched the cervical vertebrae, Shen Qingzi felt a distinct resistance, but that layer of bone was still split open under the high-frequency vibration of the gung metal essence, creating a deep fissure visible to the bone. Blood gushed forth. In midair, Chu Feng witnessed this scene, nearly losing his grip on the hand seal. His technique, the Anomaly Blood Ice Wheel, was his ultimate skill. Its destructive power rivaled that of specially made armor-piercing rounds. After so long, he had barely cut into the flesh, yet this girl had seen bone with a single strike. This was simply outrageous. Where was the dignity of a fifth tier? However, the reaction of the Iron Spine Rhinoceros was faster than anyone had anticipated. Roar! The intense pain did not weaken it. Instead, it provoked a deeper ferocity within. It howled at the sky. A visible dark red ripple expanded from the center of its body. The surrounding air became viscous and heavy as if infused with mercury. The fifth tier domain skill, Gravitational Mire. Shen Qingzi, who was hanging onto the rhinoceros' neck and preparing to expand her victory, suddenly felt an irresistible immense force compressing from all sides. The forward motion abruptly slowed the surrounding Red Lotus plasma, flickering uncertainly, making even breathing difficult. Below, the great yellow creature, which had just leaped to provide support, let out a mournful cry. Its massive body was crushed by gravity, limbs going weak, collapsing onto the ground, unable even to stand. The gravitational domain is an absolute nemesis for units relying on speed and agility. The scarlet eyes of the Iron Spine Rhinoceros locked onto Shen Qingzi, its massive head swinging violently, the horn capable of piercing mountains charged towards her with a crushing momentum. At this critical moment, a voice called out from the side, "Hey, look at me." In the next second, a bloodied arm wrapped around her waist, a force so unreasonable, yanking her down from the rhinoceros' neck. Inertia drift activated. The true weight of 10 tons was not crushed in the gravitational mire. Instead, it found a better pivot point. Su Ming was like a black lightning bolt, unbound by the laws of physics, carving a strange arc through the viscous air, arriving first, wrapping his arms around Shen Qingzi's waist and shifting her sideways at an extreme speed. The collision of the Iron Spine Rhinoceros missed, its horn embedding deeply into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Shen Qingzi was enveloped by a scorching male presence, her nose filled with the mingled scent of sweat and blood from Su Ming. Leaning against a chest that felt impossibly solid, her mind buzzed. For a moment, her cheeks flushed. "Senior, your hair is scratching my neck." Su Ming whispered in her ear, a warm breath brushing against her earlobe. "But I like it." Su Ming landed and released her. Shen Qingzi's feet touched the ground. She turned her face away, her ears burning red. Focus. The battle is not over yet." She tightened her grip on the blade, staring intently at the distant Iron Spine Rhinoceros, refusing to meet Su Ming's gaze. There was no time to think further. Shen Qingzi's eyes turned entirely into pure dark gold at that moment. Since she had already advanced to the third tier, there was no need to hold back. Buddhist Bone Pagoda. Buzz. A grand tower shadow woven of illusory bones and golden light erupted behind her. Having absorbed the essence blood of over 30 second-tier Windblade wolves, this bone tower structure was considerably more solid than before. The domain range had expanded from 5 meters to 10, and the golden runes flowing on the tower became increasingly clear. Suppressing evil. A visible golden ripple swept out from the bone tower, forcibly stripping the pseudo-50-year pressure of the Iron Spine Rhinoceros from the domain. Divine Radiance. Another gentle golden light infused into the bodies of Su Ming and Shen Qingzi within the domain, instantly boosting Su Ming's neural reaction speed, along with clarifying his thoughts. Damn! Chu Feng nearby nearly had his eyes pop out. He stared at the white bone tower shadow, a domain sequence with built-in law suppression. How could this possibly be something a first-year student can awaken? The mercenaries behind the ice shield also felt the change. The terrifying pressure that had forced them to their knees suddenly dissipated by more than half, each one feeling as if a great mercy had been bestowed, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Zhou Ke looked up at the figure surrounded by golden light in the air, his throat rolling. Valkyrie. Those 3 words were all that flashed in his mind. Great Yellow, come gather. Su Ming shouted towards the flank. The 2 heads of Great Yellow swayed like a rattle, and with its body almost fully restored, it dashed into the range of the bone tower shadow. Then Su Ming turned and waved at the somewhat disheveled Chu Feng not far away. "Big brother, don't struggle outside, come get a buff." Chu Feng. As a 5th-year lieutenant colonel, he was being summoned like a pet by a student. If this got out, would he still have a place in the military district? But the viscous gravitational mire beneath his feet was indeed too disgusting. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, his old face turning red, and with a smooth slip of his feet, he glided into the Bone Tower's domain. The moment he stepped into the domain, the gravitational pressure vanished, and Chu Feng felt light all over, so refreshed he almost hummed. This thing is quite sinister. Su Ming gazed at the iron spine rhinoceros, its body flowing with dark red light patterns. As long as that dark red beast soul mark on its forehead isn't destroyed, it won't die. But that mark was connected to the base of its horn, which could pierce through superalloys, leaving no chance to strike its head directly. After this statement, both Chu Feng and Shen Qingxi's expressions turned extremely grave. However, in the next second, Su Ming tilted his head slightly, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He crossed his arms, adopting a pose reminiscent of Zhuge Kongming reincarnated, and said leisurely, "However, I have a quick plan in mind. I wonder if I should share." After this statement, the corner of his mouth had already stretched to his ears. The eagerness in his demeanor was so palpable it seemed he had asked me quickly, written on his forehead. Shen Qingxi's expression was unchanged. Speak. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Wait. Even Great Yellow in the distance was cooperating by shaking its two dog heads, emitting a woo-woo sound of urging. Having received the center of attention, Su Ming satisfiedly moved his neck, the spirit of youth surging, and smoothly uttered that classic line full of shame. "Since you all asked sincerely, I shall benevolently tell you. My invincible strategy is to go all out and knock off its entire head." A cold wind blew, and the battlefield fell into a dead silence. Chu Feng was preparing to listen intently to the strategies that even the great military minds wouldn't dare to imagine, while Shen Qingxi had already made ready to cooperate with a precise tactic. As a result, was that it? After all that build-up, it still boiled down to just two words: hard charge. Looking at the bare-chested youth ahead, who prided himself on being pure-hearted, yet was shockingly brutal. Both the two and the dog had black lines all over their heads. Su Ming tidied up his ignored emotions. He turned his gaze to Shen Qingxi and asked, "Senior, that strike just now, did you hit the cervical vertebrae?" Shen Qingxi nodded. "Yes, your skill is the sharpest in the arena. You ride Da Huang and circle around, continue to widen the wound on its neck, cut into the flesh around the cervical area by 1/3 for me." Then he turned to Chu Feng. "Big brother, if you still have energy, hold it down for 5 seconds. The rest, leave it to me." Chu Feng almost rolled his eyes to the sky. A little brat is commanding a 5th-tier team. But seeing the wild light in Su Ming's eyes made his heart tremble. This kid, could he really have a way to take down this quasi 5th-tier beast? What ability do you have that can guarantee a one-hit kill, eh? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Su Ming's gaze shifted away from the line of dark golden text in his mind, and he chuckled. "It's a secret, but I have absolute confidence. All right, today I'll gamble with you, you little madman." Chu Feng also became resolute. The military order was like a mountain. The command from the Jiangxing City Defense Commander still echoed hotly in his ears. Seeing Miss Shun preparing to charge, and Chu Feng understood that he couldn't slack off any longer. If they could really cooperate to take down this source beast, it would definitely add a monumental achievement to Chu Feng's record. His eyes instantly turned a pure blue, and the skin all over his body even showed icy crystalline patterns, a sign that the 5th-tier source core was operating at its peak. "This is my last move. They'll say it up front. If I drop dead after this, you two remember to carry me back. Deal." Extreme cold domain frozen for miles. A circle of ice-blue tangible shock waves surged out wildly from his center, turning the desolate land within 3 miles into a lifeless crystal world at -180 degrees of extreme cold. The massive body of the iron spine rhinoceros under this cost-no-consequence extreme cold freeze had its limbs and belly firmly welded to the Earth's crust by a layer of thick blue-black ice several meters thick. The giant beast roared frantically, dark red steam rising from its surface, yet at that moment, it couldn't move. Su Ming was shocked by this spectacular scene. Tisk, the AoE ability of the elemental system is really impressive. He then estimated the range of the ice freeze and couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Big brother, be honest, who taught you math? This barely covers 3 miles. Do you really call this for miles?" Chu Feng was shaking like a Parkinson's patient, stiffening his neck and shouting back, "What do you know? 4 miles is my career plan and lofty goal. Isn't it fine to still be striving for it? Hurry up. I can barely hold on with this low-spec version." Roar. Without Su Ming's urging, Da Huang's golden fire heads roared simultaneously. Shen Qingxi's long hair danced wildly in the cold wind, merging with her blade, transforming into a blazing red-gold rainbow. With the inertia of Da Huang's glide, she fiercely struck down towards the charred neck wound of the iron spine rhinoceros. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each strike landed precisely on the same line, tearing, widening, and deepening the wound. The high-frequency vibrations of the metal marrow prevented the flesh from healing at all, neatly cutting 1/3 of the flesh on the neck and exposing the gray-white cervical vertebrae beneath. The iron spine rhinoceros let out a dying wail. Cracks began to appear in the black ice. Enough! Retreat! Su Ming shouted fiercely. Shen Qingzi decisively disengaged, and Da Huang made a sharp turn to escape the attack range. And in that instant, boom! The ice surface beneath Su Ming's feet shattered under the weight of 10 tons. Mass engine igniting again. He transformed into a black meteor, rising into the sky, soaring to a height of 100 meters in an instant. The howling wind was fierce. In the high sky, Su Ming suddenly turned his body head down, feet up, his palms locked tightly onto the head of the giant beast trapped in ice below. On the system panel at the very bottom of the mass resonance, a line of dark golden text that had never lit up was flashing wildly. Second Echo exclusive hidden feature. Feature rating grows with the host's base mass. Trigger condition: when the host's body is subjected to an absolute physical impact rebound threshold beyond the current skeletal limit, it activates forcibly. Effective feature: after sequence activation, the body will automatically transform into a solid-state resonance chamber at the microscopic level. It will absorb all destructive impact energy, and after extreme secondary compression within the body, can release it directionally again. The power will be 200 of the initial impact. Negative cost: after the kinetic energy is released, the host's entire skeletal and muscle fibers will enter an overload state for 10 seconds. During this time, they cannot actively attack or defend, with movement speed reduced by 70. The duration of the negative state shortens as the host's mass increases. Looking at the introduction of the sequence skill, Su Ming grinned, revealing an extremely cruel smile. To hell with tear suppression. To hell with the shadow of the laws. No matter how many means you have today, they'll break through it all. In the vacuum winds at 100 meters high, he laughed wildly at the towering beast below. Beast, come and clash with me. In the heights of 100 meters, Su Ming's figure appeared as a rapidly enlarging black dot. The sound of wind howled fiercely in his ears while the earth swiftly approached in his sight. He was upside down, arms crossed protectively in front of him, his entire being resembling a tungsten core armor-piercing projectile endowed with a soul precisely targeting the massive head imprisoned by black ice below, along with the severed neck created by Shen Qingzi. Quality: heavy artillery, 5-fold kinetic energy amplification activate. With a base mass of 10 tons under the potential energy at a height of 100 meters, it then multiplied by 5 times the instantaneous explosion. At this moment, Su Ming was like a walking kinetic weapon from the heavens. Boom! The first collision was a brutal clash of pure strength. The terrifying impact of 50 tons shattered the remaining protective red glow on the surface of the iron spine rhinoceros with overwhelming force. Within the remnants of the colossal beast, the phantom of the sixth-tier iron armored dragon turtle emitted its final brutal roar. A backlash far beyond Su Ming's imagination surged up along his fist. This force was enough to instantly reduce the bones and internal organs of any third-tier awakened being to a puddle of mush. However, just as the backlash touched Su Ming's flesh, Second Echo activate. Su Ming's body, with a density surpassing steel, began to vibrate at high frequency on a microscopic level. The dense bones and muscle fibers formed a perfect solid-state resonance chamber. That deadly, violent backlash kinetic energy was perfectly swallowed, compressed to the limit, and converted again. After 0.1 seconds. Boom. The second loud noise was 10 times more muted than the first, like a doomsday bell reverberating in everyone's chest. 100 tons. A full 100 tons of backlash force was swallowed, compressed, and doubled, exploding violently within the inner side of the iron spine rhinoceros' severed neck, with a 100-ton instantaneous collapse pressure violently venting inward, without regard for any physical loss. The massive body that had lost its head crashed like a toppled city wall into the frozen earth, sending tremors rippling through the black ice for 3 miles, with cracks spreading like spider webs. That head of the beast, akin to a small mountain, along with its deadly horn capable of piercing superalloy, was forcefully severed and ripped apart at the cervical vertebra due to internal collapse and resonance. Amidst the spraying hot blood, the beast's head soared into the sky, tumbling several meters in the air, and then with a thud it heavily crashed onto the distant ice surface. Warning: Second Echo release complete. Host skeletal structure has entered overload state. Duration 10 seconds. Warning: detected microscopic cracks in multiple locations of the skeletal structure. Repair requires 800 quality points. Damn! Su Ming knelt on the steaming neck of the beast, motionless, feeling as if every bone in his body had been struck ruthlessly by a hammer, with excruciating pain penetrating his heart. Yet as he looked at the rolling beast's head, the cruel smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish in the slightest. This was worth it. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Behind the ice shield, Zhou Ku and the surviving mercenaries gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, collectively petrified. In the air inside the military aircraft cabin that had been on standby, the young officer stared intently at the energy monitoring readings on the screen that had already reached critical levels, almost losing his grip on the control stick. He turned to look at his colleagues, his voice trembling. That peak just now exceeded the limits of our instruments. Preliminary estimation. Instantaneous energy reaction. Comparable to sixth tier. Chu Feng blinked his wide eyes, feeling utterly helpless. His body trembled violently from energy depletion, but at this moment, he no longer felt weak. He was petrified with fear. He stared blankly at the center of the pit, at the young figure kneeling on the beast's corpse, exhaling blood-colored steam. He wanted to confirm whether he was dreaming. Having been a soldier for over a decade, from second lieutenant to colonel, he had encountered numerous bizarre experiences. But he had never seen a third-tier kid use pure physical violence to smash the head of a near fifth-tier mutated source beast. Is this something a human can do? Strengthening system. Is this the one that everyone deemed has no future? What the hell is this divine strengthening system? Is it even better than a humanoid mecha? Chu Feng felt a sense of absurdity rising in him, like a hero past his prime. He recalled the predicament of having to risk his life to cut open a small gap earlier, then looked again at the head that had been severed at the root. How could he still maintain his position in the military after this? How would he write the task report upon returning? Just right. The intelligence from the command center was incorrect. The source beast's strength was falsely identified as fifth tier. I fought valiantly, but was outmatched, and was then subdued by a third-tier student with a comprehensive development of morality and physique, with a single iron fist. If this report is submitted, either Chu Feng would be featured on the Federal's ridiculous news headlines or sent to a mental hospital. He trembled as he took out his military terminal, sending Qin Luo of the Jiangxing City Defense Command 4 words: mission accomplished. Then he glanced around at everyone present. Today's events must not be leaked. Too much. The silence was broken by a sudden urgent shout. Su Ming. A golden-red figure rushed in from the flank. It was Shun Qingzi. She leaped down from the back of Da Huang, landing steadily beside the beast's corpse, and looked at Su Ming, who was kneeling with blood all over him, her eyes that had just regained their coolness, now filled with fear and concern. She wanted to reach out to help him, but halfway through she stopped, afraid to touch any of his wounds. Are you okay? Her voice trembled with a fear she didn't even realize she had. The 10 seconds of overload time just passed. Su Ming felt the cement-like sensation in his bones retreat, replaced by a surge of warmth. Although it still hurt immensely, he could at least move now. He slowly raised his head, first grinning, then quickly suppressing his smile, wearing a pained expression. It's very serious. I need my senior sister to support me to get better. All the worries, fears, and feelings that had surged in Shun Qingzi's heart were instantly choked back by this one sentence. She looked at this rascal who had just crawled back from the gates of hell, yet still had the mind to banter, her chest heaving with anger, biting her silver teeth, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. Deserved it. Hey, if you're not going to help, then don't. It's not like I'm not good looking and have no heart. Su Ming questioned his acting skills decline. He struggled to stand up, moving his right hand, feeling his bones crackle. This beast lacks any martial ethics, daring to fight back at the moment of death, making me exert much more effort than necessary. Shun Qingzi. You call that punch exerting a bit more effort? She looked at Su Ming, who indeed did not seem well, her heart softening. Your injuries. Are you really okay? Just superficial injuries, it's nothing. Su Ming waved his hand, his gaze sizing up Shun Qingzi. Senior sister, why do you feel different after your advancement? He stroked his chin, looking serious. Before you were an ice-cold beauty, now you are. Shun Qingzi's heart raced. A Valkyrie. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. With those long legs of yours, it's perfect. Shut up. I'm complimenting you.